itself was a small world? Tell me about the Dark Moon Realm, Wang Hao said to Mo Yuchuan. Mo Yuchuan took a deep breath and began to explain. Our Phantom Demon clan entered the Dark Moon Realm tens of thousands of years ago. At the time, our clan was struck by a catastrophic attack in the outside world. Most of the survivors fled into the Dark Moon Realm. Besides us, other demon clans also followed. Tens of thousands of years ago? That meant this was an event from ancient times. They had lived in the Dark Moon Realm for such a long time? Mo Yuchuan continued describing the situation in the Dark Moon Realm. In addition to demons, there were also a small number of humans. These humans had been sent in during ancient times to eradicate the demons. Unexpectedly, after entering, all spatial rifts connecting to the outside world were destroyed. Thus, both the demons and humans were trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Listening to Mo Yuchuan's account, Wang Hao felt a heavy weight in his heart. He hadn't expected so many beings to be trapped here for so long. In all these years, haven't any demon gods or demon saints arisen among you? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. While it was almost impossible to use external force to open spatial rifts from outside, with enough internal strength in the Dark Moon Realm, it would theoretically be possible to tear through the space. For someone at the martial saint level, breaking space was effortless, let alone in a small world like this. Mo Yuchuan shook his head helplessly. In this world, it's simply impossible for anyone to surpass the Yuanfu realm. The demon saints who entered with us were greatly weakened by the laws of this world. As soon as they entered, they fell from their saint status. Eventually, they couldn't even sustain their spirit embryo state and had to settle at the Yuanfu realm. Mo Yuchuan's eyes reflected deep helplessness and bitterness. They wanted to leave too, but in this oppressive world, they were forced to live short and painful lives. The harsh environment made survival excruciatingly difficult. Wang Hao's chest tightened. The power of world laws. Only martial saints could wield it. Forget it, he needed to focus on strengthening himself first. With the SSS-level spatial matrix he controlled, he might be able to find a way out. Where is the 9 nether spring of your Phantom Demon clan? Wang Hao asked. Mo Yuchuan fell silent for a moment, hesitating before he said, the 9 nether spring is located in the core region of our Nether Demon clan, the Demon Nether Valley. It's guarded by the most elite demon warriors. Your strength is formidable, but just tell me the exact location, don't worry about the rest. Wang Hao interrupted him. Since this world lacked grandmasters, with his talent, coming and going as he pleased wouldn't be an issue. How were the others doing? Wang Hao wondered. Everyone had been separated when they entered. Could Hall Master Guan and the others be in danger? They should be fine. Hall Master Guan was at the level of a first-grade grandmaster, which made him one of the strongest in the Dark Moon Realm. After that, Wang Hao sealed Mo Yuchuan into the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression map. Under its suppression, Mo Yuchuan stopped resisting and obediently gave directions. Using the carefree sky-stepping technique, Wang Hao weaved through the dense forest. With his powerful spiritual force and Mo Yuchuan's guidance, he swiftly advanced toward the center of the Nether Demon Clan's territory. 2 hours later, he finally reached the core region of the Nether Demon Clan. It was a dark valley, filled with a chilling and sinister aura. Patrols of Nether demons were stationed tightly around the area. Wang Hao activated the breath concealment technique, completely masking his presence as he carefully infiltrated. Upon close observation, he noticed that most of the Nether demons in the core area were at the 6th grade Grandmaster level. The deeper he went, the stronger their power grew. According to Mo Yuchuan, most of the Nether demons in the innermost core region were first-grade Grandmasters. Squinting slightly, Wang Hao decided to use his shadow to infiltrate. First, he sent his shadow to scout ahead and gather intelligence before making any moves. The shadow slipped into the core region, and detailed information began to flow back to him. The number of guards, their strength, and the layout of every cave and passage were vividly mapped out in Wang Hao's mind. At the heart of the valley lay the 9 nether spring. Inside the cave was a small pool of the spring, emitting a bone-chilling cold. 5 squads of 10 first-grade Grandmaster Nether demons patrolled the area in shifts, their defenses impenetrable. In the deepest part of the cave, there was another Nether demon who possessed formidable 9 nether power, with an aura far surpassing the other first-grade Grandmasters. Wang Hao pondered for a moment. He would have to lure them away first. Their strength and numbers were overwhelming. If he were exposed, it would be a nightmare. While it wouldn't cost him his life, trying to seize the 9 nether spring again in the future would be nearly impossible. Even Mo Yuchuan had mentioned that no one had dared to touch the 9 nether spring for tens of thousands of years. This was why the strongest forces weren't stationed here. The real elite troops were elsewhere. Although no martial artist or demon could exceed the Yuan Palace realm and the Dark Moon realm, these demons had mastered another kind of power. Using this power, they could briefly unleash strength beyond the Grandmaster level. However, Mo Yuchuan knew nothing about this power. His strength was too low, and as a minor leader in the Black Nether Forest, he wasn't qualified to learn such secrets. The boom! Just as Wang Hao was contemplating how to lure the Nether demons away, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance. The sound carried an immensely powerful energy. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed sharply. This was the power of heaven and earth, the aura of a grandmaster, and it was continuously intensifying. A series of violent explosions echoed from a distant valley. The nearby nether demons' faces turned pale with fear as they stared in horror at the commotion. In the distance. This is grandmaster-level power. How is that possible? Could someone have broken through the laws of this world? Impossible, it's been so long since we've seen such terrifying power. Let's go and see who it is. The surrounding nether demons erupted into chatter, and many immediately flew toward the source of the commotion. The guards in the core area quickly thinned out. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was curious about the situation, the 9 nether spring was his priority. As the power in the distance continued to surge, even the guards near the spring couldn't resist their curiosity. Most of them hurried toward the commotion, including the most powerful nether demon in the area. Will the 9 nether spring be safe if we all leave? Who would dare to challenge the nether demon clan? Nothing has happened here in tens of thousands of years. Let's go and see what's going on. That's grandmaster level power, the kind of power only described in ancient texts. It might even hold secrets to reaching the grandmaster realm. The demons discussed among themselves as they left. Wang Hao silently gave a mental nod of approval to the mysterious power for diverting their attention. Before long, nearly all the nether demons around the 9 nether springs cave had left, leaving only a handful of 6th grade grandmaster level demons to guard the vicinity. Once the demons had retreated, Wang Hao quietly slipped into the cave. The moment he entered, he was immediately enveloped by a powerful surge of 9 nether power. His 9 nether frost technique began to operate at an accelerated pace, growing stronger with each passing second under the nourishment of this energy. The 9 nether spring truly was a tremendous boon to Wang Hao. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Moreover, absorbing this energy wasn't painful at all. It felt incredibly refreshing, filling every fiber of his being with comfort. Suppressing the urge to start cultivating on the spot, Wang Hao pressed onward into the depths of the cave. The air grew colder and darker, with the 9 nether power swirling endlessly around him. Soon, Wang Hao reached the deepest part of the 9 nether spring. Seeing the spring water emanating a thick, potent aura, his eyes sparkled with joy. Although he didn't know whose power had erupted outside, he was grateful. Without that force, he would have had to waste more time. Without hesitation, Wang Hao took out the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Map. At the same time, he pulled out the Frost Soul Thunderblade and began digging into the 9 nether spring. Boom, rumble, the moment he started, the entire cave shook violently, as if something terrifying was occurring. Damn it! We're under attack. The patrolling nether demon clan members outside were instantly on high alert. They rushed toward the 9 nether spring cave at full speed. As they entered, they were greeted by a harrowing sight. The once water-filled pool had been completely excavated, leaving the cave empty and barren. The energy of the 9 nether dissipated rapidly. A group of 6th-rank grandmasters from the demon clan froze in shock, staring in disbelief as the 9 nether spring had been stolen right under their noses. Their minds buzzed, they couldn't believe their eyes. Many demons rubbed their eyes, desperate to confirm they weren't hallucinating. The 9 nether spring has been stolen. Sound the alarm. Their voices were filled with despair. They couldn't fathom the punishment awaiting them for this failure. The 9 nether spring, a sacred treasure of the nether demon clan, had been stolen. As their cries echoed, several powerful demonic figures emerged from the depths of the valley, their auras oppressive, quickly surrounding the 9 nether spring cave. In the distant black nether forest, a stunning young woman held a powerful magic orb in her hand, unleashing continuous, devastating attacks. Around her, the warriors accompanying her were covered in wounds. The surrounding demons suffered heavily under the orb's onslaught. Many first-rank grandmaster-level demons were obliterated, reduced to nothing by the orb's immense power. "Your Highness, leave us and retreat immediately," one of the warriors gasped, barely holding up a shield as he panted heavily. The sheer number of demons had driven them to despair. Reinforcements were pouring in. Jiang Shui bit her lip, her face resolute. She hadn't expected the ruins to be this dangerous, especially since their group had been separated upon entering. "They're just grandmaster-level demons. There's nothing to fear," Jiang Shui declared firmly. As the saintess of the Profound Pill Sanctuary, she had come well prepared with treasures, powerful offensive and defensive artifacts, as well as a variety of elixirs. The magic orb in her hand carried the power of a grandmaster's essence, capable of repeated use and of immense value. However, activating it consumed a significant amount of top-grade spirit crystals. The distant demon forces seemed to realize the terrifying strength of Jiang Shui's group. They kept their distance, observing and summoning more allies. "General, the power they're using isn't from themselves, they're carrying special artifacts," a respectful voice reported from within the demon ranks. A demon general clad in black armor, his eyes cold and calculating, stared at Jiang Shui's group. This was Mo Yusheng, a general of the Nether Demon clan. He commanded a massive army and was the guardian of the Nether Demon Valley. Those artifacts infused with the power of the heavens and earth, he had thought they were all used up in the war between humans and demons long ago. Yet here they were again. Moreover, these humans seemed different from the other humans of the Dark Moon Realm. Mo Yusheng pondered deeply. Keep sending soldiers to wear them down. I want to see just how many of these treasures they can afford to waste. Mo Yusheng ordered. Coldly, his subordinates immediately launched a more ferocious assault. Demon soldiers charged at Jiang Shue's group with reckless abandon, demonic energy surging wildly. As Mo Yusheng watched with icy indifference, a demon soldier suddenly rushed over in a panic. General, something has happened to the 9 nether spring in the nether Demon Valley, the soldier reported nervously. As soon as the words were spoken, Mo Yusheng's expression turned grim. Damn it. This must be a ploy to draw us away. Leave half the forces here to continue the assault. The rest, follow me back to the nether Demon Valley immediately. Mo Yusheng commanded loudly. The moment the words left his mouth, the massive army split into 2 groups. One remained to hold their ground, while the other quickly retreated to defend the valley. Your Highness, it seems a large portion of their forces is retreating, one of the warriors beside Jiang Shui exclaimed excitedly. The other warriors, hearing this, had a glimmer of hope flash in their eyes. Although they didn't know why the demons were retreating, fewer enemies meant a better chance for survival. Jiang Shui pressed her lips together gently, her gaze unwavering. This was their best chance to break through. 3 days later, in a hidden cave on the edge of the Nether Demon Valley, Wang Hao was continuously consuming the 9 nether spring. If the Nether Demon clan saw the way Wang Hao was cultivating, they would have been utterly shocked. The 9 nether springs' energy was extremely dangerous, possessing intense corrosive and destructive properties. The Nether Demon clan approached it with extreme caution, fearing it would spiral out of control within their bodies. But Wang Hao's cultivation method looked like he was recklessly gambling with his life. With the aid of the 9 nether spring, Wang Hao's 9 nether frost technique was operating at an incredible speed. His entire body radiated an icy, lethal aura that seemed capable of annihilating everything. Wang Hao was growing stronger by the moment. Nearby, Debai kept a wary eye on their surroundings while occasionally glancing at Wang Hao. Even the Crimson Flame Martial Saint, at Wang Hao's current level, hadn't been this monstrously powerful, Debai thought to himself. After quite some time, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from Wang Hao's body. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The SS-level martial skill, *9 Nether Frost Art *, has been perfected. The damage of Nether Sting has been greatly enhanced, and 9 Nether Frost Art has evolved into *9 Nether Force *. The system's voice resonated in Wang Hao's mind. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in deep black energy, and the air was filled with an oppressive force of utter destruction. Slowly, Wang Hao opened his eyes, his expression filled with satisfaction from a tremendous gain. Although his cultivation level hadn't advanced, the 9 Nether Frost Art had reached the perfect stage, evolving into the 9 Nether Force. Just days ago, Wang Hao had used the 9 Nether Spring to elevate the art to the proficient stage. After 2 days of relentless training, he finally broke through to perfection. As a result, his strength had skyrocketed. Wang Hao could clearly feel the immense power of the 9 Nether Force. This energy was nearly as potent as the Thunder Force within him, even surpassing it in certain aspects. What made it even more formidable was that the *9 Nether Force * and Thunder Force could be combined. Together, these 2 immense energies were practically invincible. Anyone standing in his way would undoubtedly face annihilation. Additionally, Wang Hao's internal energy had gradually adapted. Feeling the raging power within, he couldn't help but feel elated. Thanks to the influence of the 9 Nether Spring, he had gained complete control over his internal energy. Now, he could proceed with consuming the Yang Extreme Force Breaking Pill and the Profoundine Water. Debai, continue scouting. I'm preparing to break through to the next level, Wang Hao instructed. Debai nodded, acknowledging Wang Hao's astonishing progress. Having only recently reached the 7th rank, he was already preparing to advance further. Wang Hao then retrieved the Yang Extreme Force Breaking Pill and the Profoundine Water from his spatial ring, ready to push himself to a higher realm. Meanwhile, in the Demon Nether Valley, inside a cavern steeped in demonic energy, numerous members of the Nether Demon clan had gathered. Still no news of the 9 Nether Spring? Asked a stern-faced elder seated at the top of the cavern. He was Mo Yoshuan, the 3rd elder of the Nether Demon clan in the Dark Moon Realm. The surrounding demons lowered their heads in silence. Finally, an armored demon rose to speak. 3rd elder, we have captured some humans who entered from the outside. They claim that nearly 1,000 human masters have entered the Dark Moon Realm. The 9 Nether Spring is very likely to have been stolen by these outsiders, the demon added. Hearing this, the elder's face darkened. The presence of outsiders immediately put him on alert. However, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Forget about the 9 Nether Spring for now. Immediately contact the elders of the Giant Demon Clan and the Blood Demon Clan and summon them to the Demon Nether Valley for a meeting. Mo Yoshuan commanded. The other demons in the cavern appeared confused, unable to understand why the pursuit of the 9 nether spring was being set aside. To them, the spring was of utmost importance. However, none of them dared to oppose the elder. The hierarchy of the demon clans was strict, and the authority of high-ranking demons was absolute and enforced by bloodline power. No demon could defy it. Mo Yoshuan then issued a series of orders, and the inhabitants of the demon Nether Valley began to act in a highly organized manner. At the same time, news of the human incursion into the Dark Moon Realm began to spread. Forces everywhere started to respond actively. Human factions within the Dark Moon Realm, faced with mounting pressure from multiple sides, began retreating one after another. Inside a secluded cavern, the energy of heaven and earth surged violently. With the assistance of the Yang Extreme Force-Breaking Pill and the Profounding Water, the golden energy reservoir within Wang Hao's body began to expand gradually. Advancing in the martial master realm involved continuously enlarging the energy reservoir. Once it reached its limit, he would be able to attempt the condensation of a spiritual embryo, paving the way toward the Grandmaster realm. Boom! After a while, an explosive aura burst forth from Wang Hao's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 6th rank of Martial Master. Vitality plus 1800, Soul plus 300. The system's notification echoed in his mind. 6th rank Martial Master. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, feeling the torrent of energy coursing through him. This newfound strength filled him with an unshakable sense of security. He opened the attribute panel and murmured in aim. Wang Hao Talents, Divine Speed Physique, SSS, Spatial Matrix, SSS, Thunderous Sacred Physique, SS, Void Shadow, S, Ultimate Frost, S, Martial Realm, 6th Grade Grandmaster Soul Realm, High Rank Spiritual Mindsage Cultivation Technique, Chaos Divine Essence Art Skills, Blade Intent. Beginner, Fist Intent, Beginner, Soul Refinement Martial Arts, Stellar Soul Refinement Manual, S-Level, Mastered, Blade Techniques, 13. Blades of the Heavenly Gate, A-Level, Mastered, Blazing Fire Blade Technique, B-Level, Mastered, 9 Shadow Celestial Blade, B-Level, Mastered. Body Refinement Techniques, Indestructible Body Strengthening Technique, A-Level, Mastered, Thunderous Diamond Technique, B-Level, Mastered, Fist. Techniques, Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, SSS-Level, Beginner, Thunderous Sky Strike, B-Level, Mastered, Rolling Thunder Fist, C-Level, Adept, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Level, Adept, Movement Techniques, Carefree Sky Stepping Method, A-Level, Mastered, Ethereal Shadow Step, C-Level, Adept. Support Techniques, Spirit Clarity I, D-Level, Perfect, Divine Breath Technique, C-Level, Perfect, Special Techniques, Power of the 9. Netherworlds, SS-Level, Perfect, Pill Refinement Technique, Soulfire Pill Formula, Sacred Rank. Proficient, Vitality, 8600 Soul Energy, 1500. Time until next replication, 25 days. During his 2 days in Jianlin City, Wang Hao had been diligently cultivating other martial arts, elevating nearly all of them to the mastery level. The only exception was the SSS-level Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, which proved too challenging. Without the martial will of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint aiding him, his progress was agonizingly slow. It was time to set out to seize resources and hunt for treasures. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Over the past few days, Dabai hadn't been idle either, practically extracting every piece of information from Mo Yuchuan. Now, Wang Hao had a clear understanding of the various races of the demon clan. According to Mo Yuchuan, the major forces in the Dark Moon Realm possessed numerous powerful martial arts techniques and ancient, rare treasures. Some of these were perfect for cultivating martial saints, and some factions even held sacred artifacts. These treasures had been looted during their initial invasion of the Dark Moon Realm. Unexpectedly, after the Demon Saint's sacred title was stripped, those supreme treasures and rare items were carefully sealed away, awaiting changes in the world's laws to enhance their strength. If they're unwilling to use these resources, then I'll just help them put them to good use, Wang Hao thought to himself. In his eyes, no resource could compare to overwhelming strength. With enough power, acquiring resources would naturally become much easier. Wang Hao erased all traces of his presence from the cave and left. This cave, which was chosen by Mo Yuchuan, was incredibly secluded. Almost no demons knew of its existence. As soon as he stepped out, Wang Hao activated the Divine Breath technique and began to walk toward the outskirts of the Demon Abyss Valley. Not far from the cave, a patrol of demons was on their rounds. Wang Hao carefully avoided their path. After all, he had completely drained their 9 nether spring, so caution was warranted. I heard that the humans we captured a few days ago still haven't had their seals broken. Yeah, I heard that one girl's protective barrier is as tough as a turtle shell. Even the elders couldn't crack the slightest gap in it. Are all humans from the outside world this formidable? A mere 8th grade little girl with such a powerful treasure? It's just her shield that's unbreakable. The seals on the others have all been undone. I heard she's the saintess of some holy pill refinement land in the human world, with an extraordinary status. A saintess from the human world, huh? No wonder she's so delicate. If only I could have a little fun with her. It's been so long since I've touched a human girl. Keep dreaming. Even if there's a chance, you won't get it. There are plenty of commanders and generals ahead of you. The demons patrolled as they chatted, their laughter echoing in the air. Hidden in the shadows, Wang Hao's ears perked up. The saintess from the Holy Pill Refinement land they mentioned, could it be Jiang Dan's granddaughter, Jiang Shui? If it really was her. A ripple of emotion stirred in Wang Hao's heart. Jiang Lao had always treated him well. If he were to just stand by and watch as Jiang Lao's granddaughter was captured by the demons, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao made up his mind to check on the girl. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao crept closer, and the power of the 9 netherworlds burst forth from him. In an instant, the patrol of shadow demons was suppressed. Then, using the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram, he sealed all the demons into the sacred artifact. After dealing with the demons, Wang Hao returned to the hidden cave. Inside the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram, Wang Hao stood before the severely weakened demon soldiers, his expression icy cold. Speak. What exactly happened with the humans you captured a few days ago? Wang Hao asked calmly. The soldiers, trembling under the suppression of the sacred artifact, finally began to speak. You're the human who stole our 9 nether spring. One of the captains said, his voice trembling. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, and Dabai immediately understood his intent. The bloodthirsty aura within the Crimson Flame Demon Subjugation Diagram intensified once more, mercilessly suppressing the bodies of the demon clan. Stop talking nonsense. Answer what I ask and nothing else, understood? Wang Hao said coldly. Under the torment of the bloodthirsty aura, the demon soldiers screamed in agony. Soon after, they recounted everything that had happened over the past few days without missing a single detail. As it turned out, after Jiang Shui and her group were captured, a protective device within Jiang Shui activated, shielding her from harm. The others, however, were not so fortunate. They were all taken alive by the demon clan. Under the cruel torture of the demon clan, some couldn't withstand the pain and spilled all their secrets, including the fact that they came from the outside world. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, unsurprised by the betrayal. After all, human nature is fickle, and the brutal punishments of the demon clan were no joke. Once he'd extracted all the information he needed, Wang Hao used the power of the 9 nether to completely annihilate the demons. Dabai, Wang Hao, are you planning to rescue the holy daughter of the alchemy sanctuary? Dabai asked while munching on cat food. Wang Hao nodded. Jiang Shui's grandfather had treated him fairly well. Now that he knew his granddaughter had been captured, how could he not save her? If you want to rescue her, you can first store her inside the Crimson Flame Demon Subjugation Diagram. That way, it'll be easier for you to move around on your own, Dabai suggested, pawing at his food. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the Crimson Flame Demon Subjugation Diagram to have such a function. This would make the rescue operation much simpler. If he could store Jiang Shui within the diagram, he could use spatial power to leave quickly. After reaching the 6th grade Grandmaster level, Wang Hao's mastery of spatial power had greatly improved. He could now perform multiple consecutive teleportations. His experience with teleportation during the Lin family Grandmaster banquet had led him to further study his spatial matrix talent. He discovered that this talent was extraordinarily powerful, capable of completely bypassing any restrictions or formations. In other words, as long as Wang Hao's spatial power was strong enough, no formation or force could trap him. Wang Hao felt that only a martial saint, who had mastered the true essence of martial arts, might be able to limit his movements. With his decision made, Wang Hao used his shadow to scout the surroundings as he made his way toward where Jiang Shui was being held. In a dark cavern within the Demon Abyss Valley. The cavern was filled with human martial artists who lay battered and bruised. Their dantians had been destroyed, leaving them completely devoid of spiritual energy. Nearby, several demons wielded spiked whips, lashing them relentlessly. The cavern echoed with screams of agony. In the center of the cavern, a golden orb of light shone, brilliantly, radiating immense power. Your Highness, Holy Daughter, please come out. If you don't, they'll beat us to death. Traitor! How could a human like you be so spineless? Your Highness, don't come out, just kill me. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. The cavern was filled with cries of despair. The demons wore cruel smiles as they continued to whip the bloodied human martial artists. Inside the golden orb, a stunningly beautiful woman watched the scene outside in despair. Watching her companions being brutally whipped, Jiang Shui felt as though her heart was being torn apart. She hated herself for being too weak, unable to slaughter these demons. The offensive artifacts she carried had been used up days ago, leaving her with only one teleportation charm. She no longer dared to take risks. Over the past few days, she and her companions had used teleportation charms to escape multiple times, but they were always quickly tracked down. Clearly, this demon faction was far stronger than she had imagined. This final teleportation charm was her only hope. But now, trapped in the heart of the demon stronghold, could teleportation even save her? The demons in the cavern continued to cruelly torment the blood-soaked martial artists. Jiang Shui covered her ears, unwilling to hear the piercing screams. Gradually, the wails outside began to die down. Jiang Shui couldn't imagine what kind of torment those people had endured. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it had been, but the human martial artists had been tortured to death by the demons. Jiang Shui's eyes were bloodshot as she shrank into a corner of the golden orb, too afraid to face the horrifying scene before her. She knew that once those people were tortured to death, the demons would replace them with new captives to continue their torment, all in an effort to force her out. Who dares to infiltrate the Demon Abyss clan's prison? Such audacity! A shadow suddenly appeared in the cavern. The figure exuded a powerful aura of darkness. Under the oppressive force of this aura, the demons in the cavern were utterly powerless to resist. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Shui's heart filled with fear. What was happening? The anguished cries of demons echoed from beyond the orb. Jiang Shui covered her mouth, her mind racing. Did someone break in? Good. Though she didn't know the specifics, the demons' agonized screams filled her heart with satisfaction. These demons, who had tormented her fellow humans, deserved to die countless times over. Before long, the demons outside were completely wiped out, and silence fell. Jiang Shui's heart was pounding furiously. Should she go out? She suspected it might be a trap set by the demons, and her mind wavered with uncertainty. Just as she hesitated, she suddenly sensed the environment around her changing abnormally. Blood red. Malevolent energy surged violently against her protective sphere of light. Instinctively, Jiang Shui took out her last teleportation talisman and gripped it tightly in her hand. She resolved to teleport away the instant her protective sphere was breached, without delay. Time ticked by second, and Jiang Shui grew increasingly tense. Human girl, don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. It's safe now, you can come out. As Jiang Shui trembled uncontrollably, a voice called out from outside. Jiang Shui froze in place. Safe? How could that be? Just moments ago, she had been in the heart of the demon's base. How could it possibly be safe? This had to be a lie. Outside the Demon Valley, Wang Hao hurriedly moved to its outskirts after securing Jiang Shui inside the Crimson Flame Demon Ceiling map. Several uses of his spatial manipulation ability had drained his energy significantly. However, through these successive teleportations, Wang Hao had managed to reach the outer perimeter. Things should be fine now. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao steadied himself. Though the operation had gone smoothly, it had cost him a great deal of spatial energy. With scouts patrolling, his only task was to teleport. Boom! Just as Wang Hao stepped into the outer edge of the valley, a deafening explosion erupted nearby. Waves of demonic energy surged from all directions like artillery shells, hurtling toward him with immense force. He had been discovered. Wang Hao's heart tightened as his body darted swiftly through the dense forest. Bang! 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 The areas he passed through were obliterated by the blasts of demonic energy, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Human scum, you're not getting away. The airspace here is full of anti-flight barriers. Let's see how far you can run. A taunting voice echoed from afar. Wang Hao didn't reply. He simply continued to move, evading the relentless attacks coming from all sides. Anti-flight barriers? So what? His SSS-level space matrix rendered such obstacles meaningless. As long as his spatial energy recovered, the situation would turn in his favor. He wasn't worried. Though the attacks were fierce, they couldn't land a hit on him. With his formidable mental acuity and nimble agility, Wang Hao effortlessly saw through the trajectory of each strike. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadowy figure hurtled toward Wang Hao at an extreme speed, slicing through the air with a sonic boom. Wang Hao's body froze for an instant, a chilling sensation spreading from his head to his toes. Lightning and dark energy coalesced around him, forming a suit of dark thunder armor. Simultaneously, his indestructible body art activated automatically, and the spiritual armor on his body radiated a dazzling glow. Bang! A tremendous force struck him, sending Wang Hao flying backward. He crashed through a dozen trees before finally coming to a stop against a shadowy stone monument. Wang Hao, it's a second-tier Grandmaster-level demon. A voice rang out in Wang Hao's mind. It was Dabai, his companion, sounding both shocked and alarmed. Wang Hao's body trembled slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The stone monument behind him shattered from the impact of his collision. Well done, human. You're only a 6th-tier Grandmaster, yet you endured one of my attacks. You've earned the right to know my name. I am Mo Yuxian. Not far away, a figure clad in demonic armor approached slowly. His expression was cold as his gaze fixed on Wang Hao. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wang Hao smirked. Are you saying you've already calculated my death? This was the second time Wang Hao had suffered such severe injuries since beginning his martial path. In the past, he had always relied on his powerful martial arts and innate talent to crush opponents with ease. The first time he had been pushed to the brink was in the Demon Heart Forest on the battlefield of demons, where a casual strike from Mo Luo had nearly crippled him. Mo Yuxian frowned. He didn't like this human before him. Clearly, Wang Hao was barely holding on, yet he still wore that infuriating smirk. We're all human martial Artists maniacs? The area is already sealed tight. You have no way of escaping, Mo Yuxian stated coldly. By this time, numerous demons had surrounded Wang Hao. So, all of this was part of your plan? Wang Hao took a deep breath and asked. The sequence of events seemed too coincidental. He had rescued Jiang Shui with hardly any effort. For someone so important, only a few low-tier Grandmaster-level demons had been stationed as guards. This was clearly a trap, and he had fallen right into it. Mo Yuxian nodded. Human, you're quite clever. Yes, all of this was orchestrated by us. Someone protected by such a powerful artifact is undoubtedly of great importance. It was only a matter of time before someone came to rescue her. Wang Hao understood now. He had underestimated these demons. Among them were always those who could think clearly. Tell me, where is the 9 nether spring? Mo Yoshuan's gaze burned into Wang Hao like a fire. If it weren't for his urgent need to uncover clues about the 9 nether spring, he would have killed Wang Hao outright. Wang Hao's astonishing agility and mysterious spatial teleportation had given Mo Yuxian nearly full certainty that the theft of the 9 nether spring was somehow connected to him. Moreover, within the territories controlled by the Shadow Demon clan, apart from the one human standing before them, all others had been captured. There was no one else left. The most likely suspect was Wang Hao. Do you want to know where the 9 nether spring is? Wang Hao asked calmly. Since Mo Yuxian wasn't in a rush to strike, Wang Hao was more than happy to use the opportunity to restore his spatial power. Though it had only recovered a little over half, every bit helped. Mo Yoshuan's eyes lit up. This kid did know something after all. Spit it out, and I'll make your death swift. Otherwise, your suffering will be unbearable. Mo Yuxian threatened coldly. Let me think. I believe I hid it somewhere very safe. Wang Hao pretended to ponder. Mo Yuxian stared daggers at him. Think? How could someone need to think about such a thing? The demonic aura around Mo Yuxian suddenly erupted, unleashing an oppressive force that blanketed the area. Wang Hao felt his heart tighten. This guy clearly wasn't willing to waste any more time. Talk, or die. Mo Yoshuan's voice was icy, his presence locking onto Wang Hao. The overwhelming pressure sent chills through Wang Hao's entire body. If that's the case, then it's time to respond with martial arts. Wang Hao still had an orb imbued with the power of a first-tier grandmaster, but he wasn't keen on wasting it on this second-tier master in front of him. That orb was meant for a far stronger opponent, not this guy. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao activated the primal chaos divine essence, art ***, allowing his injuries to recover significantly. Alright, I'll tell you, Wang Hao said lightly. Mo Yoshuan's face relaxed into a satisfied smile, and his oppressive aura gradually receded. This human kid seemed to know his place. Soon, he would let him experience the consequences of stealing from the Shadow Demon clan. Desolate Star Annihilation Fist. Wang Hao silently commanded in his heart, his energy surging rapidly. The will of the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist erupted. An aura of desolation spread from him, blanketing the surrounding forest. The vitality in the area vanished completely. Mo Yoshuan's expression darkened. What kind of martial art was this? How was it possible? The sheer force emanating from Wang Hao's body made even him tremble unconsciously. How could a 6th-tier human master wield such immense power? It was impossible. The vitality of the surrounding vegetation was entirely devoured. Intense life energy converged in Wang Hao's hands, and a deafening roar exploded through the air. Even the lower-ranking demons nearby were trembling uncontrollably. They couldn't comprehend why this human had suddenly unleashed such devastating power. Die! Wang Hao roared, releasing the destructive force of his fist. Boom! The entire forest was engulfed by the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, with Mo Yuxian bearing the brunt of the assault. Despite his full defensive efforts, the force of the punch was overwhelming, shattering his defenses instantly. His body was sent flying, his armor and the horns on his head utterly destroyed. Kill this human scum! Mo Yuxian bellowed. Despite his battered state, he mustered enough strength to issue his final command. As soon as the words left his lips, a horde of demons filled the sky, surging toward Wang Hao in a wave. Mo Yuxian, take good care of yourself. One day, I'll come back for your life. Wang Hao's face was pale, but his voice was filled with fury. In an instant, he activated the spatial power within him. With the rippling of space, his figure vanished from the forest. In the distance, Mo Yoshuan's face was grim as he cursed under his breath. That bastard actually escaped. His body was covered in bloody wounds, and several demons were channeling demonic energy into him to help him heal. In the Dark Moon realm. A radiant moon hung high in the sky, its light illuminating the entire Dark Moon realm. The atmosphere was steeped in a deep, oppressive energy. Inside a hidden cave within a secluded canyon, the energy of heaven and earth surged tumultuously. A pale-faced young man sat cross-legged in the center, absorbing the surrounding energy like a whale consuming water. By the entrance of the cave stood a stunning young woman in a white t-shirt, her expression complicated as she gazed at Wang Hao. Beside her was a small, milk-white cat. Dabai, will Wang Hao be alright? Jiang Shui asked anxiously, her eyes fixed on the feline. Dabai, casually munching on a packet of cat food, responded nonchalantly, don't worry. That kid Wang Hao has a stubbornly tough life. Even though he took a hit from a second-tier grandmaster earlier, he'll recover quickly. It's mainly because he used an incredibly powerful martial technique, so his energy reserves are severely depleted, Dabai added. Hearing this, Jiang Shui let out a sigh of relief. She had never expected Wang Hao to be the one to save her. In Jiang Shui's eyes, Wang Hao was just a young man with some talent in alchemy, his martial abilities barely reaching the level of a postnatal stage warrior. He had only come to the secret realm for fun. Yet, in her most perilous moment, it was Wang Hao who had come to her rescue. Watching Wang Hao continuously absorb energy, Jiang Shui felt an unexpected sense of security. Her time under the Shadow Demon clan's captivity had been a living nightmare. She had endured constant torment, powerless to intervene as her fellow humans suffered. The anguish was indescribable. Now, it seemed her understanding of Wang Hao had been far too shallow. That strike he had unleashed earlier had easily reached the level of a top-tier grandmaster. So young, Wang Hao had already reached a level of power comparable to a top-tier third-grade grandmaster. If this news were to spread, no one would believe it. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, Wang Hao had mostly recovered. Wang Hao, thank you, Jiang Shui said, her cheeks flushed. At this moment, Wang Hao's upper body clothing was in tatters. His well-proportioned and toned physique made Jiang Shui's heart race, her face reddening uncontrollably. As the holy maiden of the Xiandan sacred land, Jiang Shui had never encountered such a scene before. It's nothing. Your elder Zhang's granddaughter, of course. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, Wang Hao said with a wave of his hand, retrieving a fresh set of clothes from his spatial ring and changing into them. Hearing this, Jiang Shui's eyes dimmed. So, it was because of my grandfather. I thought. Dabai, this place seems to be the Blood Demon clan's territory. Dabai, who was nearby, reminded Wang Hao. The Blood Demon clan had they ventured directly into their territory? Wang Hao was taken aback. The Dark Moon Realm had 3 dominant demon clans, the Blood Demon clan, the Shadow Demon clan, and the Giant Demon clan. These 3 demon clans practically ruled the entire Dark Moon Realm. Humans could barely survive here, constantly oppressed. Even the strongest sect, the Shangyuan sect, was often on the run. As for the weaker sects, merely staying alive was a struggle. Dabai, head to the Red Flame Town demon map and ask Mo Yuchuan if the Blood Demon clan has anything that could rapidly enhance my strength, Wang Hao commanded. If he could find treasures like the 9 Nether Spring, his strength would grow much faster. The Dark Moon Realm was far too perilous, he needed to grow stronger quickly. Even a second-grade Grandmaster-level demon like Mo Yuxian had given him a massive headache. Not to mention, there were still first-grade Grandmaster-level demons waiting for him. Dabai rolled his eyes. Wang Hao, I'm a spirit weapon, not your tool. Stop bossing me around, will you? Wang Hao's lips twitched. This guy was clearly going to make him pull out his trump card again. A bag of imperial-grade cat food. If you don't go, I'll send Jiang Shui instead, he said coldly. Dabai's face changed instantly. Just a bag of cat food? Fine, no big deal. The important thing is, I love working. Alright, leave it to me. I'll dig out every secret the Blood Demon clan has from Mo Yuchuan. Dabai agreed, waving his paw. Wang Hao chuckled, handing Dabai a bag of cat food. Dabai immediately dove into the Red Flame Town demon map. The air in the area where the Blood Demon clan gathered was filled with a strong stench of blood. Wang Hao, the Blood Demon clan in the Dark Moon Realm has an extremely keen sense for blood. If we're discovered, it'll be very hard for us to escape. Jiang Shui's voice echoed from the cave. At this moment, Jiang Shui's eyes were fixed on Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at her in confusion. You? How do you know that? He didn't doubt that Jiang Shui was telling the truth, he just didn't understand how she knew this. Jiang Shui, feeling embarrassed under his gaze, blushed again. She hesitated before finally speaking slowly, because I already knew about the Dark Moon Realm's situation. Wang Hao stared at her in shock, a thought stirring in his mind. She already knew about the Dark Moon Realm? What's going on here? Jiang Shui then explained everything to Wang Hao. It turned out that not long ago, the Xiandan Sacred Land had brought back someone who had escaped from the Dark Moon Realm. That person was a god-tier alchemist from the Sacred Spirit sect in the Dark Moon Realm. However, due to the chaotic turbulence of spatial rifts, his mind was nearly shattered, and his injuries were severe. He lasted only half a month in the Xiandan Sacred Land before passing away. Still, he left behind a wealth of intelligence about the Dark Moon Realm. This was also why the Xiandan Sacred Land had sent people to join the relic exploration this time. Then why didn't you hand this intelligence over to the Martial Arts Alliance? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. Jiang Shui gave a bitter smile. Wang Hao, you've heard of the Black Demon cult, right? We have no idea how deeply humans have been infiltrated. If this information were leaked to the demons. She trailed off, her tone grave. This intelligence is too sensitive. We didn't dare to share it lightly. Wang Hao frowned. So, it was because of the Black Demon cult. The Xiandan Sacred Land's caution was reasonable. When it came to secrets that could determine the survival of the human race, one couldn't be too careful. When the ancient humans entered the Dark Moon realm to exterminate the demons, they took a sacred weapon with them, the Heavenly Demon Mirror. My purpose here is to find the Heavenly Demon Mirror, Jiang Shui said. The Heavenly Demon Mirror? The Heavenly Demon Mirror is a sacred weapon crafted by an ancient martial god using special materials. It can identify traitors controlled by demons, Jiang Shui added. No wonder they were being so cautious. That explained everything. If the humans gained control of the Heavenly Demon Mirror, it would completely foil the demons' years of infiltration efforts. The more careful they were with this, the better. Now that all the people from the Xiandan Sacred Land are gone, what do you plan to do? Wang Hao asked. Jiang Shui bit her lip, a look of confusion in her eyes. She had originally thought that the demons here hadn't reached the Grandmaster level. With their strength and magical treasures, they should have been able to sweep through everything. But as soon as they entered, they were captured by demons. If it weren't for Wang Hao, Jiang Shui would still be trapped with the shadow demons. Find the Heavenly Demon Mirror, then leave immediately. Jiang Shui's eyes were resolute, as hard as iron. The despair she had experienced in the past few days had deepened her hatred for the demons. She swore to find the Heavenly Demon Mirror and strike a devastating blow against them. Do you know how to get out of here? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Jiang Shui nodded. That divine alchemist crafted a god-tier pill, which triggered a heavenly tribulation, forcibly tearing open a spatial rift. A god-tier pill? Wang Hao's mouth twitched. That was way too advanced. At his current capability, he could only refine spirit-tier pills, far from the god-tier level. Is there any other way? Wang Hao took a deep breath and pressed on. Jiang Shui continued, there's another way, the Heavenly Demon Mirror. It's a sacred weapon forged by an ancient martial god, engraved with the spatial coordinates of our world. If I use a special power to activate it, I can open a portal to another dimension. Wang Hao frowned. The conversation circled back to the Heavenly Demon Mirror once again. Wang Hao, the Blood Demon clan has a herb garden filled with rare spiritual herbs. Dabai leaped out of the crimson flame. Demon suppression diagram, speaking excitedly. A herb garden? Wang Hao's mind raced. Spiritual herbs were incredibly valuable. In the outside world, martial artists were numerous, and spiritual herbs were quickly snatched up. Once discovered, even the demons hunted for spiritual herbs everywhere. If the Blood Demon clan had a herb garden, this could be a major opportunity. Wang Hao, aren't you coming with me to find the Heavenly Demon Mirror? Jiang Shui frowned, asking. Right now, finding the Heavenly Demon Mirror was the most important thing. No treasure could compare. If they couldn't leave, they were as good as dead. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. If you want to go, then go. I'd rather focus on improving my strength first. Jiang Shui's face immediately turned pale at his words. Without Wang Hao, she didn't have the strength to find the Heavenly Demon Mirror on her own. I understand. Jiang Shui lowered her head, her voice tinged with helplessness. She couldn't bring herself to demand anything of Wang Hao, especially since this matter had nothing to do with him. She had no right to drag him into it. Dabai scoffed, little girl, do you really think you and Wang Hao can find the Heavenly Demon Mirror on your own? Don't be foolish. Just sit tight and wait for Wang Hao to get stronger. He'll bring you along when he's ready. This little girl didn't seem to understand. No matter how important something was, without the strength to retrieve it, it was meaningless. Jiang Shui lowered her head in silence. She had no other thoughts, only the desire to find the Heavenly Demon Mirror and escape. Wang Hao said nothing. Instead, he sent his shadow to scout the surrounding area. At the same time, he took out a supreme-grade spirit crystal and the 9 nether spring to begin refining and enhancing his strength. Powerful spiritual energy and 9 nether power swirled wildly in the cave. The Demon Shadow Valley. Inside a cave brimming with 9 nether power, Mo Yoshuan's body was slowly recovering under its nourishment. Around him, several demons stood waiting silently. Before long, a heavily armored shadow demon entered the cave. Mo Yuxian, are you useless? I gave you so many soldiers, and you still couldn't capture a single prisoner. Mo Yoshing's voice was icy, his demonic aura surging as he struck Mo Yuxian fiercely. Already gravely injured, Mo Yuxian grew even weaker from Mo Yoshing's blow. General, please give me another chance. I swear I'll capture that human. Mo Yuxian trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with terror. No one understood better than he did how terrifying Mo Yuxing could be. The other shadow demons nearby remained indifferent, as if they'd expected this outcome. In the cave, Mo Yoshing's oppressive aura seemed to tear through space itself. For the sake of your years of service, I'll give you one last chance. If you fail to capture that human, you know the consequences. Mo Yoshing's voice was cold and unyielding. Mo Yuxian lowered his head deeply, his eyes full of fear. Understood, General. With that, Mo Yushing turned and left. The oppressive atmosphere in the cave dissipated almost immediately after his departure. A valley on the western edge of the Dark Moon Realm. The air was thick with the scent of blood, making hearts race and pulses quicken. Wang Hao's entire body was shrouded in the deep and mysterious power of the Nine Nether. Combined with his divine breath technique, he perfectly concealed any fluctuations in his aura. Even the Blood Demon clan couldn't sense the presence of his blood. Around the valley, blood demons patrolled constantly. As Wang Hao advanced toward the depths of the Blood Demon clan's territory, he suppressed one blood demon after another into the Crimson Flame Demon suppression diagram. Meanwhile, Dabai worked inside the diagram, gathering intelligence about the Blood Demon clan. The Blood Demon clan's leader resided in a desolate, sprawling valley. To the north lay the Shadow Demon clan, to the west the Blood Demon clan, and to the east the Titan Demon clan. Together, these three clans dominated the entire Dark Moon realm, monopolizing its resources. The center of the realm, however, was a barren wasteland. Legend had it that a great war between humans and demons had erupted here tens of thousands of years ago. The battle was so catastrophic that the heavens and earth trembled, and countless resources were destroyed. Millions of humans and demons entered the battlefield, with casualties exceeding 80%. The central hills, terrains, and even the Earth's core had been utterly devastated. To this day, the aura of death still lingered heavily over the land, deterring anyone from venturing near. To the south lay a no-man's land, where both humans and demons resided, though demons made up the overwhelming majority. After the human forces were subdued, conflicts frequently arose among the major demon clans, occasionally escalating into small-scale wars. With limited resources, warfare was inevitable. Without it, overpopulation would become an unsolvable issue. Eventually, Dark Moon Realm would face resource depletion and descend into a chaotic era devoid of magic. This was a future the demon leadership dreaded. Meanwhile, humanity, defeated and battered during the human-demon war, could only struggle to survive in the cracks of this harsh world. As Wang Hao cautiously approached the area ahead, he suddenly sensed the presence of a group of demons. Among them, there were faint traces of human auras as well. His heart stirred. Could it be that other humans had also entered this place? Without hesitation, Wang Hao concealed himself in the shadows, sending out his shadow form to investigate the situation. Not far from him, in a canyon, a group of blood demons, exuding a menacing aura of bloodlust and violence, was patrolling near a mine. Inside the mine, a number of humans were imprisoned. They were dressed in rags, their faces pale and lifeless, their eyes empty with despair as they wearily transported precious ores. Occasionally, pained screams echoed from within the mine. Faster. If you don't mind 10 tons of silver steel today, don't even think about eating tonight, a blood demon shouted coldly. The sharp, spiked whip in his hand lashed mercilessly at the human slaves, the sound of the lashes cracking through the air. Snap, snap. Terrified, the humans in the mine quickened their pace, desperate to meet their quota and avoid starvation. Captain, have you heard? Rumor has it that outsiders have recently entered the Dark Moon realm, one of the shorter blood demon soldiers whispered. The soldier's words sparked a faint, long-lost glimmer in the eyes of the enslaved. Humans within the mine. Snap. 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 What are you staring at? Get back to work. If any of you slack off, I'll make sure you die with no place to bury your bones. The blood demon captain's whip lashed out again, tearing skin and drawing blood as screams of agony filled the air. Don't listen to those rumors, the captain sneered disdainfully. These stories pop up every now and then, they're nothing but jokes. If outsiders could really enter this realm, we wouldn't have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. But Captain, the soldier insisted, this information came directly from one of our generals. It's absolutely true. The captain's eyes flickered with interest. So, the news came from a general? Not only that, the soldier added enthusiastically, the general said that the passage to the outside world will soon be opened. When that happens, we blood demons will once again stain this land red with blood. His words lit a fire in the eyes of the other blood demons. For tens of thousands of years, though they represented a new generation of blood demons, they had grown up hearing tales of their ancestors' glorious history. Long ago, their forebears, alongside other demon clans, had nearly ruled the entire planet, not just a minor realm like Silvermoon Realm, but an entire planet. Legends spoke of an outside world brimming with rare spiritual herbs, abundant with natural energy, and stretching into boundless, star-filled skies. The strongest demonic cultivators could traverse the stars, command the seas, and soar across the cosmos. Even the scant records left in ancient tomes filled them with longing and reverence. Swish. 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 Suddenly, as the demons were engrossed in their discussion, a dark shadow streaked across the canyon. The chilling power of the netherworld erupted in an instant. The blood demon captain, holding his whip, was the first to be consumed by this overwhelming force. The surrounding demons fell swiftly in its wake, annihilated without resistance. Silence blanketed the area around the mine. The enslaved humans stood frozen in shock, their faces a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. They had no idea what had just occurred. Moments later, a young man cloaked in the power of the netherworld emerged from the shadows, stepping into view. Go now, Wang Hao said coldly, his tone devoid of emotion. The demons in this area have been dealt with. The farther you go, the safer you'll be. Although he sympathized with these humans, he knew his actions could only address the immediate danger. Their future survival was up to them. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. We owe you our lives, my lord. Thank you for ridding us of those demons. The rescued humans expressed their gratitude profusely, bowing repeatedly. Wang Hao merely waved them off, urging them to leave quickly without further conversation. My lord, my name is Chu Yan. May I ask where you're headed? I can guide you. A young man with thick eyebrows, his body covered in scars, suddenly stepped forward and offered. Wang Hao shook his head. No need. I know the way. You should leave. Disappointment flickered in Chu Yan's eyes. Just as he was about to say more, Wang Hao had already taken off, flying deeper into the blood demon's territory, leaving Chu Yan standing there, stunned. If only I had such strength. Chu Yan muttered enviously, his gaze fixed on Wang Hao's retreating figure. Determination flared in his eyes, a flame of resolve burning brightly. Wang Hao left the mine behind, continuing his journey forward. Wang Hao, why didn't you bring those people into the Crimson Flame Demon suppression diagram? You could have saved them. Jiang. Shue's voice echoed from within the diagram. She was also inside it at the moment. Alone, she stood no chance of finding the heavenly demon mirror. So, she had no choice but to follow Dabai's advice and obediently let Wang Hao take charge. Wang Hao let out a cold snort. I don't have time to deal with so many people. I've cleared out the nearby demons, as long as they can find other humans, they'll survive on their own. If I save every group of people I see, I do nothing else but save people all day, he said icily. If it weren't for Jiang Shui being Elder Zhang's granddaughter, Wang Hao wouldn't have bothered to acknowledge her. He would have left her to fend for herself long ago. A saintess? She was just a naive girl who had never seen the world. There were too many humans in this world suffering in dire situations. Wang Hao could only do what was within his capacity. To expect him to play the role of some benevolent savior, utterly ridiculous. Jiang Shui pouted in grievance, thinking that humans should help each other, especially in such a harsh environment. But seeing Wang Hao's cold demeanor, she refrained from saying anything further. Based on the intel Dabai had extracted from the Blood Demon clan, Wang Hao began making his way toward their herb garden. His figure and spiritual consciousness spread outward, detecting even the slightest movement. 2 hours later, Wang Hao finally approached the Blood Demon clan's spiritual herb garden. The herb garden was hidden in a secluded valley, lush and vibrant compared to the surrounding desolation. The area was brimming with vitality, and the elemental energy here was exceptionally abundant. Scattered around were guards from the Blood Demon clan. Wang Hao, we've hit the jackpot this time. There are even some millennia-old spiritual herbs inside. If you can secure the entire herb garden, your strength will skyrocket. Dabai's voice rang excitedly in Wang Hao's mind. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Millennia-old spiritual herbs were almost impossible to find in the outside world. Perhaps only beyond the endless stars could such treasures still exist. Moreover, the life essence contained within these millennia-old herbs was incomparable to ordinary elemental energy. If he managed to secure a large quantity of them, his progress toward becoming a grandmaster would be unimaginably fast. Once his strength soared, and he reached the rank of a first-tier grandmaster, coupled with his innate talent and mastery of formidable martial arts, who in this world could possibly stand in his way? Wang Hao took a deep breath and cautiously edged closer to the herb garden. According to the information Dabai had obtained, the herb garden was protected by an exceptionally powerful saint-level formation. In a world where grandmasters were rare, no one could easily break through such a barrier. Thus, the defenses around the herb garden were relatively lax, even careless. After all, no matter how strong these demon guards were, they couldn't compare to the protection offered by the saint-level formation. The surrounding blood demon guards were merely there for show. This time, Wang Hao didn't bother eliminating all the nearby demons. Instead, he utilized his spatial powers to instantly teleport himself inside. The patrolling demons outside remained completely oblivious, continuing their rounds as if nothing had happened. In a gorge controlled by the Blood Demon clan, dense demonic energy permeated the air. The gorge was surrounded by blood demons standing guard. At the very top of the gorge, there was a shaded area where a blood demon commander clad in black iron armor sat at a table, wolfing down meat. The table was laden with a feast of fine wines and delicacies, their aroma wafting across a large area. Commander, we've received reports of humans infiltrating our territory. They've already killed many of our kin. As the armored blood demon commander was in the midst of his meal, a hurried shout came from a short distance away in the gorge. The commander's expression darkened. Humans dared to come here? After all the humans they had slaughtered over the years, did they still have the audacity to seek death by invading their lands? The blood demon clan's herb garden was a dazzling sight, filled with vibrant flowers and an array of precious spiritual herbs scattered throughout. The elemental energy here was so dense it nearly flowed. Like liquid. The moment Wang Hao stepped inside, he was enveloped by a powerful storm of energy. His primordial chaos divine essence art activated automatically, and the surrounding energy surged toward him like a tidal wave. Dabai, bring out the crimson flame demon suppression diagram and let it absorb some of this energy. Dabai's voice sounded in Wang Hao's head. The crimson flame demon suppression diagram had been dormant for tens of thousands of years, it stored energy long depleted. This herb garden was the perfect opportunity to restore its power. With a single thought, Wang Hao summoned a massive scroll, which unfurled and floated above the herb garden. It began to devour the surrounding energy like a whirlwind. The energy swirled into the diagram in torrents, resembling a ferocious dragon. Jiang Shui stood nearby, her eyes wide with amazement as she gazed at the rare spiritual herbs around them. 8-spiked mystic icegrass, millennial snow ginseng, millennial violet smoke fruit. These were all priceless treasures that had long since vanished from the outside world. At the center of the herb garden stood a flower emitting a radiant golden glow. Under its nourishment, Wang Hao felt the vital energy within his Yuan mansion being greatly replenished. That was the sacred Luo Yuan replenishing flower. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Hallmaster Guan had been unable to break through to the Grandmaster realm due to damage to his Yuan mansion. This sacred Luo Yuan replenishing flower was a lifeline for him. What an unexpected surprise. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth lifted slightly. Dabai, Jiang Shui, gather all the spiritual herbs in the spiritual herb garden and store them in the red flame demon suppressing diagram. Wang Hao instructed. Jiang Shui took a deep breath and quickly moved with Wang Hao. Under their swift actions, the spiritual herbs in the garden were gradually harvested, including the sacred Luo Yuan replenishing flower. Besides this sacred herb, there was another rare treasure in the garden, the 9-curved sacred star grass, which contained a massive amount of stellar energy. It was one of the few sacred herbs imbued with celestial power. As the saintess of the mystical Pill Holy Land, Jiang Shui was highly knowledgeable about the traits of such spiritual herbs. She knew how to harvest them without damaging their efficacy and which spiritual soil to use for preservation. Watching Jiang Shui meticulously collect the spiritual herbs, Wang Hao felt quite satisfied. This little girl is indeed useful. If he had come alone, he would have ruined many spiritual herbs, possibly even damaging those precious sacred herbs. Wait, someone seems to be approaching. Through his shadow perception, Wang Hao noticed a group of people drawing near from outside. Outside the spiritual herb garden, scattered patrols roamed the area. In the distance, a squad of blood demon soldiers led by an ironclad commander approached rapidly. Beside them was a ragged human, his eyes filled with terror. The eerie silence ahead made him feel a deep unease. Impossible. That human was heading toward the spiritual herb garden. Why was there no sign of any disturbance? At this moment, the human's face was pale, devoid of color. Wang Hao's shadow silently observed everything from a hidden corner. Is there anything unusual here? The blood demon commander asked coldly as he approached the patrolling guards. The guards, upon seeing the commander, respectfully knelt and replied, reporting to the commander, there is no sign of any disturbance here. The commander's icy gaze shifted to the human, his tone sharp. So, this is the person claiming someone broke into our spiritual herb garden? Slap. Before the human could respond, the commander's palm struck him hard across the face. The force of the blow sent Chu Yan flying, blood spraying as he collided with a nearby boulder. Despite the severe beating, Chu Yan dared not show even a hint of resentment. My lord, it's true. I saw him with my own eyes heading this way. He must be trying to rob the spiritual herb garden. Chu Yan stammered, trembling. Regret flooded his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have simply walked away. Why had he thought to report someone else? What terrible luck. But now, it was too late for regrets. He had to find a way to survive. So you're suggesting all my subordinates are blind? The blood demon commander sneered, stepping closer to Chu Yan and pressing him underfoot. Chu Yan could barely breathe. Wang Hao's shadow continued to watch quietly. Even though the shadow only retained half of Wang Hao's strength, Wang Hao was already a 6th-rank grandmaster, mastering numerous top-tier talents and martial arts. Even at half strength, the shadow could effortlessly defeat an average mid to high-level grandmaster. The blood demon commander in the distance appeared to have reached the 3rd-rank grandmaster level. Wang Hao's shadow carefully sensed the auras of the surrounding blood demons. Patience was key for now. If they didn't act first, there was no need to engage them prematurely. Once the treasures from the spiritual herb garden were fully collected and absorbed, these fools wouldn't stand a chance. No need to take unnecessary risks. If you dare deceive me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The blood demon commander growled coldly, raising his hand to strike Chu Yan down. He had been enjoying a good drink, only to be interrupted by this fool for so long. Infuriating. Chu Yan felt his strength ebbing, his body on the verge of collapse. My lord, please believe me. Let me go into the spiritual herb garden and check, maybe someone has already entered. Hearing this, the commander grew even more incensed. What nonsense! This was a saint-level formation, how could anyone breach it so easily? Before Chu Yen could finish speaking, the commander prepared to crush him underfoot. But just then, the thought struck him, what if the intruders had brought some powerful treasures to bypass the formation? The realization made his heart tighten. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. If something went wrong with the spiritual herb garden, not even 10,000 lives would be enough to atone for it. Without another word to Chu Yen, he immediately ordered his subordinates to request permission to unlock the saint-level formation. Wang Hao's shadow noticed their movements. Have they figured something out? This won't do. The treasures in the garden haven't been fully harvested yet. They must be delayed. Wang Hao's shadow suddenly unleashed the power of the 9 netherworlds, enveloping itself entirely. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a devastating surge of thunderous energy erupted, the deafening roar echoing across the area. The entrance to the spiritual herb garden was instantly shrouded in the combined forces of the 9 netherworlds and thunder energy. The surrounding blood demon screamed in agony. The blood demon clan commander felt his hair standing on end as an overwhelming sense of oppression swept over him. Sir, am I seeing this right? He's really here, he's truly here. On the other side, Chu Yen shouted excitedly. Shadow King Hao noticed the messenger, and his internal energy erupted violently. A bolt of wild, crackling thunder shot out instantly. We're both human. You can't kill me, you can't, Chu Yen screamed in terror as the thunder struck toward him. But it was too late. In the depths of his fear, Chu Yen was obliterated by the thunder's might in an instant. If only I'd left earlier, this was Chu Yen's final thought. Kill him for me. The Blood Demon clan commander shouted, suppressing his fear. Although the blood demons had suffered heavy casualties, the stench of blood in the air seemed to ignite their fighting spirit. They became even more desperate, charging at Shadow King Hao without hesitation. Shadow King Hao was like a bolt of lightning. The thunder and nether 9 forces surged wildly around him, wreaking havoc in every direction. The entrance to the Spirit Herb Garden transformed into a battlefield raging with chaos and destruction. Inside the Spirit Herb Garden, the group finally managed to store all the herbs into the Crimson Flame Demon suppressing diagram. Even the soil of the garden, rich with the energy of heaven and earth, was swept clean by Hao. The once paradisiacal Spirit Herb Garden was now stripped bare, barren, and lifeless. Anyone who saw it wouldn't believe it had ever been the Blood Demon clan's cherished garden. Jiang Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead, as most of the valuable herbs had been picked by her. Hao didn't understand the nature of these plants, so it was her expertise that made it possible. Looking at the desolate land before her, Jiang Shui felt a surge of accomplishment. She had contributed to this. With the loss of these spirit herbs, the demon clan's strength would be significantly weakened. How, ha ha ha, we've struck gold this time. With these resources, your strength is bound to skyrocket. Dabai exclaimed excitedly. This raid on the Spirit Herb Garden was a monumental win. Many of the herbs inside had long gone extinct outside, their value beyond measure. Jiang Shui was equally thrilled. With so many resources, Hao's cultivation would advance rapidly, and the search for the heavenly demon mirror would accelerate. After looting the garden, Hao and the group left swiftly, leaving behind nothing but a wasteland. Outside the Spirit Herb Garden, the Blood Demon clan's forces grew in number. Shadow King Hao continued to unleash the nether 9 forces in thunderous energy in devastating attacks. Once he confirmed he had reached a safe position, Hao transformed into a shadow and slipped into the ground, vanishing completely. He's gone. The Blood Demon clan commander's face turned pale. Despite their overwhelming numbers, that man should have been at a disadvantage. Unless the commander's heart sank with suspicion. Was this all just a distraction? He abandoned the pursuit and immediately ordered the activation of the Sacred Grade formation. After what felt like an eternity, the command to activate the formation finally came through. The Blood Demon clan commander's heart raced, cold sweat dripping down his face. He prayed silently, please let there be no problem, please. Soon, the formation opened slowly. The commander stepped inside. No! He let out a furious roar, coughing up blood as despair overwhelmed him. Everything was gone. Before him lay a wasteland, devoid of a single trace of heaven and earth energy. Seal the entire Blood Demon clan territory. Lock it all down, the commander yelled. Having completed his mission, Hao moved at top speed. He sprinted toward the outskirts with all his might. After completely emptying the Spirit Herb Garden, he knew he had to escape quickly before being surrounded. At any moment, a top-ranked Grandmaster level demon might appear. It was better to retreat early. Shrouded in the nether 9 forces, Hao pushed his speed to its limit, leaving only a blur as he tore through the Blood Demon clan's territory. Half a day later, Hao finally exited the Blood Demon clan's domain. He found an extremely secluded cave, far from any sign of human or demon presence. No one would dare venture near. Inside the cave, Hao set up a special formation at the entrance. If anyone approached, he would be immediately alerted. He also left his shadow outside to stand guard while he entered the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram to assess his newfound riches. Inside the diagram, the air was dense with the energy of heaven and earth. Rare spirit herbs covered the landscape, brimming with vitality. Dabai said, how, with the support of this spirit herb garden, the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram could ascend to a divine artifact in just 500 years. Dabai exclaimed excitedly beside him. 500 years? Hao's lips twitched. 500 years. Even with all these herbs nourishing it, it would still take half a millennium. That seemed absurd. That's way too long. Hao frowned. By then, I'll already be a martial god, maybe even beyond that. Dabai said, do you think divine artifacts are as common as cabbages? In our era, sacred artifacts were the pinnacle of weaponry. Martial gods didn't even have divine artifacts. 500 years is already fast. Dabai seemed to sense Hao's dissatisfaction and continued, explaining. Alright, I need to focus on improving my strength now. Go and play. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. 500 years? Fine, whatever. With my current capabilities, I'll have countless divine artifacts in the future. Dabai pouted in turn to walk away. Wang Hao, I have many ancient alchemy recipes. Can I use your spiritual herbs to refine some pills? I'll give you all the pills I make. Jiang Shui suddenly spoke up just as Wang Hao was preparing to cultivate. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. This saintess from the Mystic Alchemy Sanctuary really had some tricks up her sleeve. Ancient recipes, and I get free pills too? Not bad at all. Do as you like. Just make sure to refine pills that can boost my Grandmaster level cultivation. I'm putting all my efforts into advancing my cultivation level. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Jiang Shui nodded enthusiastically and smiled as she walked toward the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram to begin her alchemy. Looking at the spirit herb garden surrounding him like a sea of flowers, Wang Hao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. So many spirit herbs, and they're all mine. Without hesitation, Wang Hao approached the sacred herb. The same-tier spiritual herb, the 9-curved stellar grass. It radiated a constant stream of star power, its light dazzling. Under the influence of this star power, Wang Hao's stellar soul refinement technique began to operate on its own, continuously absorbing the stellar energy. With this nourishment, Wang Hao's spiritual strength rapidly increased. His yuan energy, too, became more solid and refined under the effect of the star power. The previously weakened yuan energy, which had been temporarily enhanced by the extreme young essence-breaking pill, was now gradually stabilizing and solidifying under the gentle flow of the star power. He hadn't anticipated that the star power would have such an effect, and Wang Hao was secretly delighted. If that's the case, then I'll cultivate right here next to the 9-curved stellar grass. Calmly, Wang Hao took out a large number of top-grade yuan crystals and set up an energy-gathering formation beneath the 9-curved stellar grass. With the aid of the top-grade yuan crystals and the surrounding spirit herbs, the area around the 9-curved stellar grass almost transformed into a pool of dense yuan energy liquid sitting cross-legged amidst this abundance. Wang Hao activated his Chaos Divine Yuan technique at full speed. His internal yuan palace greedily devoured the surrounding liquid yuan energy. Time passed slowly in this state of cultivation. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Blood Demon Clan's spirit herb gardens as news of a massive theft spread. The Blood Demon Clan frantically searched for the culprit, directing their suspicions toward the human clan. The once calm Dark Moon Realm was now rife with tension and unrest. At the same time, the 9 nether spring of the Shadow Demon Clan was stolen. The Shadow Demon Clan also launched a large-scale investigation throughout the Dark Moon Realm, vowing to find the human who dared steal their sacred spring. The human clan faced unprecedented pressure. New arrivals from the outer realms, in particular, became targets of relentless pursuit and ambush. On a vast plain within the Blood Demon Clan's territory, a beautiful girl wearing a white t-shirt stood surrounded by black flames, blood faintly visible at the corners of her mouth. These demons are insane. Lin Shurhan's face was pale. In less than half a month since entering this realm, she had already endured dozens of attacks from various demon clans. No matter which group it was, the moment they saw a human, they would relentlessly hunt them down. Their eyes burned with killing intent, as though they wanted to devour every last human alive. What was even more terrifying was that these demons didn't aim to kill outright. It was obvious they wanted to capture her alive. Despite having killed many of them, their frenzied pursuit didn't falter. Soon, another squad of heavily armored blood demon elites appeared. Lin Shurhan recognized them immediately. Elite fighters of the Blood Demon Clan. Human, don't even think about escaping, the demons roared in unison from a distance, charging at her. Clenching her teeth, Lin Shurhan unleashed an explosive surge of black flames, sending waves of scorching air rippling outward. The plain echoed with agonized screams as the flames, like venomous serpents, coiled tightly around her enemies, burning them mercilessly. The fire seemed indomitable, impossible to extinguish. Moments later, the Blood Demon Clan suffered heavy casualties, forced into retreat by Lin Shurhan's relentless flames. Explain yourselves. What do you want from me? Why are you chasing me like this? Lin Shurhan bit her lip, her heart weary from the ordeal. She had believed that entering this ancient secret realm would bring her opportunities, but instead, she had become a hunted target. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have come, she thought bitterly. The order from above is clear: capture any humans from the outer realms alive. One of the demons, barely clinging to life, croaked out. They've discovered the humans from the outer realms? It made sense. These humans exuded vitality and wore clothing completely different from the humans native to the Dark Moon realm. Lin Shurhan narrowed her eyes, suspicion swirling in her mind. What exactly were these demons planning? Why do you want to capture humans from the outer realms alive? She pressed further. The demon took a deep breath and recounted the recent events in full detail. The theft of the Shadow Demon Clan's 9 Netherspring. The robbery of the Blood Demon Clan's Spirit Herb Gardens. Whoever had the audacity to steal these foundational treasures was undoubtedly bold beyond measure. Lin Shurhan's pupils constricted. Before entering, she had made a point to gather intelligence on the Dark Moon realm. These two treasures were the lifeblood of the Blood Demon and Shadow Demon clans. Boom! Lin Shurhan waved her right hand, and the surrounding demons instantly turned to ashes. She seemed to possess a powerful spatial ability, her strength unparalleled, even capable of escaping both anti-flight formations and saint-level arrays. Her mind flashed back to the scenes at the master banquet earlier. A shadowy figure had tried to steal the essence of martial arts and had also escaped from an anti-flight formation. Could it have been him? Lin Shurhan took a deep breath, her heart filled with doubt. Could that brat really be this formidable? Never mind, she thought, I'll just ask him if we meet again in the future. With that, she turned and left. In a dense forest of the Shadow Demon clan, a young man dressed in white robes stood with an aura of crackling thunder surrounding him. The demonic figures of the Shadow Demon clan around him fell one by one under the overwhelming force of his thunderous power, losing their lives in mere moments. After their deaths, the dark energy within their bodies was completely absorbed by a black demonic seed residing within him. How many more demons do I have to absorb to ascend to the next level? Lin Chang asked nonchalantly. The demonic seed within him grew stronger with the nourishment of the demonic energy. You've just reached the 6th rank Grandmaster level. You need time to stabilize. If you kill some humans to balance it out, you'd ascend much faster. The demonic seed spoke in a tempting voice. Lin Chang's lips curled into a faint smirk. This demonic seed actually wanted him to kill humans? How laughable. Within his spiritual sea, a faint light shimmered, a flicker of the purest light energy. Though weak and subtle, it gave him boundless confidence. He believed that when the demonic seed fully took form, he would be able to destroy it. At that moment, how astonished would Demon Lord Mo Luo be? Lin Shang thought quietly to himself. Enough of that. The 9 nether spring of the Shadow Demon clan is gone. Is there any other way for me to grow stronger quickly? Lin Shang pressed on. The 9 nether spring is the best way to strengthen the demonic seed. To find a substitute in the short term is nearly impossible. The demonic seed's voice turned raspy. Before long, Lin Shang had absorbed all the demonic energy around him. The once dark and grim environment now seemed brighter and no longer exuded an eerie vibe. The southern region of the Dark Moon realm. In a secluded canyon surrounded by towering rocks, a group of stern-faced martial artists rested in the depths of the canyon. Guan Shang, why won't you let us make contact with the humans of the Dark Moon realm? A middle-aged martial artist asked coldly, his eyes fixed on Guan Shang. Many others around them looked equally puzzled, though no one dared to openly challenge Guan Shang's authority. Without lifting his eyelids, Guan Shang replied indifferently, what do they have to do with us? What do you mean? They're our human brethren, why would they harm us? The middle-aged man continued, his voice full of indignation. Several others nodded in agreement. Guan Shang's team was made up of people from various other forces, all of whom had come together while fleeing from the demons. Among them were members from top-tier organizations such as the Phoenix Pavilion and the Dragon God Society. Even Xu Mangyao was among their ranks. If you want to go look for the people of the Sacred Spirit sect, I won't stop you. Do as you please. Guan Shang cast a deep glance at the others in the group before speaking. Many members of the group exchanged uncertain glances. Over the past few days, they had been hiding and running, suffering heavy casualties. This life of constant fear and loss was unbearable. Now, at last, they had encountered humans from ancient times. Surely, if they could gain their help, their situation would improve significantly. You said it, the middle-aged man responded immediately. Guan Shang nodded and closed his eyes, saying no more. Anyone who wants to come with me to find the Sacred Spirit sect, follow me, the middle-aged man called out in a low voice. Many in the group wavered. Before long, over half of them had decided to leave with him. Guan Shang didn't react. Xu Mengyao watched coldly from the sidelines before ultimately choosing to stay with Guan Shang. The vice president of the Dragon God Society had once told her that Guan Shang was an exceptionally capable person. It was the first time Xu Mengyao had ever heard the vice president speak so highly of someone. As for the middle-aged man, Zhu Bin, though he was also a first-rank grandmaster, the vice president had never offered him any praise. Clearly, in the vice president's eyes, Zhu Bin was not on the same level. as Guan Shang. Seeing so many people willing to follow him, Zhu Bin sneered and led his group away. Fools, Guan Shang said flatly. His voice carried clearly to Zhu Bin's ears, causing the latter's face to darken. Without a word, Zhu Bin continued on his way. Master Guan, should we really let them go? Our numbers are already small, and splitting up will only make things harder for us, someone beside Guan Shang asked. Those idiots are brainless. They'd only drag us down, ignore them. Guan Shang replied coldly. Humans from ancient times have been disconnected from us for far too long. Who knows if they're even pure humans anymore? In a world nearly overrun by demons, what could they possibly be like? More importantly, why would they help us? Guan Shang added. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. He was right, they weren't even from the same era. Why would those people help them? Living in this world is already hard enough, who would selflessly help others in such a place? These top-tier martial artists were sharp-minded. They quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Alright, everyone, take a break. We need to keep retreating, this place might not be safe anymore, Guan Shang said, closing his eyes as soon as he finished speaking. The crowd nodded and began regulating their breathing. Inside the scarlet flame demon subduing diagram, the abundant energy of heaven and earth surged toward Wang Hao like a hurricane. Nearby, the 9-curved sacred star grass continuously released starlight energy. The stars in Wang Hao's mind spun rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Star Soul Refinement Art has broken through to the perfect stage. Soul plus 300, Star Seal strength greatly enhanced. The system's notification sounded. Wang Hao kept his eyes tightly shut, but everything in his mind remained clear. He used his spiritual power to control various energy-enhancing pills. One pill after another entered his mouth. Wang Hao's aura grew increasingly powerful. Inside his body, the golden energy palace radiated dazzling light. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Wang Hao, enveloping the entire scarlet flame demon subduing diagram. In the distance, Dabai's face lit up with excitement. Wang Hao's talent was absolutely extraordinary. Without even using the final Yang Pole breakthrough pill, he was about to advance again. Currently, Wang Hao was already a 4th-grade grandmaster. If this breakthrough succeeded, he would become a 3rd-grade grandmaster. The strength of a 3rd-grade grandmaster was something Dabai eagerly anticipated. Next to him, Jiang Shui appeared emotionally numb. In just half a month, Wang Hao had broken through multiple times, consuming an enormous amount of resources. However, his exceptional talent and astonishing speed of improvement shocked everyone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 3rd-grade grandmaster. Vitality plus 4,000, Soul plus 600. The system's notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. 3rd-grade grandmaster. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. This breakthrough was achieved without using the Yang Pole breakthrough pill. It was entirely due to his talent, divine-grade techniques, and a vast amount of resources that he achieved. Such a leap. With so many resources at his disposal, Wang Hao's pace of progress was astonishing. He opened his attribute panel and silently read, Name, Wang Hao, Talent, Hundredfold Divine Body, SSS, Spatial Matrix, SSS, Thunder Sacred. Physique, SS, Void Shadow, S, Ultimate Frost, S, Martial Arts Realm, 3rd-grade Grandmaster, Divine Soul Realm, High Grade. Spirit Mind Master, Techniques, Chaos Divine Energy Art, Skills, Blade Intent, Beginner, Fist Intent, Beginner, Soul Refining. Martial Arts, Star Soul Refinement Art, S-Level, Perfect. Blade Techniques, Heaven Gate 13 Blades, A-Level, Perfect. Blazing Fire Blade Technique, B-Level, Proficient. 9 Shadow Sky Origin Blade, B-Level, Proficient. Body Refinement. Martial Arts, Indestructible Body Art, A-Level, Perfect. Thunder Vidra Art, B-Level, Proficient. Fist Techniques, Desolate Star Destroying Fist, SSS-Level, Beginner. Thunder Sky Strike, B-Level, Proficient. Thunderbolt Fist, C-Level, Mastery. Falling Cloud Palm, F-Level, Mastery. Movement Techniques, Carefree Sky Stepping, A-Level, Perfect. Ethereal Shadow Steps, C-Level, Mastery. Support Techniques, Spirit Clearing Eye, D-Level, Perfect. Divine Breath Technique, C-Level, Perfect. Special Martial Arts, 9 Nether Frost Energy, SS-Level, Perfect. Alchemy, Soulfire Pill Art, Saint-Level, Minor Accomplishment. Vitality, 14,600, Soul, 2,800, time remaining until next copy, 5 days. During this time, Wang Hao not only significantly advanced his martial arts realm but also used rare spiritual herbs to perfect several A-level martial arts techniques. Now, even if I face a 1st-grade grandmaster, I can defeat them with ease, Wang Hao thought to himself. More importantly, he still had one opportunity to use the Yang Pole breakthrough pill to advance his realm. This meant that if he broke through to 2nd-grade grandmaster and immediately used the Yang Pole pill, he could reach 1st-grade grandmaster. At this rate, becoming a grandmaster wasn't far off, Wang Hao thought. Wang Hao, can we go look for the heavenly demon mirror now? Jiang Shui asked, hopping over. Wang Hao nodded. After absorbing so much spiritual medicine and energy, the power within him had become difficult to fully control. Only through intense combat could he quickly adapt to this strength. Wang Hao, your Ice Soul Thunderblade has also been successfully upgraded, Dabai said excitedly. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Dabai, knowing that he could upgrade his weapon, had volunteered to use the Scarlet Flame Demon Subduing Diagram to absorb the essence of spiritual herbs and enhance the spiritual weapon. Of course, this came at the cost of 10 packs of cat food. This time, Wang Hao agreed. Without hesitation. Xing. With a wave of his hand, the Ice Soul Thunderblade, nourished by the essence of spiritual herbs, was pulled over by a powerful force. Under the infusion of violent thunder and 9 nether energy, the blade, already at the mysterious grade, became even more formidable. Wang Hao swung the blazing crimson flame demon suppression saber for quite a while before finally adapting to this brand new treasured blade. Do you know where the heavenly demon mirror is? Wang Hao asked. By now, he had reached the realm of a third-rank grandmaster in the Dark Moon realm, and he was quite satisfied with his progress. If he could get out of this place, it would be even better, as the lack of the world's restrictive rules outside would allow him to break through to even greater heights. Jiang Shui replied, the heavenly demon mirror should be in the hands of the sect master of the Sacred Spirit Sect. The Sacred Spirit Sect. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Guanqing had mentioned before that there were traces of the Sacred Spirit Sect in this ruin. However, it turned out that this wasn't truly a ruin. The Sacred Spirit Sect was still alive, with its legacy intact. The Sacred Spirit Sect was the only major force of the human race in the Dark Moon realm. Back when they had hunted the demon race, the Sacred Spirit Sect had led the charge. It wasn't surprising that smaller factions had been absorbed by them. So, as long as I find the Sacred Spirit Sect, I can find the heavenly demon mirror? Wang Hao asked again. Jiang Shui nodded. That's right. Once we locate the Sacred Spirit Sect, we'll find the heavenly demon mirror. After adjusting his state of mind, Wang Hao prepared to set off. All he needed to do was locate the Sacred Spirit Sect and retrieve the heavenly demon mirror. The Blood Demon clan's territory. The air here was thick with an overpowering stench of blood. Blood Demon soldiers clad in iron armor patrolled the area in tight formations, moving back and forth, constantly, meticulously inspecting their surroundings. During one of their patrols, a sudden storm-like rumble of thunder echoed from the distance. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air. Several Blood Demon patrol squads were instantly obliterated, suffering heavy casualties. Many Blood Demons were incinerated into ash, vanishing without a trace. Only a few captains, writhing in agony, managed to survive the blast. Wang Hao, you're incredible. Even these third-ranked Grandmaster level demons can't withstand a single move from you, exclaimed Dabai, the familiar spirit within the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram, brimming with excitement. These demon Grandmasters were no different from helpless chicks in Wang Hao's hands, easily wiped out. If he hadn't wanted to keep some alive to extract information, all of them would have perished already. Wang Hao chuckled softly but chose not to say much. This period of time had been the fastest his strength had ever grown. With a combination of potent spiritual herbs and the unparalleled hundredfold divine physique, he felt like he was soaring. Tell me, what's been happening recently in the Dark Moon realm? Wang Hao demanded, stepping on one of the surviving demons. The chilling aura of the 9 nether force emanated from him, enveloping the demons and making them shiver as though plunged into an icy abyss. Without needing to employ excessive means, the terrified demons spilled everything they knew like beans being poured from a sack. During the half-month that Wang Hao spent cultivating within the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram, the Blood Demon and Nether Demon clans had repeatedly launched raids on the humans who had come from the outside world. Many of these outsiders had been captured and taken to the Blood Demon clan's stronghold, though some were still on the run, evading capture. There was also another event that had caused a great deal of commotion. In the central region of the Dark Moon realm, there had always been a desolate area devoid of any life. However, recently, strange phenomena had begun to occur there. Peculiar, eerie sounds frequently emanated from within, sending chills down the spines of those who heard them. Some individuals, inexplicably drawn by the sounds, wandered into the desolate zone without any conscious awareness only to never return. The demon clans had exhausted countless methods to investigate but had come up empty-handed. There was even a rumor that a top-tier Grandmaster level demon had ventured inside, only for their life force to vanish instantly, unable to last even a second. Not a single Grandmaster, no matter how powerful, had ever emerged alive. Wang Hao's pupils contracted sharply, and his mind buzzed with questions. What on earth could be hidden in that place? Dabai and Jiang Shui exchanged a glance within the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram, their eyes brimming with shock. A first-rank Grandmaster was an absolute powerhouse, the pinnacle of this world's strength. Yet even such a being had their life extinguished instantly in that desolate zone. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao suppressed his curiosity. While his current strength was indeed among the best in the Dark Moon realm, there was no need to provoke unknown dangers unnecessarily. His priority was to find the heavenly demon mirror, locate Master Guan, and leave this realm. Everything else was irrelevant to him. Do you have any information about the Sacred Spirit Sect? Wang Hao pressed. Further, right now, locating the heavenly demon mirror was of utmost importance. The demon shook its head, claiming ignorance. Wang Hao wasn't surprised. If the sacred spirit sect's whereabouts could be discovered so easily, it would have been destroyed long ago. Zap! Having obtained the information he needed, Wang Hao unleashed a surge of thunderous power, annihilating the demons on the spot. Their bodies disintegrated into ash, scattering into the wind. Since these small fry didn't know anything, he would simply interrogate someone higher up the chain. Wang Hao made up his mind. He didn't have the time to search every corner of the realm one by one. After dealing with the low-level demons, Wang Hao continued to scour the blood demon territory, hunting for more powerful members of the clan to interrogate for clues about the sacred spirit sect. With his current third-rank grandmaster strength, there was hardly anyone in the blood demon clan who could stand in his way. Wielding the Shintir Ice Soul Thunderblade in hand, Wang Hao was enveloped entirely by the power of the Nine Nether and the force of thunder, radiating an overwhelming aura. After holding back for so long, I can finally go on a killing spree. Wang Hao chuckled inwardly, casually slashing down a member of the blood demon clan. Not far ahead, a sinister cave loomed, surrounded by a thick stench of blood. Blood demon clan soldiers patrolled the area around the cave. Without hesitation, Wang Hao charged toward it. With his current strength, there was no need for stealth. He could simply sweep through them. Boom! The power of the Nine Nether and the force of thunder surged violently around Wang Hao. With a single slash of his blade, he unleashed a devastating force. The blood demon clan soldiers around the cave stood no chance of resisting. How dare you? Who dares to attack the territory of the blood demon clan? A furious roar echoed from within the cave. Moments later, a heavily armored blood demon clan commander emerged, leading a team of elite demon soldiers. Wang Hao didn't even bat an eye. The blood demon clan leader was merely a second-rank grandmaster, and the soldiers behind him were at best third-rank grandmasters. To Wang Hao now, these were nothing more than physically robust cannon fodder. The commander glared at the heavy casualties among his people, his whole body trembling with rage. They hadn't faced such a ferocious assault in a long time. These damned humans should have been eradicated long ago. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the power of the Nine Nether and thunder surrounding Wang Hao, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. Who are you, exactly? The blood demon commander suppressed his fury and asked. Wang Hao blinked, thinking, does this guy have a screw loose? I've already killed so many of your men, and you're still asking who I am. I want to know where the people of the Holy Spirit sect are. Wang Hao shrugged and spoke indifferently. At those words, the commander's face darkened. Instantly. You're not with the Black Moon Alliance, the commander asked in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, as though he wanted to tear Wang Hao apart. Wang Hao squinted slightly. Black Moon Alliance? Never heard of them. What kind of power could they be in the Dark Moon realm? Tell me everything you know, and I'll make your death quick, Wang Hao said coldly, the power of the Nine Nether and thunder surging even more ferociously. His aura swept through the area like a raging storm, shaking the entire region. The blood demon commander's eyes flashed with doubt. This guy isn't from the Black Moon Alliance, yet he's this powerful. Attack. Kill this human scum, the commander shouted coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of demon soldiers charged at Wang Hao. The demonic energy and bloodlust emanating from them seemed to merge into a collective will. Under the influence of this will, the seemingly scattered group of demon soldiers became significantly more powerful. Wang Hao, be careful. This could be a battle formation. So many third-rank grandmasters gathered together could potentially unleash strength at the level of a first-rank grandmaster. Dabai's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind inside the crimson flame. Demon-suppressing diagram. Jiang Shui watched the scene outside with mounting tension. Though Wang Hao was formidable, the sheer number of strong foes made the situation precarious, but to Wang Hao, this was the perfect opportunity to test his strength. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The enemies he had dealt with earlier were merely low-level demons, effortlessly crushed without any challenge. Now that the opponents had a battle formation, it was time to show them his true power. Crack! With a wave of his right hand, Wang Hao's Ice Soul Thunder Blade erupted in dazzling brilliance. The thunder roared, and the chilling aura of the Nine Nether was sharp and unyielding. At that moment, the demon soldiers surged forward in full force, their battle formation charging straight at Wang Hao. Wang Hao swung his blade to meet them head-on, launching ferocious attacks at the onrushing blood demon clan soldiers. Fueled by bloodlust and demonic energy, these soldiers fought with the desperation of men on a death mission. Though Wang Hao's attacks were immensely powerful, the soldiers kept charging in waves, one after another. The battle was brutal. Standing amidst the horde of demon soldiers, Wang Hao resembled a thunder god of war. Every strike he made was unstoppable. The intertwining power of thunder and the Nine Nether was so overwhelming that even the blood demon commander in the distance couldn't discern Wang Hao's movements amid the chaos. To the commander's eyes, his demon soldiers, soaked in blood and demonic energy, seemed utterly fragile against Wang Hao's assault. They crumbled as if made of paper, collapsing with the slightest touch. Impossible. The blood demon commander's eyes widened in disbelief. The scene before him was utterly beyond his expectations. His soldiers' battle formation, which could usually stand toe-to-toe with top-tier experts, was now completely powerless against this human. They weren't even putting up a fight, they were being slaughtered. In less than 3 minutes, the dozens of demon soldiers had been reduced to a mere handful of survivors. Inside the crimson flame demon suppressing diagram, Jiang Shui was dumbfounded. Wang Hao's strength was simply terrifying. Wang Hao, keep it up. Jiang Shui couldn't help but shout. Meanwhile, Dabai, munching on cat food, leisurely watched Wang Hao's massacre unfold. Thoroughly entertained, the air outside was filled with gut-wrenching screams. The blood demon commander's heart raced as his fear grew. His teeth clenched tightly, he decided to join the battle himself. As the commander charged in, Wang Hao noticed his approach. The Ice Soul Thunder blade in his hand moved even faster, thunder intertwined with the power of the abyss, slashing through the battlefield. Like the scythe of death, devouring countless lives of the demon clan. How boring. Absolutely boring. Wang Hao shook his head. This group of blood demons posed no challenge to him whatsoever. He hadn't even used his martial arts, relying solely on instinct, he unleashed a reckless massacre. The disparity in strength was simply insurmountable. Since these guys were useless, it was time to send them on their way. Wang Hao then executed the 13 blades of Heaven's Gate. At its peak, the perfection of this martial technique, combined with its terrifying blade intent, made the Ice Soul Thunder Blade's attacks even more ferocious. In an instant, the battlefield was drenched in an even stronger stench of blood. Wang Hao's figure flashed across the battlefield like lightning, shredding the surrounding blood demons to pieces. Even more terrifying, the overwhelming blade intent weighed down on the hearts of the blood demons like a mountain, slowing their movements to a crawl. Are you an ascended Grandmaster? The leader of the blood demons cried out, his face twisting in fear. Ascended Grandmaster? Wang Hao was full of confusion. How could there be such a thing as an ascended Grandmaster? Wasn't the next level after first-grade Grandmaster supposed to be Great Grandmaster? Never mind that for now. He decided to capture this one alive. Everything he wanted to know could be forced out of him. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao unleashed his blade intent and combined it with an A-rank martial art. After a fierce battle, he had eliminated all the blood demons except for their leader. Boom! Wang Hao stomped on the chest of the blood demon leader with force. The immense pressure left the demon leader completely immobilized. Now, tell me everything you know. Wang Hao slammed his blade into the ground, the edge resting perilously close to the demon leader's throat. The icy blade made the demon leader tremble uncontrollably. I'll talk. The leader stammered in fear. Start with what you just mentioned. What exactly is an ascended Grandmaster? Wang Hao asked coldly. The blood demon leader gasped for breath, blood seeping from his wounds. Master, an ascended Grandmaster is a first-grade Grandmaster who has comprehended the will of martial Tao. He then went on to explain the concept of an ascended Grandmaster in detail. In this realm of the Dark Moon, the powerhouses beyond the Grandmaster level had long vanished. As a result, these powerful martial artists and demons began to delve deeper into the essence of martial arts and the will of martial Tao. Because while methods remained constant, people could continuously evolve. Nothing could stand in the way of their desire for strength. Even if their cultivation realm could no longer advance, talented martial artists and demons would still progress along this alternative path. Martial artists from the outside world also researched martial arts and the will of martial Tao, but since there were higher realms beyond Grandmaster in those areas, most people preferred to ascend directly. After all, elevating one's cultivation realm provided immediate gains in strength and lifespan. On the other hand, understanding martial arts and the will of martial Tao required extensive time and effort. This explained why Wang Hao's shockingly high martial arts proficiency had caused such a stir previously. Ascended Grandmaster? With my comprehension of blade intent and fist intent, does that make me an ascended Grandmaster? Wang Hao wondered to himself. How many ascended Grandmasters does your demon clan have? Wang Hao continued his interrogation. A flicker of hesitation flashed in the demon leader's eyes, and he avoided Wang Hao's gaze. Still trying to be loyal to your demon clan? Wang Hao pressed harder with his foot. If this guy had any real loyalty, he would have died already. The demon leader's eyes dimmed, and he finally spoke. Master, I don't know the exact number, but the blood demon clan alone has at least over 100 ascended Grandmasters. Wang Hao's pupils contracted sharply. Over 100? And that's just the blood demon clan? How could that even be possible? To comprehend the will of martial Tao while still at the Grandmaster level was extraordinarily difficult. Unless there was a place similar to a Tao comprehension realm that enhanced one's ability to understand. Could the demons have access to such a place? This thought filled Wang Hao with suspicion. He found it hard to believe that these demons had such extraordinary comprehension abilities. Why does your demon clan have so many ascended Grandmasters? There must be some kind of secret, Wang Hao demanded. The demon leader shook his head. Master, my strength is limited. I truly don't know these secrets. Wang Hao frowned. This guy didn't even know that? Then, what is this Black Moon Alliance you mentioned earlier? Wang Hao asked again. The demon leader explained the origins and circumstances of the Black Moon Alliance. Turns out, after the human-demon war tens of thousands of years ago, a portion of the human race defected to the demon clan. The demons modified these humans, infusing them with demonic energy, transforming them into a hybrid race. These hybrids formed the Black Moon Alliance. Because of the demonic energy in their bodies, their combat prowess far surpassed martial artists and demons of the same rank. However, they were also highly susceptible to being overtaken by demonic energy, losing their sanity in the process. Occasionally, members of the Black Moon Alliance would lose control and go on a rampage, slaughtering even their own kind. I see. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. No wonder the Blood Demon leader had mistaken him for a member of the Black Moon Alliance. It must have been the demonic energy he carried that led to the misunderstanding. He then asked the Blood Demon leader about the Sacred Spirit sect, but the leader knew nothing about it either. After Wang Hao extracted every last piece of information from the commander's mind, he crushed the man's skull without hesitation. Blood splattered everywhere. Supreme Grandmaster, Black Moon Alliance. Wang Hao's eyes grew sharper, his gaze more penetrating. This world was becoming increasingly complex and infinitely more intriguing. Without delay, Wang Hao continued his hunt for more formidable demon experts within the Blood Demon clan's territory. Chaos and carnage spread across the lands of the Blood Demon clan, leaving them in utter disarray. As the body count rose, so too did the attention Wang Hao attracted. Like a surging tide, blood demons poured relentlessly in his direction, in a dilapidated canyon on the western edge of the Blood Demon clan's domain. The canyon was drenched in blood, its air thick with the stench of death, a miasma so pervasive it seemed to seep into every crevice. At the center of the canyon stood an exceptionally beautiful woman, her figure shrouded in black flames. Surrounding her were piles of blood demon corpses. Still not done, are they? The woman's face was pale, her voice low. The demons around her, however, showed no fear, charging at her with reckless abandon. This woman was none other than Lin Shurhan. Not long ago, she had ventured into a cavern deep within the Blood Demon clan's territory and obtained a black stone. That stone had driven the blood demons into a frenzy, instigating relentless pursuits, with no regard for their lives. Clutching the black stone, Lin Shurhan could feel the immense martial will contained within it. In just a few days, she had used the stone to elevate her once unpolished martial techniques to a state of mastery. Lin Shurhan was certain that as long as she continued training with this stone, her martial skills would advance at an unimaginable pace. Such a treasure was not something she could afford to relinquish. Before long, another wave of blood demons surged toward her. The black flames surrounding Lin Shurhan erupted with an overwhelming force, surging outward like tidal waves. The demons engulfed in the flames collapsed one after another, lifeless. This pitiful force dares to challenge me? Lin Shurhan scoffed coldly, preparing to flee once more. Boom! Just as Lin Shurhan was about to leave, a wave of overwhelming energy erupted from the distance. The sheer magnitude of the force bore down on her, creating an almost suffocating pressure. Her heart sank abruptly. An opponent of such terrifying strength had appeared at this critical moment. The individual had yet to show themselves, but even from their mere presence, Lin Shurhan could feel an oppressive weight crushing down on her. Quickly, she activated her internal energy, dispelling the fear rising in her chest, and darted toward the horizon at full speed. Run? Where do you think you can escape to? You've taken the sacred stone of our Blood Demon clan, and you think you can just leave? A voice echoed behind her, followed by a blast of demonic energy hurtling toward Lin Shurhan. She felt her body locked in place by a powerful will, unable to move. How could someone be this strong? Wasn't this area supposed to prohibit the presence of Grandmaster-level combatants? Her internal energy surged, transforming into black flames that coalesced into a formidable shield. Bang! The shield had barely formed when it was shattered by the demonic energy, infused with an overwhelming will. The next moment, Lin Shurhan was struck by the blast, spitting a mouthful of blood as her complexion turned ashen. Her body trembled uncontrollably. It's General Blood Calamity. That woman won't escape now. She doesn't stand a chance. She might have fierce flames, but our Blood Calamity General is a legendary powerhouse. Go, General Blood Calamity. Catch her and show her what happens when someone dares to defy the Blood Demon clan. The excited chatter of Blood Demon commanders buzzed around, their frenzied eyes fixed on the relentless pursuit of General Blood Calamity. A general of the Blood Demon clan? Lin Shurhan's heart sank. She had slain countless demons in their domain, but this was the first time she had encountered an enemy of such a high rank. As for the legendary powerhouse they spoke of, Lin Shurhan couldn't quite grasp what level of strength that entailed. But there was no time to ponder. Another attack roared toward her. This time, she narrowly dodged it, having been prepared. However, aside from his immense offensive power, this opponent didn't seem to have any other significant edge. As Lin Shurhan dashed forward, her eyes flicked back to the explosions caused by the demonic energy. The areas struck by the blasts were utterly annihilated, reduced to barren voids. Behind her, the blood demon general clad in crimson armored blood Calamity looked visibly irritated. A mere human had dared to steal the sacred stone of the Blood Demon clan. An unforgivable insult. Blood Calamity licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a cruel, murderous intent. Boom! 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 Blood Calamity unleashed wave after wave of demonic energy, relentlessly pursuing Lin Shurhan. The two engaged in a fierce chase, their conflict escalating with each passing moment. In a menacing cave deep within the Blood Demon clan's territory, wielding the Frost Thunder Blade, Wang Hao had just slain another group of demons. The cave was thick with the stench of blood, its floors littered with mangled corpses. This was already the 6th blood demon cave Wang Hao had taken down in a row. Countless blood demons continued rushing toward him, only to fall one after another under his blade. Nearby, Dabai and Jiang Shui were busy collecting the spoils of war. Though these blood demons were weak, the caves were rich with rare minerals that couldn't be found elsewhere. Before long, Dabai and Jiang Shui emerged with their haul, their faces lit up with satisfaction. Dabai, I actually found a piece of purple gold sacred stone in this cave. This is top-tier material for crafting saint-level weapons. It's incredibly valuable, Dabai exclaimed with excitement. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Materials for crafting saint-level weapons weren't something one could buy just anywhere. Dabai pulled out a massive chunk of the glowing purple ore from his spatial ring. As Wang Hao gazed at the giant mineral, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He hadn't expected such a major find here. This was a huge score. Although he hadn't yet uncovered any information about the Sacred Spirit sect, the saint-level mineral alone made the trip worthwhile. Jiang Shui, did that person not reveal any other information? Wang Hao asked. He only said that the Heaven Demon Mirror is in the hands of the Sacred Spirit sect, but he didn't say where the sect is located, Jiang Shui replied, frowning. Searching aimlessly like this isn't going to work, Wang Hao sighed. I've almost gone crazy with all this killing. Why haven't any of the stronger blood demons come looking for payback yet? That guy didn't even make himself clear. Wang Hao, aren't you forgetting something? Dabai suddenly asked, his eyes fixed on Wang Hao as if to remind him of something important. Wang Hao looked puzzled, thinking, what could I have forgotten? Jiang Shui also started pondering. What exactly had Wang Hao forgotten? Wait, if Dabai mentioned it, then it must be. Wang Hao, it's the cat. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up as she revealed the answer. The moment Wang Hao heard this, he immediately understood and hastily covered Jiang Shui's mouth. Dabai, I get it. I'll get it ready for you right away, Wang Hao said hurriedly, still holding Jiang Shui's mouth shut. Dabai sneered, feeling that Wang Hao was becoming more and more unreliable. After all the effort he had put into gathering spoils for him, Wang Hao had the nerve to forget his reward. If Wang Hao ever forgot again, Dabai decided he wouldn't help anymore. With that, Wang Hao retrieved 3 packs of imperial grain from his personal stash and handed them to Dabai. Dabai's face lit up with satisfaction. Asterisk 3 packs of imperial grain? Wang Hao is being surprisingly generous, asterisk he thought. Asterisk a saint-level material is worth just 3 packs. Imagine if I found a complete saint artifact. I might get 300 packs, asterisk Dabai's heart raced with excitement. This was the first time Wang Hao had given him so much imperial grain. Meanwhile, Wang Hao glanced at the slightly smug Dabai and thought to himself, asterisk did I overdo it? Did I just lose out here? Asterisk Wang Hao, I sense a powerful aura ahead. It seems like a formidable expert is coming, Jiang Shui warned. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Finally, someone was coming? He quickly had Dabai and Jiang Shui retreat into the Crimson Flame Demon suppressing diagram. Not far from Wang Hao's location, Lin Shurhan, her face pale, appeared utterly desperate. Am I, the Princess of Black Sunstar, really going to die here? Behind her, a monstrous blood demon known as Shuetwa relentlessly unleashed waves of dark energy, each attack more ferocious than the last. Lin Shurhan's face grew increasingly grim, the black flames within her body gradually dissipating. Boom! 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 Another fierce blast of demonic energy surged toward her. Though Lin Shurhan managed to evade it, the impact from the nearby explosion slowed her down briefly. The gap between her and Shuewa shrank once again. Clenching her teeth, Lin Shurhan forcibly channeled the remaining energy within her, pushing her speed to its limit. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in her line of sight. It was Wang Hao. Lin Shurhan couldn't believe her eyes. Why is Wang Hao here? Wang Hao, run! There's a powerful blood demon general chasing me, Lin Shurhan shouted anxiously, her clear voice carrying to Wang Hao's ears. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. A blood demon general? Perfect, this general might know something important. Lin Shurhan saw Wang Hao standing his ground, his expression even showing a hint of excitement. Asterisk what's wrong with this guy? What is he planning? Asterisk Wang Hao, you can't handle this. I'll hold him off, just get out of here, Lin Shurhan said through gritted teeth. Deep down, she thought, asterisk if my sister Didn't like him, I wouldn't even bother with this idiot. Summoning all the black flames within her, Lin Shurhan enveloped herself in a fiery shroud, transforming into a strikingly beautiful yet chilling black lotus. Finally stopped. Running? Hand over the sacred stone, and I'll give you a quick death, Shuehua said coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Sweat dripped from Lin Shurhan's palms. The oppressive aura from Shuehua was overwhelming. Whoosh! As the two prepared to clash, a sudden flash of blade light sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing sound. The icy blade streaked directly toward Shuehua, the blood demon general, with deadly precision. Bang! Blood calamity. Hadn't expected Wang Hao to strike so suddenly. In the instant when the blade was upon him, he hastily activated his defense. However, the barrier was shattered the moment it was deployed by Wang Hao's blade. The next instant, the blood-red armor was torn apart by the gleaming edge of the Frost Soul Thunderblade. The blade, brimming with intense willpower, continued forward after piercing the armor, aiming directly for Blood Calamity. Blood Calamity was sent flying. By the powerful impact, dark black blood seeping continuously from his wounds. His face turned deathly pale, his body weakening significantly. Lin Shurhan stood frozen, dumbfounded at the scene before her. She thought to herself, is this really Wang Hao? His strength is terrifying. She knew how powerful Blood Calamity was, far beyond the average first-tier grandmaster. And Wang Hao? He was so young. I don't care what kind of general you are. Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer. Understood? Wang Hao, with the Frost Soul Thunderblade in hand, pointed it straight at Blood Calamity. Blood Calamity wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Demonic energy surged around him as his cold eyes locked onto Wang Hao. Since becoming a general of the Blood Demon clan, this was the first time he had been pushed back so thoroughly. If my clan finds out about this, what will they think of me? Blood Calamity growled under his breath before unleashing a burst of demonic energy, charging fiercely at Wang Hao. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and immediately launched a counterattack. If this so-called general didn't understand the gravity of the situation, then he'd have to be taught a harsh lesson. Their figures clashed in an instant, their collisions creating terrifying shockwaves. Not far away, Lin Shurhan watched in disbelief. Earlier, it could have been attributed to Wang Hao catching Blood Calamity off guard, but now, it was clear this was Wang Hao's true strength. There was no element of luck involved. The ferocity of their battle sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings, reducing nearby caves and structures to ruins. The deafening sounds of strikes and screeching weapons made Lin Shurhan increasingly uneasy. As expected, he's an extraordinary grandmaster, Wang Hao thought to himself. Blood Calamity also wielded martial willpower, specifically, fist intent. His mastery was on par with Wang Hao, both having reached the entry-level stage. However, Wang Hao had control over two martial wills, blade intent and fist intent. Once a first-tier grandmaster grasped martial willpower, they were elevated to the realm of extraordinary grandmasters. What level did this Blood Demon clan general hold within this elite group? Even among first-tier grandmasters, there were levels of strength, to say nothing of those beyond. While the concept of extraordinary grandmasters was a newer classification in the Dark Moon realm, the understanding of this realm had deepened over years of development. As the battle intensified, Wang Hao had yet to fully unleash his potential. He hadn't even used the power of the 9 nether flames or thunder force. Relying solely on the formidable might of his divine tier techniques, the strength honed through his body refinement methods, and the Frost Soul Thunderblade, he met Blood Calamity head-on. He intended to use this fight to push his limits and grow stronger. Meanwhile, General Blood Calamity grew increasingly alarmed. This opponent seemed to have no end to his strength. No matter how much demonic energy he poured into his attacks, even utilizing his proudest fist techniques, he couldn't land a single blow on Wang Hao. What is this monster? Blood Calamity's heart sank. The confidence he had built over the years crumbled entirely in that moment. Is that all a Blood Demon clan general is capable of? Can't you take this seriously? Wang Hao frowned, his tone laced with disdain. This guy's skills are getting sloppier by the second. Does he not know how to fight, or is he just bad at it? Blood Calamity's face turned an ashen gray. When had he ever been so belittled? Take it seriously, the arrogance of this man was infuriating. Gritting his teeth, Blood Calamity unleashed a flurry of powerful martial techniques. Demonic energy filled the air, swirling like a storm to disrupt Wang Hao's movements. Seeing this, Wang Hao's mood lifted. Finally, his sparring partner was starting to show some promise. He responded by utilizing a variety of blade and fist techniques, driving the battle to even greater heights. Lin Shurhan, watching from the sidelines, was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Hao even had the audacity to complain that his opponent was too weak. Just how powerful was he? It was simply inconceivable. When Blood Calamity finally unleashed his most formidable ultimate move, Wang Hao didn't hold back either, countering with his own powerful martial techniques. Blood Calamity's mind grew increasingly disordered. Wang Hao seemed like a bottomless abyss, limitless in his strength. No matter how much Blood Calamity pushed his limits, Wang Hao suppressed him with ease. No, if this continues, I'm done for. Suppressing his fury, Blood Calamity prepared to retreat while fighting. You think you can run? Wang Hao's frown deepened, his eyes gleaming with a frosty light. Asterisk, what a perfect sparring partner, trying to run. Not a chance. Asterisk, Blood Calamity's heart sank into despair. Asterisk, what is this man's origin? Asterisk, boom. With Wang Hao going all out, his momentum surged. The power of the 9 nether flames and thunder force interwove and crackled around him. Blood Calamity was utterly terrified. He hadn't expected Wang Hao to still be holding back such terrifying strength. The inky black 9 nether flames and lightning like thunder force stirred a deep fear in Blood Calamity. Within just a few moves, the 9 nether flames pierced through Blood Calamity's defenses, leaving him completely incapacitated. Wang Hao wasted no time, sealing Blood Calamity inside the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram, leaving the task of extracting information to Dabai. Wang Hao, thank you. Lin Shurhan, her expression a mixture of complexity and awe, looked at Wang Hao and spoke softly. Wang Hao smiled lightly. Senior Lin Shurhan, long time no see. In this unfamiliar world, encountering someone from his original world always brought a subtle sense of familiarity. While healing herself, Lin Shurhan began recounting her experiences since entering the Dark Moon Realm. Either being hunted or running for my life. Wang Hao's lips twitched slightly. Lin Shurhan's luck was downright terrible. I don't know which bastard stole the 9 nether spring from the Nether Demon Clan and raided the Blood Demon Clan spirit Medicine Garden. Lin Shurhan cast Wang Hao a meaningful glance. Wang Hao scratched his head and smiled. That was me. Lin Shurhan snorted coldly. I knew it. Back at the Lin family's Grandmaster banquet, the one who took the Boxing Dao intent map was also you, wasn't it? Wang Hao nodded. At his current level of strength, there was no need to hide anything anymore. By the way, do you know anything about the Holy Spirit sect or the Black Moon Alliance? Wang Hao asked next. Having been pursued for so long, Lin Shurhan must have picked up some information. As he asked, Wang Hao released Jiang Shui from within the Scarlet Flame Demon Suppression map. After her release, Jiang Shui obediently went off to prepare a meal. After all, she hadn't eaten in a long time. Lin Shurhan held a top-grade yuan crystal in her hand, slowly absorbing the energy within. I don't know about that, but I did hear something from a Blood Demon Clan commander about an ancient stronghold of the human race, Lin Shurhan said. Softly, her lips parting slightly. Under the nourishment of the yuan energy, Lin Shurhan's complexion grew rosier, and her stamina gradually recovered. A human stronghold. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. If he could locate this stronghold, he might not be far from finding the Holy Spirit sect. Before long, Dabai emerged from the Scarlet Flame Demon Suppression map. Wang Hao, that guy's a tough nut to crack. Dabai started to say, but then noticed Lin Shurhan. The moment he saw her, Dabai's fur bristled as he thought to himself, asterisk, not another one of those people from the Black Sun Galaxy. Asterisk, he swallowed nervously and cautiously hid behind Wang Hao. Kitty, what are you hiding for? Come here. Lin Shurhan noticed Dabai and called out to him. Dabai's expression shifted dramatically, asterisk not. Again asterisk still, he obediently walked toward Lin Shurhan. He had no choice, his previous experiences in the Black Sun Galaxy had left him deeply traumatized. Just sensing this kind of aura now made him genuinely afraid, to the point where he didn't even dare resist. Seeing Dabai act so docile, Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel at how effective this tactic was. Lin Shurhan and Lin Xian were the only ones who could completely subdue Dabai. Alright, Dabai, tell us, what exactly did that Blood Demon Clan general say? Wang Hao asked. Dabai stayed nestled in Lin Shurhan's arms and murmured, that guy's too stubborn. He wouldn't reveal anything, no matter what. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Those who had truly grasped martial will were always like this, steadfast and unyielding. Extracting useful information from them was extraordinarily difficult. No matter how much pain they endured, they could grit their teeth and hold out. Senior Lin Shurhan, where did you say that ancient human stronghold was? Wang Hao pressed further. If he couldn't obtain information from the demon clans, then the ancient human stronghold was his next best option. Since it was a human gathering place, it was bound to hold clues. While toying with Dabai, Lin Shurhan replied, that ancient human stronghold seems to be in the overturning cloud forest of the Titan Demon Clan. The overturning cloud forest of the Titan Demon Clan. Wang Hao's heart stirred. He hadn't ventured into Titan Demon Clan territory yet. This was the perfect opportunity to go explore and search for that stronghold. Afterward, Lin Shurhan and Wang Hao exchanged more intelligence, had a bit to eat, and prepared to set off together for the ancient human stronghold. Blood Demon Clan. Deep within the Blood Demon Clan's territory lay a cavern. The air inside was thick with the stench of blood. All around, the dense demonic energy seemed almost tangible, as though it could take physical form. The oppressive atmosphere here was far more intense than in any other part of the Blood Demon Clan's domain. Inside the cavern, a dozen Blood Demon Clan commanders, clad in blood-red armor, had gathered. They stood in a circle around a pitch-black stone that continuously emitted deep, dark demonic energy, as though nurturing something within. The life force of Blood Calamity has vanished, declared a one-horned blood demon commander, his voice heavy and his eyes gleaming coldly. Are you sure? Blood Calamity had just ascended to the super rank not long ago. How long has it even been since he left? He hadn't even exited our Blood Demon clan's territory yet, questioned another commander with 2 horns. The other commanders remained silent, their eyes closed as they slowly absorbed the energy emanating from the black stone. It's impossible. I still have traces of his life force here, my senses can't be wrong. Could it be that human who stole the sacred stone? Did he? The one-horned commander frowned, his tone icy. Blood Fiend, are you out of your mind? That human who stole the sacred stone was just a newly ascended 3rd-ranked Grandmaster. How could he possibly defeat Blood Calamity, a nearby blood demon, who had been meditating with eyes closed, retorted impatiently. The others chimed in with their own opinions, but none of them believed that the human who had stolen the sacred stone could be responsible. Forget it, what's done is done. Let's focus on solving the problem first. If word gets out that not only did our 18 bloodlines lose the sacred stone but also a general, how will the rest of the clans look at us? The 2-horned blood demon clan general continued. The group began to discuss countermeasures. Although the death of Shuehua didn't significantly affect their strength, the issue still needed resolution. Let me handle this. I haven't stepped out in over a decade, it's about time I see who has the audacity to kill a general of the Blood Demon clan. A deep voice emerged from the depths of the cave. In the center of the black stone chamber, the generals of the Blood Demon clan felt their hearts tighten. That individual had appeared. With our Blood Shura taking action, there's no way we'll fail, the one-horned Blood Demon clan general said with confidence. The others quickly agreed, their tones full of reverence. Moments later, a figure bathed in a crimson glow slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. Heavy iron chains coiled around his body. His arrival filled the entire cave with a suffocating aura of bloodlust. The overwhelming presence made it nearly impossible for the Blood Demon generals to breathe. Shura, Lord Shura, have you broken the rules of the Dark Moon Realm? The 2-horned general asked in disbelief. The others stared in terror at the Blood Shura wrapped in chains. The oppressive energy emanating from him struck fear deep into their souls. This pressure far surpassed that of even the most elite grandmasters among them. The Blood Shura tilted his head slightly, the blood-red demonic energy around him swirling into a violent storm. I'm not entirely sure, but I can feel the barrier of rules binding the Dark Moon Realm beginning to waver, he said, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Feel the barrier of rules? The generals exchanged bewildered glances. As top-tier grandmasters, none of them had ever sensed the existence of any such barrier. The Blood Shura said no more and slowly walked out of the cave. This is the sole SSS-ranked talent of our Blood Demon clan. In less than 30 years of cultivation, he has developed such a terrifying, killing aura. He might even shatter the rules of the Dark Moon Realm and become its first legendary grandmaster. One of the Blood Demon generals spoke with fervent admiration. The Blood Shura was a prodigy born 30 years ago within the Blood Demon clan. His birth was marked by astounding phenomena. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and blood demon flowers and shadowy plants bloomed around the place of his arrival. His destiny was extraordinary from the start. Report this to the clan leader immediately. The one-horned general suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and urgently spoke. The others nodded in agreement, understanding the matter's importance and the need for immediate action. On a vast plain within the territory of the Giant Demon clan, the lands of the Giant Demon clan were far larger than those of the other demon clans. The atmosphere lacked the heavy stench of blood and tension typical of the Blood Demon clan. Instead, scattered vegetation and forests dotted the area, where members of the Giant Demon clan roamed sparsely. Wang Hao and his group were flying toward the ancient human settlement Lin Shirhan had mentioned. Along the way, they encountered several giant demons, whom they easily defeated. Unlike the Blood Demon clan and the Nether Demon clan, who exuded an aura of bloodthirst and dread, the giant demons were colossal in size and possessed immense strength. However, their irascible nature often led to internal squabbles over minor disputes. Fighting was as routine to them as eating. Without a brawl, life felt dull. Yet when faced with humans or external enemies, they would set aside their grievances and unite against the common foe. Wang Hao and his group witnessed such behavior multiple times on their journey. The giant demons would be engaged in their usual scuffles, but upon spotting Wang Hao's team, they would immediately shift their focus and attack in unison. Naturally, they were no match for Wang Hao and his companions, who swiftly subdued them. It gradually became clear to Wang Hao why the ancient humans had chosen this region to gather. These giant demons are quite amusing. We've killed so many, yet no one seems to care, Wang Hao remarked, as he took down another giant demon with ease. Around him lay a heap of defeated giant demons, all victims of his overpowering martial intent. Perhaps They're too busy fighting amongst themselves, Lin Shurhan speculated. Wang Hao noticed that his martial will seemed to grow stronger with every foe he defeated. His fist intent, in particular, was nearing the stage of minor accomplishment. It was almost tangible now, radiating a potent sense of oppression. Lin Shurhan felt the domineering aura of Wang Hao's fist intent and couldn't help but shudder slightly. So this is Wang Hao's power? He doesn't even project hostility, yet just standing near him creates an overwhelming pressure. By the way, Wang Hao, I found something deep within a cave in the Blood Demon clan's territory. It might be of use to you. Lin Shurhan suddenly remembered, pulling out a black stone from her spatial ring. Wang Hao took the stone, and the moment he grasped it, a flood of insights about martial arts and fist techniques surged into his mind. Seeing Wang Hao deep in thought, Lin Shurhan immediately began setting up a perimeter to guard against potential threats from all directions. After a moment, as the will of martial arts grew stronger, an immense aura erupted from Wang Hao's body. Boom! The intent of his fist soared into the sky, as if it could tear through the heavens. At the same time, a desolate and primal force surged within him, strong enough to devour all life in the vicinity. In the distance, Lin Shurhan's expression shifted dramatically. Wang Hao's power was astonishing, his presence so overwhelming it seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing your fist intent to minor accomplishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the SSS-level martial art Desolate Star Annihilation Fist to the proficient stage. The system's notification rang clearly. The black stone in Wang Hao's hand gradually lost its luster. He slowly opened his eyes, withdrew his aura, and marveled at the treasure in his hand. The stone held an immense martial will within it, assisting him not only in understanding fist intent but also advancing his SSS-level martial art, Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, to the proficient stage. Unfortunately, the martial will within the stone was nearly depleted. A glimmer of cold resolve appeared in Wang Hao's eyes. If he could obtain more of these stones, how quickly could his martial arts and martial will improve? In the distance, Lin Shurhan smiled as she saw Wang Hao awaken from his trance. The stronger Wang Hao became, the safer they would all be. Senior Lin Shurhan, the energy inside this stone seems almost used up, Wang Hao said. Lin Shurhan smiled. That's all right. After all, we got this thing from the Blood Demon clan. Wang Hao took a deep breath. This object was likely related to why their demonic clans could produce so many powerful grandmasters. After all, comprehending martial will was no easy task. One must first grasp momentum before truly understanding martial will. Many warriors only begin to comprehend momentum after reaching the grandmaster level, and those who managed to grasp martial will at the grandmaster stage were as rare as phoenix feathers. Yet the demonic clans had so many experts who had mastered martial will. Wang Hao refused to believe there wasn't external assistance involved. This black stone likely held their secret. The Blood Demon clan called this thing the Sacred Stone. Lin Shurhan added, Sacred Stone? That name seemed fitting. It looked like he had to gather more resources. The Dark Moon Realm was rich in resources. Leaving without taking advantage of it would be a real loss. Senior Lin Shurhan, what stage are you at now? Wang Hao asked. 3rd tier. Grandmaster, Lin Shurhan sighed. She had thought she was already impressive. While not as strong as her younger sister, she still considered herself among the top. Yet now, Wang Hao's strength had far surpassed her own. Take this, Wang Hao said, retrieving 2 Yang Elemental Essence pills and 2 bottles of Mystic Yin water from his spatial ring and handing them to her. He explained their effects in detail. Lin Shurhan's eyes lit up when she heard they were pills that could enhance one's grandmaster level. Without hesitation, she entered Wang Hao's Scarlet Flame Demon suppression diagram to begin advancing her cultivation. Wang Hao, meanwhile, continued flying toward the gathering place of the ancient human race. After hours of flight and crossing hundreds of kilometers, Wang Hao finally arrived at the overturning cloud forest. Surrounding the forest were towering trees, their leaves rustling in the wind. The sounds of animals echoed, exuding a vibrant sense of life. Was there really a human settlement here? Wang Hao was skeptical as he scanned the tranquil surroundings. He ventured deeper into the forest, using his powerful spiritual perception to survey the area. The scene around him was crystal clear. Rustle. The wind stirred the leaves, creating a symphony of sound. Apart from that, all was silent. It seemed as though nothing else was present. Could there really be a human settlement here? Wang Hao began to doubt. Whoosh! As he carefully searched, a sudden gust of wind tore through the air. Several energy blasts surged from the distance toward him. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, effortlessly dodging the attacks using his movement technique. The blast struck a nearby thicket, causing a loud impact. He looked toward the source of the attack and saw a young man in a cyan robe watching him warily. The man's attire was unlike that of the humans from the outside world. With a jade crown on his head, he resembled a nobleman from an ancient drama. Are you a human from the outside world? The young man asked coldly. Wang Hao frowned at the hostility in his voice. That's right, I'm from the outside, Wang Hao replied. Calmly. The young man snorted. Your skills aren't bad. Are you here to join us at Sun Yun residence? Sun Yun residence? Wang Hao's heart stirred. Was this their gathering place? That's right. The demonic clans are everywhere outside. I'm looking for a safe place to hide, Wang Hao said. This Sun Yun residence was well hidden. Perhaps someone inside had information about the Holy Spirit. Sect's whereabouts. The young man scrutinized Wang Hao, his heart slightly shaken. Wang Hao appeared young, almost immature. A human from the outside world, yet so powerful, reaching the Grandmaster stage at such a young age? The young man's thoughts raced, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You can join us at Sun Yun residence, he said flatly. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Could this person really be so agreeable? But I have one condition, the young man continued. He stared into Wang Hao's eyes, as though trying to see through his thoughts. Wang Hao didn't mind. Let him look. If he didn't propose any conditions, that would actually be more concerning. Go ahead, what's the condition? Wang Hao asked. The young man explained simply, after joining Sun Yun residence, he would be required to kill at least one Grandmaster-level demon every month. Wang Hao nodded. Killing one Grandmaster-level demon was no big deal. At his current strength, he could easily defeat even a Supreme Grandmaster. Not to mention, his blade intent had just advanced to the minor mastery stage. The young man, seeing Wang Hao agree, prepared to lead him into Sun Yun residence. They exchanged names. A simple introduction. The young man was named Ouyang Zhang, a recruiter for Sun Yun residence, tasked with bringing humans into the fold from the Flipping Cloud Forest. The two of them traveled continuously through the Flipping Cloud Forest, bypassing a series of small trails. Before long, they arrived at a narrow thicket of shrubs. Wang Hao carefully observed the surroundings. The place appeared empty. Could Sun Yun residence really be hidden here? He looked at Ouyang Zhang with a face full of doubt. Ouyang Zhang didn't respond. Instead, he pulled out a long, slender object. Then, he inserted this object into the bushes nearby. As soon as the object was inserted, a massive passageway suddenly opened beneath the shrubs. The passage led to an unknown destination, with a strong surge of elemental energy pouring out from within. Go in, and you'll find Sun Yun residence. Someone inside will receive you, Ouyang Zhang said with a smile. You're not coming in? Wang Hao frowned, his gaze fixed on Ouyang Zhang. His aura slowly began to unfurl, the overwhelming pressure making Ouyang Zhang feel as though he couldn't breathe. Ouyang Zhang's heart trembled. How could this guy's aura be so terrifying? He was so young, yet he gave off an invincible feeling. Wang Hao, brother, I still have to guide other humans. I can't go in with you, Ouyang Zhang said with a slight tremor in his voice. Seeing Ouyang Zhang in front of him, trembling like a frightened bird, Wang Hao smiled. Come with me, or die. Choose one. Ouyang Zhang stared at the young man in front of him, his heart sinking into a cold abyss. He could clearly sense that this young man wasn't joking. He would really kill him. I'll go with you. Ouyang Zhang took a deep breath, his voice filled with panic. He then led Wang Hao into the passage. As they entered, Wang Hao's aura locked onto him, ready to strike at the slightest sign of betrayal. The passage entrance suddenly closed behind them, plunging them into darkness. Ouyang Zhang pulled out a lighting device and continued leading the way. After a while, light emanated from up ahead. From within came the sounds of people moving about, complicated energy signatures, and the noise of chatter. The two stepped out of the passage, and what greeted them was a massive town. The spiritual energy here was rich, and the streets bustled with life, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Wang Hao's heart stirred. He hadn't expected these ancient humans to have built a town here. The buildings in the town were all of ancient design, evoking a sense of traveling back in time. Around the town, numerous soldiers in heavy armor patrolled diligently. Wang Hao, brother, this is Sun Yun residence. Once you register your identity, you'll officially become a member here, Ouyang Zhang said cautiously. Wang Hao nodded and carefully examined the town. Ouyang Zhang led him to the entrance and helped him register his identity. After the guards handed Wang Hao an identification token, he was officially allowed into the town. Wang Hao, this identification token is temporary and only valid for 1 month. Every month, you must kill a Grandmaster-level demon in order to remain in Sun Yun residence, Ouyang Zhang explained. Wang Hao nodded indifferently. Killing a Grandmaster-level demon was no challenge for him. He hadn't planned to stay long anyway, just long enough to gather information about the Holy Spirit sect before leaving. Ouyang Zhang briefly explained the workings of Sun Yun residence and then left to continue recruiting newcomers. Wang Hao stood amidst the bustling town, feeling a rare moment of tranquility. Life here was completely different from the world outside, filled as it was with constant bloodshed. Not long after, Jiang Shui and Lin Shirhan emerged from the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression map. Lin Shirhan's strength had already reached the second rank, Grandmaster level. The group decided to find a place to eat first. Walking along the crowded streets, Lin Shurhan and Jiang Shui felt a long-lost sense of serenity. Not far away, a young man in white robes, holding a folding fan, appeared with a casual, carefree demeanor. Behind him followed a group of powerful bodyguards, all Grandmaster level experts. Young master, it's getting late. We should head back, a middle-aged man beside him said obsequiously, his face full of respect. The young man frowned, clearly impatient. I didn't find anything fun today. Going back now feels like a loss, he grumbled. The bodyguards followed silently, offering no response. Young master, today is the madam's birthday. We should return early, the middle-aged man cautiously reminded him. There are targets, those two girls. Bring them back, and I'll return too. The young man's eyes lit up, locking onto Lin Shurhan and Jiang Shui, who stood beside Wang Hao. Both Lin Shurhan and Jiang Shui were stunning beauties, dressed in elegant gowns, resembling celestial fairies. Lin Shurhan, in particular, was breathtakingly beautiful, her cold and refined demeanor making it impossible to look away. The middle-aged butler followed the young man's gaze and confirmed that the two women were indeed exceptional beauties. The young man nearby was also remarkably handsome. A sense of unease gripped the butler's heart. Could they be outsiders with significant backing? A glance at their clothing, which was entirely different from the local attire, deepened his suspicion. Young master, those people might come from the outside world. They could be very powerful. Perhaps we shouldn't provoke them, the middle-aged man advised cautiously, taking a deep breath. The young man's face darkened immediately. They were just a few nobodies from outside. The Song family was a major clan in Gyeongju. How could they possibly fear these strangers? I must capture them, no matter what. I won't go back without them, the young man said coldly. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows as he fixed his gaze on Wang Hao's group in the distance, clenching his teeth. There were only 3 of them. How strong could they be? With that, the middle-aged man led the young master and a group of armored guards toward Wang Hao and his companions. Wang Hao and his group were strolling leisurely through Gyeongju. You there! Stop where you are! A deep voice rang out, loud and clear to Wang Hao's group. Moments later, a young man in white robes and a middle-aged man, accompanied by a team of armored guards, surrounded them completely. A wave of murmurs rippled through the outskirts of Gyeongju. Wang Hao's face remained expressionless as his piercing gaze locked onto the young man. What do you want? Unfamiliar with the dynamics of Gyeongju, Wang Hao didn't want to reveal his strength prematurely. If this place harbored any hidden powerhouses, he and his companions might have to retreat quickly. You're outsiders, aren't you? Our Song family suspects you're spies. Come with us immediately. The middle-aged man's face was stern, his eyes filled with hostility. Isn't that Song Ming of the Song family? What trouble have these people stirred up with him? Just look at their clothes, they don't match ours. They must be from somewhere else. Ha, whether they're outsiders or not doesn't matter. Song Ming's clearly interested in those 2 beauties. Look at them, absolutely stunning. Exactly. I saw them just now too. I've never seen girls that gorgeous. If it were me, I'd want to capture them too. The crowd whispered among themselves, watching the scene unfold from a safe distance. Song Ming's gaze remained fixed on Lin Shurhan and Jiang Shui. Now that he was closer, he realized their beauty was beyond comparison. He swore he had never seen such mesmerizing women in his life. I must bring them back. There's no way I'm letting them go, Song Ming said, nearly losing all sense of reason. So, you're saying you want to capture us? Wang Hao's expression turned serious. Though he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, he wouldn't hold back if trouble came looking for him. Lin Shurhan and Jiang Shui appeared entirely unfazed by the situation, not even furrowing their brows. After all, Wang Hao was someone who could easily defeat a top-tier grandmaster. These guards combined posed no threat to Wang Hao. The ones who should be worried were Song Ming and his men. The middle-aged man, Song Yuan, was the Song family's steward and a second-rank grandmaster. His primary responsibility was ensuring Song Ming's safety. Song Ming, the eldest son of the Song family in Gyeongju, was a mediocre talent but deeply adored by his mother. Arrogant and domineering, he was infamous in Gyeongju as a notorious playboy. However, the Song family's immense power made him untouchable. Since you already know our intentions, surrender now. Don't waste your energy resisting, or the consequences will be severe, Song Ming said. Coldly, his eyes burned with desire as he stared at the 2 icy yet stunning beauties before him. He had a particular preference for calm, composed women like them. The guards exuded an oppressive aura, and Song Yuan's presence was so intense it seemed almost tangible. Should Wang Hao and his group resist even slightly, the guards would strike immediately. The onlookers, watching from afar, dared not intervene. Are you sure about this? Wang Hao asked calmly. Song Ming's patience was wearing thin. Not only was this man more handsome than him, but he also had the audacity to act so arrogant on their turf. This fool was courting death. Song Yuan felt something was amiss. These people were far too composed. The man's calmness could be explained, but for the 2 stunning women to remain equally unbothered, it didn't add up. Song Yuan began contemplating whether to unleash his most powerful move. Enough nonsense. Capture them all and bring them back. Song Ming commanded, his eyes filled with unrestrained greed. Boom. 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 No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming force erupted, shaking the surroundings with terror. The entire space seemed frozen. In time, a deafening roar erupted suddenly. A shadow streaked past, and Song Ming's body was obliterated by a ferocious force, torn into pieces. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, the metallic scent of blood instantly permeating the entire street. Song Yuan's mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend what just happened. The young master is dead, he stammered in disbelief. The surrounding guards and Song Yuan stood paralyzed, unable to process the horrific reality unfolding before them. The bystanders, too, were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with shock. The seemingly dashing young man had directly killed Song Ming. The heavens of Sanyun residence seemed destined to shift dramatically. You dare to kill our young master? Song Yuan finally snapped out of his stupor. The harmless-looking boy before him had just murdered their young master. If Lady Song found out that he had failed to protect her son, the consequences would be unimaginable. A chill ran through Song Yuan's spine. The guards beside him turned pale, helplessly witnessing the young master's death. They knew there would be no escaping punishment upon their return. I didn't just kill your young master, Wang Hao said with a cold sneer. I'll kill every last one of you as well. The moment his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wang Hao. Song Yuan and his men could feel the immense pressure weighing down on them. Wang Hao darted into the group with lightning speed. The air filled with the sounds of tearing flesh and agonized screams. The guards had no chance to resist, they were effortlessly slaughtered by Wang Hao. Onlookers stood rooted in place, horrified by the scene before them. Wang Hao, who had moments ago seemed like a gentle, harmless lamb, had turned into a terrifying demon king, annihilating Song Ming and his entire entourage in an instant. It was utterly terrifying. Many among the crowd silently thanked their luck. If Song Ming hadn't exposed Wang Hao's true strength, anyone else confronting him would only have met certain death. Moments later, Wang Hao had wiped out every last one of them. He then used soul fire to incinerate the corpses, leaving nothing behind. Gathering the spoils of battle, he discovered a considerable amount of gold, silver, yuan crystals, and other ordinary treasures. The gazes of the onlookers toward Wang Hao shifted, their eyes now carried a deep reverence for his strength. In this world, strength was always the most reliable passport. In the distance, two young men in distinct uniforms stared at the scene in shock. Third brother, this guy might be a top-level expert, perhaps even a transcendent master, the taller young man whispered. The chubby young man swallowed hard. What they thought was a simple surveillance of an ordinary person turned out to be an encounter with a ruthless killer. If this guy turned his sights on them, they wouldn't even have time to react. Let's report back. The target is too strong, we mustn't act rashly, the chubby young man urged. The taller man nodded in agreement. Wang Hao's power was horrifying, it was best not to keep following him. The two quickly departed. After dealing with Song Ming and his guards, Wang Hao and his companions strolled leisurely through Sangyun residence. With Song Ming's fate as a warning, no one else dared to provoke them. The group soon found a tavern and sat down to eat. Transactions here were conducted with gold, silver, and yuan crystals, all of which Wang Hao had in abundance after claiming the spoils from Song Ming's group. Inside the Sangyun tavern, a diverse crowd of people were eating and resting. Have you heard? That dead silence zone has expanded again, and it keeps spreading day by day. Yeah, humans and demons alike have been trying to solve it, but if this keeps up, the whole Dark Moon realm will be doomed. Don't worry about it. When the sky falls, someone else will hold it up. We should just focus on living our lives. As they ate, Wang Hao and his companions listened to the chatter around them. Aside from news about the dead silence zone, people were discussing all sorts of topics about Sangyun residence and the Dark Moon realm. Through these conversations, Wang Hao and his group gained a deeper understanding of the region. Nearby, Dabai was devouring a fish on the table. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui and Lin Shirhan listened intently to the discussions, hoping to pick up useful information. Wang Hao, it seems there are over a dozen powerful grandmasters in Sangyun residence. Jiang Shui whispered to Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded. He had overheard the same in the conversations. In Sangyun residence, aside from the Guardian Division, there were the four great clans. These five factions formed the strongest forces in Sangyun residence, each boasting several powerful grandmasters with deep reserves of strength. The clans controlled nearly all of Sangyun residence's industries, from cultivation resources to daily necessities, holding a tight grip on the town's lifeblood. It was said they even operated many secret businesses outside the town. The Song family, one of these four powerful clans, was the family of Song Ming, the young master Wang Hao had just killed. However, Wang Hao wasn't the least bit afraid. If the Song family dared to seek revenge, he wouldn't hesitate to teach them another lesson. Among the five forces, the Guardian Division was the strongest, commanding the town's most formidable military power. The Guardian Division and the four clans maintained a delicate balance, ensuring that no single faction could completely dominate Sangyun residence. These major forces might know something about the Sacred Spirit sect, Wang Hao remarked. The two women nodded. To establish such a thriving town in such a remote and secretive place, these factions must have extensive intelligence networks. Dear guest, your dishes are here. A respectful voice came from the side as the words were spoken. Wang Hao turned his head and was surprised to see a familiar face serving the dishes. Zhou Bai, what are you doing here? Wang Hao blinked and asked in surprise. The middle-aged man, dressed as a waiter, was none other than Zhou Bai, a 7th-grade grandmaster and a member of the Tianwu Society, who had previously accompanied him to attend Grandmaster Lin Cheng's banquet. Zhou Bai also looked pleasantly surprised. I was just busy in the kitchen when I heard someone mention some oddly dressed people outside. I thought it might be outsiders, but I didn't expect it to actually be you. Zhou Bai then sat down and started chatting with Wang Hao and the others. It turned out that after Zhou Bai entered the Dark Moon Realm, he had ended up near the cloud-turning forest. Upon arrival, he was hunted by the giant demon tribe but was fortunate enough to be saved by the people of Sunyun residence. Thanks to them, he narrowly escaped death. Since then, he had stayed temporarily in Sunyun residence, gathering information about the Dark Moon Realm. Brother Zhou, do you know anything about the Sacred Spirit sect? Wang Hao asked. Jiang Shui also fixed her gaze on Zhou Bai, knowing that he must have learned more by now after staying in this place for so long. Zhou Bai smiled faintly and said, the Sacred Spirit sect members are currently in hiding. 100 years ago, the demon tribe conducted a massive purge against the Sacred Spirit sect, wiping out many of their top experts. Now, they're scattered and concealed in various locations. Wang Hao and Jiang Shui exchanged a glance, realizing that finding them wouldn't be easy. The Dark Moon Realm was vast, and searching for them one by one was simply unrealistic. However, Zhou Bai continued, the Jinshou division recently captured a member of the Sacred Spirit sect and locked them up in their prison. If you can get in touch with that person, you might be able to obtain some useful information. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. A Sacred Spirit sect member in the Jinshou division's prison? That was definitely worth investigating. Zhou Bai then provided a detailed account of the Jinshou division. The Jinshou division was led by a veteran supergrade grandmaster and commanded the strongest force in Sangyun residence, the Jinshou army. This army boasted hundreds of grandmasters, many of whom were supergrade grandmasters. They had dealt significant damage to the demon tribe in numerous confrontations. Perhaps Wang Hao's shadow could sneak in to gather intelligence. After gaining a general understanding, Jiang Li immediately dispatched her shadow to investigate the Jinshou division and the Sacred Spirit sect. By the way, Brother Zhou, do you recognize this? Wang Hao pulled out the sacred stone that Lin Shihan had obtained from the Blood Demon tribe's cave. Zhou Bai stared at the sacred stone and, after a moment of contemplation, said, I've seen this at an auction held by the Zhao family in Sangyun residence. It's incredibly valuable and can help people comprehend the essence of martial arts. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. As expected, it was a treasure capable of aiding in the comprehension of martial arts essence. Do you know where such items are sold? Lin Shihan asked next. Lin Shihan was now a second-grade grandmaster and had already grasped several martial arts wills. If she could obtain more of these sacred stones, her combat strength would quickly break through and elevate her to the rank of a supergrade grandmaster. The impact of martial arts will on one's strength was undeniable. Even though Lin Shihan wielded the formidable black flames, she could still be overpowered when faced with martial arts will. If she could fully comprehend martial arts will and combine it with her powerful black flames, she would instantly become one of the top-tier supergrade grandmasters. Zhou Bai gave a helpless smile. This item originates from the demon tribe. I'm not sure where to find it. A trace of disappointment flickered in Wang Hao's eyes, but he quickly brushed it aside. Since the demon tribe possessed such items, there had to be a way to acquire them. Now that they were in Sunyun residence, their priority was to gather intelligence on the Sacred Spirit sect first. As they continued their meal, Wang Hao's shadow silently infiltrated the Jinshou division. The Jinshou division was located at the very center of Sangyun residence. This area was far more bustling than other parts of the city. Shops of all kinds and majestic buildings were clustered here, making the region the most secure place in Sangyun residence, thanks to the presence of the Jinshou division. While other areas occasionally experienced thefts or brawls, there was never any chaos near the Jinshou division. The strict discipline here commanded respect. Numerous warriors patrolled the vicinity of the Jinshou division, ensuring its security. No one noticed as a shadow slipped past the defenses and infiltrated the area. That shadow was none other than Wang Hao's. Since reaching the rank of a third-grade grandmaster, Wang Hao's shadow had gained a significantly expanded range of activity. Even though Wang Hao himself was at the edge of Sunyun residence, his shadow could penetrate the Jinshou division's core with ease. The moment it entered, Wang Hao's shadow was met with an intense sense of oppression. Something incredibly terrifying was concealed within this place. The people inside the Jinshou division were clad in heavy armor, with only their eyes exposed. A menacing aura radiated from their bodies, enough to instill fear. Wang Hao's shadow moved freely. among them, as though no one even noticed its presence. This place felt utterly bizarre, completely unlike the rest of Tsungyun residence. Could it be that some great secret was hidden here? Wang Hao pondered silently. The architecture of the Zhensho division was dark and oppressive. The people around were silent and taciturn, and the atmosphere was suffocating. As the shadow ventured deeper into the division, the oppressive sensation only grew stronger. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of an ancient room. The walls were lined with magical formations, their purple light flickering ominously. From time to time, armored figures emerged from within, their eyes glinting with a mysterious black glow. Wang Hao summoned the power of space and effortlessly phased through the barrier. The moment he stepped into the room, a chilling aura enveloped him. In the center of the chamber stood a golden glass apparatus, inside of which was a heart that pulsed rhythmically. Each beat of the heart seemed to echo throughout the room, creating an unsettling ebb and flow to the atmosphere. Numerous tubes extended from the apparatus, connecting to warriors clad in black iron armor scattered around the room. These warriors trembled faintly, their eyes filled with fear. An elderly man with a head of white hair stood nearby, staring at the heart with fervent intensity. Surrounding him were a dozen or so warriors, each radiating an immense and oppressive aura. Master Zhang, we've already used the Demon Saint Heart to mass-produce over 1,000 first-tier Grandmaster-level warriors. When will we be able to create superior Grandmasters? Asked a middle-aged man in a blue robe. The white-haired elder did not respond, instead signaling for the soldiers to line up and prepare to receive the Demon Saint Heart's baptism. The warriors, though trembling, obediently approached the apparatus, where the tubes were connected to their bodies. As the connection was made, the heart's pulse grew more intense. A violent force surged through the tubes, flooding into the warriors' bodies. They clenched their teeth, straining to suppress their cries. Blood vessels in their eyes seemed ready to burst, and their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. After a moment, the transfer of power was complete. The warriors emerged with cold, unfeeling expressions, exuding a bone-chilling aura. One by one, the next warriors stepped forward to undergo the same process. Watching this scene unfold, Wang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. These warriors, infused with power, were reduced to soulless, killing machines. Yet, despite the horrifying transformation, they continued to step forward, one after another, to receive the same treatment. Wang Hao couldn't help but think to himself, this Demon Saint Heart is definitely not a good thing. There's no way power gained in this manner can be truly reliable. Seeing that the process was running smoothly, the elder finally let out a sigh of relief. Creating superior grandmasters is no easy feat. It requires the aid of the Saint Demon Stone. Unfortunately, we've already used up our supply, he said with a heavy sigh. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. The Saint Demon Stone was something unique to the demonic race, and acquiring it was exceedingly difficult. If we only have these first-tier Grandmaster warriors, how can we possibly defeat the demonic race? He asked, his voice filled with concern. The white-haired elder shook his head. Lu Quan, the war against the demonic race is a century-long endeavor. Winning it with just a few decades of preparation is simply unrealistic, he replied. Meanwhile, the warriors continued to receive the Demon Saint Heart's power in an orderly manner. Every 10 minutes, a new batch of warriors underwent the process. Of course, not everyone survived. Many warriors, unable to withstand the violent energy, perished as their bodies exploded. Wang Hao roughly estimated that 2 out of every 5 warriors failed. Judging by the pained expression on Lu Quan's face, it was evident that nurturing these warriors required enormous resources. Master Zhang, we may not have much time left. The human clans outside have already started entering, and the Dead Silence lands have erupted with anomalies again. Lu Quan said, his tone laced with urgency. The white-haired elder narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression growing grave. He was Zheng Heng, a senior elder of the guarding division. We must do everything we can. The rest, we'll leave to fate, he said with a sigh. The oppressive and stifling atmosphere in the room remained unchanged. By the way, didn't we capture someone from the Holy Spirit sect? Have we been able to extract any useful information? Zheng Heng asked. Lu Quan frowned and replied, the people from the Holy Spirit sect are all incredibly stubborn. I've tried every method, but I haven't been able to get any valuable information out of them. If only the Holy Spirit sect would join our cause. What a pity, Zheng Heng said, shaking his head with a sigh. His words left both men in a heavy silence, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Report! A spy from the outside has delivered an urgent message, a stern voice called out from beyond the room. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan immediately stepped outside to retrieve the message. Meanwhile, Zheng Heng remained in the room, continuing to oversee the process of power infusion. Before long, Lu Quan returned, his face alight with excitement. Master Zhang, I have good news, he said, his demeanor brimming with joy as Zheng Heng furrowed his brow. Lu Quan, you're not exactly young anymore. Why are you still acting so impetuously? What's the good news? He asked. Lu Quan took a deep breath, steadying himself before responding. Master Zhang, our spies outside have discovered traces of the Saint Demon Stone in a location controlled by the giant demon clan, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The mention of the Saint Demon Stone caused Zheng Heng's expression to shift subtly. The Saint Demon Stone? No wonder Lu Quan was so thrilled. In the corner, Wang Hao's heart also stirred. The Saint Demon Stone wasn't that the miraculous gem rumored to enhance martial willpower. If I could get my hands on that holy demon stone, my strength would definitely take a qualitative leap. Is the information reliable? Zheng Heng's eyes sparkled with interest. Possessing the holy demon stone would allow them to create another batch of supergrade master-level warriors, which would be a massive boost to their faction's strength. Lu Quan nodded and said, this information came from Falcon. It's absolutely reliable. Falcon was their top intelligence operative in the guard division. With his talent, he had brought back plenty of critical intel on the demon clan, making significant contributions to the division's development. If it's Falcon's intel, then no problem. Zheng Heng nodded in approval. However, Falcon said that the Holy Demon Stone is heavily guarded by many members of the giant demon clan. There are over a dozen super-grade master-level demons and even dozens of first-grade master-level demons. Lu Quan frowned and added. Zheng Heng squinted his eyes and stroked his chin in thought. Over a dozen super-grade masters and dozens of first-grade masters, that was indeed very dangerous. Where exactly in the giant demon clan's territory is the Holy Demon Stone located? Zheng Heng asked. Lu Quan was prepared. He pulled out a map from his spatial ring. The map clearly marked the territory of the giant demon clan. He pointed to a region in the northeast, a place called Giant Forest Mountain. Standing silently to the side, Shadow King Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. He had originally planned to infiltrate and gather intelligence, but they had just handed it to him on a silver platter. However, directly obtaining the Holy Demon Stone from over a dozen supergrade masters would be a daunting task. It would be best to steal the stone while these people were in the middle of their operation. The two began discussing their detailed plan in the room, completely unaware of Wang Hao eavesdropping from the corner. In the outer perimeter of Tsangyun Pavilion, Wang Hao and his group had finished their meal, and Zhou Bai arranged for everyone to rest. The resting spot was a small but well-equipped courtyard in the outer area. The courtyard had all the necessary furnishings and was extremely comfortable. Its perimeter was surrounded by powerful formations that prevented outsiders from intruding. Wang Hao, aren't we going to the guard division to investigate the sacred spirit sect's intel? Jiang Shui asked. What she didn't know was that Wang Hao's shadow had already infiltrated the guard division, listening in on their secrets. Wang Hao shook his head. It's late. Let's rest first. Jiang Shui didn't press the issue. She knew better than to question Wang Hao's judgment. The night was calm, with sparse stars twinkling in the sky. The courtyard where Wang Hao and his companions stayed was unusually quiet. After a long journey, everyone was visibly exhausted. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Loud crashing noises broke the stillness. The entire courtyard shook violently as if struck by an earthquake. Alerted by the noise, Wang Hao immediately rushed out of his room, racing toward the courtyard gate. Zhou Bai, Lin Shihan, and Jiang Shui quickly followed behind him. Outside the courtyard, a large group of people was furiously attacking the protective formations surrounding the area. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a black brocade robe, his face dark and stormy. Beside him stood a group of armored warriors, launching various powerful techniques at the formations. The formations emitted dazzling, colorful light, blindingly bright. Before long, Wang Hao emerged. The middle-aged man saw him and gestured for his men to stop attacking. Is this the one who killed my nephew? The man asked coldly, turning to a young man in plain clothes beside him. The youth rubbed his eyes and nodded emphatically. Lord Song, it's him, no doubt about it. He's the one who killed your nephew, Song Ming. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, cutting through the air like a blade as he locked eyes on Wang Hao. Kid, do you realize the gravity of your mistake? The man said, his tone icy, his eyes boring into Wang Hao. Wang Hao's face remained expressionless. He had already pieced together the situation from their conversation. So, this man was the uncle of the person he had killed earlier in the day, here now seeking revenge. Your nephew brought it upon himself. Do you want me to send you to join him? Wang Hao retorted coldly. Though the group in front of him was sizable, their strength was unimpressive. None of them were super-grade masters. However, Wang Hao could faintly sense powerful presences hidden nearby. There were undoubtedly super-grade masters lying in wait. These people were merely here to test his strength. Before long, Lin Shihan, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Bai also emerged slowly from the courtyard. Zhou Bai's face was heavy with concern as he stared at the attackers, tension evident in his expression. Meanwhile, a crowd of bystanders had gathered around the perimeter, eager to witness the commotion. That's Song Yi from the Song family, a first-grade master-level expert. Looks like that young guy is in big trouble this time. Song Ming had it coming. He caused so much trouble in Sunyun Pavilion. If the Song family hadn't backed him, he'd have been killed long ago. Serves him right. Still, that's bold. Killing Someone from the Song family and then staying in Sanyun Pavilion like nothing happened? This guy's got guts. What do you think? Could this young guy actually kill Song Yi too? If we kill Song Yi, now that would be thrilling. Unlikely, though. A first-rank Grandmaster is a top-tier force in the entire Dark Moon realm. There's no way this pretty boy could surpass that level. The crowd around them buzzed with discussions. Although Wang Hao had easily defeated Song Ming and his group earlier in the day, no one believed he could measure up to Song Yi, a first-rank Grandmaster. After all, the Grandmaster level was a massive threshold, and a first-rank Grandmaster was the pinnacle of that threshold. Moreover, Song Yi was known for his extraordinary talent, a formidable figure even among first-rank Grandmasters. Ha ha ha, you're the first person daring enough to act so cocky in front of me. Well then, let me see just how strong you outsiders really are. The middle-aged man bellowed, his voice roaring like a storm, shaking everyone in the vicinity. Wang Hao smirked lightly and replied calmly, as you wish. With that, he charged out of the formation, unleashing the violent power within him. Song Yi didn't make a move himself but simply gestured for his subordinates to attack first. A group of heavily armored warriors rushed toward Wang Hao. With a sweep of his right hand, Wang Hao summoned the Ice Soul Thunderblade. The blade erupted with an unstoppable force of lightning, causing the surrounding space to echo with thunderous booms. Drawing the Ice Soul Thunderblade, Wang Hao resembled a god of thunder descending upon the battlefield, charging directly into the enemy ranks. The raging lightning flashed violently, and those heavily armored warriors were like mere sheets of paper before him, effortlessly torn apart by the crackling electricity. The air filled with the stench of blood and charred flesh. Agonized screams and wails echoed incessantly. Yet, Song Yi remained expressionless on the sidelines, as if he had anticipated all of this. He stood still, merely observing the battle ahead. The onlookers' faces grew heavy with tension. Wang Hao's power was overwhelming. These warriors were all elite grandmasters, formidable in their own right. But against Wang Hao, they were like helpless chicks, crushed with ease. In a concealed corner to the east, a group of powerful martial artists observed the battle intently. That outsider's strength is remarkable. If we could groom him into a demon armor warrior, our guard division might gain a top-tier combatant, said a masked man. Beside him, several other warriors also donned strange masks. There's a chance. That guy's clearly a lightning attribute expert. It's the perfect counter to demonic forces. Another masked man's eyes gleamed with interest. Beyond the guard division, various spies from the major families lurked nearby, all eager to see just how powerful the man who killed Song Ming truly was. Meanwhile, the battle was nearing its end. Corpses of Song family warriors were piled around Wang Hao. Blood had nearly painted the entire street red. The stench of it mingled with the damp night breeze, filling the air. From the courtyard, Zhou Bai stood frozen, his mouth agape as he stared at the scene in shock. When had Wang Hao's strength become this terrifying? This absolute dominance even a first-rank grandmaster might not compare. And it wasn't just Zhou Bai. The bystanders were equally stunned. Wang Hao looked so young, yet his power was astounding. His talent was simply beyond belief. Your turn now. Wang Hao pointed the Ice Soul Thunderblade directly at Song Yi. A flicker of caution flashed through Song Yi's eyes. Brother, have you ever considered joining the Song family? Song Yi suddenly asked, leaving Wang Hao astonished. Wang Hao blinked. What was this guy talking about? He had just massacred so many members of the Song family, and now he was being invited to join them? Song Yi's words left everyone present stunned. Wang Hao had killed so many of their people, yet the Song family wanted to recruit him? Song Yi frowned slightly, sensing Wang Hao's lack of appreciation. If you're worried about any grudge over killing our men, you don't need to be. Song Ming is dead, and that's that. Our family won't abandon a talent like you for the sake of one wastrel. Song Yi spoke sincerely, his gaze unwavering. The spies from the distant factions looked visibly taken aback. Song Yi was bold, indeed brazen enough to try recruiting Wang Hao. The Song family's magnanimity is impressive. No wonder they're one of the 4 great families of Sanyun residents. I bet that guy might actually agree. Joining the Song family with his talent, what couldn't he achieve? Now I kinda wish I'd killed Song Ming myself. Maybe the Song family would have recruited me too? Don't kid yourself. Without that kind of strength, you'd have been smashed to bits long before you got the chance. The discussions around them grew louder as people debated Song Yi's words. No, thanks. I have zero interest in your Song family, Wang Hao replied coldly. He didn't understand what the Song family was scheming, but joining them? That was laughable, utter nonsense. Wang Hao's response darkened Song Yi's expression. Despite his polite offer, this guy showed no gratitude whatsoever. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being merciless, Song Yi said coldly, his aura suddenly surging. The entire space became enveloped in an oppressive force. The spectators, seeing the escalating battle, hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. Wang Hao, fearless and resolute, charged forward. Wielding the Frost Thunderblade, he appeared beside Song Yi in a flash. Song Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as his body was enveloped by a turquoise glow, accompanied by the deep rumble of a dragon's roar. Bang! Wang Hao's frost thunder blade struck Song Ye's body, producing a deafening crash. Song Ye was pushed back by a powerful force. Though his body was flung aside, he remained completely unharmed. This is my SSS-level ultimate technique, Azure Dragon Imperial Scripture. Let's see how you break through. Song Ye shouted fiercely, launching a direct assault on Wang Hao. His entire figure seemed entwined by an azure dragon as his aura erupted. A tempest of overwhelming energy surged outward, carrying an aura of unmatched dominance as he aimed a devastating blow at Wang Hao. Feeling the immense pressure, Wang Hao grew vigilant. The two clashed in an instant. The dragon's roar and thunder's rumble intertwined, enveloping the entire battlefield in an oppressive, overwhelming atmosphere. The shockwaves from their encounter destroyed nearby trees and unfortified buildings with ease. In the distance, members of various hidden families stared in shock. Song Ye is definitely among the elites of the Supreme Grandmasters. A member of the Guard Division couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, a man in a mask wore a grim expression. Song Ye was already a prodigy decades ago, and to think that after years of relentless cultivation, he has mastered an SSS-level martial art. His talent is truly astonishing, the masked man muttered. Song Jianran has hidden his cards too well. If just Song Ye is this strong, one can only imagine the terrifying power of Song Wuxing, another man in a black mask remarked. Hearing this, the crowd fell into a heavy silence. They had always assumed that the Song family was at the bottom of the 5 major factions, but now it was clear they were hiding formidable experts. The realization was hard to digest. Still, that outsider kid isn't simple either. To hold his ground against Song Ye's SSS-level martial arts and overwhelming energy, his talent and strength are equally extraordinary, someone praised. The onlookers quietly watched the intense battle unfold. The fight between the two was nothing short of breathtaking. Dust and debris swirled through the air. Their combat abilities far surpassed those of ordinary grandmasters, reaching the level of supreme grandmasters. Wang Hao, in particular, was bolstered by numerous powerful techniques and top-tier innate talent. Although at the third-rank grandmaster level, his combat prowess was on par with Song Ye, a first-rank grandmaster. The clash of thunderous power and the Azure Dragon created a scene reminiscent of heaven and earth's destruction. The surrounding area was left in ruins, the ground riddled with craters, and broken walls scattered everywhere. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the fierce battle. Wang Hao, wielding the frost thunder blade, moved like a phantom, launching attacks from unpredictable angles. Song Ye, protected by the Azure Dragon Imperial Scripture, a top-tier SSS-level technique, stood his ground without faltering despite Wang Hao's relentless onslaught. In the courtyard, Jiang Shui clenched her fists tightly. This was the first time she had seen someone capable of matching Wang Hao after his breakthrough. Song Ye, shrouded in the Azure Dragon's power, seemed like an invincible warrior, impervious to Wang Hao's furious assaults. What strength! Even the top grandmasters are no more than this. Zhou Bai murmured under his breath. It was no surprise that Song Ye was this powerful. After all, he had survived in the Dark Moon realm for many years, giving him ample time to hone his skills. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was young and had awakened his talent less than 6 months ago. Yet his combat power had already reached near grandmaster levels. Sister Lin, do you think Wang Hao can win? Jiang Shui asked anxiously, her eyes glued to the battlefield. Lin Shihan's gaze remained fixed on the clash of lightning and the Azure Dragon, the scene both awe-inspiring and beautiful. Don't worry, Wang Hao will win for sure. Lin Shihan replied firmly. As a second-rank grandmaster, she could see clearly. Wang Hao, though aggressive in his attacks, remained composed and in control. In contrast, Song Ye was beginning to show signs of fatigue. While SSS-level techniques were powerful, they consumed immense energy and couldn't be sustained indefinitely. Boom! On the battlefield, Wang Hao moved with lightning speed, launching a series of rapid, thunderous strikes. The frost thunder blade, crackling with purple lightning, descended upon Song Ye with the force of annihilation. Song Ye's once relaxed expression darkened, his face betraying unease. This guy is terrifying, Song Ye muttered, as the Azure Dragon's glow around him dimmed and his aura began to falter. The longer the fight dragged on, the more anxious Song Ye became. Wang Hao's energy seemed inexhaustible. After enduring this high-intensity battle for over 10 minutes, Wang Hao showed no signs of fatigue. We don't need to keep fighting like this, Song Ye shouted, throwing a punch with domineering force that clashed against Wang Hao's frost thunder blade, producing a crisp, ringing sound. Wang Hao, his expression calm and resolute, refused to believe that Song Ye's defenses could hold indefinitely. He saw this as an opportunity to hone his combat experience. Despite his extraordinary talent, Wang Hao had few encounters with opponents who could match him. Most of his battles ended with him overwhelming his adversaries. Now, facing a resilient and experienced rival, he saw an ideal chance to sharpen his skills. However, this SSS-level martial art was indeed formidable, managing to withstand his thunderous power for such a long time. If he could obtain such a martial art, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. The A-level body strengthening techniques were providing limited improvement for Wang Hao at this point. Hand over your SSS-level martial art, and I might consider letting you go. Wang Hao's aura remained oppressive. With the divine level technique augmenting him, his energy was recovering at an incredible rate. Not to mention, the crimson flame demon suppression diagram was brimming with abundant natural energy, constantly replenishing his reserves. As long as his stamina held out, he could fight until dawn without any pressure. Wang Hao's words made Song Yi's face darken even further. You actually want my SSS-level martial art? How ridiculously arrogant. Song Yi sneered coldly. There's someone outside watching. When your energy is depleted, they won't hesitate to finish you off. The Azure Dragon let out a deep roar, its azure light clashing continuously with Wang Hao's violet thunder. Wang Hao chuckled coldly in response. That's none of your concern. Now tell me, the SSS-level martial art, are you handing it over or not? As he finished speaking, a surge of terrifying nine nether force erupted from his body. Intertwined with his thunderous energy, Wang Hao resembled a berserk reaper, an aura so overwhelming it swept toward Song Yi like a tidal wave. Seeing Wang Hao's power surge yet again, Song Yi's heart tightened. This guy was still hiding such terrifying strength? It was as if he were playing with cheat codes. As Wang Hao unleashed the nine nether force, Song Yi's complexion grew increasingly pale, cold sweat dripping down his back. The pressure from Wang Hao was suffocating. Though his SSS-level martial art could block most of the attacks, some of the energy was still seeping into his body, causing severe internal injuries. What are you all waiting for? Come out and help me take this guy down. I don't care about anything on him. Song Yi finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. He knew that if this fight continued, he might really die. Now, his only hope was for the others to step in and intervene. In the distant forest, the eyes of many onlookers flickered with intrigue. They watched as Song Yi was suppressed by Wang Hao, teetering on the edge of defeat. That Song Yi is way too naive. Who would risk themselves to save him? Someone nearby sneered with derision. Everyone shook their heads. After all, this was the territory of Sangyun residents. No one cared if the Song family lost a top-tier expert. If Song Yi died, it would just make it easier to annex part of the Song family's power. As for Wang Hao, while his strength was impressive, the major families had been entrenched in the Dark Moon Realm for years. Would they really be shaken by one Wang Hao? He could defeat one, sure, but could he defeat 10? Not far away, the guards from the town defender's office were merely watching coldly from the sidelines. No one wanted to get involved in this mess, there was simply no need to. In the midst of the battle, Song Yi's heart sank. By now, he could see clearly, these people didn't care whether he lived or died. All his subordinates had been killed, and reinforcements from his family wouldn't arrive in time. Looks like no one's planning to help. You, Wang Hao said with a smirk, his attack showing no sign of letting up. On the contrary, they grew even more ferocious. Initially, Wang Hao had intended to use the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist to finish off Song Yi and retreat, if others jumped out to intervene. But to his surprise, no one made a move. It seemed the forces here weren't as united as they appeared. Wang Hao thought to himself. During his time with the town defender's office, he had already gathered quite a bit of intelligence. Many of the major factions harbored numerous top-tier masters. This was why he hadn't acted recklessly. While Wang Hao was strong, he wasn't yet at the level where he could easily sweep through everything in his path. If those forces united and sent a group of top-tier masters after him, Wang Hao figured he would have no choice but to flee. After all, the combat prowess of top-tier masters wasn't far off from his own. *RIP. Before long, Song Yi was pierced through by countless bolts of thunder. The azure light dimmed as he could no longer withstand Wang Hao's aggressive onslaught. I'll give you one last chance, hand over the SSS-level martial art, or die. Wang Hao's icy voice cut through the air, his overwhelming aura crushing Song Yi to the point he could barely breathe. In the courtyard, Lin Shurhan and the others visibly relaxed as they saw Song Yi completely overpowered. Gasping for air, Song Yi struggled to maintain his Azure Dragon Imperial Scripture, his energy reserves utterly depleted. I'll give it to you. Song Yi finally yielded. He pulled out a crystal from his spatial ring and tossed it directly to Wang Hao. He explained that the crystal contained the legacy of the SSS-level martial art, the complete Azure Dragon Imperial Scripture. Seeing Song Yi's straightforward surrender, Wang Hao decided not to kill him. After all, Song Yi was a top-tier master. Killing him would inevitably provoke the Song family into seeking vengeance. Wang Hao knew the major families had no shortage of top-tier experts. If he truly angered them, he might have to leave Sangyun residence altogether. It was better to let Song Yi go for now and return when he'd grown stronger, ready to dominate everything. Alright, you can leave now, Wang Hao said after verifying the crystal's authenticity, dismissing Song Yi outright. Thank you, young brother. This time, it was my oversight. The Song family will no longer trouble you in the future. Song Yi clasped his hands in gratitude and quickly left, fearing that Wang Hao might change his mind. Watching him disappear into the distance, Wang Hao said nothing and returned to the courtyard with Lin Shurhan and the others. The onlookers who had gathered also began to disperse. Although the incident had concluded, its impact was only just beginning. As word spread, many in Sangyun residents came to know about it. A powerful young martial artist from outside had arrived, one who had killed Song Ming and defeated Song Yi of the Song family, inside the Crimson Flame Demon Ceiling map. Vital energy surged, and the rich aroma of herbs filled the air. Wang Hao slowly channeled his spiritual energy to activate the Azure Dragon over Heaven Sutra. A profound flow of information streamed from the crystal into his mind. A vast torrent of knowledge flooded his brain. Wang Hao's mental energy operated at high speed, absorbing every detail. After a long moment, he finally processed all the information. The cultivation methods and mantras of the Azure Dragon over Heaven Sutra began to circulate in his mind. Following the guidance etched in his consciousness, he began to cultivate slowly. Around him, streams of vital energy were gradually drawn into his body. A faint azure light shimmered around him. In the following days, Wang Hao sent his shadow agents to gather intelligence on the Holy Spirit sect while he stayed within the Crimson Flame Demon Ceiling map to cultivate the asterisk Azure Dragon over Heaven Sutra star. His strength steadily increased. Besides gathering information, he also investigated the talents of other martial artists. Unfortunately, he didn't find anyone particularly suitable. However, Lin Shurhan's talent proved astonishing. It turned out she possessed SS-grade flame talent. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, had a spiritual-related talent. While its grade wasn't high, it provided significant enhancements to mental energy. The major factions boasted numerous martial artists with S-grade talents, but most of them lacked practical utility. Wang Hao felt that compared to innate gifts, SS-grade martial arts were more effective at elevating one's strength. If he couldn't find a suitable talent, he planned to replicate Lin Shurhan's and maximize his damage-dealing capabilities. Aside from talent, Wang Hao also paid attention to powerful martial arts techniques. Every major family had their top-tier martial arts, but they were all guarded with utmost secrecy. From various tavern whispers, he managed to piece together bits of information. Meanwhile, the Demon Suppression Division was preparing to take action against the demon tribes. Holy Demon Stone in the coming days. Wang Hao intended to secretly follow their operation and snatch the Holy Demon Stone amid the chaos. If he could acquire it, his martial will and various skills would receive a tremendous boost in power. 3 days later, inside the Crimson Flame Demon Ceiling map, Wang Hao was enveloped in a faint azure glow. He continuously absorbed the surrounding vital energy, with faint dragon roars reverberating around him. After a while, a surge of powerful energy erupted from his body. Immediately afterward, an azure dragon emerged from within him, coiling tightly around him to form a protective shield. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the SSS-grade martial art asterisk Azure Dragon over Heaven Sutra asterisk. The system's notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Finally, he had achieved mastery. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao felt a wave of relief. Days of relentless cultivation and an immense expenditure of vital energy had culminated in his initiation into this SSS-grade martial art. Elsewhere in the Crimson Flame Demon Ceiling map, Jiang Shui and the others were still diligently cultivating. Even Zhou Bai had been brought in by Wang Hao, as he was considered an ally. Knowing about the existence of a sacred artifact was of no issue. Having mastered the Azure Dragon over Heaven Sutra, Wang Hao continued to enhance his vital energy within the map. At the same time, he awaited the Demon Suppression Division's operation to seize the Holy Demon Stone. At the Demon Suppression Division, in a room deep within their headquarters, a team of heavily armored warriors was preparing for battle. These warriors were all grandmasters of the highest caliber, but standing before them were 20 soldiers clad in crimson armor. The aura exuded by these crimson-armored warriors was even more imposing. Clearly, they were the elite super grandmaster warriors cultivated by the Demon Suppression Division using the heart of a demon saint. Old Zhang, with these 20 crimson-armored warriors, there's no way we'll fail to acquire the Holy Demon Stone, said a middle-aged man in a deep voice, standing at the forefront of the warriors. This group of fighters was the elite squad heading to the demon tribe to seize the Holy Demon Stone. The middle-aged man, Xiang Lin, was a hall master of the Demon Suppression Division and himself a super grandmaster. He was personally leading this operation. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. If we secure that Holy Demon Stone, we can create even more crimson-armored warriors, Zheng Hong added. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, who had been cultivating, slowly opened his eyes. The time to act had finally come. Holy Demon Stone, here I come in the cloud-turning jungle of the demon tribe. Xiang Lin led the crimson and black armored warriors of the Demon Suppression Division, silently traversing the dense jungle. Each of them had mastered advanced techniques to conceal their presence and move with extraordinary agility. Their actions were swift and silent. Even when passing through demon tribe battlefields, they moved so quickly that they evaded all notice. Wang Hao, too, activated his divine concealment technique and followed them from a distance. Having achieved the Transcendent level in this technique, combined with his void shadow talent, he could briefly merge into the shadows, completely masking his aura. Unless one looked very closely, no one would realize he was there. With the profound mastery of his skystride of freedom, he effortlessly kept pace with the group, feeling no pressure at all. 2 hours later, Xiang Lin and his team maneuvered through countless forests and valleys, finally arriving at Giantwood Mountain. On Giantwood Mountain, towering ancient trees stood densely packed, their thick canopies covering the entire mountain. The mountain was eerily silent, with green foliage stretching to every corner. Occasionally, the echoes of battles between the giant demon clan could be heard from deep within, their clashes particularly striking in the stillness of the forest. Xiang Lin's group moved cautiously through the woods, avoiding any skirmishing giant demons whenever possible. If avoidance was impossible, they attacked as one, instantly eliminating their foes. In the distance, Wang Hao observed their coordinated actions with a sinking heart. These people were like killing machines, devoid of any rationality. He even saw some red-armored warriors consuming the blood of the giant demons. Can such people really be trusted? Wang Hao questioned silently. From the intelligence gathered by the Guardian Division, he had a rough understanding of the strength of the red-armored and black-armored warriors. The black-armored warriors were peak grandmasters, capable of explosive power that surpassed the first rank of grandmasters in combat, utterly fearless. The red-armored warriors, on the other hand, were infused with martial will, their combat prowess comparable to ordinary super grandmasters. The team led by Xiang Lin consisted of 20 super-grade red-armored warriors and nearly 100 first-grade black-armored warriors, a formidable force. The more Wang Hao learned about their strength, the more uneasy he felt. If just one Guardian Division possessed such terrifying combat machines, who knew what kind of hidden power lay behind them? The Demon Clan had always suppressed humanity, and their concealed strength was far greater than Wang Hao had ever imagined. Now, all he could do was desperately push himself to grow stronger. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao silently resolved himself. After navigating and slaughtering their way through the terrain, Xiang Lin and his team finally reached their target, a valley deep within Giantwood Mountain. Patrolling the area were giant demons of formidable strength. Wang Hao's shadow had already gone ahead to scout. Xiang Lin and his team hid in the forest on the edge of the valley, carefully observing the situation inside. The valley was surrounded by a special formation designed to block outsiders from entering. But for Wang Hao, who possessed spatial powers, this was no obstacle. His shadow, like a silent phantom, slipped into the valley with ease, beginning its reconnaissance. The valley was teeming with giant demons, each massive and imposing, exuding a ferocious aura. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the far end of the valley. The surrounding giant demons reacted immediately, most of them rushing toward the commotion. As the formation around the valley slowly opened, many giant demons sprinted toward the source of the noise. Seizing this opportunity, Xiang Lin led his team stealthily deeper into the valley. It turned out everything had been meticulously planned. The commotion in the distance had been deliberately created to divert the attention of the giant demons. Taking advantage of the distraction, Xiang Lin and his team slipped into the valley unnoticed and began their operation. From afar, Wang Hao observed their every move with a calm demeanor. Through his shadow's reconnaissance, he had already gained a thorough understanding of the situation in the valley. Although many giant demons had been drawn away by the disturbance, numerous heavily armored giant demon warriors still guarded the valley. These warriors were naturally endowed with immense strength and thick, durable bodies. Ordinary humans of the same level could barely pierce their defenses. However, their movements were slow, and careful evasion usually sufficed to avoid their attacks. Xiang Lin's gaze fixed on a cave in one corner of the valley, where numerous giant demons stood guard. The target is there, Xiang Lin confirmed to himself. Commence operation, he ordered decisively, directing the black-armored warriors to create chaos throughout the valley. Meanwhile, he led the 20 red-armored warriors straight toward the cave. Wang Hao followed closely behind Xiang Lin, his shadow having already scouted the interior of the cave. Inside, the cave was dimly lit, but heavily guarded by many super-grade giant demons. The massive holy demon stone was encircled by layers of protection, making it impossible for Wang Hao's shadow to stealthily take it. The only option was to wait for Xiang Lin to break through the enemy's formation and create an opening to act. Humans have invaded Giantwood Valley. Eliminate the intruders immediately. The giant demons, realizing the intrusion, launched a full-scale counterattack. The valley erupted into chaos, with the clash of weapons and deafening battle cries filling the air. Simultaneously, Xiang Lin charged into the cave with his 20 red-armored warriors. The moment they entered, an oppressive force bore down on them. Even the red-armored warriors were visibly slowed under the pressure. At the cave's edge, Wang Hao slipped in quietly, activating his divine breath technique to carefully conceal himself. From his earlier reconnaissance, Wang Hao was acutely aware of the terrifying strength of the giant demons within the cave. There were at least 20 super grandmaster-level giant demons. Even more alarming was the fact that their martial wills were incredibly powerful, capable of merging into a singular, overwhelming force. In Other words, Xiang Lin and his team were facing the combined might of 20 super grandmasters. Against such odds, Wang Hao had no way to intervene and could only hope the red-armored warriors could disrupt the enemy's formation. Long as they could disrupt the trolls' formation, Wang Hao would seize the opportunity to charge into the cave and grab the holy demon stone. Boom! Xiang Lin and his team stormed into the cave, instantly unleashing a deafening momentum. The supreme masters of the troll clan synchronized their energy and launched a unified attack on Xiang Lin and his group. The entire cave erupted with a thunderous roar as battle ensued. Troll warriors clashed fiercely with the crimson-armored soldiers, causing the ground to quake beneath their feet. At this moment, the area surrounding the holy demon stone was left unguarded. Every troll and crimson-armored warrior was fully engaged in the intense battle. Wang Hao's gaze locked onto the vacant space, his heart ablaze with excitement. The holy demon stone will soon be mine. Wang Hao, don't rush. There's a powerful aura locking onto that area. Just as Wang Hao was preparing to charge forward, Debai's voice echoed in his mind. Hearing Debai's warning, Wang Hao suppressed his impulse. If that was the case, he needed to test the waters first. Using his formidable mental power, he controlled a distant rock and hurled it toward the area where the holy demon stone was located. Boom! Before the rock could even touch the holy demon stone, it was obliterated by a powerful force, leaving no trace of dust behind. Witnessing this sudden display of terrifying power, Wang Hao's heart sank. He couldn't sense anyone's presence, but the force undeniably existed. If it hadn't been for Debai's warning, he might have already charged in recklessly. Clearly, the holy demon stone was guarded by some mysterious force. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao felt a pang of frustration. The holy demon stone was right in front of him, yet he couldn't claim it. Debai, do you think I can use the Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist to shatter that aura? Wang Hao asked. Inside the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram, Debai scratched his paw hesitantly. That's too risky. Using the Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist will consume a massive amount of your energy. After a few more moves, your energy reserves will be completely drained, Debai said with concern. Wang Hao calculated his options. Right now was the best chance to seize the Holy Demon Stone. All the trolls were tied up in battle, and he could grab it and flee. If he missed this opportunity, he might never get another one. Forget it, I'm going for it. Wang Hao made up his mind. He sent his shadow ahead to find a hiding spot while he prepared himself for action. The battle inside the cave raged on. More trolls arrived as reinforcements, and the black-armored warriors struggled to hold their ground. Xiang Lin's face grew increasingly tense as he watched their inability to break through the trolls' defense. Many black-armored warriors had suffered heavy casualties. Though they were brave and fearless, they were still human, fighting against the overwhelming power of the trolls and their demonic will. Losses were inevitable. Before long, Xiang Lin's side began to falter. Meanwhile, Wang Hao finished adjusting his state. Using his Void Shadow ability, he briefly merged into the darkness like an assassin, searching for the perfect opportunity. Boom! The battle in the cave became even more intense. Rocks crumbled from the ceiling, and dust filled the air. Wang Hao's eyes sharpened as he dashed toward the Holy Demon Stone's location. At the same time, he began to gather the energy for his Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist. As the power in his fist grew, the spiritual energy in the cave and the surrounding plants withered rapidly. A force capable of annihilating everything pulsed within Wang Hao's clenched hand. The trolls and Xiang Lin's warriors alike felt their scalps tingle. Both sides grew cautious, each assuming the other party had unleashed this terrifying power. They quickly distanced themselves, searching for the source of the oppressive force. Boom! Just as they separated, Wang Hao's Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist reached its peak. A devastating force of annihilation erupted and surged toward the Holy Demon Stone's location. No! Protect the Holy Demon Stone, hurry! Stop it! The trolls in the cave sensed the overwhelming energy rushing toward the Holy Demon Stone, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to move under the crushing pressure. Even if they tried to intervene, they would be obliterated by the sheer power. Crack! The moment the Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist struck the Holy Demon Stone, the protective aura surrounding it began to shatter. A surge of powerful martial will burst forth from the Holy Demon Stone. The shattered aura scattered like fragments of broken glass, flying outward at incredible speed. These fragments cut through the air with sharp, whistling sounds. Instantly, the cave was filled with screams and cries of pain. Then, a shadow suddenly appeared beside the Holy Demon Stone. In the blink of an eye, as the shadow vanished, the Holy Demon Stone disappeared along with it. Seal off the entire troll territory. Kill every human. The trolls in the cave roared in fury. Xiang Lin's heart sank. Who had taken the Holy Demon Stone? After everything they had sacrificed, it had all been for nothing. Xiang Lin was on the verge of breaking down. But he quickly made the wisest decision: retreat. With the Holy Demon Stone gone, continuing to fight the trolls would be meaningless. Xiang Lin led his people in a swift withdrawal. The trolls were relentless, refusing to let them go. In their eyes, this group was nothing more than accomplices who had stolen the sacred demon stone. Once again, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides, deep within a dense forest in the trolls' territory. Inside a hidden cave, Wang Hao's face was pale, his body trembling slightly. He had just unleashed the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist and teleported several times using spatial power, leaving his spiritual energy nearly depleted. But the result was immensely satisfying. Within the Crimson Flame Demon Subduing Diagram lay a fist-sized piece of the sacred demon stone. Immediately, Wang Hao stationed his shadow guards to patrol the area while he entered the Crimson Flame Demon Subduing Diagram to recover his energy. Inside the diagram, the elemental energy of heaven and earth surged madly. In the distance, Jiang Shui and Lin Shirhan, among others, were also steadily cultivating. Everyone's strength was gradually improving. With the aid of spiritual herbs and elixirs, Wang Hao's energy slowly recovered. Once his energy was restored, he began refining himself further. Using the sacred demon stone. Sanyun residence. At the command guard's headquarters. What? The operation failed? Zheng Heng's face darkened immediately. He had invested so much power, only for it to end in failure. At this moment, Xiang Lin stood before him, his body riddled with wounds, blood constantly flowing. Despite the heavy price paid, Xiang Lin had managed to escape. This was largely because most of the troll forces were out, searching for the sacred demon stone, leaving fewer troops behind, combined with the assistance of an insider. Even so, the red-armored warriors had suffered heavy losses, and the black-armored contingent had been completely wiped out. Xiang Lin, along with a few severely injured red-armored warriors, had barely made it back. He then gave Zhang Heng a detailed report on the operation. Draining life force and extremely violent and destructive power. Zheng Heng frowned deeply, as if recalling something. This power had appeared before when the 9 Nether Spring of the Shadow Demon clan was stolen. Now, the Shadow Demon clan was still scouring the land for the humans who had entered from the outside world. Could it be humans from the outer world? Or perhaps the Sacred Spirit sect? Zheng Heng wasn't sure. The martial arts of humanity within the Dark Moon Realm were diverse, and such powers were not uncommon. Especially the Sacred Spirit sect, being a top-tier sect with some incredibly powerful martial arts techniques. Forget it. It seems we've lost our chance. Xiang Lin, go tend to your wounds. Zheng Heng waved dismissively. Supported by his comrades, Xiang Lin slowly left. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked in at a steady pace. Well, what about the one who defeated Song Yi? Any other actions? Zheng Heng massaged his temples as he asked. The middle-aged man was Lu Quan. Elder Zhang, ever since Wang Hao defeated Song Yi, he's stayed at his residence and hasn't stepped out, Lu Quan replied. They had set up numerous surveillance points near Wang Hao's residence long ago. Every move he made was under their watch, or so they believed. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Hao had already left Sanyun residence with their team. Zhang Heng's expression softened a bit. At least the man was behaving himself and hadn't stirred up trouble in Sanyun residence. Elder Zhang, should we send someone to approach Wang Hao? His talent and strength are quite impressive, Lu Quan suggested. Zheng Heng shook his head and replied blandly, after all, he's from the outer world. He's not one of us. He hasn't endured our suffering, so how could he share our heart? Lu Quan sighed deeply. They had seen many humans from the outer world in the Dark Moon Realm, but their goals and mindsets were entirely different. A previous group of outer world humans had even joined them once. However, their arrogance and pride led them to incite some ancient clans of the Dark Moon Realm to attack the demons. The result was catastrophic losses. Thinking of the fallen comrades, Lu Quan's heart felt like it was being torn apart. Any movements from the other major clans? Zheng Heng asked. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. The various powers in Sanyun residence all had their own agendas. If this dragged on, the demons would soon devour them entirely. They're the same as always, saying one thing to your face and doing another behind your back. Lu Quan spat through gritted teeth. Zheng Heng sneered coldly. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Ignore them. Focus on honing our own strength. To its peak, near the troll's territory, a dense aura of killing intent filled the air. A blood demon warrior, cloaked in a crimson glow, roamed the troll's land with a savage gleam in his eyes. It was none other than Blood Shura. Around him coiled several thick iron chains, dragging along the ground with a grating sound. Everywhere Blood Shura passed, the ground was scorched black. His murderous intent was so intense it almost took physical form, causing faint explosions in the surrounding space. I'm close to finding you, you interesting creature. Blood Shura licked his lips, his eyes blazing with madness. Blood Demon Clan scum, get out of our land. As Blood Shura continued his slow advance, a large group of trolls rushed toward him. Already enraged by the loss of the sacred demon stone, the trolls were in a berserk state. Seeing Blood Shura only pushed them further into a frenzy, they wouldn't show him the slightest mercy. The Blood Azura tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding members of the giant demon clan. With a cold sneer, a violent surge of murderous intent erupted from him like a tornado, instantly engulfing the area. In an instant, agonized screams echoed throughout the region. The whirlwind of murderous energy devoured every giant demon clan member nearby within seconds. Those, still far off, who had yet to arrive, froze in terror as they witnessed the scene. Who could have imagined such overwhelming power in a single individual? Among the fallen was even a supreme master of the clan. Yet before the blood azura, they were no more formidable than paper shattered with a single touch, utterly powerless to resist. What made it even more horrifying was that the blood azura appeared to exert no effort at all. He simply stood there, and the giant demon clan members were torn to pieces. This terrifying display of strength sent shivers down the spines of those observing from a distance. This power is too terrifying. We're not his match at all. He's a devil incarnate. Run! Get away from here! Quickly, go west and summon the giant spirit demon ancestor for help. The surrounding giant demon clan members shouted in fear. Though simple-minded, they all understood that throwing their lives away against such an enemy was futile. Seeing the distant giant demon clan members flee, the blood azura made no move to pursue them. Instead, he resumed his steady march toward the heart of the giant demon clan's territory. Not far behind him, a group of supreme master generals from the Blood Demon clan followed closely, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Lord Azura's strength is unmatched. Even the mighty giant demon clan is no match for him. One Blood Demon general exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. The other generals nodded in agreement. After all, a supreme master represented the pinnacle of combat power in the Dark Moon Realm. Though the slain giant demon clan member wasn't the strongest among the supreme masters, his power was still formidable. Yet, before the blood azura, he hadn't even had the chance to resist. Send someone to negotiate with the giant demon clan. There's no need to waste valuable forces unnecessarily, another blood demon general advised. The group nodded in acknowledgement. The situation in the Dark Moon Realm was becoming increasingly tense. The dead silence zone continued to expand, and the remnants of the human clan seemed to be stirring once more. Adding to this, the recent incursions by outsiders from the human race, though limited in number, had left a lingering threat. No one could guarantee they wouldn't return. Preserving their strength was now critical for preparing for the chaos that might lie ahead. While the high-ranking members of the various demon clans had already laid out strategies, long-standing animosities among the clans meant that conflicts persisted. These deep-rooted grievances and entangled interests couldn't simply be resolved with a decree. With that, the group continued to follow the blood azura while dispatching envoys to negotiate with the giant demon clan. Within a hidden cave of the giant demon clan, inside the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram, Wang Hao was immersed in his cultivation, channeling the power of the sacred demon stone to deepen his understanding. A formidable martial will flowed through his body. Wielding the glacial thunder blade, Wang Hao practiced various blade techniques with precision and intensity. Both the blazing fire blade technique and the 9 shadow sky origin blade had been refined to the level of divine mastery under his relentless effort. Now, if he could elevate the 13 blades of Heaven's Gate to the same level, he would be able to merge all 3 techniques. Finding top-tier blade techniques had proven incredibly challenging. Wang Hao had scoured Songyun residence for a long time but came up empty-handed. The major families guarded their secrets too tightly, leaving him with no opportunities. His only option was to attempt to fuse the 3 techniques and create an entirely new one. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the 13 Blades of Heaven's Gate has advanced to divine mastery level. A system notification sounded in Wang Hao's mind after some time. Finally reaching divine mastery, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Merge the blazing fire blade technique, the 9 shadow sky origin blade and the 13 blades of Heaven's Gate, he silently commanded. Immediately, a surge of mysterious information flooded his mind. A brand new blade technique began to take shape. Ding! The fusion of the 3 blade techniques is complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-tier martial art Shadow Inferno Primordial Blade. Technique star. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Shadow Inferno Primordial Blade technique has advanced to the proficient level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the S-tier blade technique and reaching the proficient level. The blade intent has advanced to minor accomplishment. Moments later, the system notifications rang out again. An overwhelming surge of blade intent rippled around Wang Hao, its terrifying energy seemingly capable of tearing apart the heavens. In the distance, Jiang Shui and the others were stunned by the nearly sky-piercing aura emanating from Wang Hao. His blade intent has reached minor accomplishment. Wang Hao's talent is truly terrifying, Zhou Bai said with admiration in his eyes. At this point, Zhou Bai had already reached the level of a 4th-rank master. Yet, even he felt that he wouldn't last a second in Wang Hao's presence. The murderous blade intent alone was suffocating. Lin Shirhan, gazing at Wang Hao from afar, was equally astonished. Wang Hao's talent had surpassed even her sister's. It seemed she couldn't fall too far behind. Determination flashed in Lin Shihan's eyes as she slowly closed them. Beside her, Jiang Shue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wang Hao was simply incredible. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but his martial skills were also top-notch, and his talent was beyond question. Jiang Shui silently vowed to follow Wang Hao closely from now on. Wang Hao continued practicing the Heavenly Shadow Burning Blade technique within the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram. The Ice Soul Thunder Blade transformed into countless flashes of blade light, accompanied by faint flames that surged and roared in all directions. The scene was absolutely breathtaking. Though the practice was confined to a small area, the entire Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram was enveloped in a searing heat. The terrifying blade intent and blade light surged relentlessly within the diagram. In the Giant Demon Clan territory, the skies were overcast. Warriors of the Giant Demon Clan patrolled everywhere, seemingly searching for something. In the distance, faint movements could be detected. Blood Azura silently advanced toward the location where Wang Hao and his group were. "Little darling, here I come." A sinister blood-red glow flickered in Blood Azura's eyes. Killing intent surged around him like tidal waves, suffocating anyone nearby. Not far away, not only were there Blood Demon generals standing guard, but warriors from the Giant Demon Clan also followed closely, keeping their eyes fixed on Blood Azura, fearing he might cause trouble here. As time passed, the night deepened, and Blood Azura's steps grew more urgent. Inside the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram, Wang Hao was cultivating other martial techniques using the Sacred Demon Stone. Suddenly, his shadow sensed a powerful wave of murderous intent rapidly approaching from the outside. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes and put away the Sacred Demon Stone. He stepped out of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram and looked out into the distance. With his powerful spiritual perception, he instantly scanned the surroundings. The area was shrouded in darkness, as though a heavy black cloud hovered over the entire Giant Demon Clan territory. In the distance, a figure emanating terrifying killing intent sped toward Wang Hao at an alarming pace. Chains on their body emitted an ear-piercing clatter. Wang Hao's heart sank. He hadn't expected his location to be uncovered despite their careful concealment. The approaching demon was clearly far stronger than any opponent he had faced before. Feeling his blood boil from the oppressive killing intent, Wang Hao's inner battle spirit ignited. If that's how it was, then he would fight and see how strong he truly had become. He looked up at the darkened skies of the Shadow Moon realm. Beneath the dim night, a faint moon hung weakly, emitting a pale and oppressing light. With a wave of his right hand, the Ice Soul Thunder Blade appeared in Wang Hao's grasp. The surrounding killing intent grew even heavier. A light breeze brushed past, bringing a slight chill. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rushing sound tore through the air as a thick black chain lashed violently toward Wang Hao. The chain seemed to carry a maddening murderous energy. Wang Hao's spiritual senses immediately locked onto the chain. Clang! With a sharp swing of the Ice Soul Thunder Blade, he slashed at the chain. The blade, imbued with thunder and nether energy, clashed against the chain with a crisp, piercing impact. Sparks flew in all directions as the collision filled the air with electric flashes. The ferocious impact created a gust of wind, forcing Wang Hao back several steps. "Ha ha ha! Good, very good. You didn't let me down." A deep, maniacal laugh echoed from not far away. Blood Azura, engulfed in a blood-red aura, charged ferociously toward Wang Hao. The chain in his hand seemed like an unstoppable weapon, aimed directly at him. Madness and killing intent burned in Blood Azura's eyes. The blood-red glow and murderous energy swirled around him, forming a violent vortex. Wang Hao snorted coldly, and the Ice Soul Thunder Blade in his hand shone with a dazzling brilliance. He could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from Blood Azura. This was a first-rank grandmaster, a master whose killing intent had reached an unparalleled level. Wang Hao had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. In an instant, the two clashed again. The blade intent, infused with thunder and nether energy, was no weaker than Blood Azura's murderous aura. Their collisions were deafening, echoing through the battlefield. Wang Hao unleashed the latest techniques of the Heavenly Shadow Burning Blade, Nether Stab, Star Imprint, all executed with precision and intensity. Blood Azura's body surged with black demonic energy, a chaotic mix of power and force that was both dazzling and terrifying. The space around them seemed on the verge of shattering under the intensity of their battle. The wind howled as nearby boulders and trees were obliterated by their strikes. Wherever they passed, devastation followed. In the distance, numerous warriors from the Giant Demon Clan and Blood Demon Clan gathered to watch. "Who is that human? How can he stand against our Blood Azura Lord? A blood demon." General stared at the battlefield in shock. The intensity of the fight was overwhelming. Even the residual waves of energy left the spectators trembling with fear. "That's your blood demon clan's only SSS-level genius? I didn't expect him to have already advanced to a first-rank grandmaster." The Giant Demon Clan commander's eyes gleamed with awe. Though they belonged to different demon clans, their respect for strength was universal. Blood Azura's unparalleled talent and ferocious combat power left all the demon clans in stunned admiration. "We're not sure who That human is, but he must have come from the outside world. He's definitely not a native of the Shadow Moon realm. Another demon added, should we try to recruit that human into our ranks? With such incredible talent, killing him outright would be such a waste. A chilling light flickered in the eyes of the blood demon general. Those outsiders are probably insane. There's no need to waste time recruiting him. Kill him quickly, and we'll be safer. Exactly. You all may not know, but recently the Shadow Demon clan encountered a group of outsiders and got massacred. The Shadow Demon King was so furious he nearly exploded, and the 9 Nether Spring was even stolen. I heard about that. The Shadow Demon King got scolded so badly by the elders that he couldn't lift his head. What a joke. Haha, the Shadow Demon clan has the worst luck, crossing paths with a bunch of maniacs. The other demons muttered in low voices, clearly having all heard about the Shadow Demon clan's misfortune. Boom! Wang Hao and the Blood Shura collided fiercely, their blows shaking the battlefield. Both unleashed powerful martial techniques. During the fight, Wang Hao gradually realized that the Blood Shura's talent lay in his overwhelming killing intent, and it was likely an SSS-level talent. Otherwise, there was no way he could hold his ground against Wang Hao for this long. After all, Wang Hao possessed Divine Tier techniques, multiple S-Tier martial skills, and the terrifying SS-Tier Thunder Force. Not to mention, he wielded the Xian Tier Ice Soul Thunder Blade. Even though his cultivation level was merely that of a third-grade Grandmaster, his exceptional talent and techniques allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with, or even surpass, superior-level Grandmasters. In fact, he far exceeded the average superior-level Grandmaster. Exhilarating. Again. The Blood Shura roared, charging forward with his chain swinging wildly. His blood boiled, and his battle lust was completely ignited. Surrounded by killing intent, the Blood Shura's attacks grew faster and faster, pushing to the limits of his ability. Wang Hao didn't say much, only engaging silently. This intense battle was equally a challenge for him. The Blood Shura's relentless and ferocious attacks gradually honed Wang Hao's combat experience, bit by bit. Battle was, after all, the fastest way to grow stronger. The night around them grew darker. While fighting, Wang Hao kept an eye on the system's cooldown. In another 30 minutes, he would be able to copy a talent again. Initially, he had planned to copy Lin Shihan's flame talent. But now, with an SSS-level talent right before him, how could he pass this up? The power of the Azure Dragon swirled around Wang Hao, guarding him tightly. When the Blood Shura's killing intent struck Wang Hao, most of it was absorbed by the SSS tier Azure Dragon dominance technique. No wonder Song Yi had been so resilient. This martial art was indeed extraordinary. As Wang Hao continued to clash with the Blood Shura, he silently awaited the system's refresh. Meanwhile, the Blood Shura's killing aura grew even more intense, his strength clearly increasing during the fight. From a distance, the other demons watched their battle with growing astonishment. The two had been fighting for nearly half an hour. Still, neither showed any intent to stop, and the battlefield around them was being destroyed beyond recognition. They had already shifted their fight to several different locations. Looks like your Blood Shura can't beat that human. Should we send someone to help? A giant demon suggested. The area around the battle was in ruins. Deep craters and broken walls were everywhere, and the once orderly ground was now a chaotic mess. Forget it. That human probably won't last much longer. Let's send in reinforcements for the Blood Shura. He's had enough fun by now, the Blood Demon General replied. With that, both the giant demons and blood demons dispatched elite soldiers to reinforce the fight. Wang Hao's spiritual senses picked up on the approaching enemies in the distance, and his heart tightened. There were only 10 minutes left until the system's cooldown ended, but clearly, they didn't intend to let him continue his duel with the Blood Shura. While these soldiers weren't a significant threat to Wang Hao, his strength was closely matched with the Blood Shura's. If other demons interfered, he could quickly lose his advantage. At that point, his only option would be to rely on his spatial array to escape. Damn it, just 10 minutes left. Wang Hao felt a surge of frustration. If he missed this chance to copy the Blood Shura's talent, who knew where the demon would disappear to next? Stay out of this. I'll kill this guy myself, no one else gets to interfere. The Blood Shura, noticing the demons in the distance, roared furiously to stop them from approaching. The nearby demons exchanged glances but ultimately held their ground. Seeing this, Wang Hao felt a twinge of satisfaction. He thought to himself, you're so considerate. Once I kill you, I'll make sure to give you a swift death in return. The two warriors resumed their fierce battle, their immense power surging through the area like a force of destruction. As expected of an SSS-level talent, the Blood Shura's strength continued to grow throughout the fight, and Wang Hao couldn't help but feel impressed. Although he was slightly concerned, his hand never faltered. His blade struck out at sharp, cunning angles, pressing the attack relentlessly. However, the Blood Shura's body was like a storm of blood energy and killing intent, absorbing most of the damage. Both fighters had reached the pinnacle of superior-level grandmasters. It seems the Demon Clan should never be underestimated. Just one member of the Blood Demon Clan hides such a terrifying master. As the battle raged on, Blood Shura's eyes were filled with nothing but endless frenzy. Just hold on a little longer, just a little longer, and my will of slaughter will reach perfection. Blood Shura silently chanted in his heart. With his SSS-level slaughter talent, his comprehension of the will of slaughter was profound. Although it was not as intuitive as Wang Hao's comprehension, with the aid of the sacred demon stone, his progress was astonishingly rapid. The will of slaughter had already reached great success, and was now teetering on the edge of perfection. As the battle intensified, Blood Shura's will of slaughter was inching closer and closer to being flawless. This was also the reason why he refused to let other demons interfere. He wanted to use this battle to push his will of slaughter to its absolute zenith. Boom! The sound of their battle was deafening, reverberating throughout the entire area. Minutes later, a glimmer of light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. His system was about to refresh. Blood Shura also felt that his killing intent was nearing perfection. But Wang Hao did not continue his fierce assault. Instead, he kept dodging and evading. Could it be that he had discovered something? Blood Shura secretly speculated in his heart. Wang Hao's mental focus was razor-sharp, sensing Blood Shura's evolving will of slaughter at every moment. Indeed, he had realized that his opponent was undergoing a gradual transformation. He figured it out? Don't expect me to keep being your pawn. Wang Hao sneered inwardly. He would never work for someone else's benefit again. Coward. Useless trash. All you can do is run? Blood Shura couldn't hold back his roaring fury, teetering on the brink of an outburst. It felt like he was just a few strikes away from finishing off his opponent, only for his prey to refuse to cooperate, leaving him so enraged it was almost enough to make him spit blood. Idiot, can't hit me, and now you're blaming me for it? Wang Hao taunted him. The surrounding demons were gathering in greater numbers, forming dense, impenetrable layers of circles. If you don't fight seriously, I'll have the others outside come in and tear you to shreds. Blood Shura threatened viciously. Ding! SSS-level talent detected ahead. Would you like to copy it? Moments later, the system notification sounded. The time had finally come. I've been waiting for this cooldown. Copy it now. Wang Hao silently commanded. Ding! Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS-level talent Infinite Slaughter. The ultimate will of slaughter can instill endless oppression in your enemies. Your killing intent will shred their very souls. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching initiation in the will of slaughter. A sudden surge of immense killing intent erupted from Wang Hao's entire being. Empowered by this killing intent, his blade aura carried a ferocious, violent energy. Wang Hao concentrated all his strength and unleashed a ferocious strike. The Ice Soul Thunder Blade, entwined with various forces, slashed directly toward Blood Shura. Blood Shura's heart clenched. Why did this power feel so familiar? This power was almost identical to his own. Although not as overwhelming, the ultimate will of slaughter it carried was undoubtedly cut from the same cloth as his own. Could this guy have comprehended the will of slaughter during our battle? But Blood Shura had no time to ponder further. He poured all his energy into his chains, forming a savage, hurricane-like protective shield of slaughtering intent around the iron links. In an instant, Wang Hao's Ice Soul Thunder Blade crashed down. The two wills of slaughter tangled and clashed, as though pulled together by an immense gravitational force, desperately vying for dominance. Lightning intertwined, blood energy surged. The surrounding space began to tear apart, with faint traces of chaotic energy seeping through the ruptured dimensions. A massive shockwave erupted from the point of their collision. At its epicenter, a storm of slaughter rapidly formed. The manifested killing intent coalesced into a tornado, sweeping outward in all directions. In the distance, the Blood Demon Clan and Giant Demon Clan members were struck with disbelief, their faces filled with shock at the power before them. This power is terrifying. Can this really be the combat strength of two masters? Their attacks are ripping space apart. Move back now. Get out of here. Retreat immediately. The surrounding demons scrambled to flee in panic, desperate to avoid being caught in the storm of slaughter. The storm was too powerful. Nothing could stand in its way. Wherever the hurricane swept through, not a blade of grass remained. Asterisk crack. 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 Asterisk space continued to shatter, the piercing sound sending chills down everyone's spines. Faint streams of chaotic energy began to emerge from the fractured space. These streams brushed against Wang Hao and Blood Shura's bodies, as if greedily devouring their life force. Blood Shura, in particular, had noticeably dimmed. The blood-red glow around him faded significantly, his body riddled with blood threads. Yet the frenzy in his eyes only burned brighter than ever. He could feel it. The will of slaughter was about to awaken completely. The azure dragon tattoo on Wang Hao's body began to fade due to the erosion of chaotic energy. Wang Hao, stop entangling with him. The spatial fractures are worsening, we need to retreat immediately. Dabai's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao pursed his lips, feeling unwilling. He was enjoying the fight, and now he was being told to retreat? He had finally encountered a truly worthy opponent. Next time you want to kill me, I'll make sure to run first. Wang Hao responded casually. Blood Shura's face darkened upon hearing this, realizing Wang Hao intended to escape. No, his will for slaughter was just a step away from completion. You can't leave. Blood Shura roared, unleashing a surge of killing intent that caused turbulent waves of energy around him. The spatial fractures worsened due to his outburst. Swish! Wang Hao said nothing, merely sneering coldly before releasing his spatial power. In an instant, Wang Hao disappeared. No! Blood Shura cried out in despair. He had been so close to perfecting his will for slaughter. Furious to the point of explosion, he let the chaotic energy tear through his body, continuing to howl in place. With Wang Hao's suppression gone, the trend of spatial fractures temporarily halted. However, the surrounding chaotic energy continued to surge, rendering the already desolate area even more lifeless. Dark Moon Realm. Land of Desolation. This place was filled with deathly energy, devoid of any vitality. The Land of Desolation was located at the center of the Dark Moon Realm. The human-demon war from tens of thousands of years ago had left it utterly barren. It was saturated with dense annihilation energy, making it the most dangerous place in the Dark Moon Realm. Anyone who got caught in it would be instantly obliterated, without exception. 10 kilometers from the edge of the Land of Desolation, numerous demon clans were monitoring the area. The Giant Demon Clan, Blood Demon Clan, Ghost Demon Clan, and other demon clans had dispatched large numbers of warriors to guard the site. General, the range of the Land of Desolation is expanding faster and faster. A Blood Demon Clan warrior reported to the armored Blood Demon Clan General, Mo Shuerong. Mo Shuerong was a powerful grandmaster of the Blood Demon Clan, leading the demons stationed here. Boom! Just as Mo Shuerong was about to issue an order, a sudden, violent rumble erupted nearby. A cold glint flashed in Mo Shuerong's eyes as he angrily said, "Those damned humans are here again. Eliminate those wretched pests immediately." Mo Shuerong shouted. Following the order, numerous demons charged toward the source of the rumbling. While guarding this area, Mo Shuerong frequently encountered human attacks. The site was far from the demon clan's gathering places, and with the dangerous Land of Desolation nearby, the demons dared not deploy large forces. Thus, humans would often come to harass them without launching full-scale attacks. Each time, they would retreat after causing enough trouble, repeatedly tormenting the demons. However, the Land of Desolation was too important, forcing the demons to maintain surveillance. This created a vicious cycle. Not far away, humans and demons were locked in fierce combat. The human warriors wore specialized battle armor with strong defenses and wielded highly advanced weapons. Having undergone numerous battles, their combat prowess far exceeded that of demons in equal numbers. Despite their smaller numbers, they fought with overwhelming strength, growing braver with each clash. At the edge of the battlefield, several powerful martial artists observed the situation. Hallmaster Guan, are we really okay fighting here like this? A martial artist with a glimmer in his eyes asked worriedly. This martial artist was Su Jin, a first-grade grandmaster and leader of the Martial Alliance's expedition into the Dark Moon Realm. Guan Sheng smiled as he looked toward the battlefield, showing no signs of concern. Relax, the Land of Desolation won't erupt so easily, Guan Sheng said confidently. Su Jin nodded without saying more. As the leader of the Tianwu Association's operation in the Dark Moon Realm, Guan Sheng wouldn't act recklessly. The battle grew increasingly intense nearby. Guan Sheng kept a close eye on the unfolding situation. On the battlefield, many grandmaster martial artists from the outside world had gathered. Through repeated fierce battles and the spoils seized from the demons, these martial artists had undergone significant transformations. Not only had his cultivation improved significantly, but his combat power had also increased considerably compared to before. By the way, old Su, is there any news from the Holy Spirit sect? Guan Sheng suddenly thought of something and asked. News about the Holy Spirit sect has always been extremely secretive. Many of the scouts we sent out found nothing, as if the Holy Spirit sect had completely vanished. Su Jin took a deep breath and said solemnly. Guan Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. The news about the Holy Spirit sect had indeed been elusive. They had attacked multiple demon clan strongholds and even sought information from many ancient human clans, but they had not obtained any concrete clues. Only scattered rumors existed, with no specific traces. Master Guan, a large group of Black Moon Alliance members is rapidly approaching us from the west. A sudden urgent report came from the side. A master martial artist from the Tianwu Association hurriedly ran toward Guan Sheng. Immediately issue the order for a full retreat. Guansheng took a deep breath and commanded in a deep voice. Inside a hidden cave of the giant demon clan, Wang Hao was slowly recovering his energy. The fierce battle with the blood Shura had greatly depleted his energy and stamina. After several spatial movements, his energy was nearly exhausted. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the crimson flame demon suppression diagram. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, appeared beside Wang Hao. She was Lin Shurhan. At this moment, Lin Shurhan exuded a capable and valiant aura, making her appear heroic and spirited. Wang Hao, thank you for taking care of me during this time, but I must leave now, Lin Shurhan softly said, her cherry lips slightly parted. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Shurhan in front of him. Be careful when you go out. Those demon clan members will surely do everything they can to hunt us humans who came from the outside world. Wang Hao reminded her. Not long after, Jiang Shui also emerged from the crimson flame demon suppression diagram. Jiang Shui looked at Lin Shurhan, her eyes filled with reluctance. Clearly, the time they had spent together had forged a deep friendship between them. However, Jiang Shui did not try to stop her. She knew Lin Shurhan had her own matters to attend to. I'll definitely come back to find you once I've taken care of everything. Lin Shurhan's eyes also showed reluctance. Jiang Shui hugged Lin Shurhan and softly bid her farewell. Take these with you. It'll give me peace of mind knowing you have some protection when you go out. Wang Hao took out a red magic orb and an ancient talisman from his spatial ring. He explained the uses of these items to Lin Shurhan. The magic orb, which had been given to him by Guansheng, could unleash 3 attacks at the level of a first-grade grandmaster. The talisman allowed for instant spatial movement. Wang Hao himself had no need for the talisman, as his spatial abilities far surpassed it. As for the magic orb, he kept one for backup. Lin Shurhan did not refuse and accepted them directly. Jiang Shui also gave her a pile of spiritual pills and medicines, all of which were rare and highly effective. Take care and don't let anything happen to you, or your sister will be heartbroken, Wang Hao reminded her again. Lin Shurhan looked at Wang Hao with a complex expression before turning and leaving the cave. Finally, she's gone. That terrifying woman is gone. As soon as Lin Shurhan left, Dabai immediately jumped out. When Lin Shurhan was around, Dabai had been extremely well behaved. Now that she was gone, everyone could finally relax. Let's head back to Sanyun residence. I feel like I'm about to break through, and it's safer to cultivate there. Wang Hao ignored Dabai's exclamation and continued speaking. The battle with the blood Shura, along with the chaotic aura from the spatial rupture, had made Wang Hao feel that his realm was loosening. His mastery of various martial arts skills had also improved. This breakthrough, Wang Hao believed, would bring a significant leap in his strength. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up. Wang Hao was about to break through again. If he broke through, what heights would his strength reach? Immediately, Wang Hao and the others sped toward Sangyun residence. Dark Moon Realm. Sanyun residence. Inside the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram. The Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram was filled with abundant heaven and earth energy. Jiang Shui transplanted the 9-curve sacred stargrass and the St. Luo vitality flower into the same area. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was exceptionally abundant, almost solidified. Wang Hao felt that the energy around these 2 sacred herbs was no less than that in the energy pool of the Tianwu Association, and even purer. After all, this was the spiritual energy released by the sacred herbs, extremely pure. Wang Hao sat cross-legged between the 2 sacred herbs. The Chaos Divine Essence technique operated at high speed, rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy. He felt that his breakthrough might be related to the chaotic aura generated when space shattered. During the battle with the blood Shura, the chaotic aura from the spatial rupture had condensed a significant amount in his Yuan mansion. Within those few seconds, if chaotic energy truly benefited the Chaos Divine Essence technique, then even at the Grandmaster realm, he might find opportunities for rapid improvement. For martial artists, breakthroughs become exceedingly slow upon reaching the Grandmaster level. Unless they encounter special heavenly treasures or fortuitous opportunities, even minor breakthroughs can take several years. Those with poor talent might even take over a decade for a single breakthrough. Wang Hao secretly hoped that chaotic energy would prove useful. He absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy with all his might. Various powerful forces surged within his body. Time slowly passed as he cultivated. Sanyun Residence Guard Division. Inside a secret room. At this moment, the room was filled with noise, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The large room was packed with high-ranking members of the guard division and leaders of various prominent families. Zheng Heng, the head of the guard division, sat at the top. Below him were the elders of the guard division and the heads of the major families. Everyone's expressions were heavy, and the conversation was filled with pessimism. Since the sacred demon stone of the giant demon clan was lost, the pursuit of humans by various demon clans had become more intense. Sanyun residents had also become a key target of their attention. Meanwhile, the rate of expansion of the dead silence zone was accelerating. The conflict between humans and demons had escalated to an irreconcilable level. "We're running out of time," Zheng Heng said in a deep voice, looking around. His words silenced everyone. The demon clan's offensive was becoming increasingly fierce. Outside Sangyun residence, large numbers of demons roamed. Daily. "Zhang Lao, why don't we negotiate with the Black Moon Alliance leader again, and try to get the demon clan to give us more time? Offering more resources annually might work," suggested elder Li Hualing of the Li family. Li Hualing was the strongest elder of the Li family, a formidable, super-grade grandmaster. Yes, as long as the demon clan is willing to give us more time, offering more resources isn't a problem. I think it's feasible. The demon clan is just trying to seize the opportunity to demand more resources. Giving them some won't hurt. When our strength recovers, we'll take back what they stole with tenfold, even 100-fold interest. The high-ranking members of the major families echoed their agreement. Clearly, they all supported addressing the current crisis by offering resources. Bang! Just as the discussion grew heated, Zheng Heng suddenly slammed the table heavily. The table broke in response. Everyone was stunned. Weren't they just having a proper discussion? Why the sudden change in attitude? How long are you going to keep deceiving yourselves? Zheng Han looked at the attitudes of those present and found it utterly absurd. In the current situation, they were still thinking of solving the problem by offering more resources. "Zhang Lao, what do you mean? This policy was established by our ancestors. Are you suggesting overturning it?" After a brief silence, a deep voice sounded. Chen Guiming, the second elder of the Chen family, spoke. He was an experienced super-grade grandmaster. The surrounding people wore grim expressions, their eyes fixed on Zhang Heng. "What's the matter? Have you sat in this position for so long that you've forgotten the demon clan is our enemy?" Zheng Heng said coldly, his face expressionless. As soon as his words fell, the entire room plunged into an eerie silence. "Zhang Lao, that's not what we meant. What I mean is, we're not strong enough yet. If we could have a bit more time, our chances of counterattacking would be greater," Li Hualing hurriedly added. Everyone stared at Zheng Heng with complex expressions in their eyes, confusion, expectation, and a faint plea. Seeing this, Zheng Heng took a deep breath, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. These people had been away from the battlefield for so long that they had completely lost their fighting spirit. Sanyun residence was like a cage, not only imprisoning the Zenshusi but also restricting the members of the major families. Zheng Heng began to understand why the people of the Holy Spirit sect would rather fight to the death outside than linger in a place like Sanyun residence, eking out a living. It wasn't that they didn't understand that survival was necessary for hope, they simply didn't want to become people like this. "I don't want to hear any more talk of expediency. Enough with the nonsense. Now, whoever is willing to join me in counterattacking the demon clan, step over to my side. If you want to keep offering benefits to the demon clan, I won't stop you either," Zheng Heng said coldly. He could see that continuing to feign civility would only drain all his passion. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Zheng Heng to say such things suddenly. The room fell silent. Heads lowered, no one dared to meet Zheng Heng's gaze. "I understand. You can all leave now." Zheng Heng waved his hand, a trace of fatigue appearing on his face. He understood they had already made their choice. Continuing the discussion was meaningless. Looking at the situation before him, Zheng Heng seemed to recall the Sangyun alliance, recorded in the family genealogy. Perhaps when the demon clan signed this alliance with their ancestors, they had already foreseen today's outcome. Not long after the meeting ended, a major shift occurred in the power dynamics of Sangyun residence. The Zenshusi, the most powerful force in Sangyun residence, withdrew from the area. The remaining four major families, Song, Li, Chen, and Zhao, began dividing the territory and interests left behind by the Zenshusi. What was once a peaceful Sangyun residence unexpectedly erupted into numerous conflicts. Half a month later, within the Crimson Flame demon-suppressing diagram, Wang Hao's body was surrounded by an endless flow of primal energy. On either side, sacred medicines continuously released pure heaven and earth energy, gently nourishing his body. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Wang Hao's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to second-grade Grandmaster. Vitality plus 6,000, soul plus 800. After a moment, the system notification sounded in Wang Hao's mind. After enduring prolonged impacts of primal energy, Wang Hao had finally broken through to the second-grade Grandmaster level. He opened his attribute panel and silently recited in his mind. Name, Wang Hao. Talents, 100-fold speed physique, SSS, spatial matrix, SSS, infinite slaughter, SSS, thunder sacred physique, SS, void shadow, S, extreme frost, S, martial realm, second grade grandmaster, soul realm, spirit grade high-level mentalist, techniques, chaos divine origin art, skills, blade, Intent, minor achievement, fist intent, minor achievement, slaughter intent, minor achievement, soul refining martial art, star soul refining art. S. Perfect, blade martial art, sky shadow flame origin blade art. S. Proficient, defensive martial art, azure dragon heaven guarding sutra. SSS, skilled, body refining martial art, undying thunder body. S. Proficient, fist martial art, great desolation star extinguishing fist. SSS, skilled, thundercloud fist. A. Perfect, movement martial art, carefree ethereal steps. S. Proficient, support martial art, spirit clarity. I. D. Mastery, divine breath technique. C. Mastery, special martial art, 9 nether heavenly frost force. SS. Perfect, alchemy, soulfire pill art. Saint grade, minor achievement, vitality, 22,000, soul, 3,600, time until next replication, 15 days, over the past half month. In addition to breaking through realms, Wang Hao had not neglected his martial arts training. After multiple rounds of cultivation, Wang Hao fused various martial arts techniques. Not only did his intent to kill reach the minor accomplishment stage, but several fist techniques also merged into a brand new S-rank martial art. His movement techniques were all cultivated to the transcendent stage, achieving perfect integration. 2 auxiliary martial arts were also practiced to the transcendent stage. Next, as long as he solidified his second-grade Grandmaster realm through extensive combat, Wang Hao could rely on the Yangji Poya pill to break through to the first-grade Grandmaster level. Feeling the surge of violent energy within him, Wang Hao was exhilarated. Dabai, what's the situation outside now? Wang Hao asked. The Scarlet Flame Demon Suppression Diagram had quickly restored its vitality. After absorbing the nourishment of these spiritual herbs, Dabai could now leave the diagram and move freely. Wang Hao had to pay the price of 3 packs of cat food daily for Dabai to agree to go out and gather intelligence. At this moment, Dabai was lazily lying on several packs of cat food, occasionally grabbing a handful to toss into his mouth. Wang Hao, it's complete chaos outside. The people from the Town Guard Division have all gone out to fight the Demon Clan, and the remaining major families are busy vying for territory, Dabai said while eating. He then detailed the situation in Sangyun residence to Wang Hao. After the Town Guard Division withdrew, Sangyun residence lost its most influential figure, and a large-scale turf war immediately broke out. The outside world was now in utter disarray. The fact that the Town Guard Division would personally go out to confront the Demon Clan surprised Wang Hao. Previously, when Wang Hao had sent Shadow to gather intelligence on the Holy Spirit sect in Sangyun residence, he had also investigated the overall situation. These major forces all had somewhat complicated relationships with the Demon Clan. Humans and demons had coexisted in the Dark Moon realm for tens of thousands of years, a time long enough to change many things. What might have been valued tens of thousands of years ago might now seem insignificant. However, Wang Hao didn't care about any of this. They were them, and Wang Hao was Wang Hao. As for the Demon Clan, Wang Hao had only one attitude: annihilate them all, no compromise. Since these people didn't intend to truly oppose the Demon Clan, he might as well make them do something for him. A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. The Song family alone possessed SSS rank martial arts, who knows if other families had even stronger techniques. Sangyun residence was in chaos. This once peaceful and tranquil place had now turned into a complete mess. Especially in the territory once controlled by the Town Guard Division, fierce conflicts had erupted. The major families were engaging in numerous battles, large and small, to seize territory. Even some smaller families had joined the fray. The Town Guard Division had ruled over Sangyun residence for too long, accumulating immense pressure. Sangyun residence was like a towering mountain, suffocating everyone beneath it. Now that the mountain had fallen, people were finally unleashing their long-suppressed revelry. This sense of relief made it all feel like a dream. Chen Yuanxin from the Chen family in the northern district is fighting Li Lying from the Li family. Wow, those two were top-tier experts decades ago. They're really fighting? Let's go take a look. Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen top-tier experts fight. I've almost forgotten what their battles look like. Haha, me too. Let's go together. News spread, and the people of Sangyun residence buzzed with discussion. These two had been geniuses decades ago, their strength unmatched. After breaking through to the top-tier expert realm, they had rarely been heard from. No one expected them to suddenly appear now, engaged in a fiery battle. In the northern district of Sangyun residence, which was originally the territory of the Town Guard Division, there used to be a bustling marketplace. But now, chaos reigned everywhere. Violent clashes of energy sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Many people stood on the sidelines, cheering and shouting. The center of the northern district, once the most prosperous area, was now the stage for an intense duel. Two young men wielding weapons were locked in fierce combat. The sound of wind being torn apart in the clash of weapons filled the entire northern district center. The crowd of onlookers was highly enthusiastic, their eyes glued to the battle. Chen Yuanxin gripped a Fengtian halberd, with green energy flickering on the weapon. Each attack carried immense explosive power. Li Liang moved with incredible speed, evading Chen Yuanxin's fierce offensive. Holding a specially crafted long staff, he clashed with the Feng Tian halberd without showing any weakness. The destructive power of their battle was astonishing, with more and more buildings reduced to ruins. Li Liang, you haven't been slacking off these years, your agility has improved, Chen Yuanxin said while attacking. The violent Yuan energy roared incessantly. Li Liang's lips curved slightly as he dodged at lightning speed. You're not bad either, much stronger than decades ago. However, the central area of the North District belongs to the Li family. You'd better not waste your energy. Chen Yuanxin snorted coldly and struck a building, instantly creating a large hole. I'd like to see how long you can keep dodging. That was just a warm-up, now I'm getting serious. As he finished speaking, martial will erupted from his body, unleashing a powerful oppressive force that swept across the surroundings. The onlookers were astonished, the power was terrifying. Under the pressure, Li Liang's movements paused slightly, but he quickly unleashed his own martial will, neutralizing Chen Yuanxin's impact. I didn't expect you to have comprehended martial will as well. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me, Chen Yuanxin said, feeling rather pleased. If Li Liang were defeated too easily, the fight would lose its meaning. The battle grew increasingly intense, with their martial wills colliding and generating powerful shockwaves. Not far away, a young man stood still. As the shockwaves approached him, they dissipated automatically, not even causing a ripple. The young man held an apple, eating it slowly while watching the fight intently. This young man was Wang Hao. After breaking through his realm, he began seeking out members of the major families. The North District was where he sensed the intense battle taking place. These two are way too weak, Wang Hao said, shaking his head and taking a bite of the apple. He felt that although the two fighters had flashy moves and strong attacks, they seemed to lack something. It was as if he could easily suppress them with a casual strike. How can you say something so unreliable? You call this weak? What a joke. Exactly. These two are the top experts of the Chen and Li families. If they're considered weak, then who's strong? Yeah, you're still young and probably don't understand how powerful a first-grade grandmaster is. They're among the top martial artists in the Dark Moon realm. Wang Hao's words were overheard by the surrounding crowd, who began whispering among themselves. They cast disdainful glances at him, thinking he was just an ignorant kid. Wang Hao shrugged, not bothering to argue with the onlookers. Most of them had low combat abilities, and some were even ordinary people. It was normal for them not to understand. Moreover, those two weren't first-grade grandmasters. By the standards of the Dark Moon realm, they were super-grade grandmasters. Although their martial wills were still weak and only at the entry level, they could still be considered first-grade grandmasters. Since he had encountered these two, Wang Hao decided to use them as a starting point. He thought to himself that obtaining precious martial arts from the major families wouldn't be easy. These two were likely important members of their families. If he captured more people from the major families, they would surely be willing to negotiate with him. Not far away, the two fighters were still locked in an intense battle, completely unaware that Wang Hao had already set his sights on them. Boom! At the peak of their fight, a sudden surge of overwhelming energy enveloped the two. Chen Yuanxin and Li Liang's battle came to an abrupt halt. It was as if a powerful will had suppressed them, leaving them standing motionless in place. Cracks began to appear on the ground beneath them. The onlookers were terrified, seeing the two fighters who had been fiercely battling suddenly stop, their faces filled with fear. What was happening? The two who had been fighting so intensely were now standing still, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The cracks on the ground grew wider and deeper. If one listened closely, the sound of the floor breaking could be heard. Who's there? Chen Yuanxin finally couldn't hold back and shouted. The oppressive feeling instilled deep fear, a despair Chen Yuanxin had not experienced since decades ago, before he cultivated his martial will. This sensation completely stripped away any courage to resist. On the other side, Li Liang was also drenched in cold sweat. Just as everyone was gripped by terror, Wang Hao slowly walked toward them. That's enough. Now obediently become my captives. Wang Hao tossed aside the apple in his hand and said with a smile. The onlookers were stunned. You must be joking, right? Two first-rank grandmasters subdued so easily by him. These aren't ordinary experts, they can't even move under his pressure. No wonder he said they were too weak. How strong is this young man? Could he be a legendary great grandmaster? He must be a supreme grandmaster. The pinnacle of grandmasters. The bystanders whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with fear. To effortlessly subdue two first-rank grandmasters without even making a move was terrifying. Those who had just mocked Wang Hao turned pale and trembled all over. Fortunately, they hadn't gone too far with their words, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen Yuanxin and Li Liang were in disbelief. Was this pressure Really coming from a boy who looked barely of age? They were not ordinary first-rank grandmasters but supreme grandmasters who had comprehended martial will, yet they were so easily suppressed. The closer Wang Hao approached, the greater the pressure they felt. Crack, crack, crack. Before long, the overwhelming pressure forced the two directly into the ground. Their upper bodies remained exposed, while their lower halves were already buried. Have your families send someone to ransom you as soon as possible. Resources, martial arts, I want it all, Wang Hao said indifferently, as if discussing something trivial. Chen Yuanxin and Li Liang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair. Years of cultivation now seemed utterly wasted. Following Wang Hao's words, members of the Chen and Li families hurried off to deliver the news. Wang Hao did not stop them, this was exactly what he wanted. Seeing the two completely despair and lose their fighting spirit, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. 2 captives were not enough. Stroking his chin, he began to calculate in his mind. Why stop at 2 when he could capture more? He might as well round up all the key figures from the major families. A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Next, Wang Hao used his intense killing intent to control the 2 men and continued searching for other family members in Sangyun residence. Sangyun residence. Chen family's base. The Chen family's base was located in the eastern part of Sangyun residence, where there was a large expanse of spiritual soil used to grow various crops. Most of the Chen family's businesses were food-related, though they were also skilled in weapon manufacturing. Their weapons were both sharp and durable. Inside a luxurious room of the Chen family's base, the Chen family head was discussing the division of the northern district of Sangyun residence with the Li family head. Now, only the very center of the northern district remains. It all depends on whether Liang or Yuanxin proves stronger. Chen Yuansha stroked his beard, smiling confidently in his son. Li family head Li Luda nodded. They both knew that Li Liang and Chen Yuanxin were currently battling for the center of the northern district, and they were waiting for the outcome. The rest of the northern district had already been divided, leaving only the center. Report to the family head. Suddenly, a Chen family servant burst in, flustered. The Chen family head's face darkened. Don't you know to knock before entering? The servant grew even more nervous, quickly retreating to knock on the door properly. Seeing the servant's panicked demeanor, the Li family head couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. It seemed his son had won, otherwise, the servant wouldn't be so flustered. Before long, under the Chen family head's cold and stern command, the servant finally entered. Report to the family head. The young master has. The servant was so nervous he could barely speak, his voice choked and halting. The Chen family head's expression grew even darker as he barked, speak slowly. Reporting to the family head, the young master has been captured. The servant finally found his rhythm and blurted it out. Hearing this, the Chen family head's heart sank. What did he mean by captured? Could it be that Li Liang had captured him? Though Li family head secretly speculated. Ha, are you trying to say that your young master was captured by my family's Luing? Rest assured, Luing won't harm your young master. The head of the Li family laughed triumphantly, his tone full of satisfaction and confidence. The head of the Chen family looked grim, his expression dark enough to drip water. Losing was one thing, but having their people captured was utterly humiliating. He was already imagining how the head of the Li family would mock him in the future. No, that's not it. Both young Master Li and our young master were captured. The servant spoke again. The head of the Li family hadn't even finished smiling when the servant's words interrupted him. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was frantically capturing members of the 4 major families in Sangyun residence. The onlookers were not afraid of trouble, instead, they were unusually excited. After confirming that Wang Hao bore no hostility toward ordinary people, they eagerly surrounded him, offering directions and introductions. One by one, they pointed out who among the 4 major families were top-tier talents. In less than 2 hours, Wang Hao had already tied up a string of people behind him. These individuals were utterly dejected, dragged through the streets for public humiliation, as if nailed to a pillar of shame, their faces metaphorically trampled upon. The surrounding jeers and mockery were relentless, making them wish they could find a hole to crawl into. The enthusiasm of these people was truly astonishing, Wang Hao thought to himself. He had captured so many members of the 4 major families so quickly, and among the crowd, he definitely deserved top honors. Wang Hao continued parading them through the streets of Sangyun residence, and, with the encouragement of the spectators, more and more people were caught. The onlookers grew increasingly excited. The once lofty young talents of the major families were now being paraded like criminals, bringing immense joy to the crowd. Meanwhile, more residents of Sangyun residence flocked to watch. Isn't that Song Qiao from the Song family? Wow, I didn't expect him to get caught too. This instant kill bro is truly formidable. Song Qiao is such a disgrace, even Zhao Li from the Zhao family is better than him. At least Zhao Li lasted a second and a half. But seriously, This instant kill bro is terrifying. Whoever he encounters is instantly defeated, leaving no chance for resistance. His strength is definitely top tier in Sunyun residence. He's handsome and so strong. If only I could marry him. Women, stop dreaming. Someone as amazing as instant kill bro would never be interested in you. Don't waste your time. I thought that without the town guard division, the major families would have better control here. Who would have thought that without the town guard division, they'd be utterly crushed by instant kill bro? I kind of miss the days of the town guard division. Me too. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Wang Hao's overwhelming strength, defeating opponents in a single strike, and suppressing enemies, earned him the nickname Instant Kill Bro. Standing at the back, Chen Yuanxin and Li Luing were filled with despair. They had initially hoped that Wang Hao would encounter a strong opponent while capturing others and be defeated, allowing them to be rescued. Unexpectedly, those so-called masters and geniuses, who were usually praised to the skies, were as helpless as chicks, unable to fight back. Now, they could only hope their families would quickly send someone to ransom them. Wang Hao's strength had left a deep shadow in their hearts. It wasn't just Chen Yuanxin and Li Luing. The other young members of the major families who had been captured had also lost all hope. From initially holding on to some expectations to now only wishing their families would come to save them. In the eastern district of Sunyun residence, Wang Hao led a large group of people slowly into the area. According to passers-by, there were key figures from the Li family here. The surroundings were completely deserted. The once bustling streets were now empty. It seemed someone had anticipated his arrival, and everything had been cleared out in advance. Facing this eerie silence, Wang Hao was fearless. With absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were meaningless. No matter how many came, he would defeat them all. The crowd around him sensed something was amiss. Everyone knew this was a stronghold of the Li family, usually bustling with people and heavily guarded, but now it was eerily empty, clearly indicating trouble. Many onlookers quietly left upon noticing the situation, although Wang Hao was very strong. The reputation of the four great families in Sunyun residence was not to be underestimated. Wang Hao had only captured the younger generation of these families. The true top experts of the families had yet to appear. The geniuses behind Wang Hao also sensed the strange atmosphere. But they didn't believe their families had anyone who could suppress Wang Hao. Only by facing Wang Hao directly could one understand his terrifying strength. He was like an ancient beast, giving his opponents no chance at all. Since you're here, come out, Wang Hao said coldly. As soon as he spoke, the crowd following him was stunned. There was no one coming out, was there? Swish, swish, swish. Just as the words fell, three figures suddenly appeared in front of Wang Hao. The three were dressed in specially crafted spiritual armor, exuding a chilling aura. In the middle stood an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Despite his age, he was spirited and showed no signs of decline. The two white-haired elders on either side were equally imposing. Truly impressive for someone so young. I didn't expect Brother Wang Hao to not only have astonishing strength but also such sharp perception, the white-haired elder said with a smile. The two beside him, however, had eyes flashing with a cold light, as if they wanted to kill with their gaze. That's Li Wang, the unparalleled genius of the Li family from over 200 years ago. I can't believe he's still alive. Over 200 years ago, he had already broken through to the Grandmaster level. Who knows how strong he is now? I think this time, Second Kill Bro is in trouble. Exactly. The two beside him were also top geniuses of the Zhao and Chen families back in the day. This is going to be a good show, a cross-era battle between Second Kill Bro and geniuses from 2 centuries ago. As soon as the three elders appeared, the surrounding crowd immediately began to buzz with discussion. Clearly, they recognized these elders. Many had little hope for Wang Hao's strength. After all, his age was a factor. How strong could he really be? However, the young geniuses from the various families who had been captured by Wang Hao were filled with excitement. They had grown up listening to these legendary stories. They never expected to see these legendary figures in person now. Moreover, the aura emanating from these elders was incredibly powerful and oppressive. It seemed there was hope for them. At least they wouldn't have to be paraded around the streets by Wang Hao anymore. A glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes as they eagerly anticipated these senior experts teaching Wang Hao a harsh lesson and venting their frustrations. Wang Hao squinted slightly, pondering. If they had reached the Grandmaster level over 200 years ago, how strong were they now? Strong or not, he would have to fight them to find out. Since that was the case, he decided to test his limits. Wang Hao made up his mind instantly. No need for more words. Let's give it a try, Wang Hao said calmly. He didn't care why these people had come, but since they were standing in his way, there was no choice but to fight. Arrogant brat, let me show you true strength. Li Wan's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke in a frosty tone. Slash. Without any unnecessary words, Wang Hao directly drew his ice soul thunder blade, and a violent surge of power erupted instantly. The elders, full of disdain, activated their protective shields and charged at Wang Hao together. Smash! But in an instant, as Wang Hao's blade swung, the shields shattered, and the elders spat blood as they were sent flying backward. Unparalleled geniuses. From over 200 years ago? Were these old guys faking it? That was Wang Hao's most genuine thought. Not only Wang Hao, but the surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be an epic cross-era showdown? And yet, they were defeated in a single strike? And one person took down 3 of them? This is heartbreaking. I grew up listening to Li Wang's stories, and this is it? Completely collapsed. The legends are just for listening, but when you actually encounter them, it's a different story. There's no comparison at all. Even being instantly defeated in a one-on-one is normal, but to be taken down 3-on-1. Pathetic, pathetic. What so-called peerless geniuses? All trash. If they met me, the instant kill king, they'd have been reduced to dust long ago. Instant kill king, forever. A god. The audience buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration. The prodigies of the 4 great families, known for their remarkable skills, had faces as dark as if they had swallowed bitter gourds. Just moments ago, they were full of hope, only to have it shattered in an instant. Across from them, several elderly figures were coughing up blood, their faces flushed, and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They simply couldn't accept it. How could someone be this powerful? It must be noted that over 200 years ago, they had swept through Tsingyun residence and even slain numerous demon generals outside. In the Dark Moon realm, they were renowned figures. Yet in front of Wang Hao, they were defeated one after another, 3 of them taken down in an instant by a single person. This utterly crushed their pride. Hey, old geezers, have you coughed up enough blood? Hurry over here. Wang Hao coldly stared at the weakened elders before him. Yi Wang and the others felt a tightness in their chests. What was Wang Hao planning to do? The surrounding crowd erupted once more. Was he going to capture these old men and publicly humiliate them? They loved this kind of spectacle. The collapse of legends, what better way to mark it than with ruthless humiliation? After speaking, Wang Hao condensed his killing intent into ropes, tying up Yi Wang and the others like dead dogs behind him. Instant kill king, there are a few legendary strongmen in the Western District too. Let's go tie them up as well. The Southern District has some. I know where they are. The Eastern District too. I'll lead the way. Seeing Yi Wang and the others truly tied up, the surrounding crowd was ecstatic, wishing they could capture everyone from the 4 great families. Wang Hao didn't mind. Since they weren't coming out voluntarily, capturing a few more was just a flick of the wrist. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Send someone to deliver a message. If no one comes to negotiate within 10 minutes, I'll start killing people. Wang Hao coldly addressed the crowd. Seeing that even these elders from centuries ago were no match, Wang Hao felt a bit disappointed. It seemed the strength of the 4 great families was indeed unimpressive. Even when he went all out, he couldn't achieve a complete victory. The gap between them and the demon race was still vast. Their confinement here wasn't without reason. After speaking, Wang Hao stood in place, waiting. As Yi Wang and the others were defeated, more and more onlookers gathered. Everyone wanted to see how the great families would handle this situation. After all, Wang Hao's strength was undeniable, and with so many hostages in his grasp, a swarm tactic was out of the question. Negotiation was the only option left. Brother Wang Hao, can you tell me what realm you're at now? Yi Wang, snapping out of his despair, looked at Wang Hao with eager anticipation. Wang Hao's strength was overwhelming. They had never seen anyone so powerful. He was practically on par with the legendary grandmasters. As descendants of the early human settlers in the Dark Moon realm, they had never encountered a grandmaster-level powerhouse. But their records described realms beyond the grandmaster level: spirit embryo grandmaster, martial saint, martial myth, such awe-inspiring heights. Unfortunately, the laws of the Dark Moon realm restricted them. No one could break through to the grandmaster level. No matter how talented, one could only remain at the first-rank grandmaster level. Even if they comprehended martial will, they could only be considered a super-rank grandmaster, forever unable to reach the spirit embryo realm. As soon as Yi Wang spoke, everyone around looked at Wang Hao with anticipation. They wanted to hear him say the words, "I am a grandmaster." "I'm just at the grandmaster level," Wang Hao shrugged. He understood their thoughts. These people, trapped at the grandmaster level with no way forward, must feel a deep sense of despair. The crowd sighed deeply. If someone as strong as Wang Hao was only a grandmaster, just how powerful would a true grandmaster be? A greater desire ignited in their hearts. Time passed slowly. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. The surrounding crowd immediately grew restless, all turning to look in the direction of the footsteps. People began to murmur among themselves. It turned out the heads of the major families had arrived. Several imposing men with complex expressions walked over. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Finally, they had arrived. "I am Chen Yuansha, the head of the Chen family. These are..." Chen Yuansha began introducing the other family heads as he spoke. The family heads all wore forced smiles as they looked at Wang Hao. They knew Wang Hao's combat strength was extraordinarily high, and he had taken their people hostage, leaving them no room to resist. Although their families had hidden experts, if those experts were also defeated by Wang Hao, the losses would be too great. Not to mention, their children were present at the scene, so they couldn't act recklessly. They didn't want to take risks. After all, the four major families had already lost enough face and just wanted to resolve the matter as quickly as possible. Resources, no matter how much, were secondary, they only hoped no harm would come to their people or lives. Having survived in the Dark Moon Realm for so long, they had long understood the rules of survival. Chen Yuansha adopted a humble posture and respectfully asked, "Brother Wang Hao, what would it take for you to release our people?" The other family heads shared the same attitude. Wang Hao spoke bluntly, "I want SSS-level martial arts and precious resources." He then began negotiating with the family heads. Although the family heads were extremely reluctant, they gritted their teeth and agreed to Wang Hao's terms. Some families didn't have SSS-level martial arts and could only substitute with other valuable resources, such as rare spiritual herbs or materials capable of forging sacred artifacts. Wang Hao also found many materials in their warehouses that could upgrade the Ice Soul Profound Thunder Blade. Naturally, he took all these treasures, those top-tier martial arts, various resources, and spiritual pills. Wang Hao nearly emptied half of the four families' reserves, but they never even considered resisting. Seeing their cooperation, Wang Hao didn't make things too difficult for them. As long as they didn't block his path, Wang Hao, as a fellow human, was willing to let them off. After all, they had never done anything excessive to Wang Hao. This was also why Wang Hao hadn't directly wiped them out. Everyone has their own choices, and since they chose to stay hidden, he would let them remain hidden. Once the terms were agreed upon, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Those who had been captured by Wang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they wouldn't be dragged out for public display anymore. This was an experience they never wanted to go through again in their lives. It was like a nightmare. In a room at Sun Yun residence, Wang Hao held an SSS-level soul forging martial art manual, Tai Ling soul forging technique. This technique was contributed by the Chen family and was said to originate from the ancient era, with a long history. It was a top-tier SSS-level soul forging martial art. As Wang Hao's strength had advanced to the second-grade Grandmaster level, his previous star soul forging technique, ***, could no longer keep up with the pace of his spiritual power growth. Now that he had a better soul forging martial art, he naturally had to use the stronger one. In addition to Tai Ling's soul forging technique, Wang Hao also obtained two other SSS-level martial arts, Slaughter God Blade Technique, and 9 Immortal Steps, both of which were top tier among the top tier. As for martial arts below SS level, there were too many to count. Wang Hao couldn't even be bothered to look at them, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, SSS-level martial arts were not easy to cultivate for Wang Hao, so he didn't want to spread himself too thin by learning too many. Choosing a few that suited him was enough. After all, he still needed to cultivate techniques and improve his martial arts realm. The Slaughter God Blade technique, combined with the intent of slaughter, could unleash immense combat power. The 9 Immortal Steps was a top-tier movement technique, with light and ethereal footwork that made it impossible for enemies to track him. Additionally, Wang Hao instructed the members of the major families to search for information about Hall Master Guan and the Holy Spirit sect. Naturally, they did not refuse. Wang Hao's strength spoke for itself. If they dared to refuse, causing trouble was not something they wanted to see. They had stayed in the Dark Moon Realm for many years and possessed extremely rich intelligence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to live peacefully in Sun Yun residence for so long. Wang Hao collected his thoughts and began using the Holy Demon Stone to cultivate several new SSS-level martial arts within the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Map. Dark Moon Realm. Land of Deathly Silence. The Land of Deathly Silence continued to expand. Its spread was accelerating day by day, and the surrounding demon clans began retreating from the area. At the same time, many ancient human clans in the Dark Moon Realm launched fierce attacks on multiple strongholds of the demon clans. This was clearly a planned operation. They had set up numerous formations at the demon strongholds, using powerful arrays to indiscriminately attack the demons. The demon clans never expected that the ancient human clans, whom they had suppressed for so long, would dare to fight back. Those foreign humans who didn't understand the situation were one thing, but even those defeated by their ancestors dared to stir up trouble? After being attacked multiple times, the demon clans finally began organizing forces to launch indiscriminate sweeps against the humans in the Dark Moon Realm. A war between humans and demons was on the verge of breaking out. Flames of war and blood filled every corner of the Dark Moon Realm. The various human strongholds, which had been deeply hidden, were exposed one after another under the demon clan sweeping attacks. Faced with the indiscriminate sweeps of the demon clans, different groups made different choices. Some resolved to fight to the end, while others chose to flee for their lives. But no matter what, death was often unavoidable. The enemy would not show mercy because of your weakness. Central area of Sanyun residence. After Wang Hao's last overwhelming display of power, the four major families were now essentially united, controlling Sanyun residence. As for Wang Hao, it was only after confirming that he had no interest in the power of Sanyun residence that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, to establish a foothold in the Dark Moon realm, having sufficient power and military strength was key. No matter how strong an individual's martial prowess was, they could not face an enemy as numerous as a mountain. The martial artists here had their limits, and that was the level of a Supreme Grandmaster. Once they reached the level of Supreme Grandmaster, their path was cut off. No matter how strong a Supreme Grandmaster was, they were still within the realm of Grandmasters and could still be suppressed by powerful formations and overwhelming forces. Although they admired Wang Hao's talent and strength, this was the reality. Breaking through the limits of a Grandmaster was ultimately a fantasy. Only power and eternity were the truths they believed in. The situation outside is becoming increasingly dangerous. What should we do now? Without the people from the Town Guard Division, we probably can't hold this place. A low voice came from the room. The speaker was Chen Yuansha. At this moment, a group of high-ranking members from the major families wore worried expressions. This time, the demon clan sweep against the humans was exceptionally fierce, to the point of being a fight to the death. Many deeply hidden human strongholds were discovered and subjected to brutal massacres. The methods were extremely cruel, and from the scattered intelligence they had, they felt an endless chill. If we had known earlier, we should have gone out with the Town Guard Division to fight the demons, said Li Hualing, who was sitting nearby. No one had anticipated that the situation would suddenly deteriorate to this extent. Without any warning, the battles had erupted so fiercely. If they had known earlier, they might have made different choices. However, things were as they were, and the decisions they made back then determined the current outcome. The consequences of their actions had to be borne by themselves. What's the use of saying this now? Let the past be the past, we can't change it, said Li Ludao, the head of the Li family. The room fell silent. Everyone knew that saying anything now was pointless. According to the news from over there, Sanyun residents won't hold out for much longer either. Li Ludao sighed and continued. If there's no other choice, then we fight. To the end. A cold glint flashed in Chen Yuansha's eyes as he spoke coldly. As soon as Chen Yuansha spoke, the others averted their gazes, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing the evasive looks in their eyes, Chen Yuansha felt a deep sense of disappointment. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene when Elder Zhang from the Town Guard Division had gathered them for a meeting. At this moment, Chen Yuansha gradually understood Zhang Lao's feelings at the time. Why don't we wait a little longer, suggested the Zhao family patriarch nearby. As soon as Chen Guiming finished speaking, everyone immediately turned their gaze to the Zhao family patriarch, eager to hear his insights. The formation protecting our Sanyun residence has safeguarded us for tens of thousands of years. I think we can wait a little longer. Perhaps this great war will end soon. The demon clan wiping us out might not necessarily be in their best interest. The Zhao family patriarch continued. As he noticed everyone staring at him, Chen Yuansha's gaze turned icy. Was this formation truly protecting them? It was nothing more than a cage, stifling their resolve to fight. After hearing the Zhao family patriarch's words, the atmosphere became lively again, as if everyone felt Chen Guiming's suggestion made some sense. Chen Guiming, standing nearby, looked at the helpless expressions of the patriarchs before him and shook his head lightly. He had long seen through these people. As long as they could latch onto any excuse to avoid an all-out war, they would cling to it desperately. The people of Sanyun residence were beyond saving. Sanyun residence. Inside the Qian demon suppression diagram, Wang Hao was practicing 3 new SSS-level martial arts within the Qian demon suppression diagram, using the Holy Demon Stone. The place was filled with a violent will to slaughter. Holding the Ice Soul Thunder Blade, Wang Hao exuded an awe-inspiring presence. After collecting a large amount of materials, Wang Hao upgraded his Ice Soul Thunder Blade from the initial grade Xian level to the mid-grade Xian level, significantly enhancing its power. Wielding the Ice Soul Thunder Blade and performing the god-slaying blade technique, Wang Hao resembled a god of slaughter descending upon the battlefield. The surrounding space roared continuously, and the killing intent swept through like a hurricane. Even the sacred herbs nearby seemed to sense Wang Hao's killing intent and trembled in fear. In the distance, Dabai's eyes widened in shock. Oh my, Wang Hao is terrifying. The longer Dabai followed Wang Hao, the more he could sense his astonishing strength. Wang Hao's speed in mastering martial arts was unreasonably fast. Dabai, as the spirit of a sacred artifact, had accompanied the Qian martial saint across the stars and had seen many geniuses, but none as formidable as Wang Hao. Despite being only a second-grade Grandmaster, his strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the young Qian martial saint would have been defeated by a single strike from Wang Hao. Further away, Jiang Shui and Zhou Bai had already become numb. They, too, had never seen someone with such monstrous strength as Wang Hao. His rate of improvement was simply absurd. No matter the martial art, Wang Hao could master it effortlessly. After acquiring numerous martial arts, he generously shared them, keeping only a few SSS-level ones for himself while letting Zhang Shui and Zhou Bai practice the rest. He also provided them with ample resources. Wang Hao even took the time to refine some Yang Extreme Origin breaking pills for the two to consume. Now, Zhou Bai had reached the 3rd grade Grandmaster level, with commendable combat strength. Zhang Shui's realm was slightly lower, at the 4th grade Grandmaster level, but her powerful mental strength made her combat abilities equally impressive. Suddenly, Bai seemed to sense some commotion outside and immediately left the Qi-Yen demon suppression diagram to investigate. After a week of rigorous training, Wang Hao's progress in martial arts was astonishing. 9 immortal steps had already reached the entry level. Even at the entry level, 9 immortal steps was far superior to Wang Hao's previous S-level, carefree ethereal steps. His movements were incredibly agile and elusive. Combined with Wang Hao's spatial matrix talent, he was, like a ghost, immensely powerful. The God-slaying blade technique was Wang Hao's greatest achievement. With the support of his infinite slaughter talent, Wang Hao's speed in mastering this martial art was astounding. The two complemented each other perfectly, and once the God-slaying blade technique reached proficiency, Wang Hao's intent to kill also reached its peak. The proficient, God-slaying blade technique, combined with the perfected killing intent and Wang Hao's infinite slaughter talent, elevated his strength by more than one level. If he were to encounter the Blood Shura again, Wang Hao could undoubtedly kill him in one strike, without suspense. As for the Tai Ling spirit gathering technique, Wang Hao stopped further practice after reaching the entry level. The rules of the Dark Moon Realm's heavens and earth restricted him. Although Wang Hao's soul power had already reached the peak of the spirit level, he was still unable to break through. He could clearly sense that the Dark Moon Realm seemed to have a thin membrane, isolating the enhancement of soul power. Knowing he couldn't break through, Wang Hao didn't waste time continuing to cultivate. He focused entirely on practicing various martial arts without any distractions. Wang Hao, someone from the Chen family is here to see you. Bai's voice rang in his ear. Wang Hao immediately stopped cultivating, restrained his aura, and walked outside. Sangyun residence, Wang Hao's dwelling. The bright room was filled with many precious ornaments. Chen Yuanxin waited nervously inside for Wang Hao. Before long, Wang Hao finally emerged. His aura gave Chen Yuanxin a strong sense of tearing pressure, as if endless killing intent was emanating from him. Wang Hao's approach made Chen Yuanxin feel as though he was facing a storm of overwhelming force. Noticing Chen Yuanxin's unease, Wang Hao immediately activated the divine breath technique, completely concealing his aura. Although traces of the killing intent from practicing the slaughtering god blade technique still lingered, the oppressive feeling gradually dissipated after activating the technique. Any news about the sacred spirit sect? Wang Hao asked directly. Chen Yuanxin let out a long breath, though his heart remained uneasy. Wang Hao had left a deep psychological shadow on him, a feeling that wouldn't fade anytime soon. No, the sacred spirit sect has been missing for a long time. Even the people from the guard division have been searching, but there's been no news, Chen Yuanxin replied. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering silently. However, there is news about the outsiders you were asking about. Word has it that a large group of outsiders from the human race has appeared near the Dead Silence Zone in the Dark Moon Realm. Chen Yuanxin said slowly. Outsiders from the human race frequently harassing the demon army stationed near the Dead Silence Zone? The situation seemed particularly tense. Chen Yuanxin then detailed the news from the Dead Silence Zone to Wang Hao. If no clues about the sacred spirit sect could be found, there was no point in staying at Sangyun residence any longer. It might be better to go to the Dead Silence Zone personally. Perhaps Hall Master Guan was really hiding there. If their forces could be mobilized to help search, the sacred spirit sect might be found more quickly. Wang Hao immediately made up his mind. Additionally, Chen Yuanxin informed Wang Hao that the demons in the Dark Moon Realm had recently been slaughtering humans madly, as if the human-demon war was about to reignite. Is the human-demon war about to break out again? Wang Hao murmured, pressing his lips together. The anomalies in the Dead Silence Zone, coupled with the continuous warfare, suggested that the Dark Moon Realm was truly descending into chaos. What do the four great families plan to do? Wang Hao asked. Currently, Wang Hao's strength had reached a bottleneck, and he needed intense battles to hone his energy in martial arts. As for those demons, Wang Hao would show no mercy, he would kill them without hesitation. Chen Yuanxin's expression turned uneasy as he slowly said, they claim they'll remain inactive for now and wait for the right opportunity. Wang Hao shook his head without commenting. That was their choice, and he had nothing to say about it. Retreating once, retreating twice, eventually, there would be no room left to retreat. Wang Hao, will you stay here? Chen Yuanxin seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Hao expectantly. Wang Hao smiled faintly and said, I have my own matters to attend to. I won't stay here. Chen Yuanxin fell silent, saying nothing more, though a shadow of disappointment lingered in his heart. Wang Hao then dismissed Chen Yuanxin. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuanxin hesitated to speak but ultimately left without saying anything, his mood heavy. Watching his despondent figure, a trace of pity flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This guy had decent talent, but it was unfortunate he was born in such a place and lacked the determination to break free from his shackles. Even without the restrictions of the world's rules, the path of martial arts would never be easy. At this thought, Wang Hao's heart trembled. Were these worldly shackles truly real? Or was it just a barrier everyone had set for themselves? In their minds, Dark Moon Realm, the rolling cloud forest outside Sangyun residence. Demonic energy filled the air, and the dense ranks of demons nearly covered the entire forest. Is the information confirmed? At the front line, a heavily armored Yumo clan general asked coldly. This general was none other than the demon Mo Yusheng. Beside him was an old acquaintance of Wang Hao's, the Mayo clan's Mayo Xian. He had intercepted Wang Hao in Mayo Valley after Wang Hao first entered the Dark Moon Realm to steal the 9 Nether Spring. General, the information is very accurate. A human who wields the power of the 9 Nether has indeed appeared in the human settlement within the overturning cloud forest. It must be him, Moyo Xian reported. Moyo Shang gazed at the distant forest, a trace of coldness appearing on his face. After searching for so long, they had finally found Wang Hao. Now that they had, it was time to make him pay. He must understand the consequences of offending the Moyo clan. Since he's inside, go in immediately and wipe out all the remaining humans, Moyo Shang ordered coldly. Moyo Xian nodded respectfully and began organizing the troops. General Moyo Xian, the humans in this overturning cloud forest are protected by a formation, and they've been cooperative, even providing us with a lot of resources. Should we? A nearby leader of the giant demon clan hesitated. Moyo Xian snorted coldly. This is not the time to consider whether they're cooperative or not. The Gate of Realms is about to open. All humans must be eradicated, no survivors. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the giant demon clan leader's eyes. Could the Gate of Realms finally be opened? Could they finally leave? General, can it really be opened? The leader still found it hard to believe. After all, they had tried countless methods before, all to no avail. Moyo Xian shot him a cold glance. Mind your own business and do what you're supposed to. This isn't something you need to worry about. Sangyun residence. The news of the demons surrounding Sangyun residence had already spread. The people here were in a state of panic. Although the 4 great families had issued announcements to reassure the public, claiming that the demons could not breach the defensive formation, the constant reports of demon scouts and the overwhelming presence of demons outside left everyone uneasy. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in Sangyun residence grew heavier. The once bustling streets were now desolate, with hardly a soul in sight. Everyone stayed indoors or gathered together, waiting anxiously. Under the arrangements of the 4 great families, everyone was bracing for the demons' attack. No one dared to rush out and confront them head-on. They could only pin their hopes on the defensive formation that had protected them for tens of thousands of years to hold strong once more. Inside Wang Hao's residence, he was practicing his blade techniques within the Crimson Flame demon-suppressing diagram. The air was thick with a stifling tension, as if a storm was about to break. Though the surface seemed calm, the sense of urgency was palpable. The killing intent emanating from Wang Hao grew stronger as he casually executed various martial arts moves. From Jianlin City to the Imperial Capital, from the demon battlefield to the Dark Moon Realm, memories of every battle flashed through his mind one by one. Countless days and nights of sweat and effort since arriving in this world, Wang Hao had devoted almost all his time to martial arts. Whether it was enemies he had defeated or opponents he had yet to overcome, one day, he vowed to use his blade to vanquish them all. As the memories surged, the scenes of death and bloodshed made Wang Hao's aura grow chillingly cold. The Ice Soul Thunder blade emitted a low, resonant hum. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Wang Hao swung his blade fiercely at the surrounding air, and a deafening roar erupted. Crack! As the blade sliced through the space, the air around it tore violently. In the distance, Dabai shuddered, goosebumps rising all over. This Wang Hao was a monster. How had he grown even stronger? Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening your martial Dao heart. Blade intent has broken through to the grand achievement realm. As his blade intent broke through, Wang Hao exuded a powerful will that seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the laws of heaven and earth in the Dark Moon Realm became vividly clear in his mind. These laws, like chains, truly existed in the void. Though invisible, they were inescapable. It seemed that these laws were not as invincible as they appeared. Should I try cutting through them? As soon as Wang Hao had this thought, he felt an overwhelming will of heaven and earth pressing down on him, as if warning him not to do so. The oppressive feeling was like a massive mountain, enveloping the entire Crimson Flame Town demon map under immense pressure. Immediately after, Wang Hao's residence was also shrouded by this overwhelming force of heaven and earth, and a strong sense of oppression emanated from all around. The house began to creak as if it might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, so it didn't cause too much panic. I was just joking. No lightning. No lightning, Wang Hao quickly muttered in his heart. As his thoughts shifted, the power of heaven and earth gradually receded. After a while, the pressure on Wang Hao disappeared, and the house returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Wang Hao took a deep breath, not expecting this dark moon realm to be so bizarre, or even a casual thought could trigger such terrifying events. Next, it was time to go out and test his combat strength. Those demons would be the best opponents for honing his skills. In the central area of Sangyun residence, the senior members of the 4 major families were gathered in a conference room, fiercely arguing over how to divide the numerous assets left behind by the Town Guard Division. The debate was heated and chaotic. "Aren't you planning to do something about this?" A cold voice interrupted the quarrel. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. It was Chen Yuansha who had spoken. "The demons are already gathering outside and could attack at any moment, yet you're still discussing this?" Chen Yuansha rebuked angrily. "Old Chen, that formation is so sturdy, the demons can't possibly break through," the Zhao family head retorted. As soon as the Zhao family head spoke, the others chimed in, completely ignoring Chen Yuansha and continuing their argument. Chen Yuansha felt deeply disappointed. While the people outside were in a state of panic, these individuals were still bickering over such matters. Had they not considered what would happen if the formation were breached? Chen Yuansha silently left the conference room. If they wouldn't act, then he would take matters into his own hands. He returned home immediately, preparing for the potential battle ahead. Time passed slowly. Bang! 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 Just as the people of Sangyun residence were enveloped in a stifling atmosphere, a sudden series of violent explosions erupted. From a distance, waves of intense demonic energy surged forward. The entire Sangyun residence was thrown into chaos. The senior members of the major families, still arguing in the conference room, felt their hearts tighten. What was happening? Help! The demons have broken in. The formation has been breached. Sangyun residence is about to fall. Run! The demons are flooding in. Chaos engulfed Sangyun residence. At the entrance, a massive horde of demons surged in like a relentless tide. They were densely packed, an endless wave. The sounds of battle and cries of slaughter echoed continuously. Blood and the stench of death quickly filled the entire Sangyun residence. The Chen family was the first to charge forward, leading their warriors in a desperate counterattack. Meanwhile, members of the other families were still caught in the chaos. Many couldn't react in time and were scattered by the demon horde. Why didn't the formation hold? The Zhao family head's face turned pale as he watched the tide of demons surging forward, his heart sinking into despair. The other human leaders of Sangyun residence were equally ashen-faced. They couldn't comprehend how the formation, which had protected them for tens of thousands of years, could be breached. Everyone felt a void in their hearts, a coldness that pierced to the bone. If only we had known. If only we had known, the Zhao family head sighed deeply. Boom! 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 As they lamented, the demons had already charged in. The battle erupted. Bloodshed and slaughter consumed Sangyun residence, sparing no one. Deep within Sangyun residence, Wang Hao was in his room slowly absorbing elemental energy. To recover. He had sustained some injuries earlier when the will of heaven and earth descended. Now, under the nourishment of elemental energy, he had finally fully recovered. Bang! 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 Outside Wang Hao's residence, numerous demons were rampaging through the buildings, killing indiscriminately. Zhou Bai and Jiang Shui also emerged from the Crimson Flame Town demon map. Feeling the overwhelming demonic energy outside, Jiang Shui and Zhou Bai's expressions turned grim as they followed Wang Hao out. Slash! Wang Hao made no effort to conceal his aura. The endless killing intent swept through everything around Wang Hao like a raging storm. Wherever Wang Hao went, all the demons were swiftly torn into bloody, mangled remains. Many humans from Sangyun residence, upon seeing Wang Hao, rushed to seek protection behind him. Wang Hao paid them no attention and, like the Grim Reaper, continued mercilessly slaughtering the Yumo clan. His blade intent and killing power had reached their peak. Wang Hao was practically a living embodiment of death. Wherever he appeared, no demon could withstand the overwhelming killing aura. Gradually, more and more demons began to notice this formidable presence. Wang Hao, over there. There are a lot of demons over there. Dabai shouted excitedly. Watching Wang Hao effortlessly cut down demons as if they were mere chickens, Dabai was ecstatic. Not far away, Jiang Shui and Zhou Bai were too shocked to speak. Wang Hao's strength was terrifying to the extreme. Most of these demons were at the innate level, but there were also many master-level demons, and even high-level masters. Yet in front of Wang Hao, none of them had the slightest ability to fight back. This was true domination, absolute power, and overwhelming suppression without suspense. On the other side of Sangyun residence, Mo Yusheng and Mo Yuxian shook their heads as they looked at the humans who could barely resist. If I had known these people were so useless, I wouldn't have brought so many troops in, Mo Yusheng said indifferently. Before them was a one-sided massacre. The humans of Sangyun residence lacked combat experience and were almost powerless against the elite demons. Most of them had already begun to flee. M.O. Yushin chuckled, General, these humans have been hiding in this little place for so long. After tens of thousands of years, they've long lost their fighting spirit. Nearby, the high-ranking demons stood guard at the entrance, not participating in the battle. They watched the one-sided slaughter unfold. Anyone who tried to escape was immediately killed on the spot by them. This battle was also a test for their subordinates. If they couldn't even defeat these humans, how could the demons rise again after leaving the Dark Moon Realm? As time passed, Sanyun residence grew increasingly bloody. Demonic energy filled the air, and the stench of blood was so strong it seemed to dye the entire sky red. Many humans tried to escape, but they were mercilessly slaughtered by the high-ranking demons guarding the area. Report, General. We've discovered a human with immense strength inside. He might be the outsider we've been searching for. Just as Mo Yushang and the others were anxiously waiting, a demon soldier ran to the entrance of Sanyun residence. Mo Yushang's eyes lit up. Had he finally appeared? Mo Yuxian, take some men and capture that human. Mo Yusheng ordered coldly. A glint of cold light flashed in Mo Yoshuan's eyes as he licked his lips. Yes, General. I will definitely bring that guy back. With that, he led a group of high-ranking demons and quickly charged toward the depths of Sanyun residence. Inside Sanyun residence, the buildings were in ruins. Blood and the stench of decay filled every street. The once bustling and prosperous Sanyun residence now resembled hell. Powerful warriors were engaged in fierce battles. However, the number of demons was simply overwhelming, and many of them were high-level demons, strong and ruthless. Demonic energy and weapons wreaked havoc, slaughtering without mercy. In the depths of Sanyun residence, Wang Hao was like a harvesting machine, his killing intent sweeping through the surroundings like a storm. Behind him, more and more humans gathered, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. At this moment, Wang Hao was their only god. With a sweep of his powerful killing aura, a group of demons in the distance was instantly reduced to minced flesh, the stench of blood spreading everywhere. The scene was extremely gory and shocking. The demons instinctively retreated, but their retreat was far too slow to escape Wang Hao's speed. In the distance, Mo Yuxian and a group of demon leaders were rapidly approaching. The closer they got to Wang Hao, the greater the pressure Mo Yuxian felt. It was as if a terrifying monster was rampaging in the distance. Lord Mo Yuxian, that human has already killed too many of our kin. The demon warriors nearby were filled with fear. It was clear that Wang Hao brought an overwhelming sense of oppression to them. Mo Yoshuan's face was grim as he listened to the screams coming from afar. Those were the wails of their demon comrades, terrified and shrill. Speed up. Make sure to capture that guy. Mo Yuxian ordered in a deep voice. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they quickened their pace. Swish, swish, swish. On a street in Sanyun residence, Chen Yuanxin led the Chen family warriors in a desperate fight against the demons. Although Chen Yuanxin had already killed many of them, the enemy surged forward like a relentless tide. He panted heavily, his Fangtian halberd stained with blood, while the Chen family warriors around him suffered heavy casualties. Young master, don't worry about us. Break out on your own, one of the Chen family warriors shouted. Yes, young master, go quickly, others urged. If not for protecting them, with Chen Yuanxin's strength as a supreme grandmaster, he could have broken through long ago. There was no need for him to be surrounded by so many demons here. Stop talking and keep fighting. Chen Yuanxin roared, swinging his Fangtian halberd relentlessly, reaping the lives of his enemies. As soon as he spoke, the Chen family warriors stopped persuading him and silently continued to fight. Didn't expect to encounter a supreme human warrior. Perfect, let's see what you're made of. Not far away, a heavily armored demon's eyes burned with excitement as he charged toward Chen Yuanxin. Bang! In the midst of the fierce battle, Chen Yuanxin was struck and sent flying, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Young master! The Chen family warriors cried out in alarm. At this moment, cracks appeared on the spiritual armor, covering Chen Yuanxin's body, and his face turned pale and bloodless. So this is all you've got? Turns out you're just trash, the armored demon sneered. The surrounding humans glared at him, but no one dared to confront him head-on. Even their strongest, Chen Yuanxin, had been instantly defeated. What chance did the others have? Go, kill them all, the armored demon commander ordered coldly. Commander, look over there. Suddenly, a startled cry came from nearby. A heavy pressure, like a towering mountain, bore down on them, rendering them immobile. The demon commander's heart sank. Something was wrong. He turned toward the source of the overwhelming aura, and the sight before him left him stunned in an instant. He defeated the leader of the Yumo clan, who seemed as fragile as paper before. Wang Hao. Chen Yuanxin had originally thought that, with the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, he would eventually catch up to Wang Hao, perhaps even surpass him. But the scene just now completely shattered his thoughts. Wang Hao's strength was simply godlike. Not only Chen Yuanxin, but the Chen family warriors nearby were also dumbfounded, and then became exceptionally fervent. However, Wang Hao paid no attention to these people and continued walking forward. He didn't deliberately save anyone, it was just that those who stood in his way had to be killed. As for the humans, they could live however they wanted. The area where Wang Hao was located formed a stark contrast with the rest of Tsungyun residents. Elsewhere, rivers of blood flowed, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. But here, it was eerily quiet, filled with a deathly stillness. Only a large group of people followed behind Wang Hao, their faces full of fervor, shouting 666 loudly. Not far away, Mo Yoshuan's mood grew heavier and heavier. The leaders of the Yumo clan around him also felt oppressed. News had just come in that one of their top-grade Grandmaster level leaders had been killed by Wang Hao. The overwhelming killing intent made their scalps tingle. Lord Mo Yuxian, should we continue? That guy is too terrifying. He's not human, he's a demon, a devil, a trembling Yumo clan warrior said beside him. Bang! Stop making noise and don't affect morale. Mo Yuxian finally lost his patience, unleashing demonic energy and directly killing the warrior who spoke. The leaders around him trembled inwardly, but dared not object. We have 20 top-grade grandmasters here. How strong can he possibly be? Mo Yuxian suppressed the fear in his heart and said coldly. This time, to annihilate the human stronghold in the Fanyan forest, they had gathered nearly 200 top-grade grandmasters, not to mention the lower-level demons. This was to ensure absolute success. According to intelligence, the strongest guardian of Tsungyun residents had already left. The remaining 4 major families had only a few dozen top-grade grandmasters, and even with hidden ones included, they numbered less than 100. Moreover, most of these human grandmasters were old and had long lost their fighting spirit. Against demons of the same rank, they were utterly powerless. If it weren't for the imminent opening of the realm gate and the need to preserve their strength, there wouldn't have been a need to send so many people. The thousands of years of accumulation by the Demon Clan were not something these barely surviving humans could compare to. Mo Yoshuan's words restored confidence among the group. Yes, with 20 top-grade grandmasters on their side, no matter how powerful Wang Hao was, he couldn't possibly overturn the heavens. After speaking, the group quickened their pace, rushing toward Wang Hao's direction. The center of Tsungyun residence was in ruins. A group of demons clad in leather armor stared in terror at Wang Hao, who was slowly approaching. The overwhelming killing intent and the stench of blood made them nauseous. They had witnessed their companions being killed by Wang Hao but no longer had the courage to move forward. The pressure Wang Hao exerted on them was too intense. Approaching him meant certain death, without exception. Wang Hao was in no hurry. He felt that the more he killed, the stronger his killing intent became. Every SSS-level talent was incredibly powerful. This infinite slaughter talent, though it seemed to merely enhance killing intent, grew increasingly tangible as Wang Hao killed more demons with it. He could feel the killing intent becoming more real, as if it could be controlled to slaughter all life at will. With each kill, the killing intent condensed further, and infinite slaughter grew stronger. Infinite slaughter, charge! Wang Hao murmured. Immediately, the killing intent around him seemed to awaken under some force, rapidly condensing into sharp blades that hovered around him. Wang Hao resembled a top-tier swordsman, with the killing intent-formed blades almost piercing the sky. These blades carried a bone-chilling coldness, and everyone who saw them felt an extreme chill. Swish, swish, swish. The blade formed by murderous intent turned into a merciless sword of slaughter, madly cutting down the demons gathered ahead. Screams of agony and wails of pain echoed through the center of Tsungyun residence. The humans behind Wang Hao stared at the scene before them, their faces filled with shock and fear. The sight was truly horrifying. The demons, like weeds, were mercilessly cut down by Wang Hao's blade. Among them were many high-level master-ranked demons. But no matter how strong the demons were, in the face of Wang Hao's blade of murderous intent, there was only one outcome: death. At most, they could struggle for a little while longer. In just 2 breaths, the lives of a large number of demons were devoured by Wang Hao's blade. The power was overwhelming, and a trace of excitement flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This boundless power of slaughter was too fierce. And as more demons were killed, the murderous intent grew even stronger. If I were to wipe out all the demons in the Dark Moon Realm, how powerful would my infinite slaughter become? You insolent wretch, how dare you kill so many of my kin? A heart-wrenching roar came from not far away. Wang Hao turned toward the voice. He saw a demon clad in armor, accompanied by a group of demon leaders with grim expressions. Mo Yuxian? Wang Hao's lips curled slightly. Was this finally the chance to settle the grudge from Mou Valley? At this moment, Mo Yoshuan's entire body trembled, having just witnessed his comrades being slaughtered by Wang Hao's blade of murderous intent. His once invincible army was cut down like weeds, a reality Mo Yuxian could not accept. Not only Mo Yuxian, but the leaders standing beside him also found it hard to accept the situation before them. Since you're here, you can die along with your comrades, Wang Hao said coldly. As soon as the Words fell, the blades formed by murderous intent flew toward Mo Yuxian and his group. Mo Yuxian and the others narrowed their eyes slightly, and the demonic energy within them erupted instantly to meet the blades. Swish! The demonic energy was immediately dispersed upon contact with Wang Hao's blades of murderous intent. Dodge quickly! Mo Yuxian shouted urgently. Unfortunately, the power of Wang Hao's blades was too overwhelming. Several weaker leaders of the Yumo clan couldn't react in time and were instantly cleaved in two by the blades. Gulp! The remaining dozen or so leaders of the Yumo clan swallowed hard, their faces full of fear. Just moments ago, they had been fighting alongside their comrades, but in an instant, those comrades had turned into corpses. The blow was too much to bear. So fragile? Clearly, the opponent was an extraordinarily powerful expert, not some ordinary underling. In fact, if they had known that before condensing the blades of murderous intent, Wang Hao had effortlessly killed a demon leader with the intent of slaughter, they wouldn't have found it so unbelievable. They had only heard that Wang Hao had killed a leader but didn't know it had been done in an instant. It seems that before truly taking action, the slaughter by a super powerful expert is not so simple. Wang Hao thought to himself. A supreme master who has comprehended martial will has some resistance to the intent of slaughter. Unlike those low-level demons, who are suppressed by the intent of slaughter to the point of being unable to move, left only to be slaughtered. Let's keep testing and see what the limits of my infinite slaughter are. With a thought, Wang Hao condensed more blades of murderous intent, which shot toward the many demons. Clang! 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 Having learned from the earlier lesson, the demons began to draw their weapons to defend themselves. The battle intensified, and several more supreme demons were killed by Wang Hao's blades of murderous intent. Mo Yuxian and the others felt immense pressure. Wang Hao hadn't even personally taken action yet, and his strength was already terrifying. If he were to act personally, the situation would become even more dangerous. Lord Mo Yuxian, this won't work. We must request reinforcements immediately, or we'll all die. One of the Yumo clan leaders said urgently. The other surviving leaders nodded, realizing that reinforcements were necessary. Their strength was simply no match for Wang Hao. Although they could barely defend against the blades of murderous intent, the pressure Wang Hao exerted far exceeded that of the blades. If Wang Hao personally joined the battle, they wouldn't last long. Mo Yoshuan's face was extremely grim. He had naturally thought of this as well. Then let's call for reinforcements, he said, taking a deep breath. The demonic energy on his body suddenly erupted, forming a massive shockwave that blasted toward the sky. In the sky, a deep black demonic energy totem appeared, marked with 9 skull imprints, eerie and terrifying. The demonic energy totem hovered in the air for a long time, as if transmitting some kind of signal. Wang Hao overheard their conversation. Reinforcements? Then let them come. It would save him the trouble of seeking them out one by one. But since they had called for reinforcements, their existence was no longer necessary. Wang Hao's heart hardened. With a wave of his right hand, the Ice Soul Thunder Blade appeared in his grasp. Endless killing intent condensed on the blade. From afar, Mo Yuxian and the others, who were resisting the sharp killing intent, suddenly felt their scalps tingle and their bodies turn cold. At the entrance of Sungyun residence, the scene remained bloody. Many humans who tried to escape were mercilessly slaughtered by Mo Yusheng and his men. Blood flowed like a river. Mo Yusheng, expressionless, ordered his soldiers to kill the deserters. General, we've almost wiped out the members of the 3 major families. Only the Chen family is still stubbornly resisting, but they won't hold out much longer, reported a warrior of the Yumo clan. Mo Yusheng nodded, surprised at how weak the people of Tsungyun residence were. In less than half an hour, they were nearly annihilated. Boring, truly boring, Mo Yusheng thought to himself. By the way, didn't Mo Yuxian lead a team to capture the human who stole the 9 nether spring? Why haven't we heard anything yet? Mo Yusheng suddenly asked. Nearby, other elite demons continued guarding the entrance of Sungyun residence, ready to eliminate any escaping humans. We just received word that the humans' strength is unusually formidable and has already killed many of our people. Lord Mo Yuxian should have encountered him by now and will soon bring him back, a demon warrior said nervously. Mo Yusheng nodded, indicating he understood. However, there shouldn't be any issues, right? It was impossible for anything to go wrong. Mo Yuxian had set out with 20 top-level master demon leaders. How could there be an accident? Was he being overly cautious? After all, it was just a 6th-grade master human. Even if his strength had greatly increased due to the 9 nether spring, at most he would only reach 1st-grade master level in a short time. Although he possessed powerful martial arts, Mo Yusheng didn't believe the human could escape under the siege of 20 top-level masters. Perhaps he had already been captured by now. Mo Yusheng withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze toward the ruins of Sungyun residence. The place was devastated, filled with rubble, and the air was thick with the sounds of agonized screams and wails. The sight made Mo Yusheng feel an unusual excitement. He loved this kind of bloody slaughter. It was a feeling he couldn't resist. The severed path of martial arts had led Mo Yusheng to focus entirely on killing. Only the taste of blood and endless wails could bring him a shred of joy. Boom! 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 Suddenly, deafening explosions echoed above Tsangyun residence. A demonic energy totem lit up in the sky, exceptionally conspicuous. Mo Yusheng stared at the 9 skull imprints on the totem in the sky, his heart sinking. What had happened? It was the highest level distress signal. The demonic energy totem in the sky was a symbol used by the demon clan for emergency calls. The number of skull imprints represented the level of urgency. 9 skulls signified the highest level of distress, indicating they were facing an insurmountable crisis, even a life and death situation. In the central area of Tsangyun residence, devastation was everywhere, with violent forces of heaven and earth and killing intent permeating the surroundings. The air was filled with a strong stench of blood and a piercing chill. From time to time, agonized screams and the sound of tearing echoed. Near the central area, a group of martial artists stared fervently at the fierce battle not far away. Blades of light, thunderous flashes, demonic energy, and elemental force intertwined into a storm that tore through everything, each second accompanied by the sound of destruction. There, on the battlefield where Wang Hao stood, Wang Hao wielded the ice Soul Thunder Blade, each strike carrying the power to destroy everything. Originally, more than a dozen commanders of the Nether Demon clan surrounded him, but in just a few breaths, 7 or 8 had been slain by him. Blood and corpses were scattered everywhere. Not even treating super-grade beings seriously, Wang Hao is truly defying the heavens. Jiang Shui watched Wang Hao's combat stance, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had intended to help Wang Hao ease the pressure by killing some demons, but she realized that even her full-strength attacks couldn't match the destructive power of Wang Hao's casual strikes, so she gave up. She thought to herself, I might as well obediently wait for Wang Hao to carry us to victory. All I need to do is cheer him on with a 666. Not only Jiang Shui, but the others nearby were also numb from watching. In this terrifying battle, if they were any closer, they wouldn't even be able to withstand the shockwaves and would be instantly obliterated. Human, if you are willing to join our demon clan, we can let all of you leave here alive. Mo Yuxian trembled all over, feeling as though Wang Hao could kill him at any moment. Another commander of the Nether Demon clan beside him grew increasingly terrified as the battle went on. This human was simply monstrous, and it was clear he hadn't even used his full strength yet. Crack! Wang Hao easily dodged several attacks, and with a sweep of the Ice Soul Thunder Blade, the body of another Demon Clan commander was severed, blood once again staining the ground red. After losing so many of your people, do you still think you're so formidable? Wang Hao said coldly. The blade in his hand exuded an overwhelming aura of power. He had just broken through to the second-grade Grandmaster level, mastering several top-tier martial arts techniques. Coupled with his blade intent and killing intent, both of which had reached their peak, Wang Hao's strength at this moment was already at the pinnacle of the Dark Moon Realm. No one could withstand his attacks. This immense power made him feel as though everything was under his control. The energy within him was gradually being mastered through battle. This significant improvement required time and real combat to fully harness. This was also why he hadn't killed everyone outright, he was using them to hone his strength. Without us demons, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to leave the Dark Moon Realm. Mo Yuxian struggled to resist, his tone carrying a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more of his companions fell. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed Mo Yuxian knew something. Swish, swish, swish. With a single thought, Wang Hao's Ice Soul Thunder Blade erupted with dazzling blade light. Accompanied by the sound of slicing and agonized screams, all the Nether Demon clan commanders beside Mo Yuxian were slain by Wang Hao. Boom! Wang Hao stomped heavily, and Mo Yuxian was pinned down, his entire body freezing cold as a massive crater formed in the ground. Fear engulfed his heart, and the blood of his fallen companions seeped into his body like rain. He had once thought that if he left the Dark Moon Realm, he would be exterminated by the human race. He never imagined he would end up being trampled underfoot by a single human, his life and death entirely at the mercy of another. Speak. Why can't I leave the Dark Moon Realm without your demon clan? Wang Hao asked coldly. Mo Yoshuan's life or death no longer mattered, the key was how to leave the Dark Moon Realm. He didn't want to be trapped here for the rest of his life. The clues about the Sacred Spirit sect were completely lost now. If the Demon Clan knew a way to leave, it was worth exploring. Mo Yuxian trembled as he began to speak. We know you've been searching for information about the Sacred Spirit sect. This statement caused Wang Hao's expression to change slightly before returning to calm. After all, his goal had never been hidden, whether it was killing demons or investigating various leads, it was all to find the Sacred Spirit sect. That the Demon Clan had already grasped this information was not surprising. Oh, so you already know about the Sacred Spirit sect? Wang Hao asked slowly, the force under his foot growing stronger. The air was thick with the stench of blood. This smell made Mo Yuxian extremely uncomfortable, especially the immense pressure surging from his chest, as if his heart could be crushed at any moment, leaving him gasping for air. If you join our demon clan, we will tell you everything. Mo Yuxian gritted his teeth and said, although fear was almost suffocating him, his loyalty to the demon clan kept him from revealing all the information. Since you won't talk, you're useless, Wang Hao said coldly. If this guy won't cooperate, then I'll kill all the demons. I refuse to believe I can't find a way out. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura erupted from Wang Hao, and his right foot gathered a hurricane-like killing intent. Mo Yoshuan's eyes were filled with extreme, icy fear. I'll talk, don't kill me. The instinct to survive ultimately overcame his loyalty. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly and slowly withdrew his killing intent. Speak. Mo Yuxian trembled all over, the fear of death completely breaking him. Someone from the Holy Spirit sect forcibly refined a divine-grade pill, opening a spatial passage, which we discovered. Most of the people in the Holy Spirit sect are now under our control. Mo Yuxian stammered. His words made Wang Hao's pupils contract. No wonder there was no trace of the Holy Spirit sect, not even a shred of information. So it was because of that person who had been rescued by the Xiandan Holy Land. Wang Hao understood in his heart. In that case, the heavenly demon mirror was likely also under the demon clan's control. Wang Hao took a deep breath. No matter what, having some information was better than none. You just said that only by joining your demon clan can one leave the Dark Moon Realm. What exactly is going on? Wang Hao stared intently at Mo Yuxian and continued to question him. As Wang Hao's killing intent subsided, Mo Yuxian gradually recovered from his fear. Because the domain gate of the Dark Moon Realm is completely under our demon clan's control. Without the consent of our three major clans, no one can even approach it, Mo Yuxian explained. The domain gate. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Seemingly noticing Wang Hao's confusion, Mo Yuxian went on to explain the origins of the domain gate in detail. It turned out that after the human-demon war tens of thousands of years ago, the human race fell into a comprehensive disadvantage. The demon clan took the opportunity to conduct a thorough search of the Dark Moon Realm to investigate the state of this world. At that time, the clan leader of the Nether Demon Clan discovered a domain gate in the extreme northern region that connected to the outside world. The domain gate is a portal capable of traversing different worlds. By passing through it, one could leave the Dark Moon Realm and return to Blue Star. After discovering this gate, the Nether Demon Clan's leader immediately occupied most of the northern region of the Dark Moon Realm. This is why the Nether Demon Clan now dominates the northern part of the Dark Moon Realm. Initially, the Nether Demon Clan intended to monopolize the domain gate. However, the gate was severely damaged and could not be activated. Despite investing a vast amount of resources and manpower, the Nether Demon Clan still couldn't repair the portal. The gate was there, but it was unusable, leaving everyone trapped in this place. So, 5,000 years ago, the Nether Demon Clan's leader decided to share the repair work on the domain gate, involving the Giant Demon Clan and the Blood Demon Clan. That year, the Nether Demon Clan invited the high-ranking members of the Giant Demon Clan and the Blood Demon Clan. This matter was highly confidential, and no one knew how many people the domain gate could allow to cross. To ensure security, only the top leaders of the three clans were aware of this matter. After the joint efforts of the three clans, the domain gate began to show signs of repair. Several thousand more years passed, and the domain gate was finally restored. Moreover, they recently obtained the Holy Spirit sect's sacred artifact, the Heavenly Demon Mirror, which bore the spatial coordinates of Blue Star. Now, as long as the domain gate is fully charged, it can be used to traverse back to Blue Star. When can the domain gate be activated? Wang Hao asked. If the domain gate could be used to return to Blue Star, it would be far more reliable than Jiang Shui's spatial transfer array. Wang Hao had previously studied Jiang Shui's methods in detail and knew that she relied on a large spatial transfer array she carried. As long as she had the coordinates from the Heavenly Demon Mirror, it could be activated. Although that array was of a holy grade, spatial traversal was highly unstable, and one could easily get lost in chaotic space. I don't know. That's all I know, Mo Yuxian replied, trembling. Wang Hao didn't say much. Originally, he had planned to visit the land of deathly silence, but now it seemed he needed to first investigate the Gate of Realms in the extreme northern lands of the Nether Demon Clan. It would be best to gain control of the Gate of Realms himself. Do you have any news about the extreme northern lands of the Nether Demon Clan? Wang Hao asked coldly. Wang Hao, watch out. Just as Wang Hao finished speaking, a sudden exclamation came from afar. Boom! A powerful wave of demonic energy surged forward, heading straight for Wang Hao. Wang Hao used the 9 immortal steps, his figure flickering like a phantom as he instantly dodged out of the area. The spot where he had just been standing collapsed, with a loud crash, turning into ruins. General, save me! Mo Yoshuan's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope when he saw the newcomer. Mo Yushing appeared, leading a group of Nether Demon Clan commanders, quickly surrounding the area. In the distance, Jiang Shui let out a sigh of relief, seeing that Wang Hao had successfully evaded the attack. It was Jiang Shui who had sensed Mo Yushing's movements earlier. Although Jiang Shui wasn't strong in combat, her sensitivity to auras was exceptional, and she had detected Mo Yushing's approach from afar. Wang Hao gazed at Mo Yusheng and the numerous Nether Demon Clan commanders appearing in the distance, his expression unchanging. Although Mo Yusheng's aura was powerful, it wasn't enough to intimidate Wang Hao. As soon as Wang Hao dodged, a group of Nether Demon Clan commanders launched their attack. These commanders were rigorously trained warriors, clad in blood-red armor that exuded an intense sense of oppression. They carried the formidable power of the Nine Nether Force. The air was filled with a chilling, eerie aura. Clearly, these commanders were far stronger than those brought by Mo Yuxian. Wang Hao drew the Ice Soul Thunder Blade and immediately charged forward. He unleashed a powerful killing intent and thunderous energy. Combining it with the God-slaying blade technique, the surrounding Nether Demon Clan commanders were swiftly cut down by his onslaught. A fierce battle erupted. Instantly, one of the commanders beside Mo Yusheng helped Mo Yuxian to his feet. Mo Yuxian leaned close to Mo Yusheng's ear and whispered a few words. "Stop." Mo Yusheng's voice suddenly rang out, halting the battle shortly after it began. The Nether Demon Clan commanders who had been attacking Wang Hao immediately retreated and regrouped around Mo Yusheng. Wang Hao watched them withdraw but didn't make another move. He was curious to see what the Nether Demon Clan was planning. Now that he had such formidable strength, Wang Hao feared no one. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mo Yusheng, a general of the Nether Demon Clan. Your talent is impressive. Since Mo Yuxian has already spoken to you, you should know that the only way to leave here is through the power of our clan," Mo Yusheng said coldly, staring at Wang Hao. Not far away, more Nether Demon Clan commanders were slowly approaching. Behind Mo Yusheng, over 100 commanders had already gathered, and their numbers were still increasing. After Mo Yuxian called for reinforcements, Mo Yusheng had immediately rushed over with his men. However, they were still a step too late. Out of the 20 commanders, only one remained alive. Wang Hao's strength made Mo Yusheng wary. The killing intent and thunderous power Wang Hao had displayed earlier had even made him feel a tinge of fear. Based on what Mo Yuxian had just said, Wang Hao still had even stronger martial techniques he hadn't used yet. Such an opponent was indeed terrifying. "What's next?" Wang Hao asked coldly, his expression calm and unruffled. "I can offer you a spot to pass through the Gate of Realms," Mo Yusheng said, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. "You want me to give you the spot?" Wang Hao sneered, his gaze icy as he stared at Mo Yusheng. With such overwhelming strength, why not just take what he wanted directly? Mo Yusheng was momentarily stunned by Wang Hao's words, not understanding his meaning. Then, as if realizing something, he shook his head and said, "You don't think you're invincible already, do you?" The expressions of the Nether Demon Clan commanders behind Mo Yusheng changed, their gazes filled with apprehension as they looked at Wang Hao. The killing intent emanating from Wang Hao was suffocating. In just a few exchanges earlier, he had already slain several of their comrades. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, "You can try and find out." As soon as the words fell, his aura surged dramatically, an endless killing intent transformed into a hurricane, seemingly tearing through space. The terrifying atmosphere suppressed the entire scene. The central area of Sun Yun residence was shrouded in a heavy sense of oppression. The Demon Clan leaders behind Moyo Shang felt their scalps tingle. This oppressive force was simply too overwhelming. The Gate of Realms is heavily guarded by our Demon Clan, with powerful formations protecting it. Without our Demon Clan's permission, even a Grandmaster cannot break through, Moyo Xian said coldly. "Then you don't need to worry," Wang Hao replied, immediately launching an attack on Moyo Shang and his group. The violent killing intent condensed into sharp blades of murderous energy, surging toward Moyo Shang and the others. Refusing a toast only to drink punishment. Form the Heavenly Nether Formation. Moyo Shang shouted. As his words fell, the Demon Clan leaders behind him surged with demonic energy. They quickly flew out, arranging themselves in a peculiar formation. Torrents of demonic energy erupted from their bodies. In an instant, the center of Sun Yun residence was engulfed in swirling demonic energy. Explosions echoed wherever the demonic energy passed. The aura of these Demon Clan members seemed to merge into one, actually blocking Wang Hao's blades of killing intent. Faced with the overwhelming demonic energy, Wang Hao activated his immense spiritual power to probe the surroundings. The entire Sun Yun residence seemed to be enveloped in boundless demonic energy. "Wang Hao, this formation is very powerful, be careful. It consists of 108 top-tier Grandmaster-level Demon Clan members, significantly enhancing their strength." A heavy voice from Dubai echoed in his mind. As the soul of a sacred artifact, Dabai was knowledgeable and immediately recognized the formation's power. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Enhancing the demon clan's strength to the point of blocking his blades of killing intent was indeed formidable. In the distance, Jiang Shuai and others saw Wang Hao surrounded by dense demonic energy, their faces turning pale. The overwhelming demonic energy filled them with deep fear. Don't be afraid, Wang Hao's strength is absolutely reliable. Zhou Bai beside them reassured. Jiang Shuai nodded. Wang Hao was so strong, he would surely hold his ground. Wang Hao, I'll give you one more chance. Join our demon clan now, and I can grant you a pass through the Gate of Realms. Moyo. Sheng's voice transmitted through the heavenly nether formation to Wang Hao's ears. Immediately after, an overwhelming pressure surged toward Wang Hao. Get lost. Wang Hao growled. Boom, boom, boom. Before the words had fully fallen, Wang Hao swung the Ice Soul Thunder Blade, unleashing violent killing intent and thunderous power in all directions. The heavenly nether formation, as solid as a fortress, actually withstood Wang Hao's killing intent and thunder. Interesting. If that's the case, let's go all out. Wang Hao muttered softly. Northern Tsangyun residence. Chaos reigned here, blood splattered everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the air. Warriors and demon clan members were locked in fierce combat, with casualties mounting. Two middle-aged men unleashed powerful elemental energy, continuously killing the surrounding demon clan members. One of them was surrounded by a coiling green dragon, his strength ferocious as he harvested enemies. Nearby, several armored warriors fought in an exceptionally bloody battlefield. Who would have thought that after years of open and covert struggles among the four major families of Tsangyun residents, we would now face extinction together in the Dark Moon Realm? A black-clad middle-aged man said with fervent eyes. As he spoke, he used powerful martial arts to kill enemies. But the demon clan surged like a tide. No matter how many were killed, the enemies seemed endless. Luda, instead of making sarcastic remarks, why not kill more demon clan members? At least that would contribute to the human race. The middle-aged man with the green dragon tattoo sneered. He was none other than Song Yi, who had previously fought Wang Hao. The demon clan's attack was simply too fierce. The four major families were completely unprepared. The initial assault by the demon clan had already cost them many warriors. Later, the demon clan launched an even larger-scale offensive, which the four families were utterly unable to withstand. Except for the Chen family, which had prepared defenses in advance, the other three families had assumed that the protective formation would keep the demon clan out. After all, this formation had safeguarded them for tens of thousands of years and had never been breached. Unexpectedly, this time the formation was suddenly broken without any warning. This breach directly cut off their escape route, leaving them with no chance at survival. Although his heart was full of regret, the matter had already occurred and could not be changed. The demon clan's offensive was too fierce, and the remaining experts of the four great families could only join forces to fight. Past disputes over various interests now seemed insignificant in the face of life and death. How's old Chen doing over there? Li Luda sighed. Chen Yuansha had not waited with them but had instead prepared defenses in advance. Things should be slightly better on his side, but looking at the surrounding demons surging in, Li Luda still felt a tinge of bitterness. With so many demons, even with preparations, it would likely be difficult to withstand their assault. Li Luda, look! Why are those super-powerful demons retreating? Song Yi exclaimed. On the battlefield, many of the super-powerful demons began to withdraw, rushing toward the central area of Tsangyun residence. Hearing this, Li Luda turned his gaze toward the center of Tsangyun residence. The scene that met his eyes made his heart sink, filled with terror. In the central area of Tsangyun residence, a violent storm of demonic energy had suddenly formed. Above the storm, a massive skeletal figure of demonic energy faintly appeared. Even from a great distance, Li Luda could feel the overwhelming and terrifying aura. The storm of demonic energy seemed to contain an endless will of slaughter and the flashing power of violent thunder. The scene was like the arrival of the apocalypse. The demonic energy swept across Tsangyun residence like a raging storm in giant waves. The surrounding skyscrapers were gradually consumed like sandcastles under the onslaught of the demonic energy. Song Yi, am I seeing things? What on earth is that? Li Luda asked. In a low voice, his gaze fixed on the distance. Song Yi was equally shocked, his expression grave. The power was simply too terrifying, pressing down on the entire space, making it hard to breathe. Dark Moon Realm. Extreme northern lands. This was the dominion of the Nether Demon Clan. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and only an endless icy plain stretched out in all directions. The vast icy plain was guarded by numerous demon sentinels. Towering stone pillars rose into the sky. Across the plain, strange runes were carved into the pillars. These pillars were arranged in an extremely peculiar manner, as if brewing a terrifying power deep within the icy plain. At the deepest part of the plain stood an ancient jade gate. This jade gate had endured countless ages, its surface marked by the traces of time. Around the Jade Gate, the most elite warriors of 3 major clans stood in strict formation, ready to repel anyone who dared to approach. 300 miles east of the Jade Gate lay a massive cluster of white buildings. Within this eerie complex, there was a room filled with numerous small pieces of sacred demon stones. At the center of the room floated a massive heart, pulsating and releasing an incredibly terrifying force of blood and energy. Next, we will first eliminate the humans in the Dark Moon Realm, then prepare to invade Blue Star and reclaim our former glory, a demon clad in a blood-red robe said excitedly. As he spoke, he was absorbing the blood and energy released by the heart at the center of the room. This was none other than Mo Shuayan, the clan leader of the Blood Demon clan in the Dark Moon Realm. Beside Mo Shuayan stood 2 other demons, also dressed in robes. They were the clan leaders of the Nether Demon Clan and the Giant Demon Clan, Mo Utian and Mo Julu. The 3 of them were simultaneously absorbing the blood and energy released by the heart while holding sacred demon stones to draw upon the martial will contained within. The entire room was filled with a dense aura of blood and martial will. The 3 exuded an overwhelming presence, their every move radiating a suffocating pressure. Thanks to the timely appearance of the Sacred Spirit sect, if it weren't for their heavenly demon mirror, we would have needed another 1 or 2,000 years to prepare, Mo Utian said. In addition to the clan leaders, there were also many elders from various clans in the room, silently absorbing the blood and martial will. I can't take it anymore. Staying in this damned place for so long makes me feel like my bones are rusting, Mo Julu said in a deep voice, his eyes burning with fervent battle intent. The 3 of them exuded such powerful auras that the entire room seemed to grow restless and uneasy. By the way, have we captured the human who defeated Blood Shura last time? To be able to defeat Blood Shura under the rules of the Dark Moon Realm, he must be a top-tier powerhouse, Mo Shuayan suddenly asked. In the corner, an elder of the Blood Demon clan slowly opened his eyes. Clan leader, we are doing our utmost to hunt him down, but we haven't caught him yet, the elder replied respectfully. If you haven't caught him, then keep looking. Can Amir, Supreme Grandmaster, overturn the heavens? Where is Blood Shura now? Didn't I say he should come to the extreme north to break through to the Grandmaster level? Why is there still no news? Mo Shuayan continued to ask. Mo Shuayan held Blood Shura in extremely high regard. After all, Blood Shura was the only SSS-level talent in the Blood Demon clan, with both exceptional strength and talent. If he broke through to the Grandmaster level, with his nearly perfected killing intent, his power would reach a whole new level. This would be of immense help to their plans. Clan leader, Blood Shura said he wants to defeat that human first before coming to the extreme north to break through, the elder replied respectfully. Mo Julu and Mo Utian shook their heads. Blood Shura was strong but too stubborn, often failing to see the bigger picture. Mo Shuayan snorted coldly, tell him to get over here immediately. Does he not see me as his clan leader? As the leader of the Blood Demon clan, Mo Shuayan was always decisive, and his orders had to be carried out. If not for Blood Shura's astonishing talent, Mo Shuayan would have already dealt with him harshly. The Blood Demon clan elder beside him nodded and then left the room to carry out Mo Shuayan's orders. After the elder left, the room fell silent once again. Not long after, an elder of the Nether Demon clan entered. Clan leaders, the range of the Dead Silence Zone has expanded outward by 20 kilometers and is accelerating. The warriors guarding that area are requesting reinforcements, the Nether Demon clan elder said slowly. The 3 clan leaders furrowed their brows. The Dead Silence Zone was already vast, and if it continued to expand at this rate, the entire Dark Moon Realm might soon be consumed. They had visited the Dead Silence Zone together before but found no solution. The formation of the Dead Silence Zone was extremely peculiar. They had conducted numerous experiments in other locations using the same forces but failed to replicate the Dead Silence Zone. Only that specific area, after years of war, had given rise to the Dead Silence Zone. The cause of the Dead Silence Zone was not as the outside world claimed, that it was the result of various forces eroding each other during the Human-Demon War. Those claims were merely rumors to appease the lower-level demons. It seems we need to accelerate our plans and launch an attack on Blue Star as soon as possible, one of the Nether Demon clan leaders said in a low voice. The other 2 clan leaders nodded gravely. The Dead Silence Zone was no simple matter, it harbored an extremely terrifying power. They had even used the power of a saint-level formation but still couldn't eliminate the area, not even causing the slightest damage. This showed just how terrifying the Dead Silence Zone was. Immediately, the clan leaders issued a series of orders, mobilizing the 3 major demon clans to handle the affairs of the Dark Moon Realm, the central area of Tsangyun residence. The Tianyu formation, formed by countless demonic energies, surged like a raging tide, engulfing the entire center of Tsangyun residence. Ruins were everywhere. Inside the Tianyu formation, demonic energy roiled, and the air was thick with an oppressive and dark aura. Wang Hao, to die within the Tianyu formation is a stroke of luck for you. Now, let me show you what true power is. Beside Mo Yusheng, dozens of Demon Clan commanders glared at Wang Hao with murderous intent. With the enhancement of the Tianyu formation, a powerful force emanated from them, even causing cracks to appear in the formation's space. Wang Hao, this Tianyu formation seems to isolate the rules of the Dark Moon realm, greatly enhancing their strength. Especially that Mo Yusheng, his power has already surpassed the 9th rank Grandmaster level. Be careful. Dabai's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. The surrounding demonic energy grew more turbulent with each passing moment. A glint of light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Perfect. I hope these guys don't disappoint me. You scum, let's see how long you can last under my blade. Wang Hao spoke calmly. Not far away, Mo Yusheng and the others sneered. I hope your body is as tough as your mouth. As soon as the words fell, they launched a fierce attack on Wang Hao. The surging demonic energy condensed into substance, striking repeatedly. Boom! Wang Hao stopped wasting words and unleashed his full power endless slaughter, thunderous force, 9 nether power, extreme cold power, killing intent, blade intent, all converged on him. This was the first time Wang Hao had simultaneously used so many forces. The violent energy erupted around him. Under this power, the Tianyu formation began to show signs of collapse. Wang Hao wielded the Ice Soul Profound Thunder Blade, his killing intent overwhelming, with a green dragon circling around him. The faces of Mo Yusheng and the others changed drastically. The power emanating from Wang Hao made their scalps tingle and cold sweat run down their backs. Even Mo Yusheng, whose strength far exceeded that of a 9th grade Grandmaster under the Tianyu formation's enhancement, felt extreme fear. If Mo Yusheng felt this way, there was no need to mention the other demons. Slash! Before they could even approach Wang Hao, he had already begun slaughtering. Those top-tier super-grade Grandmaster-level demons, even those close to the Grandmaster realm, were like weeds before Wang Hao. With a flash of his blade, countless blood and remains splattered. Wang Hao killed 7 or 8 super-grade Grandmaster-level demons with a single strike. No! Mo Yusheng screamed in terror. He had just been repelled by Wang Hao's blade light. Wang Hao said nothing and continued his frenzied slaughter. The dozens of Yumo clan leaders enhanced by the Tianyu formation had no ability to resist under Wang Hao's violent attacks. Mo Yusheng was dumbfounded. Wang Hao's strength was simply monstrous. At this rate, they would all die. Merge into the Tianyu formation and transfer your power to me. Mo Yusheng shouted. The surviving Yumo clan leaders quickly flew to the edges of the formation, merging into it and becoming part of the array. Moments later, there were no Yumo clan leaders left around Wang Hao. As they merged, a continuous stream of power was transferred to Mo Yusheng. His eyes turned blood red, filled with killing intent. Wang Hao, you have no chance now. Die. Mo Yusheng's body surged with power, his movements exuding a violent aura. Wang Hao squinted slightly, surprised by the demon's tactic. Great nether demon body. Mo Yusheng roared. Instantly, an extremely violent aura erupted from him. His strength and speed increased dramatically. Boom! 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 Wang Hao and Mo Yusheng collided instantly. With the additional power from the Tianyu formation and the enhancement of the great nether demon body, Mo Yusheng was able to withstand Wang Hao's offensive. The space at the collision points cracked, and endless chaotic energy seeped through. Wang Hao felt his internal energy reservoir becoming more solid under the nourishment of the chaotic energy. Nearby, Mo Yusheng emitted a powerful force of heaven and earth, successfully resisting the erosion of the chaotic energy. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The surrounding Tianyu formation began to show signs of collapse, emitting piercing tearing sounds. Occasionally, the painful wails of demons within the formation could be heard. As the battle intensified, Wang Hao's eyes grew brighter. He quickly gained control over the power within him. If this continues, I can fully master this power and, with the help of the Yangji Breaking Yuan Pill, break through to become a first-grade Grandmaster. Mo Yusheng is indeed one of the top generals of the Demon Clan. He can effortlessly execute various powerful martial arts, especially his Great Nether Demon Body, which is astonishingly strong. This is a top-tier SSS-level body. Refinement martial art. With the enhancement of the Great Nether Demon Body, Mo Yusheng's attributes were greatly boosted. It was precisely this layer of protection that allowed Mo Yusheng to stand on equal footing with Wang Hao. Wang Hao unleashed the God-slaying blade technique, combining it with various violent forces for continuous attacks, but Mo Yusheng, relying on the Great Nether Demon Body, managed to block all the offensives. Impressive, Mo Yusheng, you can actually withstand my attacks. Wang Hao praised. Mo Yusheng remained silent. Although he had successfully defended, his attacks had barely landed on Wang Hao. Wang Hao's movements were extremely agile, making him nearly impossible to catch even when an attack occasionally landed. The Azure Dragon beside Wang Hao would easily devour it, rendering it completely ineffective. Mo Yusheng felt a chill in his heart. How could this guy be so monstrous? Even the elders from the extreme northern lands were no more than this. Thinking of this, Mo Yusheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Despite using so many techniques, he still couldn't effectively suppress Wang Hao. If it weren't for the great nether demon body and the surrounding heavenly nether formation continuously providing him with power, he would have already perished. Outside Sun Yun residence. As the heavenly nether formation wreaked havoc everywhere, the most prosperous central area of Sun Yun residence had turned into a scene of utter devastation. Ruins were scattered everywhere, with broken walls and rubble visible at every turn. Corpses and blood were mixed among the debris, as if a catastrophic disaster had struck. Since the top-tier demon masters leading the attack were trapped within the heavenly nether formation, the previously retreating Sun Yun residents began to turn the tide. Countless demons fell in droves under the siege of the Sun Yun residence warriors. In the northern part of Sun Yun residence, a group of armored warriors was slaughtering the surrounding demons with fervor. Let's hope Wang Hao can take out all those demons, a young man muttered under his breath as he fought on the battlefield. The warriors around him, all of formidable strength, were fiercely killing the demons. No problem, that's the one-hit brother. Young master, you haven't seen his prowess. Demons are like tofu in front of him, shattering at a touch. The one-hit brother's power is simply heaven-defying, a warrior beside him responded excitedly. Chen Yuanxi nodded. The battlefield over there was beyond his ability to intervene. He could only focus all his efforts on clearing the demons around him. This battle had cost them too much. If the major families had united from the beginning, perhaps the demons would have been eradicated long ago under Wang Hao's leadership. Chen Yuanxing couldn't help but think. But things had come to this point, and there was no chance to start over. All they could do now was pin their hopes on Wang Hao. Although they were currently gaining the upper hand, Chen Yuanxing knew that if Wang Hao's side collapsed and those top-tier demon masters flooded the battlefield, they would face total annihilation. Not just Chen Yuanxing, but everyone in Sun Yun residence fighting against the demons understood this. The key to victory or defeat lay in Wang Hao's hands. If Wang Hao won, they would win. If Wang Hao lost, they would have no way out. Inside the heavenly nether formation, violent forces rampaged wildly. As the battle escalated, the spatial tiers grew increasingly severe. Wang Hao continuously absorbed the endless chaotic energy, while Mo Yoshing's aura grew weaker and weaker, as if it could be crushed by Wang Hao's power at any moment. After a while, the heavenly nether formation began to tear apart, with demonic energy leaking out from the cracks. Mo Yoshing's face darkened, cold sweat streaming down. He realized that Wang Hao's aura was still growing stronger and more solid. What kind of monster was this Wang Hao? Even now, he was still getting stronger. Boom! 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 Mo Yusheng gritted his teeth, quickly gathering the surrounding forces of heaven and earth to press down on Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt an immense pressure surging toward him, and the solidification of his internal Yuan palace unexpectedly accelerated. Mo Yusheng, keep it up. Your power of heaven and earth isn't strong enough yet. Wang Hao chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. This Mo Yusheng was truly doing him a favor, helping him stabilize his realm instead. Inside the heavenly nether formation, countless blade lights and violent forces intertwined and flickered. Mo Yusheng realized that he couldn't threaten Wang Hao at all, and his fighting spirit visibly waned. It seems that using ordinary means won't defeat Wang Hao. Mo Yusheng took a deep breath. He had thought himself to be a top-tier master, but he hadn't expected Wang Hao to possess such overwhelming power. Now, he could only abandon minor gains to preserve the bigger picture. Heavenly nether formation, gather the power of the heavens and the netherworld, break for me. Mo Yusheng quickly retreated from Wang Hao's attack range. Wang Hao's heart tightened, sensing that something was amiss. What was Mo Yusheng planning? Wang Hao, get out of there quickly. He's going to self-destruct the heavenly nether formation. Dabai's voice rang in his ears. Wang Hao's heart sank. The self-destruction of so many top-tier masters together, how terrifying would that power be? Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao immediately utilized the power of space, his body flashing rapidly out of the heavenly nether formation. Mo Yusheng's face changed dramatically, not expecting Wang Hao to have such a method. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Wang Hao exited the Tianyu formation, a powerful energy erupted within the formation, instantly detonating all the demonic energy. The demonic energy churned in the sky, and the space emitted deafening explosions, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The people of Sun Yun residence were shaken to their core. Although the explosion occurred in the air, it unleashed a massive shockwave. The buildings of Sun Yun residence were rapidly destroyed in the wave, and numerous low-level martial artists perished in the aftermath. The surroundings turned into ruins, with blood and flesh scattered everywhere. From a distance, Wang Hao watched the explosion in the sky, slightly shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected Mo Yusheng to be so daring. Over 100 elite demon experts had formed the Tianyu formation, and he detonated it without hesitation. If it weren't for Wang Hao's spatial power allowing him to escape the formation, this explosion would have put his life on the line. The explosion in the sky continued, as if the entire heavens were being torn apart. The surging demonic energy flooded the sky like a tide. After several minutes of explosions, the sky finally began to calm down. However, countless traces of demonic energy still lingered in the air. Wang Hao, just wait. One day, I will take your life. A cold voice echoed from the sky. Wang Hao looked up to see Mo Yusheng, his battle armor shattered, glaring at him with a dark expression. Around Mo Yusheng were a dozen or so remaining elite demons. Wang Hao chuckled. This fool, still acting arrogant despite surviving by a thread, truly courting death. Initially, he thought that after the Tianyu formation's explosion, Mo Yusheng would take the opportunity to flee. Unexpectedly, he dared to stay behind. If I let you escape, where would my reputation as Wang Hao stand? Without hesitation, Wang Hao immediately used 9 immortal steps and charged toward Mo Yusheng. General, we must retreat. Wang Hao is coming, the weakened Mo Yusheng shouted to Mo Yuxian. The demons around him nodded in agreement. Although they were unwilling to admit it, Wang Hao's strength was beyond what they could handle. The wisest choice now was to flee immediately. Understanding the situation, Mo Yusheng quickly led the remaining demons in a rapid retreat. Swish, swish, swish. As they fled, they suddenly felt something strike directly at their minds, like sharp blades wildly stirring. Trying to run? Did you ask for my permission? Wang Hao's voice echoed in their ears. Mo Yusheng and his men turned pale. Wang Hao had caught up so quickly. Gritting their teeth, they endured the excruciating pain in their minds and continued to flee desperately. Still able to run? Even in this condition, you managed to escape my 9 nether stab. Wang Hao muttered under his breath. It turned out that the intense pain Mo Yusheng and his men had felt earlier was caused by Wang Hao's 9 nether stab, condensed from the power of the 9 nether. The 9 nether stab was an evolved form of the nether stab from the original 9 nether frost technique, designed to inflict massive damage on mental strength. While its effect on supreme grandmasters was limited, it was more than enough to deal with these heavily injured individuals. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao condensed more 9 nether stabs and shot them directly at the brains of Mo Yusheng and his men. Amidst a series of agonized screams, Mo Yusheng and his group finally couldn't hold on any longer. They plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with thunderous impacts. The demons of Sunyun residence, seeing their commander and general defeated, began to panic and scatter in all directions to escape. Meanwhile, the humans of Sunyun residence were overjoyed. Wang Hao had won. They didn't have to die. They had finally won. The scene felt like a dream, so beautiful it seemed unreal. Mo Yusheng had led an unstoppable demon army into Sunyun residence. For great families had no power to resist, and almost no one believed this battle could be won. They fought desperately, merely to live a little longer. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao appeared out of nowhere, single-handedly defeating numerous demon warriors. He alone held off nearly 200 elite demon grandmasters and ultimately annihilated them all. Such a miracle unfolded before their eyes, leaving all the humans ecstatic and nearly losing control in their excitement. After Mo Yusheng and his companions were dealt with, the fighting spirit of the human race reached its peak. They shouted Wang Hao's name while clearing out the remaining demons. The demon race, having lost their leader, gradually collapsed in the face of the fervent humans. Wang Hao, don't celebrate too early. Sooner or later, someone from our demon race will come to deal with you. Mo Yusheng lay in a deep pit, barely alive, his voice trembling. The demons around him had long since fallen. Unconscious, only he remained conscious due to his tough skin. Then let's see if your demon race has the ability. I will destroy all of you sooner or later. Wang Hao responded coldly. Swish. Immediately, Wang Hao unleashed the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram, sealing all the demons within it. Gathering more intelligence would be ideal, but if not, he would simply use the diagram to resolve the issue. Wait, what is that? Wang Hao noticed a black jade stone in the pit, where Mo Yusheng lay. He used his spiritual power to draw the jade stone toward him. Great Nether Demon Body, an SSS-level top-tier body refinement martial art of the ancient Nether Demon King, utilizing the power of the 9 Nether to condense the body and greatly enhance strength. It turned out to be the Great Nether Demon Body. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. In the Nether formation, he had already witnessed the power of this martial art. Although the formation had granted Mo Yusheng significant strength, even allowing him to temporarily control the power of heaven and earth, it still posed no threat to Wang Hao. Only when Mo Yusheng used the Great Nether Demon Body could he barely contend with Wang Hao, demonstrating the martial art's immense power. Fortunately, Wang Hao still had plenty of 9 Nether Spring, along with the Sacred Demon Stone, making it relatively easy to cultivate the Great Nether Demon Body. Once mastered, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. After the intense battle just now, the chaotic aura brought by the spatial rupture further solidified Wang Hao's Yuan mansion. With the help of the battle and the chaotic aura, Wang Hao's second-grade Grandmaster realm was fully stabilized, and he was now ready to use the Yang pole-breaking Yuan pill and the mysterious Yin water to break through to the first-grade Grandmaster realm. Once he broke through to the first-grade Grandmaster realm and mastered the Yi Great Nether Demon Body, it would be time to head to the extreme north. Meanwhile, the battle at Sanyun residence was nearing its end. All the demons had been completely annihilated. The people of Sanyun residence, with expressions of relief after surviving the calamity, gazed fervently in Wang Hao's direction, shouting his name. At this moment, Wang Hao was their hero. Although many humans had died, compared to total annihilation, this was already the best possible outcome. Wang Hao ignored the crowd's fervor and immediately found a place to begin secluded cultivation. He aimed to quickly enhance his strength and then head to the extreme north to investigate the situation regarding the domain gate. After the fierce battle with Mo Yusheng, Wang Hao had set aside his arrogance. Although he was already one of the top experts in the Dark Moon Realm, he could not afford to underestimate the methods of the demon race. At the same time, Wang Hao disseminated all the intelligence he had gathered about the domain gate and the demon race. He believed that once Hall Master Guan and the others learned of the information, they would make wise decisions. Whether it was the news from the Holy Spirit sect or the clues about the domain gate, everything pointed to the extreme north. That place was destined to be the site of the final battle in the Dark Moon Realm. After spreading the information, Wang Hao found Jiang Shui and Zhou Bai, then immediately left Sanyun residence to find a safe place outside for secluded cultivation. Sanyun residence. At this moment, Sanyun residence was in ruins, with devastation everywhere. After the explosion of the Nether Formation, not a single building remained intact. The surviving humans were few and far between, and most of them were powerful martial artists. Ordinary people had almost been completely wiped out in this battle. In the center of the ruins, Chen Yuansha let out a deep sigh. The place where he had lived his entire life had become like this, leaving his heart empty and indescribably sorrowful. He saw many corpses among the ruins. The once prominent geniuses of the four great families, the family elders who used to argue endlessly over minor interests, all had vanished like smoke, leaving nothing behind. If only they had prepared in advance like I did, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been so tragic. Father, we won. Just as Chen Yuansha was lost in thought, a joyful voice came from beside him. He turned his head and saw his son, Chen Yuanxin. Although covered in scars, he was alive, and that was enough. Not far away, the head of the Li family, Li Luda, stood silently, staring at the corpse of his son amidst the ruins. Regret and pain filled his heart. The joy of victory had barely been felt before it was overwhelmed by sorrow. He hated himself for not preparing for the possible attack by the demon clan, as Chen Yuansha had. As a result, he had rushed into battle and lost the initiative. One wrong step led to another. Chen Yuanxin also looked at the corpse of Li lying in the distance, as well as the desolate expression on Li Luda's face, with a complex mix of emotions. The once brilliant genius who had fought alongside them was now dead. Chen Yuanxin let out a deep sigh. Although they had won, it felt like they had lost too much power. If only he had enough power, if only he had the strength of someone like Wang Hao. He couldn't help but think, if he had Wang Hao's earth-shattering power, what would these demons amount to? Li Luda stood by his son's corpse, silently weeping in grief. The past schemes and calculations now seemed utterly meaningless. Such scenes played out repeatedly among the survivors of Sanyun residence. Sorrow and joy intertwined in everyone's hearts. In a hidden cave of the giant demon clan, a shadow outside the cave vigilantly observed the surroundings. Inside the cave, a scroll floated in the air, emanating a powerful aura. Within the crimson flame demon suppressing diagram, Wang Hao sat cross-legged between two sacred herbs, his Yuan mansion within his body absorbing the violent energy of heaven and earth like a whale. The entire diagram was shrouded in Wang Hao's overwhelming aura. Not far away, Jiang Shui and Zhou Bai were also continuously absorbing the surrounding energy, their strength significantly improved by the recent battle. Wang Hao took a deep breath, holding a Yangji Puyuan pill in his hand. The rank of Grandmaster was within reach. Determination flashed in his eyes as he swallowed the pill and drank a small bottle of Xianin water. It seemed as though the forces of Yin and Yang began to surge within his body. The Yangji Puyuan pill and Xianin water nourished his Yuan mansion, and golden light burst forth even more intensely. The chaos divine Yuan technique operated at an astonishing speed, continuously converting the surrounding energy. The dense energy of heaven and earth was transformed into golden Yuan energy as it flowed through his meridians, filling Wang Hao's Yuan mansion. His aura grew stronger with the flow of Yuan energy. Time passed slowly. The events at Sangyun residence quickly spread throughout the Dark Moon Realm. A man from the outside world named Wang Hao had single-handedly killed nearly 200 top-tier grandmasters of the Shadow Demon clan. The news spread like wildfire. Overnight, Wang Hao became the most famous person in the Dark Moon realm. Of course, there were skeptics. Top-tier grandmasters were not easy to kill, nor were they fools. How could one person take them all down? It seemed too exaggerated. Killing 200 top-tier grandmasters was something even an ordinary great grandmaster couldn't achieve. Some believed it, while others doubted it. But regardless, Wang Hao had undeniably become the most famous figure in the Dark Moon realm. At the same time, the Demon Clan issued a high bounty, claiming that anyone who provided information about Wang Hao would receive generous rewards. Top-tier SSS-level martial arts, Saint Demon Stones capable of condensing martial will, various top-grade weapons, spiritual medicines, and spirit crystals. All of these would be given to anyone who could locate Wang Hao. The Demon Clan also claimed that Wang Hao had mastered the secret method to break through to the Great Grandmaster level, otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. This bounty and revelation caused an uproar throughout the Dark Moon realm. Both the Demon Clan and the Human Clan became intensely interested in Wang Hao. For the Human Clan in particular, the Dark Moon realm was bound by the laws of heaven and earth, making it impossible to break through to the Great Grandmaster level. Yet Wang Hao had seemingly mastered the method to do so, making him the center of attention. For many martial artists who had reached the end of their path, breaking through to the Great Grandmaster level was a dream come true. Especially those grandmasters nearing the end of their lifespan, each one went mad trying to find Wang Hao. After all, a grandmaster's lifespan is only 500 years. Once they break through to the Great Grandmaster level, their lifespan can double to 1,000 years. Over tens of thousands of years of development, the Dark Moon realm has never seen a powerhouse above the Great Grandmaster level. Therefore, the realms below Great Grandmaster have been thoroughly studied. They have mastered various martial arts to an exceptional degree, and their martial will is deeply ingrained. It can be said that the grandmasters of the Dark Moon realm have both formidable combat power and solid foundations. As long as there are no restrictions from the laws of heaven and earth, their chances of breaking through to the Great Grandmaster level are very high. For a time, a wave of searching for Wang Hao swept across the entire Dark Moon realm. The temptation of a 500-year lifespan drove countless human martial artists into a frenzy. At the same time, another piece of news spread in the Dark Moon realm. It was released by Wang Hao himself. The Nether Demon Clan had already taken control of the Holy Spirit sect, and in the extreme northern lands, there existed a domain gate that could lead out of the Dark Moon realm. The high-ranking members of the three major demon clans had completely seized control of the domain gate. In the extreme north, they could leave the Dark Moon realm and enter the outside world at any time. When this news broke, the entire Dark Moon realm became even more frenzied. Leaving the Dark Moon realm was a dream countless people had longed for. To leave the Dark Moon realm meant embarking on a brand new martial path, no longer restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the Dark Moon realm. The fervor sparked by this news even surpassed the shock caused by Wang Hao's announcement. After all, whether Wang Hao truly possessed a method to break through to the Great Grandmaster level was still uncertain, and even if one succeeded, it would only be at the Great Grandmaster level. But leaving the Dark Moon realm opened up an infinitely vast path ahead. Great Grandmaster, Martial Saint, even the Supreme Martial God. These terms were unimaginably enticing. More critically, the expansion of the Dead Silence Zone was accelerating. No one could guarantee that as the Dead Silence Zone continued to grow, the Dark Moon realm wouldn't be completely consumed. As these pieces of news spread, the Dark Moon realm descended into utter chaos. Those human experts who had been hiding their strength also began to reveal themselves, either seeking Wang Hao for a way to break through to the Great Grandmaster level or preparing to leave the Dark Moon realm through the domain gate. Amid the undercurrents of this turbulent situation, the original structure of the Dark Moon realm began to slowly shift. Conflict and chaos escalated once again. This time, no one had a way out. At the edge of the Dead Silence Zone, a group of blood-soaked martial artists was hiding. They were cautiously concealing themselves, with some keeping a close watch on their surroundings. Hallmaster Guan, the Wang Hao they're talking about, could it be the Wang Hao from your Tianwu association? Su Jin asked with a complicated expression. He had a deep impression of Wang Hao. At 16, Wang Hao became the first to master dual divine martial arts, rising from an obscure, third-rate high school. After entering the Imperial Capital Academy, he caused quite a stir. The geniuses of the divine martial class were defeated by him one after another. Moreover, within just a month, he claimed first place in the divine martial class's monthly assessment. His life seemed almost like it was scripted, and those who knew about it found it unbelievable. Not far away stood a delicate-looking girl. She was Chu Mengyao of the Dragon God Association, already at the 7th grade Grandmaster level. She had heard of Wang Hao's name and held a high opinion of him. His looks were unmatched as well. Guan Sheng smiled bitterly and said, "I wish it were him, but do you think that's possible? It's been less than 2 months since he entered the Dark Moon realm, and you're telling me he killed 200 top-tier grandmasters on his Even if he ate spiritual medicine every day, it's impossible to progress that quickly. Guan Sheng's words made everyone around him laugh. Indeed, no matter how talented Wang Hao was, it was impossible for him to reach such terrifying strength so quickly. Martial cultivation is a step-by-step process, requiring both time and resources. The Grandmaster realm, in particular, demands long-term accumulation and cannot be achieved casually. It must be someone from outside using Wang Hao's name. Guan Sheng continued with a laugh. Everyone nodded in agreement. This explanation seemed the most reasonable. Although the demon clan exaggerated the news, claiming to have killed 200 supreme grandmasters, that person's strength is undoubtedly formidable, otherwise, the demon clan wouldn't offer such a high bounty. Forget about him. What do you all think about the matter of the boundary gate? Guan Sheng turned to ask the others nearby. They were all top experts from external forces, possessing both great strength and talent. In the Dark Moon realm, they had obtained numerous resources, and many had even comprehended martial will, becoming supreme grandmasters. Coupled with treasures and tools brought from the outside world, they were fully capable of contending with the demon clan's top experts. Let's go check out the extreme north. We've already investigated most other places. The distribution of forces among the various clans is clearly problematic. The boundary gate is likely real, Su Jin said. They had captured many demon clan prisoners and pieced together scattered intelligence, which seemed fairly reliable. Guan Sheng nodded and smiled. Then let's head to the extreme north. Let them deal with the dead silent land themselves. The other high-ranking members also nodded in agreement. There was no other choice but to go there now. The news about Wang Hao was most likely true. Before we leave, let's give the Demon Clan and the Black Moon Alliance a little surprise, Su Jin said with a smile, as if he had thought of something. The icy plains of the extreme north. Inside a white building, in a gloomy room, several Demon Clan chiefs and elders wore grim expressions. Below them, a warrior of the Shadow Demon Clan knelt, reporting on the recent situation in the Dark Moon realm. As the report continued, the expressions of the Demon Clan's high-ranking members grew darker and darker. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive. That useless Mo Yusheng dead is dead, but he actually leaked such an important matter. Now the entire Dark Moon realm's attention is focused on us, Mo Yutian said coldly. The other Demon Clan members cursed inwardly as well. The matter of the boundary gate had been kept extremely secret, known only to the Demon Clan's upper echelons. They hadn't planned to let all the Demon Clan members know, as the number of people who could pass through the boundary gate was extremely limited. They had gone to great lengths to maintain secrecy, precisely to prevent suspicion among the lower-level Demon Clan members. After all, there were too many demons in the Dark Moon realm, and it was impossible for everyone to pass through. They had originally prepared multiple plans to enter in batches, but the sudden expansion of the Dead Silent Land changed everything. If they couldn't leave the Dark Moon realm in the first batch, no one knew how long they'd have to wait for the boundary gate to activate a second time. Now, the prime position they occupied had become the most dangerous place before the boundary gate fully opened. After all, it wasn't just the human clan that wanted to escape, the demon clan members also wanted to flee. No one was willing to gamble their life on the chance that the Dead Silent Land might recover. However, this might just be our opportunity to establish a firm foothold in the Dark Moon realm. Mo Shuiyan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he spoke coldly. As soon as Mo Shuiyan spoke, many of the surrounding high-ranking members turned to look at him, their eyes filled with anticipation. Don't forget, we've been operating in the extreme north for so many years. With the strength we've built here, even if everyone in the Dark Moon realm comes to attack us, what do we have to fear? Mo Shuiyan continued coldly. The others' eyes lit up. Indeed, they had been working in the extreme north for so long, cultivating countless supreme grandmasters and great masters. Even if everyone united to besiege them, what could they do? The boundary gate's activation was already in its final stages. If they dared to come and throw their lives away, what harm would it be to annihilate them all? Well said. Now is the time to show our strength. If they know their place, they might still have some value as slaves. If not, then they can wait to be completely wiped out, Mo Julu said excitedly. It had been a long time since they had taken action, and they were eager to see just how strong they had become. However, that Wang Hao does indeed have impressive strength. Although defeating 200 Supreme Grandmasters might have involved some luck, his talent and power are undeniable. I must turn him into a demon puppet. No one else better try to take him from me, Mo Yutian said with a fervent gleam in his eyes, speaking in a chilling tone. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Wang Hao was undeniably powerful, in their eyes, he was nothing more than a formidable grandmaster. They then began discussing how to resolve these troubles. Territory of the Blood Demon Clan. A dense forest filled with the stench of blood. Within the forest, the air was pierced by violent explosions, heart-wrenching screams, and cries of agony. A young man surrounded by the power of thunder was engaged in a fierce battle with the surrounding blood demons. The raging thunder force was like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the blood demons. The atmosphere was thick with the mingling smells of blood and charred flesh, creating a more horrifying and oppressive scene in the already suffocating forest. Corpses and blood littered the ground, turning the area into a true hellscape. After a long while, the young man finally slaughtered all the demons around him. The forest fell into a deathly silence. Then, something strange happened. The young man's body suddenly erupted with a powerful devouring force, crazily absorbing the blood energy from the surroundings. "Keep going. You're so close to becoming a third-rank grandmaster," an excited voice echoed from within him. The young man didn't respond but continued to ferociously absorb the blood energy. Under his devouring power, the forest gradually grew desolate. It was unclear how much time passed, but the young man finally let out a satisfied burp. He had absorbed every ounce of blood energy from the corpses of the blood demons around him. "Lin Chang, why don't we head to the land of stillness? There's something really fun there," suggested the demonic entity within him as Lin Chang finished his feast. Lin Chang slowly retracted his thunder power, and the crackling sounds gradually faded away. "You've got to be kidding. Those demons just said even transcendent grandmasters have died in the land of stillness. With just the two of us going, do you want me dead even faster?" Lin Chang replied coldly, clearly uninterested in the entity's suggestion. The entity snorted dismissively. "Those ancient demons don't know the real method. Are you sure you don't want to go? Sure, you're improving quickly, but with your current strength, can you even secure a spot at the Gate of Realms?" Lin Chang fell silent. The news of the Gate of Realms had sent shockwaves across the entire Dark Moon realm. A mid-rank grandmaster used to be considered a top-tier powerhouse, but now Lin Chang realized that numerous third-rank grandmasters were emerging. Even transcendent grandmasters were appearing in large numbers. These powerhouses had been hiding in the shadows, detached from worldly affairs. But the news of the Gate of Realms had shaken them out of their seclusion. They all wanted to seize this opportunity to leave the Dark Moon realm and continue their martial paths. They cared nothing for the survival of humanity, only for their own lifespans. Once they broke through to the realm of supreme grandmasters, their lifespans would be extended by 500 years. A broader world was the ultimate temptation for them. "Hey, when have I ever led you astray? The things in the land of stillness are even tastier than these demons. Our lives are tied together. I won't take you there just to die," the demonic entity continued. Lin Chang narrowed his eyes slightly. Though the entity was troublesome, it had never harmed him. On the contrary, it had saved his life numerous times. Fine, I'll trust you this once," Lin Chang said indifferently. If he could rapidly increase his strength, he didn't mind taking some risks. At this moment, the entity still had its uses. It wouldn't have him seek death without reason. "You won't be disappointed," the entity's voice echoed in Lin Chang's mind. Soon after, Lin Chang changed direction and began sprinting toward the land of stillness. Territory of the giant demon clan. A hidden cave. Inside the cave floated a mysterious scroll, radiating a powerful aura. Within the scarlet flame demon ceiling painting, beside two massive sacred herbs, Wang Hao sat cross-legged, his golden energy core continuously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Various spiritual herbs and plants swayed weakly under Wang Hao's absorption, appearing fragile and powerless. In the distance, Jiang Shui stared unblinkingly at Wang Hao, who was immersed in cultivation. "Dabai, why hasn't Wang Hao broken through yet? He's been cultivating for 2 days." Jiang Shui turned to the white cat beside her and asked. Dabai was munching on cat food, occasionally glancing at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's foundation is incredibly deep, and his Yuan mansion is also very powerful, requiring an extraordinary amount of Yuan energy to absorb. "But it's almost there," Dabai casually replied. Although Dabai appeared indifferent on the surface, he was actually very concerned about Wang Hao. Under the surge of violent Yuan energy, even with the Yangji Poya pill, Wang Hao still needed a long time to break through. Wang Hao was truly formidable, but considering the top-tier martial arts and techniques he had mastered, along with his exceptional physique, it wasn't surprising. After this breakthrough, he should be able to easily defeat even grandmasters of the 8th or 7th rank. Dabai thought to himself. In the Tianyu formation, Mo. Yoshing's strength, enhanced by the formation, was already on par with an average 8th rank grandmaster. But in front of Wang Hao, Mo Yushing couldn't gain any advantage. Instead, he was completely suppressed by Wang Hao, to the point where he could barely breathe, which showed just how incredible Wang Hao was. At that time, Wang Hao was only a 2nd-rank grandmaster, and his Yuan mansion wasn't even complete. If he breaks through now and his Yuan mansion becomes complete, his strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Challenging a 7th-rank grandmaster with ease would be no problem at all. Although the leap from a 2nd-rank grandmaster to a 1st-rank grandmaster is just a small step, the gap is immense. A 2nd-rank grandmaster's Yuan mansion is incomplete, and the intensity and fluidity of their Yuan energy are far inferior to that of a 1st-rank grandmaster. Upon breaking through to the 1st rank, the Yuan mansion becomes complete, and the Yuan energy within forms a seamless cycle, flowing continuously like a river. The Yuan energy throughout the body becomes unified, and every movement carries immense explosive power. Thinking of this, Dabai couldn't help but feel excited. He hadn't expected Wang Hao's strength to have grown to this level. When he reaches the martial saint stage, he might even obtain that mysterious object. Dabai munched on cat food as various thoughts swirled in his mind. Not far away, Zhou Bai was still cultivating, desperately absorbing the surrounding yuan energy. But compared to Wang Hao, Zhou Bai's speed of absorbing yuan energy was far too slow. Boom! 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 After a while, a series of explosive sounds came from Wang Hao's side. The surrounding yuan energy was being sucked into his body like a whirlwind. Not far away, Zhou Bai couldn't absorb even a trace of yuan energy and could only open his eyes helplessly, looking at Wang Hao. Wang Hao was about to break through. Dabai shouted excitedly. After 2 full days of cultivation, the moment of breakthrough had finally arrived. Jiang Shui also looked at Wang Hao with excitement. Wang Hao was already very strong. How much stronger would he become after this breakthrough? No one could say for sure. The aura around Wang Hao grew increasingly intense, as if it were about to tear apart the space within the Scarlet Flame Demon suppression diagram. Faint sounds of tearing echoed through the space. Wang Hao continued to devour the surrounding energy ceaselessly. His entire body was enveloped in golden elemental power, resembling a golden war god. After a long while, the golden elemental palace within Wang Hao's body fully condensed and took shape. A powerful aura erupted from him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to first-rank Grandmaster. Vitality plus 10,000, soul plus 1,000. The system's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Violent power surged within him. The golden elemental power in his body formed a perpetual, endlessly circulating energy loop. Finally, he had broken through. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. The gap between second-rank Grandmaster and first-rank Grandmaster was even greater than he had imagined. He had thought he could break through quickly, but it ended up taking 2 full days to absorb the elemental energy. However, this violent and immense power, along with the formidable spiritual strength, made it all worthwhile. Opening the attribute panel, Wang Hao silently recited in his mind, name, Wang Hao, talents, 100-fold speed physique, SSS, space matrix, SSS, infinite slaughter, SSS, thunder, sacred physique, SS, void shadow, S, extreme frost, S, martial realm, first-rank grandmaster, spiritual realm, high-grade spirit mentalist. Techniques, chaos divine element art, skills, blade intent, mastery, fist intent, minor accomplishment, slaughter intent, mastery, soul. Refining martial arts, star soul refining art, S, perfect, blade martial arts, Godslayer blade technique, SSS, proficient, sky shadow burning. Element blade technique, S, expert, defensive martial arts, Azure dragon heaven defying scripture, SSS, proficient, body refining martial arts. Indestructible thunder body, S, expert, fist martial arts, desolate star annihilation fist, SSS, proficient, thundercloud fist, A, perfect. Movement martial arts, 9 immortal steps, SSS, beginner, carefree ethereal steps, S, expert, support martial arts, spirit clearing I, D. Mastery, divine breath technique, C, mastery, special martial arts, 9 nether frost energy, SS, perfect, alchemy, soulfire pill art, saint. Grade, minor accomplishment, vitality, 34,000, soul, 4,600, time until next replication, 5 days. Looking at the attribute panel filled with top-tier martial arts and powerful stats, Wang Hao felt a deep sense of security. Now, in the Dark Moon Realm, who could stand against me? Wang Hao clenched his fist slightly, and the air instantly exploded with a sonic boom. His attack power was already strong enough. It might be time to seek out some auxiliary talents, Wang Hao thought. There was no rush, he could search for them slowly after leaving this place. After stabilizing his realm, Wang Hao left with Jiang Shui and the others. The timing of the domain gate's opening was still uncertain, so it was best to head toward the extreme north as soon as possible. The territory of the giant demon clan. Wang Hao sped toward the northernmost part of the Dark Moon Realm. This time, he no longer concealed his movements. There was no need. In the face of absolute power, any obstacle was merely a joke. Along the way, he encountered many hostile Nether Demon Clan members and human experts. Wang Hao showed no mercy, dispatching them cleanly and efficiently. From them, Wang Hao learned about the current situation in the Dark Moon Realm. A large number of top-tier experts were heading toward the extreme north, hoping to leave the Dark Moon Realm through the domain gate. The outskirts of the Nether Demon Clan's territory. This was a maze-like valley. Originally, the demon clans were sparsely distributed here. But with the news of the domain gate spreading, many sought to cross this area to reach the extreme north. To prevent humans and other factions from intruding, the demon clans had deployed numerous patrols. These demon clansmen were all at the first-rank Grandmaster level, with many being super Grandmasters who had mastered martial intent. They also wielded special formations, making their combat power exceptionally strong when combined. Scattered around the valley were numerous corpses, including those of previously hidden top-tier human experts. Even members of the Black Moon Alliance had fallen to the demon clans. These patrolling elite Demons were all unfamiliar faces, completely strange, and had never appeared before. They did not hunt around but simply guarded the area surrounding the valley. They only acted when someone attempted to cross the valley. It seemed their mission was to prevent anyone from passing through. In the distance beyond the valley lay a dense forest. This forest was a necessary path to the territory of the nether demons. Many humans had gathered here, preparing to head to the extreme northern lands. However, there were too many demon guards on the other side of the valley, and many human elites had already suffered defeat there. As a result, these humans spontaneously gathered, hoping to combine their strength to break through the defensive line. In the forest, people dressed in various outfits exuded powerful auras, clearly top-tier martial artists. Many were discussing how to break through the barrier. I think we need someone to step forward and let everyone. As the crowd debated, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Everyone stopped talking and turned to look at the speaker. It was an elderly man dressed in a tattered robe. His hair was white, but his sharp eyes showed no trace of fatigue. He looked nothing like an ordinary old man. Isn't this Tang Xing, the Blazing Lake Master from 400 years ago? This old guy is still alive. Tang Xing, the Blazing Lake Master, a top-tier grandmaster from 400 years ago. I wonder what level he's reached now. Our Gathering Places textbooks even mentioned him. I never thought he'd still be alive. Truly resilient. Nearby, someone recognized the old man and began whispering. The elder listened to the discussions but remained calm, as if the surrounding voices had nothing to do with him. Tang Lao, what are your plans? A cold voice came from above the forest. Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged man in coarse clothing sitting cross-legged on a tree branch. Although he did not exude a strong aura, his words carried immense pressure. Clearly, he was also a top-tier expert. Bang! As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he suddenly leaped down from the tree. The ground instantly caved in, and the earth trembled slightly. The crowd in the forest was filled with shock. Moments ago, the middle-aged man had been on the tree, and no one had felt any pressure. But as soon as he landed, the oppressive force surged, impossible to conceal. The middle-aged man had a strange mark on his forehead, which looked eerie. Everyone present felt the heavy pressure. A descendant of the Celestial Phenomenon sect, someone exclaimed. Wasn't the Celestial Phenomenon sect wiped out by the demons tens of thousands of years ago? How is it appearing now? The Celestial Phenomenon sect was once a renowned faction. Although not as strong as the Holy Spirit sect, it was still a top-tier force. It couldn't have been destroyed so easily. It seems they've been hiding all along. I didn't expect them to resurface now. The people in the forest were all astonished. Even sects that were thought to have vanished in legend were now appearing. The temptation of this realm gate was simply too great, drawing out even these hidden masters. I am Chen Mo of the Celestial Phenomenon sect. The middle-aged man clasped his hands and introduced himself to the crowd. The surrounding people responded in kind, introducing themselves to one another. Is that all? A fallen sect, and you're still pretending to be something big. As Chen Mo was greeting everyone, a crisp mocking voice suddenly rang out. Chen Mo's face darkened. At such a moment, someone dared to ridicule him. It was truly reckless. The others' expressions also turned complicated. While the voice's words had some truth, Chen Mo's strength was undeniable. Anyone who provoked him was asking for trouble. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. They saw a stunningly beautiful girl with twin ponytails and a red dress, smiling mischievously at them. Her skin was fair, her eyes lively, and she carried a hint of playfulness. Young lady, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Be careful not to invite trouble. Chen Mo stared coldly at her. As he spoke, the surrounding people felt an intense pressure. Master, someone's threatening me, the girl said, pretending to be frightened. Immediately, a middle-aged man with an immortal-like demeanor, dressed in a Taoist robe, suddenly appeared in front of the girl. My disciple was just joking. There's no need to be so harsh on the young lady, is there? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo, fearless. The man exuded a powerful sword intent, as if he were a sharp, peerless blade, giving off an aura capable of tearing through anything. Are you Lu Qing of the sword sect from 100 years ago? A trace of surprise flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Although Chen Mo usually kept to himself and avoided worldly matters, he had some knowledge of the top experts in the Dark Moon realm. This middle-aged man was none other than Lu Qing, the renowned sword sect master from a century ago in the Dark Moon realm. With just his sword, he had slain countless demons. The others in the dense forest were equally shocked, never expecting such a small place to gather so many experts. Top-tier masters spanning centuries were appearing one after another. Not only them, but many other powerful and illustrious figures were also present. Who would have thought that our human race could produce so many top-tier experts? Both of you are among the very best of the Supreme Grandmasters. Tang Hai, standing to the side, beamed as he looked at Lu Qing and Chen Mo with a smile. My master's sword intent has already reached perfection. Those demon Clan grandmasters of the first rank can't even make a single move in front of him, the girl snorted proudly. Sword intent perfected. The pupils of those in the forest contracted. This meant that within the realm of supreme grandmasters, such strength was at the pinnacle. Sword intent itself was an extremely lethal martial will, with unparalleled offensive power. If your master is so formidable, why didn't he just take you straight there? What are you doing here? Chen Mo sneered. The girl's expression shifted slightly, and she thought to herself, this guy is really looking for trouble. It seems someone is dissatisfied with the reputation of my sword sect. Lu Qing said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword intent burst forth from him like a blade, directly targeting Chen Mo. The unleashed sword intent caused the entire space to emit a tearing sound, with fierce winds howling. Boom! 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 At that moment, Chen Mo also made his move. He threw a punch, and a surging martial will erupted like a tidal wave. This powerful martial will was in no way inferior to Lu Qing's sword intent. His fist intent has already reached its peak. The girl beside Lu Qing exclaimed in shock. No wonder this guy was so arrogant, he truly had some skill. The sword intent in Chen Mo's martial will clashed violently, producing deafening collision sounds. The trees in the surrounding forest rustled, as if they might snap at any moment. The onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure, their scalps tingling. Stop it. If you keep fighting, the demons could show up at any moment to collect our corpses. We're all here for the domain gate, we should unite rather than fight over who's stronger. Tang Hai said with a frown from a distance. At Tang Hai's words, the two men snorted coldly and withdrew their martial wills. As they did, the forest finally returned to calm. The people nearby were gasping for breath, clearly still shaken. This time, I'll give Tang Hai some face. He's right, we need a leader. I think I can temporarily take on that role. What do you all think? Chen Mo said calmly, scanning the crowd. The group exchanged glances. While no one voiced opposition, there was still doubt in their hearts. Tang Hai frowned deeply. He had originally intended to take the lead himself, but Chen Mo had suddenly stepped forward to claim the position, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Dream on. If anyone's going to lead, it should be my master. Who do you think you are? The stunning girl beside Lu Qing couldn't hold back her anger and snapped indignantly. Lu Qing's expression remained cold as he stared at Chen Mo. Expect the sword sex Lu Qing to take orders from him? What a joke. Hey, if you're not leaving, can you at least make way? Just as the tension reached its peak, a clear voice rang out from a distance. A handsome and refined young man appeared at the edge of the forest, his gaze resolute as he looked at them. The young man was none other than Wang Hao. After leaving the jungle of the giant demon clan, Wang Hao had sprinted all the way, defeating all demons and obstacles in his path, and had finally reached the border of the Nether Demon clan's territory. Unexpectedly, the path ahead was blocked by a large group of human martial artists, refusing to let anyone pass. These individuals were exceptionally skilled, most of them being advanced grandmasters, with quite a few transcendent grandmasters among them. Especially notable were two middle-aged men, exuding a powerful martial aura. It seemed the Dark Moon realm truly harbored many hidden experts and old monsters. Wang Hao thought to himself that these two men wouldn't be dealt with in just one slap, it would take at least two. Along the way, Wang Hao encountered numerous people attempting to seize the Grandmaster Breakthrough Manual from him. After some friendly exchanges, he realized the Demon Clan had labeled him as a Grandmaster Breakthrough expert. However, Wang Hao didn't care at all and couldn't be bothered to explain, those people were insignificant. Anyone who dared to challenge him was swiftly eliminated. Young man, there's a large group of demons guarding ahead, and many transcendent grandmasters have already lost their lives. If you want to pass, you can join us, there's strength in numbers. Tang Hai, standing nearby, didn't underestimate Wang Hao to his youth but instead informed him of the demon clans gathering at the border. Wang Hao frowned. The demon clan had already begun large-scale fortifications? No wonder these people were gathered here, they were clearly planning to unite against the threat. No, I don't have time to waste here. I'll go alone, Wang Hao said coldly. He was already at the peak of his strength and saw no need to hide it. Sweeping through directly was the most efficient approach. If others wanted to form a team, that was their business, he had no time for their nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people stared at Wang Hao in astonishment. Someone dared to be so confident? Truly, the world was vast, and it seemed there was no shortage of eccentrics. Lin Shanxian, the stunning young woman beside Lu Qing, furrowed her brows upon seeing Wang Hao, thinking to herself that this guy was even more arrogant than she was. Such a young age, pretending to be all high and mighty, does he think that's cool? Lin Shanxian snorted coldly. She couldn't stand people who acted tough without the strength to back it up. Are you trying to teach me how to act? Wang Hao's brows furrowed, his gaze icy as he stared at Lin Shanxian. His eyes carried an intense pressure, making Lin Shanxian feel as though she was surrounded by a raging storm, ready to destroy her at any moment. Who was this guy? Why was he so terrifying? As Wang Hao spoke, the surrounding people froze in shock. Was this kid insane? He actually dared to speak to Lu Qing's disciple like that. Everyone remembered how Lu Qing had protected Lin Shanshan before, even disregarding Chen Mo, let alone this young man. Thud. Just as everyone thought Wang Hao was overestimating himself, Lin Shanshan suddenly spat out blood, her face pale and filled with terror. Shanshan, what's wrong? Lu Qing's expression changed drastically, panic-stricken. Lin Shanshan trembled all over, as if she had suffered a massive blow. Not far away, Chen Mo saw Lin Shanshan coughing up blood and smirked mockingly. That sharp-tongued girl finally got what she deserved. This is just a small warning. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, the consequences won't be so simple. Wang Hao said indifferently. A gentle breeze blew through, rustling the dense forest. Master, it was him, he did it. Lin Shanshan's face was ashen, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Wang Hao. For the first time in her life, she had suffered such a loss. Under her master's protection, who would dare treat her like this? Wang Hao actually dared to make her suffer publicly. It was outrageous. She swore to make him pay the price. At this moment, her heart was filled with both anger and fear. What? It was that young man? Is he crazy? He actually dared to harm Lu Qing's disciple. Does he have a death wish? Definitely a lunatic. First, he said he'd cross the border alone, and now he dares to attack Lu Qing's disciple. I bet this kid won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. +1. The people in the dense forest cast sympathetic and pitying glances at Wang Hao. Although they found the girl's words rather grating, no one dared to touch her. After all, she was Lu Qing's disciple. Who would dare provoke her? Little brat, so sinister at such a young age. When you grow up, you'll be even worse. Looks like I can't let you live. Lu Qing coldly stared at Wang Hao, the sword aura emanating from him pressing down on the entire scene. Immediately after, Lu Qing's sword aura shot out swiftly, aiming directly at Wang Hao. A piercing whistling sound echoed through the air. Everyone thought Wang Hao was about to be shattered into pieces by the sword aura. Bang! Just as the sword aura was about to strike Wang Hao, a powerful punch suddenly blasted forth. The sharp sword aura was instantly shattered by the force of the punch, stirring up a wild gust of wind in the air. Following that, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Wang Hao. Attacking a little brat, how shameless. Your little disciple has such a venomous mouth. Someone should have taught him a lesson long ago. Chen Mo said in a deep voice. Wang Hao glanced at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly. If it weren't for your intervention, that old man would have already been knocked down by now. Hey, this young man seems to be that Wang Hao, the one who killed 200 top-tier grandmasters. Just as everyone was focused on Chen Mo and Lu Qing, a surprised voice came from the side. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to Wang Hao in unison. My goodness, it really might be him. So young, and so handsome. Could it really be Wang Hao? I heard he mastered the secret method to surpass Grandmaster level. It must be him, otherwise, who would dare to venture alone into this borderland? The crowd began to chatter, their eyes fixed on Wang Hao, filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. Lu Qing and Chen Mo's eyes were also full of surprise. Was it really Wang Hao? However, as top-tier grandmasters themselves, they naturally understood how harsh the laws of heaven and earth were in the Dark Moon Realm. Breaking through to Grandmaster level in the Dark Moon Realm was no easy feat. What, do you want to make a move against me too? Wang Hao's face revealed a confident smile, his tone brimming with unmatched self-assurance. Although he didn't exude a powerful aura, no one present dared to underestimate him. After all, he was the ruthless figure who had killed 200 top-tier Grandmaster level demons. Even if the rumors were exaggerated, for them to spread so widely, his strength must be extraordinary. Master, avenge me, avenge me. Lin Shanshan stared intently at Wang Hao. Hearing the crowd's discussions, her hatred for Wang Hao deepened. Why is this guy so powerful? Why isn't it me who possesses such strength? Lu Qing's face grew heavy as he looked at Wang Hao. He had also heard those rumors. Many people said Wang Hao's strength was already #1 in the Dark Moon Realm. But Lu Qing dismissed this as exaggerated talk. He believed Wang Hao might have some skill, but at most, he had only killed a few weak top-tier grandmasters. The rules of the Dark Moon Realm limited the peak strength of top-tier grandmasters, and Wang Hao was just a talented, slightly stronger minor figure. So what if you're Wang Hao? Let me see just how strong you really are. Lu Qing sneered. His words excited the surrounding crowd, as they too wanted to see if the legendary Wang Hao was worth the hype. Hey, buddy, step aside. This old man is unreasonable. I'll teach him a lesson. Wang Hao said to Chen Mo in front of him. Chen Mo gave Wang Hao a complicated look before stepping aside. He had initially thought Wang Hao was just a small fry in need of protection, but it turned out he was a formidable powerhouse. After Chen Mo stepped aside, Lu Qing immediately unleashed his sword intent. The violent sword aura instantly enveloped the entire scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking filled the air, and the low hum of the sword was deafening. The violent pressure surged toward Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao remain motionless, Lu Qing sneered inwardly, thinking the other was just an ignorant brat unworthy of his reputation. Those rumors about Wang Hao killing 200 top-tier Grandmaster level demons were all lies. Now, let your death restore the prestige of my Lu family sword sect. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Qing had already sentenced Wang Hao to death. Moments later, Wang Hao still hadn't moved, and Lu Qing let out a cold snort. A long sword appeared in his hand, its light scattering in all directions. Countless sword lights converged as Lu Qing, carrying an endless sword aura, charged swiftly toward Wang Hao. The faces of those around them changed drastically, the violent sword intent and sword light bringing immense pressure. This is the combination of sword intent unleashed and sword light division. As expected, Lu Qing's sword intent has reached perfection. His sword intent is terrifyingly strong. Why isn't Wang Hao moving? Could he be paralyzed with fear? That's impossible. Wang Hao is about to be killed instantly, so why hasn't he reacted yet? Everyone was talking at once, puzzled by Wang Hao's strange behavior. Could he withstand such an attack? That seemed impossible. Lin Shanxian's eyes sparkled with a gleam of triumph, as if she could already see Wang Hao falling to the ground. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this old guy's strength was indeed not weak. It seemed he would have to use some real techniques. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Lu Qing was right in front of Wang Hao. Brat! Die for me! Lu Qing's eyes flashed coldly as the sword light shot straight at Wang Hao. He had already envisioned the scene of Wang Hao being pierced by the sword light, his body torn apart. Whoosh! The sword light passed through the space in front of Wang Hao. Lu Qing's expression tightened. Where was the blood? Why hadn't it hit? As a top-tier grandmaster with perfected sword intent, Lu Qing's speed was unmatched. He simply couldn't believe anyone could dodge his sword strike. The onlookers widened their eyes. Could it be that Wang Hao had mastered some invincible divine technique? Just as everyone was puzzled, a figure suddenly appeared beside Lu Qing. Lu Qing's face changed drastically. When had someone gotten so close to him? He immediately felt a chill, his heart filling with fear. This fear made it almost impossible for him to breathe, his heartbeat seemingly about to stop. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly surged toward his face. Lu Qing desperately tried to dodge, but he found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Smack! With a resounding slap, Lu Qing's body was sent flying. His face instantly swelled up, blood and teeth scattering everywhere. Boom! A deep, human-shaped crater appeared in the stone wall not far away. Lu Qing lost consciousness on the spot, his body embedded several meters. The people nearby also heard Lin Shanxian's words, but no one dared to think too much. Just now, Lu Qing from the sword sect was still lying there. Who would dare to think about snatching the sacred artifact? That would be courting death. Fine, if there really is a sacred artifact, I'll let you off this time, Wang Hao said coldly. As soon as he spoke, Lin Shanxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. That sacred artifact is the treasured heirloom of our Tianshan sword sect. My master definitely knows where it is. Lin Shanxian's gaze lost its arrogance and became cautious instead. Ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's powerful spiritual energy instantly grabbed Lu Qing from the pit in the distant stone wall and dragged him out. Directly. Lu Qing, like a dead dog, was casually thrown by Wang Hao next to Lin Shanxian. Ignoring her own pain, Lin Shanxian tightly embraced her master and called out softly, "Old man, I know you're not dead. If you keep lying there, I'll really turn you into a corpse," Wang Hao said indifferently to Lu Qing. Lu Qing suddenly trembled in Lin Shanxian's arms and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely complicated. Defeated by a mere child with a single slap after years of practicing swordsmanship, to be defeated like this was truly a waste of effort. "I'm sorry, I was too arrogant and conceited." Lu Qing's voice trembled. Lin Shanxian held her master tightly, her eyes filled with tears. This was the first time she had seen her master apologize to someone. As one of the top experts in the Dark Moon realm, her master was usually proud and unyielding, but in front of Wang Hao, he was humble and submissive. "Enough. What's the deal with this sacred artifact? Speak," Wang Hao continued. If he could obtain the sacred artifact, his strength would surely increase significantly. Wait. Just as Lu Qing was about to speak, Wang Hao's voice rang in his ears again. Lin Shanxian's heart tightened. Had Wang Hao changed his mind? "Are you here to seek information about the sacred artifact as well?" Wang Hao snorted coldly, his aura suddenly erupting. The surrounding space began to distort, emitting tearing sounds. The faces of the people nearby changed drastically, and they fled in panic, desperately escaping the dense forest, afraid of hearing secrets they shouldn't know. Before long, only Wang Hao, Lin Shanxian, and Lu Qing remained in the dense forest. "You can speak now," Wang Hao said coldly. Green light emanated from Lin Shanxian's hands, nourishing Lu Qing. Under the green light's aid, Lu Qing's body slowly recovered. "When our Tianshan sword sect entered the Dark Moon realm in ancient times," Lu Qing began slowly. "It turned out that when the Tianshan sword sect entered the Dark Moon realm in ancient times, they brought the sect's sacred artifact with them. After a brutal war between humans and demons, the Tianshan sword sect was nearly wiped out, with over 90% of its members killed. The survivors were all severely injured. They had no choice but to hide in the Dark Moon Realm, hoping to rebuild the sect's glory over time. However, the demon clan's relentless pursuit was too fierce. After multiple brutal massacres, the sect didn't achieve revival but instead fell into deeper darkness. Originally a sect with multiple branches, only Lu Qing's lineage remained in the end. Before his death, Lu Qing's master told him that the sacred artifact still existed. This sacred artifact, called the Meteorite Sacred Sword, was forged from extraterrestrial meteorite and possessed astonishing power. Although it was a mid-tier sacred weapon, its attack power rivaled that of high-tier sacred weapons and contained the power of the stars. Meteorite Sacred Sword? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Although it was only mid-tier, it was more than sufficient for him. As for sword techniques, the Tianshan sword sect surely had unique and unparalleled swordsmanship manuals, so there was no need to worry. Where is the meteorite sacred sword? Wang Hao asked. Lu Qing's condition had improved significantly. Lin Shanxian's face was slightly flushed but showed signs of fatigue, clearly indicating that the treatment had consumed a considerable amount of her energy and spiritual power. The meteorite sacred sword is hidden at the base of Ziyao Mountain, surrounded by a powerful formation for protection. I've tried many times but couldn't get in, Lu Qing said slowly. Besides the formation, there seems to be a special trial near the meteorite sacred sword. You must pass the trial to obtain the sword. As for the specifics of the trial, I don't know, because I couldn't even get past the outermost formation. Lu Qing sighed and added. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Beyond the formation, there was an additional trial. If that was the case, then it was worth investigating. A sacred artifact is extremely precious, and spending some time on it is worth it. Although the Ice Soul Profound Thunderblade has already been upgraded to the Profound level, advancing it to a sacred artifact is still very difficult. Alright, let's get the Meteorite Sacred Sword first, Wang Hao said firmly, without any hesitation. Lu Cheng and Lin Shanxian nodded. There was no room for discussion. The two rested briefly, then set off with Wang Hao, sprinting towards Ziyao Mountain. Deep in the dense forest, Tang Xing and Chen Mo, along with others, watched Wang Hao and his group leave, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The pressure Wang Hao exerted on them was immense. Just knowing he was nearby brought an inexplicable tension. After he left, everyone felt much more at ease. I never expected someone so powerful to appear in the Dark Moon Realm. It's truly unbelievable, someone nearby said slowly, their eyes filled with envy. Clearly, everyone greatly admired Wang Hao's strength. Do you think Wang Hao has really mastered some special Grandmaster cultivation method? Otherwise, how could he be this strong? Someone said excitedly, their eyes sparkling. Wang Hao single-handedly took down 200 top-tier experts, and even that top-level sword sect master Lu Qing was dealt with by him in one slap. Exactly. Even if he has mastered it, what can you do? I bet Wang Hao could knock you down with just a casual move. The surrounding people began to discuss fervently. By the way, Elder Tang, you're knowledgeable and experienced. Do you think Wang Hao has broken through to the Grandmaster level? Someone suddenly asked. Tang Xing stroked his chin, his eyes glinting coldly. I didn't sense even the slightest trace of heaven and earth energy on Wang Hao, he said, shaking his head. When Wang Hao made his move, Tang Xing had been observing closely. His body showed no fluctuations of heaven and earth energy. And heaven and earth energy is the strongest power of a Grandmaster, capable of suppressing everything by harnessing the forces of nature. On the other side, Chen Mo also nodded and said slowly, I don't think Wang Hao has broken through to the Grandmaster level. You all know the laws of the Dark Moon Realm. For tens of thousands of years, countless geniuses have been stuck at the top-tier level, unable to advance. And Wang Hao is still so young. With Chen Mo and Tang Xing's remarks, the atmosphere among the group dampened. Even someone as strong as Wang Hao was stuck at the Grandmaster level? Stop focusing on Wang Hao. Instead, think about how to get through the domain gate and leave the Dark Moon Realm. If we can leave here, forget about becoming a Grandmaster, we might even glimpse the realm of martial saints. Becoming a martial saint would be like soaring to the heavens, allowing us to explore the endless starry skies. Tang Xing, seeing the group's low spirits, quickly encouraged them. The crowd smiled bitterly, but a spark reignited in their eyes. Indeed, as long as they could leave the Dark Moon Realm, nothing else would matter. These people aiming for the domain gate were the top elites of the human race, with unparalleled talent. If they truly managed to leave, they might indeed achieve the status of martial saints. The group immediately began discussing how to cross this border. In the territory of the Nether Demon Clan, the air was filled with a chilling wind. A sinister aura permeated the atmosphere. From time to time, agonized wails and the sounds of tearing echoed through the air. The eerie and dark environment became even more terrifying with these horrifying sounds. Along a narrow path in the dense forest, Wang Hao, accompanied by Lu Cheng and Lin Shanxian, was swiftly making his way forward. Along the way, they encountered numerous demonic creatures, all of which Wang Hao easily dealt with. Regardless of the demon's level, a single swing of Wang Hao's deadly blade was enough to defeat them effortlessly. Lu Qing was thoroughly impressed by Wang Hao's strength. Those demons with tough hides and heavy armor required significant effort on his part. But in front of Wang Hao, the heavily armored demons were like tofu, shattering with a mere touch. Lin Xianxian had also become a complete admirer of Wang Hao, worshipping him to the extreme. Wang Hao, however, paid no attention to how they viewed him and focused solely on leading the two of them quickly towards Ziyao Mountain. The most important thing now was to obtain the sacred artifact as soon as possible and leave swiftly. The three of them chatted as they walked. Wang Hao also took the opportunity to learn about Lin Xianxian and Lu Qing's talents. Lin Xianxian possesses an S-level healing talent, capable of using Yuan energy to heal injuries for herself and others, with an exceptionally strong recovery ability. No wonder she remained unaffected after suffering a mental shock. It turns out this talent was supporting her. Wang Hao had used a mental shock on her at the time, and although it wasn't particularly strong, even a casual strike would have been heavy for a low-grade master like her. Lu Qing, on the other hand, has an S-level wind attribute talent, which can significantly enhance his attack and movement speed. However, in the face of Wang Hao's spatial talent, this speed boost is practically meaningless, posing no threat whatsoever. Wang Hao thought to himself that Lin Xianxian's talent might be worth considering for collection. Oh, he could lock those who want to replicate talents into the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram. Once the cooldown is over, he could directly replicate the talent without having to go out and search for people each time. Now that Wang Hao's strength is growing, his periods of seclusion are becoming longer. He simply doesn't have the time to run around looking for talents. It would be better to slowly collect them now and replicate whichever one he needs later. This would also solve the hassle of searching for talents every time. Wang Hao, my young friend, up ahead is Ziyao Mountain, Lu Qing said slowly, looking at the endless mountain range in the distance. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he gazed at the mountain range. Finally, they had arrived. Was this the place where the holy sword of the falling star was located? Bang! 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 Just as the three were about to move forward, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. Shortly after, several elite demon squads charged toward them. Wang Hao's gaze sharpened as he thought, why are there so many demons appearing again? These demons were clad in heavy black armor, their bodies surging with powerful 9 nether energy, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lu Qing tightly shielded Lin Xianxian behind him, cautiously guarding. Horror! Wang Hao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed on the waves of demons charging toward him. Killing intent quickly condensed, and his entire body radiated an oppressive battle aura. Even before they approached, the demons already felt an invisible pressure, as if the air had grown heavier. Wang Hao, we've finally found you. After hiding for so long, you finally dare to show yourself, huh? A low, bloodthirsty voice rang out from not far away. Wang Hao turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. He saw a demon, brimming with murderous intent, with thick, cold iron chains hanging from his body. That was Blood Shura, Wang Hao thought to himself. Why would Blood Shura appear here? Lu Qing's expression turned grave, his eyes fixed on Blood Shura. This guy exuded a powerful oppressive aura, and wherever he went, the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Lu Qing knew full well that he wouldn't last even a single move against Blood Shura. Clearly, he was here for Wang Hao. Only such a formidable presence would be qualified to challenge Wang Hao. Lu Qing looked at the two overwhelmingly powerful opponents, feeling secretly tense. Before long, the demons had completely surrounded Wang Hao and the others. Wang Hao, fight me properly. If you can win, I'll let you all go. Blood Shura's blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Wang Hao. The surrounding demons stood upright, seemingly not planning to attack immediately. Lin Xianxian hid behind Lu Qing, her eyes full of fear. What bad luck today, first encountering Wang Hao, and now running into such terrifying opponents. Each of these demons possessed powerful 9 nether energy, and they clearly weren't to be underestimated. Heh, what if I accidentally kill you? Wang Hao spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Blood Shura without a trace of fear. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, Blood Shura's expression turned to shock. You want to kill me? Ha, I'd like to see how you plan to do that. Blood Shura laughed loudly, swinging his chains as he lunged fiercely at Wang Hao. The violent killing intent stirred up a powerful gust, blowing the surrounding demons into disarray. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Slash! Wang Hao waved his right hand, and the Ice Soul Thunder Blade appeared, unleashing the power of thunder and killing intent around him. At the moment the Ice Blade appeared, Blood Shura had already closed in, the chain whipping toward Wang Hao like a lash. Clang! The chain collided. With the Ice Soul Thunder Blade, sparks flying everywhere. You've actually mastered the will of slaughter. Blood Shura exclaimed in shock, continuing to swing the chain in a fierce exchange with Wang Hao. The clash between the two generated intense shockwaves, causing the very space around them to tremble. The violent killing intent formed a hurricane, sweeping across the surroundings. Sand and stones flew, and the nearby forest was left in utter chaos. Impossible? You'll discover even more impossibilities. Wang Hao responded coldly. Swish! As soon as he finished, Speaking, Wang Hao's figure flickered and suddenly vanished from his original position. Blood Shura's heart tightened. Where had Wang Hao gone? Not good. Blood Shura felt a chill. Bang! A blade radiating lightning and killing intent suddenly appeared behind Blood Shura. Wang Hao unleashed the Slaughter God Blade technique, striking Blood Shura with a single blow. The enemy was violently sent flying, crashing heavily onto the distant ground, leaving a long, deep scar on the earth. In the distance, Lu Qing held his breath, staring intently at the battle. The strength of the two far exceeded his own. Blood Shura's will of slaughter was nearly perfect, with immense suppressive power. Wang Hao's strength was even more astonishing, utterly monstrous. It seems I've truly grown old. This is no longer my era, Lu Qing thought to himself with a sigh. Wang Hao, come again. Blood Shura roared from the deep scar. Blood Shura's heart trembled. Wang Hao was too strong, far surpassing him. If not for the protection of the Blood Demon's sacred armor, he couldn't even imagine what would have happened. How could someone be this powerful? Clearly, he was only at the Grandmaster realm. How could he be so strong? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself how thick-skinned Blood Shura was. That last strike didn't seem to have caused much damage. Moments later, dazzling red light erupted from Blood Shura's body. The Blood Demon's sacred armor radiated endless bloodlight, a high-level defensive equipment. Huff, huff, huff. It seemed Blood Shura was well prepared. In that case, it was time for a fierce battle. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao performed the 9 immortal steps, activating the Azure Dragon Heaven technique, while simultaneously wielding the Slaughter God Blade technique, to launch a ferocious assault on Blood Shura. Blood Shura swung his chain, and the two exchanged dozens of moves within mere breaths. The more Blood Shura fought, the more terrified he became. Wang Hao's strength was overwhelming. Not only was his power astonishing, but his killing intent was also intense. Coupled with the force of thunder, he completely suppressed Blood Shura. Slash! Before long, blood marks appeared on Blood Shura's body, with blood flowing down his wounds. Although the sacred armor could block part of the damage, the impact vibrations were unavoidable. Wang Hao's strength was immense, and the thunder force added tremendous pressure on Blood Shura. Is that all you've got, with all that noise? Wang Hao slashed at Blood Shura indifferently. If not for the sacred armor's protection, he would have killed him several times over by now. Blood Shura felt utterly humiliated. Wang Hao's words left him speechless. He had always been the one crushing others, but now he was being suppressed, relying solely on the sacred armor to survive. It was a disgrace. Wang Hao, don't celebrate too soon. Our battle has only just begun. Blood Shura said coldly. Wang Hao sneered and ignored him. As long as he broke through the sacred armor, wouldn't Blood Shura be at his mercy? Without hesitation, Wang Hao unleashed various martial techniques and powers, launching a frenzied assault on Blood Shura. Now, Wang Hao had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, and the energy within his body had begun to circulate autonomously. Moreover, he was cultivating a top-tier divine-level technique, which was enough to sustain high-intensity combat. More importantly, Wang Hao had the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression diagram within him, continuously providing him with an endless stream of energy. As the battle progressed, the wounds on Blood Shura's body multiplied, and his stamina grew increasingly depleted. Dark Moon Realm, Land of Death. This place was desolate and uninhabited, its emptiness chilling to the bone. The demon guards who had originally been stationed here had long since retreated. The aura of death spread like a hurricane, expanding endlessly. The air was filled with a bone-chilling coldness, making everyone who approached feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. The light in the sky seemed to be swallowed by this aura of deathly silence. The land of desolation resembled a chaotic void, its aura continuously expanding, slowly engulfing everything in the Dark Moon Realm. Are you sure we're going in? Lin Chang stared nervously at the land of desolation not far away, swallowing hard. The oppressive atmosphere and the aura of death made his whole body shiver, his scalp tingling. This is it, this is it. Ha, I never thought the Dark Moon Realm would have something like this. A fanatical voice from the Demon Seed suddenly echoed in Lin Chang's mind. Hearing the Demon Seed's words, Lin Chang felt a chill spreading from the depths of his mind. The Demon Seed actually knew about this thing? Demon Seed, explain yourself. What does this mean? What do you mean by there's one here too? Lin Chang took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart. The Demon Seed's words made him deeply worried. If there was one here too, it meant the Demon Seed had encountered this thing elsewhere. And the place where the Demon Seed had been before was none other than Blue Star. Could it be that this terrifying thing also existed there? Thinking that such a thing might have existed in his previous world, Lin Chang couldn't help but tremble. What exactly was this? The aura of death emanating from within filled him with endless fear. Hee, you don't need to know for now. When the time is right, I'll naturally tell you. The Demon Seed's voice echoed in Lin Chang's mind once again. The air was thick with a chilling aura of death. Around them, there were traces of dried blood, which, under the influence of this deathly aura, appeared in a strange color. Lin Chang took a deep breath, thinking to himself that no matter what challenges he faced, as long as he was strong enough, he could overcome them. How do I get in? Lin Chang asked in a deep voice. The violent aura of death inside was too terrifying. He felt that if he entered directly, he would be devoured in an instant. Now, he could only hope that the demon seed had some special method. Of course, you just walk right in. The demon seed's voice rang out again. Lin Chang's pupils shrank sharply. Walk right in? Was this some kind of joke? Near the territory of the Nether Demon Clan, at the foot of the Purple Radiance Mountain, violent waves of energy surged in all directions. In the distance, many demons stared in terror at the fierce battle between Wang Hao and the Blood Shura. The surrounding trees and rocks had been shattered by the intensity of their fight, with flying debris wreaking havoc everywhere. Bang! 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 Wang Hao wielded the Ice Soul Thunder Blade, charging at the Blood Shura with unstoppable killing intent and the power of thunder. The Blood Shura's body was growing weaker and weaker. Even with the protection of the Blood Demon's sacred armor, the relentless attacks were pushing him to his limit. He panted heavily, unable to accept the situation. Why was Wang Hao so strong? He was being pummeled like a sandbag. Was he still the genius of the Blood Demon Clan? The chains on the Blood Shura's body were already showing numerous cracks. Under Wang Hao's powerful attacks, even the Blood Demon chains could no longer hold up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the proficient level in the SSS grade Martial Art 9 Immortal Steps. Wang Hao suddenly heard the system notification during the battle. 9 Immortal Steps has broken through. His eyes lit up. This sparring partner was proving quite useful. In such a short time, his footwork had advanced. It seemed the sandbag wasn't being wasted. He had to make good use of it. It was the perfect opportunity to practice the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist. Without hesitation, Wang Hao put away the Ice Soul Thunder Blade. As the blade's intent receded, it was replaced by the burgeoning intent of his fist and a violent killing force. The Blood Shura, who was struggling to fend off Wang Hao's attacks, tensed up when he saw him put away his blade. Was Wang Hao about to unleash a big move? Instinctively, the Blood Shura circulated his internal energy, and a blood-red cold light burst forth wildly. Desolate Star Annihilation Fist. Wang Hao roared inwardly, and the power of desolation that devoured everything erupted from within him. After breaking through to the first-grade Grandmaster level, the energy consumption of using SSS-grade martial arts was now manageable even with continuous use. There's a way to hold on. The blood-colored cold light on Blood Shura's body was dispersed by Wang Hao's fist. His fist struck heavily on Blood Shura. Bang! Blood Shura was hit with a violent impact, but his heart was full of rage. This Wang Hao was using him to practice martial arts. As a top-tier powerhouse among supreme masters, Blood Shura saw through it at a glance. Wang Hao's fist intent was clearly inferior to his blade intent. Switching from blade to fist now was just to use him to hone his martial arts. Wang Hao, you've gone too far. You're insulting me. Blood Shura roared, his killing aura erupting. At this moment, he no longer wanted to defend, he only wanted to use his strongest power to destroy everything. Ha ha ha, so clever. You better be careful not to get killed by me. Wang Hao laughed loudly, his fist carrying violent power as it smashed forward. Blood Shura's face darkened. Damn this guy, I'll make you pay the price and let you know the consequences of underestimating me. Swish, swish, swish. Blood Shura's Blood Demon sacred armor suddenly released dazzling bloodlight, which was absorbed by chains and spread oppressively across the battlefield. Wang Hao squinted slightly, his eyes burning with intense battle desire. Show me what you've got, don't disappoint me, he shouted loudly while continuously striking with the Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist. Blood Shura bit his lip tightly, his demonic body drenched in blood, while the blood-glowing chains kept spreading, enveloping the entire battlefield. In the distance, Lu Qing watched in shock, his heart trembling. He felt that either of these two could obliterate him with a single strike. They were too strong, especially Wang Hao, whose aura was growing increasingly intense. That desolate will and devouring power made anyone watching feel a chill down their spine. These two had far surpassed the level of supreme masters, even grandmasters would struggle to match them. Lu Qing couldn't help but think to himself. Behind Lu Qing, Lin Shanshan's eyes sparkled as she stared unblinkingly at Wang Hao in the distance, her gaze full of admiration and excitement. As the battle grew fiercer, Wang Hao's mastery of the Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist became increasingly refined. He could feel that he was just one step away from truly mastering this realm. His fist intent was also continuously improving, just one step away from perfection. Wang Hao, Wang Hao, Wang Hao, I want you dead. Blood Shura was nearly driven mad. He felt like a clown, being ruthlessly toyed with by Wang Hao. His attacks couldn't even touch Wang Hao, as if he were fighting air. All his strikes were effortlessly dodged by Wang Hao's superior movement techniques. Fighting Wang Hao felt like a baby competing against an adult. This feeling made Blood Shura burn with rage. He was a genius of the Blood Demon clan, the #1 figure in the Dark Moon realm for tens of thousands of years. Yet now, he was utterly powerless. Before Wang Hao. Why? In just a short time apart, how had the gap in their strength grown so vast? It's close. Wang Hao's eyes grew brighter. As expected, actual combat was the fastest way to improve strength. After a while, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Wang Hao's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Mastery Realm with the SSS-level martial art Great Desolation Star Annihilation. Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving perfection in fist intent. The system's notification sounded in Wang Hao's mind. Finally, he had broken through. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as the Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist and his fist intent simultaneously entered a new realm. At this moment, Blood Shura was covered in wounds, his body soaked in blood. The fierce killing aura still surrounded him, but against Wang Hao, who also mastered the intent of slaughter, this aura was completely ineffective. Since you've been so cooperative, I'll show you something special, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. The breakthroughs in martial arts and fist intent had put him in a great mood. Looking at the battered and bruised Blood Shura, a surge of killing intent rose in Wang Hao's heart. Cough. Blood Shura coughed violently, exhaustion and madness intertwining within him. Wang Hao, you're truly formidable. I didn't want to use this move, but you forced me. You've forced me. Madness flickered in Blood Shura's eyes as he stared at Wang Hao, his gaze icy and bone-chilling. Looking at the completely out of control figure before him, a trace of unease rose in Wang Hao's heart. Was he planning some underhanded trick? No, he had to deal with him first. Desolate Star Annihilation Fist. Wang Hao unleashed the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, which he had just mastered to the proficient level. The power of his perfected fist intent was also infused into it. The surrounding vitality and elemental energy were frantically absorbed by Wang Hao. A powerful will erupted within him. The surrounding demon clans could feel the oppressive aura emanating from Wang Hao. It's too late, Wang Hao. I've already set a trap. You're going to die. Blood Shura roared madly, his face full of frenzy. With all my blood, I summon the ancestral spirit of the Blood Demon clan to possess me, he howled, his expression deranged. Crimson runes surfaced on his body as his blood rapidly drained away. Moments later, a blood-red rune array appeared above Blood Shura's head. Thick black mist continuously emerged from the array, slowly enveloping him. Boom! At the same time, Wang Hao's Desolate Star Annihilation Fist struck out with a thunderous roar. The immense power caused violent explosions. Cracks began to appear in the space, and chaotic energy surged forth. The shockwave from Wang Hao's fist slammed into Blood Shura, unleashing a powerful impact. The surrounding mountains shattered, and the ground split open. Dust and debris filled the air, enveloping both Wang Hao and Blood Shura. In the distance, the demon clans were forced back dozens of meters by the shockwave. Not far away, the sword-intent shield on Lu Qing's body began to crack, and blood faintly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Was the gap in their strength really this vast? He couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle. Lu Qing was filled with doubt. Behind him, Lin Qianqian continuously channeled elemental energy to heal Lu Qing's injuries. Wang Hao, now it's my turn. I'll show you what true invincibility looks like. From within the swirling dust, a pair of blood-red glowing eyes locked onto Wang Hao. Wang Hao squinted slightly. This Blood Shura was truly shameless. He had agreed to a one-on-one fight, yet he resorted to such underhanded tricks. Moments later, a gentle breeze blew through, dispersing the dust. Blood Shura's figure reappeared, standing amidst the shattered ground. At this moment, his body was marked with crimson patterns, and a deep red sigil had appeared on his forehead. His physique had expanded significantly, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Invincible? Then you'd better show me something real, Wang Hao said calmly. Since he wanted to play dirty, Wang Hao wouldn't hold back either. Despite Blood Shura's imposing aura, Wang Hao felt no fear. He still had cards up his sleeve. He hadn't wanted to use that move, but someone had forced his hand. Scarlet Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram, suppress the heavens and earth, Wang Hao murmured softly. Then, a massive scroll emerged from his body, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. As the Scarlet Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram appeared, the space trembled violently. A ferocious, killing intent, sharp as a blade, tore through the surrounding space. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, an endless killing aura spread like a storm, sweeping everything in its path. In the distance, the demon clans let out anguished wails. The killing intent struck them like a violent tempest, leaving them no chance to react. The suppressive power of the Scarlet Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram unfolded instantly. The distant demon clans were immobilized under the immense pressure. Blood Shura's heart was filled with terror as his body was firmly restrained by the Diagram, unable to move. Despite the immense power within him, he couldn't unleash it at all. The scarlet flame demon-suppressing diagram bore down on him like a massive mountain. In the distance, Lu Qing and Lin Qianqian were completely stunned. Wang Hao's techniques were endless. He even brought out a sacred artifact. This was simply absurd. Wasn't this something only a transcendent grandmaster could wield? A sacred artifact? How could you possibly have a sacred artifact? Impossible, impossible. Blood Shura shouted in terror. The ancestral spirit he had summoned, with all his blood, was effortlessly neutralized by Wang Hao's sacred artifact. He couldn't accept it. To make me use the scarlet flame demon-suppressing diagram, you can consider it an honorable death, Wang Hao said coldly. Blood Shura's heart sank to the bottom. If he had known Wang Hao possessed a sacred artifact, he would never have acted recklessly. Blood Shura was well aware of the power of sacred artifacts. Even though Wang Hao might not have fully unleashed its strength, anything associated with the word sacred was terrifying enough. Even within the Blood Demon clan, sacred artifacts were rare and kept strictly under the clan leader's control, with no one daring to touch them lightly. While Blood Shura was still regretting his actions, Wang Hao had already activated the true power of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram. Golden energy continuously surged into the diagram. As this power was absorbed, the diagram erupted with an unprecedented aura. Blood Shura's expression changed drastically. The aura of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram made his entire body tremble, and the Blood Demon's sacred armor he wore began to crack. The overwhelming pressure was like an endless tide, crashing against him wave after wave. It was worth noting that his body had been strengthened several times over by the blessings of the Blood Demon clan's ancestors. This sacred artifact was actually this powerful? The rapid consumption of energy caused Wang Hao's face to turn pale. The speed far exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't broken through to the rank of a first-grade grandmaster, enabling his internal energy to circulate autonomously, he wouldn't have been able to sustain such rapid depletion. Inside Wang Hao's body, the Chaos Divine Energy technique operated continuously, with spiritual energy flowing rapidly throughout his body, desperately replenishing his energy. After a while, the aura of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram finally reached its peak. The intense pressure locked onto Blood Shura, whose Blood Demon's sacred armor had completely shattered. His massive body was drenched in blood. Blood Shura looked despairingly at the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram hovering in midair. Wang Hao, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. If I were outside, I would surely have a place among the martial gods. I refuse to accept this. Blood Shura shouted madly. 30 years of cultivation had made him a supreme grandmaster, and he was among the top-tier ones at that. Blood Shura's future should have been glorious, with even a chance to become a martial god. Unfortunately, he was born in the Dark Moon Realm and encountered Wang Hao. This was his fate, his destiny. Wang Hao's eyes showed no emotion. He understood Blood Shura's talent. Reaching such a level in just 30 years was impossible without a hundredfold cultivation speed. His talent and effort were impeccable, and such monsters were rare in the outside world. Letting you die under my sacred artifact is my final respect for you. Farewell, Blood Shura. Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram, Power of the Sacred Diagram, Break 4. Me. Wang Hao said softly, as energy surged out once more. The Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram seemed to awaken, unleashing its power. A terrifying black spiritual light shot straight toward Blood Shura. Boom! The black spiritual light carried destructive power, shattering space wherever it passed, scattering chaotic energy. Blood Shura was powerless to resist and could only watch helplessly as the spiritual light struck him. No, I refuse to accept this. Accompanied by a painful and anguished wail, Blood Shura was pierced by the black spiritual light. His gaze gradually dimmed, and everything about him began to vanish. In the distance, Lu Qing and Lin Qianqian's faces turned pale, their minds blank. Is this the power of a sacred artifact? Invincible. Even a master as powerful as Blood Shura had no chance to resist and was easily annihilated. As the black spiritual light erupted, Blood Shura's body completely disintegrated, leaving not even a corpse behind. Blood-colored mist filled the entire space. And so, the genius Blood Shura met his end. In the distance, the suppressed demons were filled with shock. The Blood Demon clan's greatest genius in tens of thousands of years was gone just like that. Blood Shura, who had used the ancestral secret technique for enhancement, had vanished in such a manner. This scene was beyond their imagination. Seeing Blood Shura completely destroyed, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. The power of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram was indeed formidable, far surpassing his own attacks. But the energy consumption was immense. One attack had nearly drained Wang Hao's energy. It was worth noting that he cultivated a divine-level technique, and his energy reserves were far greater than those of many grandmasters. This was the reason he could activate the sacred diagram. If it were any Other Supreme Grandmaster, they might not have even activated their power before their energy was completely drained. The surrounding demons were utterly suppressed by the Crimson Flame demon suppressing diagram, unable to move, their faces filled with terror. Even the Blood Shura is dead. You can forget about surviving, Wang Hao thought with a cold sneer. Then, wielding his blade of killing intent, Wang Hao directly annihilated all the suppressed demons. After the slaughter was complete, he slowly put away the Crimson Flame demon suppressing diagram. The space gradually returned to calm. Not far away, Lu Qing and the others were gasping for breath, slowly regaining their composure. Wang Hao activated the Chaos Divine Essence technique, gradually restoring his energy. As he recovered, he collected the spoils from the Blood Shura. The Blood Shura had an ancient-looking spatial ring. Let's see what treasures are inside, Wang Hao thought. He began to inspect it and found quite a few valuable items, a massive holy demon stone, along with some rare spiritual herbs and minerals. Just in time, my holy demon stone was almost depleted. Now I can replenish it, Wang Hao thought, feeling a surge of satisfaction and joy. He was well aware of the immense power of the holy demon stone, which could accelerate his comprehension of martial arts and martial will. His cultivation speed was already incredibly fast, and with the holy demon stone, his progress would be even more efficient. This was one of the key reasons for his rapid rise in strength. Besides, his relentless effort, talent and resource support were equally indispensable. Let's continue our journey. After organizing his belongings, Wang Hao led Lu Sheng and Lin Shanshan onward toward Zio Mountain. At this moment, the two of them were as obedient as lambs. The strength Wang Hao had just displayed had completely intimidated them. So many demons couldn't harm him in the slightest, they could only behave and focus on their tasks, abandoning any other thoughts. With that, Wang Hao and his group continued to speed toward Ziyao Mountain. In the extreme northern lands of the Nether Demon Clan, the icy plains, once desolate, were now bustling with activity. The howling cold wind made the air bone-chilling. On the frozen ground, numerous armored demon warriors had gathered. The Nether Demon Clan, the Blood Demon Clan, and the armies of the Nether Demon Clan were all assembled together. Not far from them stood a massive domain gate. The area around the gate was covered with formations, and as the formations operated, the domain gate emitted a dazzling light. In front of the domain gate, the faces of several demon clan leaders were filled with excitement and anticipation. The domain gate is about to open. I never thought I would live to see this day, Mo Tian said slowly, his eyes burning with fervent flames. The piercing cold wind howled past, but Mo Tian felt no chill. His heart was pounding wildly. I wonder who created this domain gate. It has lasted for so long, tens of thousands of years without breaking, Mo Julu said in a deep voice. As soon as Mo Julu finished speaking, Mo Shuayan patted him on the shoulder. Ha ha, no matter who made it, it's ours now. As long as it helps us leave this wretched place, that's all that matters. Mo Julu laughed heartily. Clearly, the imminent opening of the domain gate had put him in an exceptionally good mood. Mo Tian nodded as well. It didn't matter who it originally belonged to, now it was theirs. Report to the clan leaders. Thousands of humans in the Nether Demon Clan's territory have already been eliminated, but many are still hiding, and we haven't found their traces yet. A respectful voice came from not far away. A demon warrior knelt beside the three clan leaders, his expression reverent. The clan leaders narrowed their eyes slightly. Indeed, thousands of humans had been wiped out in just a few days. It seems the public revelation of the domain gate isn't entirely a bad thing. Those deeply hidden humans have all come out, and we can take this opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Mo Tian laughed heartily. Exactly. Previously, we relied on these humans to train our warriors and provide resources. Now that the gate is about to open, it's time to clean them up, Mo Julu added. Mo Shuayan nodded. With the power of the demon clans, they could have wiped out all the humans long ago. But for the sake of their race's future, they had held back. Moreover, some things are more convenient for the human race to handle themselves. However, they've actually accumulated so much power, killed thousands of humans, and there are still some in hiding, Mo Shuayan said indifferently. They had set up a strong defense line at the border of the Yumo clan, filtering out many low-level humans. Unexpectedly, so many humans still managed to sneak through the defense line. Heh, those are just little bugs. No matter how many there are, so what? Let them struggle, they're all going to die anyway, Mo Tian said with a laugh, clearly not taking the human race seriously. Don't delay any longer. Let's wipe them out in one go. The realm gate is about to open, and I don't want any more mistakes, Mo Shuayan said solemnly. The warriors nearby remained kneeling, waiting for orders. Spread the news immediately, the realm gate will open in 3 days. Let those humans panic completely, Mo Shuayan said slowly. As soon as the words were spoken, the other two clan leaders laughed. Once the news spreads, can the humans remain calm? 3 days later will be their death day. Whether they believe it or not doesn't matter, they have no choice and wouldn't dare gamble on this. After all, the Realm Gate is the only way to leave the Dark Moon Realm. As long as they have the thought of escaping, they must come. The kneeling demon warrior immediately stood up to carry out the order. Dark Moon Realm. Xiao Mountain. Xiao Mountain is surrounded by dense forests. Many demons originally lived here, but as the news of the Realm Gate spread, many demons left Xiao Mountain and went to the Yumo clan's territory. Not only Xiao Mountain, but the strong ones in the Dark Moon Realm also flocked to the northern part of the Yumo clan. Wang Hao, the meteorite. Sacred sword is at the foot of the mountain ahead, surrounded by a powerful formation for protection. Lu Qing pointed to the nearby mountain peak. Over the years, Lu Qing had come here many times but hadn't even broken through the outermost formation. It was an extremely strong, sacred-level formation. Only the token of the first sect master could pass through, but the token had long been lost. The only way to enter the formation was to forcefully break in. Lin Shanshan blinked, surprised that such an unremarkable mountain peak hid a sacred weapon. Right ahead? Wang Hao scanned with his spiritual power, and the outline of the mountain peak appeared in his mind. The mountain peak was several hundred meters high, and its exterior looked no different from the surrounding forest, but a terrifying aura coiled around its surface. It should be inside. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Without waiting for Lu Qing and Lin Shanshan to react, he directly stored them into his Crimson Flame Demon suppression diagram. After putting them away, Wang Hao activated his spatial matrix talent. With the spatial fluctuations, Wang Hao instantly disappeared beside the mountain peak. When Wang Hao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mysterious space. Did I make it in? This space was still dim, but it was vast. Wang Hao's spiritual power couldn't detect its boundaries. It seemed that the place where the sacred weapon was located truly had its own world. Just moments ago, outside, Wang Hao's spiritual power could clearly see the entire mountain peak. Unexpectedly, after entering, he couldn't even touch the edges. Since he was already inside, he might as well search for where the sacred weapon was hidden. Ahead in the mysterious space, faint light glimmered, while behind Wang Hao was complete darkness, without a trace of light. Only the front had specks of fluorescence, like stars twinkling. Wang Hao flew straight toward the front. After a while, the light ahead grew stronger, and Wang Hao's spiritual power sensed something unusual in the surroundings. A terrifying aura was swirling around. Roar! 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 Just as Wang Hao was advancing quickly, a fierce roar suddenly came from the side. A massive shadow lunged at him from the darkness. The shadow's eyes glowed blood red, appearing extremely ferocious. Boom! Wang Hao's powerful spiritual power instantly locked onto the shadow. He delivered a heavy punch, striking the shadow's forehead directly. Before the shadow could counterattack, it was instantly killed by Wang Hao's violent blow. With a loud bang, the shadow shattered into pieces. The fragments scattered, but there was no trace of blood or gore. Instead, it seemed like the power of the stars was slowly flowing, dissipating into Wang Hao's body. This is not a living creature. Wang Hao held the fragments left behind after the shadowy figure's death, faintly glowing. Slay 100 star spirit beasts to pass the trial of the meteorite sacred sword. As Wang Hao stared at the fragments in his hand, a deep, ancient voice echoed through the space. 100 star spirit beasts. Wang Hao squinted, his interest piqued. Spirit beasts, huh? These were ferocious beasts from ancient times imbued with the power of the stars. Because the power of the stars coursed through their bodies, they were among the most formidable of all beasts. Their combat strength far surpassed that of other beasts of the same level. Wang Hao had only learned about star spirit beasts while investigating the Holy Spirit sect at Sanyun residence. Back in ancient times, star spirit beasts were relatively common. But now, on the outside world of Blue Star, they were rarely seen. If not for the records at Sanyun residence, he wouldn't have even known such creatures existed. When Wang Hao first sensed the aura of that star spirit beast, he immediately felt its immense power, no weaker than the enhanced demon phantom he had encountered at Sanyun residence. In other words, this star spirit beast's strength was roughly equivalent to that of an 8th grade grandmaster level martial artist. And with the added power of the stars, it might be even stronger. Facing 100 star spirit beasts was merely a trivial challenge for Wang Hao. Others might struggle to pass this trial, but Wang Hao excelled in such intense battles. With his array of powerful martial arts and innate talents, his strength had already surpassed the limits of any realm. 9th grade grandmasters were like tofu before him, shattering at a touch. 8th grade grandmasters were just slightly tougher tofu. They couldn't withstand Wang Hao's overwhelming power. Roar! 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 Soon, the mysterious space was filled with continuous roars. Violent airwaves surged through the space. The furious roars echoed everywhere. Then, blood-red-eyed star spirit beasts appeared, their gazes fierce and locked onto Wang Hao. These beasts exuded a dense power of the stars, their violent aura permeating the entire mysterious space. The immense pressure surged like a tidal wave, making Wang Hao feel a slight strain. Now this is interesting, Wang Hao thought, his heart stirring. He then waved his right hand, summoning the Ice Soul Thunder Blade. A murderous aura erupted from him like a hurricane. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the Star Spirit beasts charged at Wang Hao. Unfazed, Wang Hao swung the Ice Soul Thunder Blade, unleashing both killing intent and the power of thunder. Countless sparks of electricity, mixed with boundless killing intent, struck fiercely. The battle had just begun, yet Wang Hao already held an absolute advantage. The surrounding Star Spirit beasts, under his ferocious power and relentless attacks, had almost no ability to counter, and were easily crushed. Deep within the mysterious space, a white spiritual figure emerged. The figure resembled a middle-aged man, dressed in ancient attire, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The scene of Wang Hao's battle was vividly reflected in his vision. Interesting. I never expected such a formidable talent to emerge from our Tianshan sword sect, the spiritual figure thought with delight. To have such overwhelming combat strength while only at the Grandmaster level. He watched Wang Hao's battle with great satisfaction. This kind of overwhelming, ferocious slaughter was the ideal goal for a martial artist to pursue. However, a question lingered in his mind: why isn't this young man using sword techniques? The spiritual figure clearly assumed Wang Hao was from the Tianshan sword sect. After all, the powerful formations outside were heavily guarded, and without the sect master's token, entry was impossible. Moreover, the location of the sacred sword was extremely secretive, and, without precise information, it couldn't be found. Although he found it odd that Wang Hao was using blade techniques, the spiritual figure didn't dwell on it and continued to enjoy the violent battle. As long as he's one of us from the Tianshan sword sect, it doesn't matter how he fights. Wang Hao was completely unaware that a spiritual entity deep within the mysterious space was watching him. He continued his relentless assault on the surrounding Star Spirit beasts at his own pace. The God-slaying blade technique, imbued with the essence of slaughter, ceaselessly reaped the lives of the Star Spirit beasts around him. The stability of the mysterious space far surpassed that of the Dark Moon Realm. Despite Wang Hao's frenzied attacks, the space showed no signs of cracking. Before long, over half of the 100 Star Spirit beasts had been killed or injured. The remaining beasts, undeterred, launched a frenzied assault on Wang Hao. The sounds of collisions and roars filled every corner of the space. Although the Star Spirit beasts were numerous and their attacks ferocious, Wang Hao's movements were incredibly agile, and their attacks failed to inflict any substantial harm on him. He skillfully employed the 9 immortal steps, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Coupled with his formidable mental strength, he easily detected and evaded every attack from the Star Spirit beasts. Even when some of the astral energy struck Wang Hao, the azure dragon circling around him absorbed most of the damage. A few minutes later, all the surrounding Star Spirit beasts had been eliminated by Wang Hao. The mysterious space was now filled with surging astral energy. The astral energy seemed to take on a tangible form, quietly floating in the space. Not even warmed up, and they're all dead already. Wang Hao shook his head. A mere 100 Star Spirit beasts, hardly satisfying. Moments later, the astral energy floating above the scene began to disperse. As the astral energy scattered, the dim space gradually brightened. It was as if countless stars had descended to the mortal realm, illuminating the entire world. Wang Hao squinted slightly, his mind exceptionally clear under the radiance of the astral energy. The astral soul refining technique began to operate slowly, absorbing the scattered astral energy around him. As more and more astral energy was absorbed, the stars in Wang Hao's mind grew brighter, and a warm sensation filled his heart. After a while, the surrounding astral energy was completely absorbed by Wang Hao. Ding! Congratulations, host! The S-rank soul refining martial art, the astral soul refining technique, has broken through to the divine realm. Soul value plus 800. Current soul value, 5400. The system notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind, and his eyes lit up instantly. The astral soul refining technique has reached the divine realm. Not bad, those 100 Star Spirit beasts were worth it. At this moment, Wang Hao's soul power had far surpassed the spirit grade level. If not for the restrictions of the Dark Moon Realm's laws, he would have already broken through to the profound grade mentalist level, equivalent to a Grandmaster level mentalist. It could be said that Wang Hao now possessed not only formidable martial strength but also a soul realm that had reached the pinnacle of the Dark Moon Realm. Fantastic. Truly a hero among the young. I never expected our Tianshan sword sect to have such an outstanding young genius. Just as Wang Hao was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, a loud voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the mysterious space. Immediately after, a white spiritual entity slowly floated out from the depths of the space. Wang Hao looked toward the depths of the mysterious space. A white spiritual entity gazed at him with an expression of admiration. With the appearance of the spiritual entity, the entire space instantly brightened, dispelling all the darkness. The Surroundings were bathed in light. I am Wu Lingfeng, the 12th sect master of the Tianshan sword sect. Which generation disciple are you? The spiritual entity asked kindly beside Wang Hao. The sect master of the Tianshan sword sect? Wang Hao looked at the spiritual entity before him, finding it hard to believe. This guy must have lived for tens of thousands of years at least. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao said, Senior, I am not a disciple of the Tianshan sword sect. He then recounted everything to the spiritual entity in detail, not omitting even the great upheaval in the Dark Moon realm. After listening, the spiritual entity's expression grew complex, and it let out a long sigh. I never thought tens of thousands of years had already passed. The spiritual entity said slowly, shaking its head. Looking at the outstanding Wang Hao before him, a trace of disappointment flashed in the spiritual entity's eyes. It was a pity he wasn't a disciple of the Tianshan sword sect. Such a shame. Senior, how can I obtain the Fallen Star sacred sword? Wang Hao asked directly. Now that the Dark Moon realm has become like this, it's better to obtain the holy sword and leave as soon as possible. The spirit regained its composure, looked at Wang Hao, and pondered. Getting the holy sword is simple. Comprehend this martial art. Grasp the sword intent, and the holy sword will naturally acknowledge you. As it spoke, the spirit waved its right hand, and a purple spiritual light shot directly into Wang Hao's mind. Star Sword Cannon, SSS-level top-tier martial art, containing immense stellar power, created by an ancient sword saint, unparalleled in might. Wang Hao took a deep breath, his mind filled with information about the Star Sword Cannon. It turned out to be a sword technique imbued with the power of the stars. Wang Hao was ecstatic. He hadn't expected to gain such a precious martial art upon coming here. The Star Sword Cannon contained numerous moves and techniques, making it an invaluable treasure for sword cultivators. Its power was in no way inferior to Wang Hao's Great Desolation Star Annihilation Fist. Both were top-tier SSS-level martial arts, incredibly powerful. We are now in the holy sword space of the Meteorite Holy Sword. As long as you master the basics of the Star Sword Cannon and successfully comprehend the sword intent, you can leave here, and the holy sword will be yours, the spirit said slowly. As soon as the spirit finished speaking, Wang Hao's expression changed slightly. The Gate of Realms was about to open, and the Dead Silence Land was still spreading. He didn't know how much longer the Dark Moon Realm could hold out, and he had to comprehend the sword intent here. Although the Saint Demon Stone could assist him, it might not take too long, but the situation was urgent. If he missed the Gate of Realms, it would be very difficult to find another chance to leave. Senior, can you make an exception? The Gate of Realms is of great importance, and I can't stay here for too long, Wang Hao said. This holy sword space was peculiar, even his spatial talent couldn't locate an exit. Wang Hao, don't worry. Take your time to comprehend. You don't need to be concerned about the Gate of Realms. As for the Dead Silence Land, I have a rough idea of what it is, the spirit said slowly. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. How could he not worry? Could there be other secrets here? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Senior, please speak directly, Wang Hao urged. The spirit pondered for a moment and said, back when we entered the Dark Moon Realm to eradicate the demon race, we discovered many secrets. The Dark Moon Realm has another name, the Undead Realm, the Undead Realm. Wang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. Dark Moon Realm. Dead Silence Land. The Dead Silence Land was desolate and uninhabited, with white bones scattered everywhere. The piercing cold wind cut through the silent space like knives. In this barren Dead Silence Land, there was a young man in tattered clothes. His body was filthy, and the howling cold wind continuously assaulted him. But the young man paid no attention, as if he had long grown accustomed to it. A heavy aura of death and silence emanated from him. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, the sound of fierce wind-breaking echoed around him. A group of monsters, devoid of flesh and blood, surrounded the young man, exuding a thick aura of death and silence. The flesh and blood of these monsters had long since disappeared, leaving only skeletons supported in the air. The dense aura of death and silence entwined around the bones, making them extremely terrifying. You brought me here just to make me absorb the deathly aura of these undead creatures? Lin Chan unleashed the thunderous power within him, launching a fierce attack on the surrounding skeletal monsters. In an instant, the violent thunder broke the silence of the Dead Silence Land. Haha, not bad, right? Your strength has clearly improved. We demons have studied the undead race for years, and you're the first human to cultivate this technique. The voice of the demon seed echoed in Lin Chang's mind. The intertwining of thunder and the deathly aura stirred up a powerful shockwave. Many skeletal monsters were shattered by Lin Chang's thunderous power, and the deathly aura was completely absorbed by him in one go. As the deathly aura within him grew stronger, Lin Chang's strength gradually increased as well. So, you're just using me as an experiment? Lin Chang sneered, the thunderous power in his hands unrelenting as he continued to slaughter the surrounding skeletons. These skeletal monsters were not weak, even the weakest among them had the strength of a mid-level grandmaster. Moreover, they are extremely difficult to deal with. Unless their aura of death is completely eradicated, they can possess and resurrect. Not everyone can be a guinea pig for this. This technique was jointly designed by us, the demon saints and demon gods, specifically to counter the necromancers, the demon species said in a low voice. Lin Chang did not respond. After the skeletons were destroyed, the aura of death formed a white mark on his forehead. As the aura of death was slowly absorbed, Lin Chang's momentum grew increasingly powerful. Are there necromancers in the outside world too? Why have I never heard of them? Lin Chang asked as he continued fighting. Absorbing the aura of death made him feel his body undergoing changes, with a powerful force gathering within his flesh. You haven't reached that level yet. The universe is so vast and complex, without experiencing the wanderings of the starry rivers, you can't truly grasp how insignificant you are. The demon species voice faintly echoed in Lin Chang's mind. Roaming the starry rivers, that was something only martial saints or even martial legends could achieve. He was still far from that, but one day, he would ascend to that supreme peak. The thunderous power within Lin Chang roared incessantly, and the mark on his forehead grew increasingly bright. After a while, all the skeletal monsters were eliminated by Lin Chang. Once the battle ceased, the mark on Lin Chang's forehead gradually dimmed. Which direction should we head next? Lin Chang asked, surrounded by an aura of death, resembling the descent of the Grim Reaper. Broken skeletons lay scattered around, and the air was filled with an unpleasant burnt stench. Heh, seems like you've experienced the might of the necromancers, haven't you? Clear out the small fry around us, and we can delve deeper. The demon species voice eerily echoed in Lin Chang's heart. Zio Mountain. Inside the sacred sword space. That's right, the Dark Moon Realm was once called the Necromancer Realm. The spirit said gravely. Wang Hao stared at the spirit, eager to hear more. The spirit continued recounting the findings from their pursuit of the demon race into the Dark Moon Realm. It turned out that during their ancient human race's chase of the demon race, they discovered the Dark Moon Realm's abundant resources. They also found traces of the necromancer's remnants. Combining various pieces of intelligence, they concluded that the Dark Moon Realm had once been a stronghold of the necromancers. However, it had been abandoned for a long time, and the necromancer's aura had almost dissipated, nearly buried by the sands of history. Many valuable records were preserved at the time by the leaders of the major human sects, including crucial information about the Gate of Realms. As the wars between humans and demons continued to erupt, much of the information was destroyed or lost over time. After tens of thousands of years of development, the truth had long been obscured by history. The secrets of the necromancer realm remained unsolved. The necromancers are an extremely bizarre race in the universe, surviving on endless death energy. Wherever there is death, traces of the necromancers may be found. They appear on almost every life-bearing planet in the universe. The necromancers are nearly immortal and indestructible, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Unless their aura of death is completely eradicated, they can possess nearby life forms or objects and strike at any time. Are the necromancers really that hard to deal with? Wang Hao asked with a frown. Only necromancers at the master level possess such strong vitality. Lower level ones can't achieve immortality, otherwise, the necromancers would have already ruled the universe, the spirit added. Moreover, repeated deaths damage their essence. This is a rule of heaven and earth that no one can change. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Even so, the necromancers were still extremely difficult to deal with and not something that could be easily resolved. The spirit seemed to recall something and said solemnly, "You mentioned the great changes in the rules of heaven and earth. I think the target of suppression might not be the demon race or the human race, but the necromancers." As the spirit spoke, countless thoughts flashed through Wang Hao's mind. Information about the land of death and the rules of heaven and earth surged forth. Previously, he had researched a large amount of information at Sangyun residence. The restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth had been gradually strengthening, not binding everyone from the start. Moreover, every time there is a disturbance in the Silent Land, the restriction gradually expands. This makes it hard not to speculate. Could it really be because of the necromancers? Based on all this information, it's highly likely that the necromancers are behind all of this. So, does the current expansion of the Silent Land mean that the necromancers are about to reappear? Wang Hao's expression grew heavy, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Senior, can we leave through the boundary gate in the extreme north? Wang Hao took a deep breath and asked slowly. This place was too dangerous. It was better to retreat as soon as possible. Let the demons and necromancers fight it out. The Dark Moon Realm is too perilous. I need to return to Blue Star. The spirit was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The boundary gate was constructed by the necromancers, and it incorporates many materials and formations that we cannot decipher. However, there seems to be something hidden behind that boundary gate. We sent several warriors with extremely strong perception to investigate, but their mental strength was severely damaged, the spirit added. The spirit's words cast a shadow over Wang Hao's heart. He had no idea what was hidden behind the gate. This meant that if he wanted to use the boundary gate for teleportation, he would first have to face the unknown entity behind it. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. I should focus on comprehending the Star Sword Codex, grasping the sword intent, and obtaining the meteorite holy sword. Wang Hao took a deep breath and made up his mind. Improving his strength was the most important thing. With that, Wang Hao began to concentrate on studying the Star Sword Codex. Although he had never learned swordsmanship before, Wang Hao had practiced many martial arts, and the principles of weapons were essentially interconnected. He progressed very smoothly. More importantly, he had the assistance of the holy magic stone and the precise guidance of the spirit. The spirit held nothing back from Wang Hao, teaching him everything. Not only swordsmanship, but also other martial arts knowledge was imparted to him one by one. Previously, Wang Hao's cultivation had mostly relied on his own exploration. Although his cultivation speed was 100 times faster, it was still difficult for him to grasp some of the essence of martial arts. As the former sect master of the ancient Tianshan sword sect, the spirit's knowledge and understanding of martial arts far surpassed that of a teenager like Wang Hao. Under the patient guidance of the spirit, Wang Hao's understanding of martial arts deepened. Many things he hadn't understood before became clear with just a single explanation from the spirit. The spirit was extremely satisfied with Wang Hao. He had never encountered such a brilliant young man before. Wang Hao's comprehension was astonishing, often able to infer many things from a single point. The spirit spared no effort in sharing his knowledge and experiences, teaching Wang Hao everything he wanted to learn. The relationship between the two grew increasingly close. Time quietly passed as they exchanged insights on martial arts. In the holy sword space, under the spirit's guidance, Wang Hao became increasingly proficient in practicing the Star Sword Codex. Sword lights intertwined, energy surged, and the air was filled with the constant sound of sword hums. Senior, what is your innate ability? Wang Hao asked while swinging his sword. Over this period of interaction, his martial arts knowledge had become much more solid. His demeanor gradually took on the air of a martial arts master, and the martial will within him grew steady and powerful. The spirit was silent for a moment before saying, "My innate ability is quite unique. You'll understand once you feel it." Feel it? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The spirit waved his right hand, and Wang Hao suddenly felt his body lose control, plummeting rapidly. It took him a moment to adapt. My innate ability is SS grade. Gravity manipulation. I can control gravity within a certain range, the spirit said calmly. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. SS grade gravity manipulation, this ability was incredibly powerful. System, can I replicate this ability? Ding, the system is online. As long as the other party is conscious, their ability can be replicated. As the system's notification sounded, Wang Hao looked at the spirit with eyes full of desire. Gravity manipulation, you're mine now. He then continued training in the Star Sword Codex under the spirit's guidance, constantly supplementing his martial arts knowledge. His strength and foundation quietly grew. In the extreme north, the icy plains were bone-chilling, with the wind howling like sharp blades. The neatly arranged demon warriors stood ready, prepared to charge at any moment. Gathered here were the elite generals and soldiers of the demon race, exuding an overwhelming aura, their power ready to erupt at any time. Not far away stood a massive boundary gate, emanating a heavy and formidable presence. Several clan leaders waited beside the gate. Mo Yutian coldly stared at the soldiers before him. The battle at the edge of the ice field is still ongoing, and the human offensive is fiercer than expected. A blood-soaked warrior rushed over to report. Mo Shuiyan gazed at the boundary gate, his expression dazed. They're just making a desperate struggle. Immediately dispatch reinforcements and wipe out these rabble. Mo Yutian ordered coldly. Clearly, he did not regard the enemy as a threat. Mo Julu nodded in agreement. With their absolute advantage, they believed the humans had no chance of victory. Once the order was given, the soldiers swiftly carried it out. At the edge of the ice field, demonic energy filled the air, and the battle was extraordinarily fierce. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the roars and screams were deafening. Both humans and demons fell continuously, staining the icy ground a deep red, erasing any trace of its former purity. The cold wind grew stronger, further fueling the warriors' frenzied killing intent. The humans who had made it this far were all top-tier experts. Likewise, the demons guarding the boundary gate were the elite of the elite. This battle for control was destined to be exceptionally arduous. Near the battlefield, numerous leaders from various gathering points watched expressionlessly. Among them were the former leaders of Sanyun Residence's defense division and the surviving humans from the previous great battle at Sanyun Residence. They all shared a common goal: to seize the boundary gate. Now, nearly 95% of the top human forces in the Dark Moon Realm had converged in the extreme north. No one wanted to wait for death in the Dark Moon Realm. With an opportunity at hand, everyone was willing to risk it all. Patriarch Chen, was it really Wang Hao alone who turned the tide of that battle? Zheng Heng, standing nearby, asked slowly. Zheng Heng was a high-ranking member of the Defense Division. After falling out with the four great families, he had withdrawn from Xangyun residence with his men and had engaged in multiple battles with the demons. Upon learning about the boundary gate, he was among the first to arrive at the northern edge. Patriarch. Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor. That's right. You can't even imagine it. At such a desperate moment, it was Wang Hao who stepped forward and single-handedly annihilated those immensely powerful demon grandmasters. Several companions who had survived the great battle at Xangyun residence also showed expressions of excitement. In their darkest hour, it was Wang Hao who had saved them, something they had never anticipated. It was as if Wang Hao was their savior. The surrounding people had mixed expressions. The news they had heard came from various sources, and it was clear that those who hadn't personally experienced the battle at Xangyun residence couldn't describe it as vividly or accurately. Soon, someone began asking for more details, and those who had been there recounted the events in detail. Is Wang Hao really that powerful? He actually managed to break into the Tianyu formation and come out alive, someone exclaimed in astonishment. The Tianyu formation of the demon clan was infamous. Countless top-tier experts had perished there. In recent battles, the Tianyu formation, composed of mid-level, Grandmaster-level demons, had a destructive power comparable to that of high-level Grandmasters, causing significant losses. Not to mention that Wang Hao had faced a Tianyu formation composed of immensely powerful demon Grandmasters. His strength was simply terrifying. The battlefield remained shrouded in thick demonic energy, with fierce clashes everywhere. The collision of demonic energy and vital energy resembled a merciless meat grinder, relentlessly consuming countless lives. Not long ago, we also encountered Wang Hao at the border of the demon clan. His strength is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a group of blood-soaked individuals charged in. They carried an intense, killing aura, and the stench of blood permeated the air. The newcomers were Tang Hai, Chen Mo, and others who had previously been lurking at the demon clan's border. It was Chen Mo who spoke. His entire body radiated a dense, bloodthirsty aura, and every breath he took carried an oppressive force. After Wang Hao had left, they had awaited reinforcements, and with enough manpower finally assembled, they had broken through the enemy's encirclement. The demons at the border were almost completely defeated in one fell swoop. After some conversation, everyone gained a clearer understanding of Chen Mo. I never expected our human race to have so many top-tier experts hidden among us. An elder beside Chen Mo revealed a gratified smile. Tang Hai himself was one of the top masters among the superclass grandmasters. Yet here, he encountered dozens of individuals whose auras were even stronger than his own. There were also many powerful figures deliberately suppressing their auras, secretly observing the battle from afar. The battlefield remained intensely fierce, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, resembling a scene from hell. Although the human race had deep foundations and had cultivated many powerful warriors and teams, they still struggled against the vast numbers of the demon race. This time, the demons had only sent their vanguard, yet they had already managed to block the elite humans of the Dark Moon realm outside. Those humans with extraordinary talents had discovered that deeper within the icy plains, even more demons were hidden, and they were even stronger. Moreover, the Gate of Realms stood tall there. If Wang Hao were here, he might be able to change the situation, someone said. Everyone turned their gaze toward the battlefield. Although they had gathered many human experts, the strength of the demon race was equally formidable. The battle had raged on for days, with demons continuously pouring into the battlefield. The humans rotated their forces, employing the best strategies and formations. After all, this battle on the icy plains had only just begun. They had yet to break through the defensive line and were still engaged in fierce fighting on the outskirts. In this situation, even if Wang Hao came, it wouldn't make a difference. A war of this scale can't be decided by one person, someone nearby retorted. The crowd's expressions varied, but no one said anything further. Most of them agreed with the latter's opinion. The laws of heaven and earth in the Dark Moon realm restricted them. No one could easily break through. Even with extraordinary talent, one could only remain at the Grandmaster level. And what role could a Grandmaster play in such a bloody battle? To decide the outcome of the war? Almost impossible. Report. Urgent news. Just as the crowd fell silent, a weak voice came through. A pale-faced young man hurried over. He was a scout from the Guard Division, responsible for intelligence gathering. Speak, what's the matter? Zhang Heng's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice. At this moment, all the major forces were united, with a common goal of resisting the enemy. We discovered many suspected Grandmaster-level demons deep within the icy plains. The young man said, trembling, his eyes filled with fear. The news caused everyone's pupils to contract sharply. Suspected Grandmaster-level demons. This was a major blow to them. Ziyao Mountain. Within the sacred sword space. After half a month of meticulous guidance from the spirit entity, Wang Hao's strength had undergone another qualitative leap. Once the System's cooldown ended, he successfully replicated the spirit entity's gravity control talent. After all, such an SS-level gravity control ability was extremely rare and significantly enhanced combat power. The Star Sword Cannon was also successfully cultivated by Wang Hao to a proficient level. At the same time, he had comprehended sword intent. Other martial arts techniques also progressed rapidly without him even realizing it. I have nothing more to teach you. You've mastered everything brilliantly, the spirit entity said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was the most outstanding young man it had ever encountered and someone it held in high regard. This was why the spirit entity was willing to teach him wholeheartedly. At this moment, Wang Hao's aura had reached its peak. Just standing there, he seemed as if he could tear through space. His entire being resembled a treasured sword that had been sheathed for a long time, restrained yet incomparably sharp. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance during this time. Would you like to come out with me? Wang Hao sincerely saluted the spirit entity. This was his first time learning martial arts under someone else's guidance. Previously, relying on his exceptional comprehension and talent, he had always studied martial arts on his own. The Star Sword Cannon contained countless mysteries, combining the power of the stars with incredible might. Its breadth of knowledge was vast, and without the guidance of the Heavenly Mountain Sword Sect's leader, it would have been difficult to master. No need. You have successfully cultivated it, and my mission is complete, the spirit entity said, its eyes devoid of any attachment to life. Senior, may I? Wang Hao was about to speak when the spirit interrupted him. Just as Wang Hao finished his sentence, the spirit smiled and said, Wang Hao, life and death are destined. This is no longer my era. Wang Hao took a deep breath. He now possessed many precious spiritual medicines, and if he wanted to use some special methods, he could completely bring the spirit back. But since the other party was unwilling, Wang Hao would not force it. Senior, I understand. Wang Hao solemnly responded to the spirit. Wang Hao, remember to be cautious. This dark moon realm is more complex than you imagine. The task of slaying demons and eradicating devils is entrusted to you. All. The spirit smiled as it finished speaking, then transformed into specks of starlight, scattering in all directions. In the mysterious space, only Wang Hao remained. Staring at the dissipating spirit of the Tianshan Sword Sect's master, Wang Hao let out a deep sigh. Along the way, he considered himself fortunate. Although he had encountered many unpleasant people, he had also met many trustworthy friends. Boom! 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 Just as Wang Hao was lost in thought, the entire sacred sword space suddenly lit up with a dazzling brilliance. His hair stood on end as an incomparably powerful force began brewing within the space. Boom! 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 Moments later, a deafening roar erupted, and the sword intent within Wang Hao's body involuntarily emitted a low hum. From the depths of the space, a sword intent shot skyward, tearing through the heavens as if opening a rift. The power of countless stars poured through the fissure. A sword that opens the heavenly gate, a single strike that brings down the stars. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed sharply. This was an extremely advanced swordsmanship realm described in the Star Sword Codex. He hadn't expected that the senior had already reached this level. A blazing determination ignited in Wang Hao's eyes. If even the heavens could be pierced, what was the dark moon realm in comparison? The sword intent in the sky lingered for a long time. A vast amount of star power rained down upon Wang Hao. As the star power continuously poured in, his understanding of the Star Sword Codex deepened. Wang Hao wasted no time, desperately comprehending it. He knew this was the senior's final gift to him. As the star power continued to disperse, Wang Hao's understanding of the Star Sword Codex grew increasingly profound. His sword intent also began to undergo a gradual transformation. In his mind, the essence of swordsmanship surged like a tide, gradually being absorbed and integrated. Even his internal Yuan Palace was quietly condensing, strengthening at an astonishing speed. Under the influence of the swordsmanship essence, a powerful will rose within Wang Hao. Half an hour later, all the star power had been completely absorbed by him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the SSS-level martial arts Star Sword Codex to the proficient realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing sword intent to the perfect realm. The system's notification sounded in his mind. Sword intent had actually reached the perfect realm. Wang Hao could hardly believe it. In the Dark Moon realm, the highest known martial will was great accomplishment, while perfection was an almost unattainable pinnacle. For tens of thousands of years, no one had reached this level. Previously, that blood Shura had been able to contend with Wang Hao because his killing intent was nearing perfection. Now, his own sword intent had reached perfection. Invincible. In the Dark Moon realm, he was invincible. This was Wang Hao's only thought. The senior spirit was indeed generous, perfect sword intent, combined with the breakthrough in the Star Sword Codex. Calming his mind, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, which now shone with boundless sword intent and star power. Crack! 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 The sword intent and star power in his eyes seemed to tear through space. The mysterious space emitted cracking sounds. As the sword intent surged skyward, the mysterious space began to shatter. The entire mountain peak crumbled, and a howling sound filled the air. Falling star sacred sword, appear! Wang Hao commanded in a low voice. As soon as he spoke, the mysterious space completely collapsed. Not far away, a sword radiating star power flew toward him. Wang Hao extended his right hand, and the falling star sacred sword seemed to respond to his summons, floating into his grasp. Feeling the immense power within the sword, Wang Hao's heart was filled with a sense of security. With the holy sword in hand, how could he not be invincible? As the mysterious space shattered in an instant, Wang Hao felt the rules of heaven and earth surging madly toward him, attempting to obliterate his sword intent. Trying to erase my sword intent? Dream on! Wang Hao sneered inwardly. Since the rules of heaven and earth dared to block him, he would let them witness his strength. His heart stirred, brimming with boldness. Starry Sword Codex, sword opens heaven's gate. He directly unleashed the ultimate technique from the Starry Sword Codex. The boundless power of the stars converged onto the meteorite holy sword, and Wang Hao felt as if he held the power to destroy heaven and earth in his hands. This power both terrified and exhilarated him. Break for me! He swung his sword to cleave the heavens. A heaven-cleaving sword intent shot out from the meteorite holy sword, piercing straight into the skies. The sword intent impacted the heavens and earth, dimming the world as if this sword intent did not belong to this realm. Boom! 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 The space began to shatter violently, and the rules of heaven and earth transformed into chains, attempting to suppress this unparalleled sword intent. Yet, the chains were broken one after another. Thunder roared deafeningly in the sky. Near Xiao Mountain, the demons gazed at the celestial phenomenon in terror, their scalps tingling. What on earth was happening? Was the world about to be destroyed? Dark clouds and thunder gathered among the mountains. The sword intent severed chain after chain, nearly tearing the sky apart. The terrifying pressure left them trembling with fear, forcing them to kneel, their bodies quaking. The creatures on Xiao Mountain also fell into extreme panic, feeling as though they could be crushed into ashes by this force at any moment. Meanwhile, the entire Dark Moon realm seemed to be affected by the battle between the sword intent and the rules of heaven and earth. Everyone felt the rules of heaven and earth shaking. The sound of breaking echoed intermittently in the air. Though no battle had erupted, the oppressive feeling grew stronger and stronger, fluctuating between intensity and weakness, leaving people uneasy. Especially the Supreme Masters, who constantly felt an overwhelming pressure, as if disaster could strike at any moment. In the land of silence, Lin Chang, whose body surged with the power of thunder, was relentlessly battling the surrounding undead. The raging thunder suppressed the undead, plunging them into despair. At this moment, Lin Chang's strength had already reached the level of a third-grade master. Just as he was about to continue fighting, he suddenly felt the deathly aura around him begin to fluctuate violently. Countless undead surged from all directions, becoming unusually frenzied, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Seeing the increasing number of undead, Lin Chang couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Not only that, he also sensed a powerful force of heaven and earth. At the center of the land of silence, an extremely formidable force of heaven and earth seemed to be gathering. The oppressive feeling tightened Lin Chang's chest, filling him with unprecedented fear. Magic seed, what the hell is going on? Did these undead take some kind of stimulant? Lin Chang asked the magic seed within him while fighting the undead. The magic seed remained silent for a long time, seemingly pondering something. As the battle continued, Lin Chang increasingly felt the surge of heaven and earth's power. There was no choice but to retreat for now. The undead nearby pursued him relentlessly, charging at him madly. It seems someone extraordinary has appeared in the Dark Moon realm, possibly about to break the rules of heaven and earth. After a while, the magic seed sighed, its voice low. Break the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Chang thought as he ran. If the rules of heaven and earth were truly broken, what would happen? In the ice field. At this moment, the ice field was also experiencing great changes in heaven and earth, especially at the location of the domain gate, where violent rumbling sounds echoed. A strong oppressive force spread from all directions of the ice field. The domain gate emitted deafening roars. The faces of several demon clan leaders near the gate changed drastically. The rules of heaven and earth were under attack, and those most affected were the powerful figures who had forcibly broken through to the Grandmaster realm using the ceiling formation in the extreme northern region. What happened? Mo Yushin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face dark and grim. The two demon clan leaders beside him also appeared significantly weakened. The oppressive force emanating from the realm gate filled them with fear. It wasn't just these clan leaders, many Grandmaster-level demons hidden in the extreme northern lands also became unusually frail. The power of heaven and earth seemed to be deliberately suppressing them, making even breathing difficult. At the same time, the battlefield on the ice plains was equally chaotic. The battle between the humans and demons had been at a stalemate for a long time. The human leaders seemed to realize that the realm gate wouldn't open anytime soon, so they switched to guerrilla tactics. As long as the realm gate remained closed, they continued to hide and wait for an opportunity. The demons hadn't expected the humans to be so difficult to deal with. After half a month of fighting, although many humans had been eliminated, the demons had suffered severe losses as well. In a hidden corner of the ice plains, many leaders of human teams gathered together. Everyone, the opportunity has come. The shackles of heaven and earth are about to be broken. A middle-aged man with a thin face spoke. This man was Lin Hongyuan, temporarily leading this team. He was one of the remaining top-tier grandmasters outside the Holy Spirit sect and had once been a high-ranking member of the sect. Leader Lin, is this true? Another high-ranking member of a different faction asked excitedly. The others also looked at Lin Hongyuan with anticipation. Among them were Chen Mo, Tang, Hai, and others. They were all top-tier grandmasters, and although the current rules of heaven and earth made them uncomfortable, their hearts burned with hope. Once the shackles of heaven and earth were broken, they could easily step into the grandmaster realm. Especially the older grandmasters whose faces showed uncontrollable excitement. Condensing a spiritual embryo to become a grandmaster would grant them an additional 500 years of life, an enormous temptation for them. Lin Hongyuan nodded with a complex expression. This phenomenon is very similar to the description in the ancient texts of the Holy Spirit sect about the condensation of the rules of heaven and earth. Back then, when the rules condensed, heaven and earth were instantly bound. Now, these shackles are teetering, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. I'm 80% sure the rules of heaven and earth are about to break, he added. Excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Once the rules of heaven and earth broke, they would be the first to benefit. Lin Hongyuan pursed his lips slightly and said no more. The ancient texts contained other records, but now was not the time to reveal them. Xiao Mountain. At this moment, Xiao Mountain had been leveled by violent lightning. Thunderbolts continued to descend from the sky, seemingly intent on destroying the source of the sword intent. Wang Hao gripped the meteorite sacred sword, resembling an invincible sword saint, his entire body surging with sword intent. He understood that he had broken through some critical barrier. Countless chains of rules appeared in the sky. Where Wang Hao's sword intent struck, gaps appeared. In the chains, the gaps continued to expand. Violent energy surged out from the openings. Wang Hao no longer felt the constraints of the shackles of heaven and earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your soul has reached 5,400, breaking through to the initial stage of the Mystic Grade Spiritual Mind Master. The system notification sounded. As expected, his soul power had long reached its limit, and now that the shackles of heaven and earth were broken, the breakthrough occurred naturally. After reaching the Mystic Grade as a Spiritual Mind Master, Wang Hao felt his soul power completely transform. His mental strength could easily perceive everything around him, and no movement could escape his notice. Boom! Wang Hao focused his thoughts and released his mental power toward a nearby empty spot. The ground was instantly blasted into a large pit. His mental power was clearly much stronger now. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Can I break through to the Grandmaster realm now? He wondered. It seemed possible, but he needed to find a safe place. This area was too dangerous. The sky was still raging with thunder, but for Wang Hao, who possessed the thunder sacred body, the lightning was merely a tickle, posing no threat at all. In another hidden corner of the extreme northern lands, Grandmaster-level experts from Blue Star were hiding in a sorry state. Guan Shang and Su Jin led their team through the dense forest. The Grandmasters behind them looked exhausted, their bodies covered in wounds, clearly having gone through fierce battles. Let's rest here for a while. Guan Shang commanded the team to stop. The air was filled with a bone-chilling cold. As soon as Guan Shang finished speaking, everyone stopped in their tracks and began to rest on the spot. Old Guan, does your Tianwu association really have no information at all? At this point, don't keep us guessing, Su Jin said with a bitter smile. Guan Shang smiled faintly. Those who can stay now are basically fine. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions became complicated. It seemed there was indeed a secret he hadn't revealed. This time, I came in with a special mission. The target is the Heavenly Demon Mirror. Guan Shang began. He then explained the matter regarding the Heavenly Demon Mirror in detail. After listening, no one said much. The Heavenly Demon Mirror was of great importance and couldn't be casually disclosed. It was the key to eliminating the hidden demons on Blue Star, so critical that it required utmost caution. Everyone present had experienced life and death trials. If even they couldn't be trusted, the mission had no hope of success. Old Guan, my bottleneck has loosened, Su Jin suddenly exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Many first-grade masters' eyes lit up. It seemed to be true. The suppression of the world's rules appeared to have vanished. Guan Shang frowned deeply. He had felt the World's rules constantly shifting when they were fleeing earlier, and now it seemed the restrictions of this world were truly disappearing. This was no small matter. If the shackles of the world are truly broken, we need to rearrange our plans. Guan Shang's gaze turned complex. Su Jin nodded. If the world's suppression was gone, the native forces of the Dark Moon Realm would undoubtedly benefit the most. After all, they had more manpower, and more people would break through to become grandmasters. More importantly, many methods effective against masters would lose their potency against grandmasters. Once a spiritual embryo was formed, allowing one to wield the power of the world. As a grandmaster, it would be a qualitative leap. Zio Mountain. Inside a hidden cave. The Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram continuously released vast amounts of elemental energy. The entire cave was filled with surging, pure elemental energy. This energy was like a tsunami, being absorbed into Wang Hao's body. Inside his golden elemental palace, a spiritual embryo seemed to be slowly forming. After receiving the spiritual essence from the heavenly sword sect in the mysterious space, Wang Hao's elemental palace had become exceptionally solid and heavy. With a deep foundation, his elemental palace had reached complete perfection. As long as the spiritual embryo successfully formed, he would be able to wield the power of the world and become a grandmaster. Not far from the cave, Dabai was utterly speechless. Wang Hao was simply defying the heavens. He had just broken through to first-grade master not long ago, and now he was about to break through to grandmaster. His foundation was so deep, completely unlike someone who had just broken through. After entering the sacred sword space, Dabai had been completely cut off and couldn't sense Wang Hao's situation. He felt as if he had taken a nap, and when he woke up, Wang Hao claimed he had obtained the sacred sword and was about to break through to grandmaster. Dabai had initially thought Wang Hao was joking, but when he felt the overwhelming aura pressing down on him, he finally believed it. Wang Hao doesn't seem to be even 17 yet, Dabai muttered softly, as if realizing something. Wow, a teenage grandmaster. Wang Hao had traversed a path in less than a year that others might take decades or even centuries to complete. If this news were to spread, it would surely shock countless people. Wang Hao's talent was simply too extraordinary. Even across the countless galaxies of the universe, he was an extremely rare existence. Dabai thought to himself. On the other side, Wang Hao's aura had already reached its peak. The elemental energy within dozens of miles was being devoured by him alone. Coupled with the endless elemental energy from the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram, he was like a giant beast, swallowing all the elemental energy. Half an hour later, the spiritual embryo within Wang Hao's elemental palace finally took shape. A golden spiritual embryo slowly formed within his body. Wang Hao sat there, seemingly merging with the world itself. It's done. Wang Hao has truly broken through. Dabai rubbed his eyes, too astonished to speak. Once the spiritual embryo formed, success was almost guaranteed. Dabai secretly resolved to stick closely to Wang Hao. Moments later, the golden spiritual embryo within Wang Hao's elemental palace suddenly broke through the palace. The Yuan Mansion's position was replaced by the spirit embryo, and the shattered Yuan Mansion transformed into countless Yuan forces, which were absorbed by the spirit embryo. Ding, congratulations to the host for condensing the spirit embryo, breaking through to the 9th grade grandmaster level. Chi and blood plus 30,000, soul plus 3000 at the same time. The system notification sounded in Wang Hao's mind. A vast aura erupted from his body, and the power of his chi and blood was so immense that it caused the air to tremble. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he could summon the forces of heaven and earth around him at any moment. Boom! 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 With a single thought, he suddenly mobilized the forces of heaven and earth, directing them toward a massive boulder ahead. The boulder was instantly crushed into fragments. The power of heaven and earth is far too overwhelming. Wang Hao took a deep breath. But why is my spirit embryo golden? Wang Hao wondered to himself. He had known before that almost everyone's spirit embryo was white. He had never seen a golden spirit embryo. A golden Yuan Mansion, a golden spirit embryo. Could it be that my Dharma body will also be golden in the future? Wang Hao couldn't help but mutter. Forget it, condensing the Dharma body is still a long way off. Unknowingly, he had already been cultivating for more than half a year. Wang Hao's mouth twitched as he suddenly remembered that it had only been half a year since he awakened his talents. Keep working hard, aim to condense the Dharma body before the age of 20, and become a martial saint. At the Grandmaster stage, breakthroughs were no longer easy and required more accumulation. Even with abundant resources, it still took time to slowly digest them. It was a long process. Wang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. He opened his attribute panel and silently recited, Name. Wang Hao talents, 100-fold speed physique, SSS, space matrix, SSS, infinite slaughter, SSS, thunder sacred physique, SS, gravity. Control, SS, void shadow, S, extreme frost, S, martial Dao realm, 9th grade grandmaster soul realm, profound great initial stage. Spiritualist cultivation method, chaos divine yuan art techniques, sword intent, perfect, blade intent, mastery, fist intent, mastery. Slaughter intent, mastery, soul refining martial arts, star soul refining art, S, transcendent, sword martial arts, star sword codex, SSS. Proficient, blade martial arts, god slaying blade technique, SSS, skilled, sky shadow burning yuan blade technique, S, proficient, defensive. Martial arts, Azure Dragon Heaven Guarding Scripture, SSS, skilled, body refining martial arts, Undying Thunder Body, S, proficient. Fist martial arts, Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, SSS, proficient, Thundercloud Fist, A, perfect, movement martial arts, 9 immortal. Steps, SSS, skilled, carefree ethereal steps, S, proficient, support martial arts, spirit clearing I, D, transcendent, divine breath. Technique, C, transcendent, special martial arts, 9 nether frost energy, SS, perfect, alchemy, soulfire pill art, saint grade, minor. Achievement, Chi in blood, 64000 soul, 8400 time until next replication, 17 days not bad, martial arts reaching SSS level, combined. With so many talents, Wang Hao's martial Daoan soul realm had already reached the Grandmaster level. With the 2 sacred artifacts in his possession, he could practically walk unchallenged in the Dark Moon realm. After a moment, Wang Hao slowly retracted his aura. Now, it was time to head to the domain gate, find the heavenly demon mirror, and clear out some demons along the way. It would be even better if he could run into Hall Master Guan and the others. Wang Hao took a deep breath, silently planning in his mind. At this moment, the area near Purple Radiance Mountain was still shrouded in dark clouds, though the power of thunder was no longer raging. Then, Wang Hao swiftly flew toward the extreme northern region. After reaching the 9th grade Grandmaster realm, Wang Hao's speed had nearly reached its limit. Any demons he encountered along the way were effortlessly slain by him. Wherever he went, no demon clan member was spared. Blood splattered, corpses lay everywhere. Meanwhile, as the shackles of heaven and earth were completely broken, many top-tier human and demon clan experts in the extreme northern icefield also broke through to the Grandmaster realm. In the extreme north, elemental energy and demonic aura surged endlessly. The power of heaven and earth permeated the entire region, creating an intense sense of oppression, almost overwhelming the space itself. One by one, top human martial artists and demon clan masters began to condense spiritual embryos and demonic embryos. Grandmasters emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, rapidly appearing. As more breakthroughs occurred, the battles in the extreme north grew increasingly fierce. The icefield was shattered everywhere, ruins and chaos spread across the entire region. The battles were so intense that even the space showed signs of cracking. The destructive power of heaven and earth far exceeded that of elemental energy. Not to mention the simultaneous combat of so many Grandmaster-level experts. The waves and impacts generated were enough to instantly kill a Master-level expert with ease. Moreover, most of them had just broken through and had not yet fully mastered their newfound power, making the battles even more violent. It was as if the entire extreme north was about to be blown apart. Near the boundary gate of the extreme north, the faces of several demon clan leaders were grim. The breaking of the shackles of heaven and earth had completely caught them off guard. The boundary gate had also shown anomalies due to the rupture of the shackles. Originally, the gate was supposed to open according to plan, but now it had suddenly changed. This made the demon clan leaders, who had been confident of victory, almost explode with rage. If we had known earlier, we should have completely wiped out these damned humans, Imojulu said in a deep voice, full of anger. Although the breaking of the shackles of heaven and earth was beneficial to them as well, the top human experts seemed endless, wave after wave, never stopping. In over half a month of fierce battles, they had deployed massive forces but still failed to completely eliminate the humans. Instead, the demon clan had suffered heavy losses. Imojulu suspected that the humans might not have been deceiving them all these years. As long as the boundary gate remains in our hands, the initiative hasn't changed. The shackles of heaven and but that Wang Hao, is the Grandmaster realm really that strong? What if he has also broken through now? Someone continued. He's just Wang Hao. Maybe he used some special means to barely possess the strength of a great Grandmaster. Exactly. We have plenty of great Grandmasters here. Losing one of him won't be a problem. If I were to deal with those super great Grandmasters, I could easily defeat several of them. Even if he has some tricks, we've all broken through too. He's no longer a match for us. The crowd began to discuss heatedly. Not far away, Chen Mo frowned slightly. Wang Hao wasn't as weak as they claimed. He had seen Wang Hao's strength firsthand, instantly killing a sword sect expert who was evenly matched with him. Moreover, he hadn't used any special techniques or the power of heaven and earth, it was pure domination. But now, in their mouths, this display had turned into weakness and incompetence. Chen Mo was about to speak when Tang Hai beside him tugged at his sleeve. At the moment, Lin Hongyuan of the Holy Spirit sect was the temporary alliance leader. Chen Mo didn't have much authority to speak, and even if he did, it would only bring more conflict to the team. Chen Mo sighed deeply. Didn't they realize that once the rules of heaven and earth were broken, the strength of the demon race would also increase? Why, after being suppressed for so many years, did they think they could reverse the situation as soon as the rules changed? Chen Mo thought of the humans he had encountered from outside. They always placed themselves in a position of weakness, completely different from this group of people. Many shouted about restoring the glory of the ancient human race and annihilating the demon race in one fell swoop. Chen Mo found it amusing. After lying low for so many years, they now carried such an attitude. What was the point of their previous dormancy? Lin Hongyuan watched the fierce battle in the distance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The immense power had given him unparalleled confidence. As a top-tier expert among super-great grandmasters, his breakthrough had made him invincible even among great grandmasters. The surge in power often led to the illusion of invincibility. Moreover, he had gathered many powerful subordinates under his command, all of them formidable. The demon race in the distance was retreating step by step under his leadership. All signs indicated that the opportunity to annihilate the demon race and seize the domain gate had finally arrived. They could finally see the light again. Lin Hongyuan clenched his fist, releasing a majestic aura that seemed to overwhelm heaven and earth. Ignore those people. With our current strength, we can completely crush all the demon race. Soon, Lin Hongyuan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. At the border of the shadow demon race, a handsome young man was speeding toward the far north. The young man radiated an invincible sword aura. The surrounding demon race hadn't even seen him clearly before being instantly killed by this sword aura. Along the way, various demon races appeared one after another, but all were effortlessly slain by Wang Hao, leaving no suspense. Whether they were Grandmaster Realm or Great Grandmaster Realm enemies, they were all instantly defeated. What delighted Wang Hao even more was discovering that the ability to control SS-grade Palm Force could also be applied to himself. He reduced his weight to the minimum, combined with his mysterious and unpredictable movement technique, making Wang Hao's figure resemble a shooting star. He was so fast that even the naked eye struggled to catch him. At this moment, the far north was still engulfed in fierce battles. Violent forces surged everywhere between heaven and earth. In an icy valley in the far north, Guanshang and others were being surrounded by a group of great grandmaster-level enemies. These enemies bore strange runes on their bodies, exuding a violent aura. They wore heavy armor, their eyes glowing red, radiating a ferocious energy. Why do these people look so much like Lin Hongyuan's black-armored and red-armored warriors over there? Someone beside Guanshang exclaimed. Others nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. They had indeed noticed that Lin Hongyuan's team included many similar warriors. Although the runes were different, their aura was almost identical. The most important thing was that these enemies were incredibly powerful, charging forward desperately. They didn't seem like ordinary creatures at all, but more like puppets under someone's control. Take them down first, Guanshang ordered in a deep voice. No matter who these people were enemies, they had to be eliminated. Many martial artists who had broken through to the Grandmaster realm rushed forward to engage in fierce combat with the armored warriors. Meanwhile, other martial artists quickly set up formations and various defensive measures. The intense battle erupted in an instant. The ice valley echoed with deafening roars. Blood and ice shards scattered everywhere, the violent forces of heaven and earth intertwining, their auras surging. If only Wang Hao from your Tianmu guild were here, Su Jin said with a complicated expression, smiling faintly. Clearly, after interacting with those ancient humans, everyone had heard about the events at Sangyun residence. Wang Hao had single-handedly taken down 200 top-tier grandmasters. When Guansheng first heard this news, he could hardly believe it. Wang Hao was someone he had known from the very beginning. It had only been half a year since his awakening, and now killing top-tier grandmasters was as easy as slicing through melons. The speed of his progress was astonishing. Even Guansheng himself found it hard to believe, although he had always been optimistic about Wang Hao's growth. Advancing from body refinement to top-tier grandmaster in just 6 months, something that would take others decades or even centuries, was simply unbelievable. Guansheng had even gone out of his way to confirm Wang Hao's identity multiple times before finally accepting it as true. It wasn't just Guansheng, others who knew the details were equally baffled. Of course, they all knew Wang Hao, but when they entered the Dark Moon realm, Wang Hao was still just an unpolished genius in their eyes. In their view, no matter how talented Wang Hao was, it would take him at least a decade or two to stand on equal footing with them. Now, being told that Wang Hao could easily kill experts of their level within just a few months felt like a fantasy. It was precisely because of Wang Hao's existence that those ancient humans had repeatedly tried to recruit them for cooperation, but Guansheng had refused every time. After all, they weren't from the same generation. Those elders were full of arrogance, always looking down on outsiders with a superior attitude. Even if they cooperated, they would only treat them as cannon fodder. The battle in the Ice Valley grew increasingly intense. These rune warriors fought like desperate puppets, their bodies drenched in blood, limbs severed, yet they continued to charge fearlessly. Boom! 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 Just as Guan Shang and the others were locked in. A bitter struggle, a sudden surge of demonic energy erupted from the distance. The entire Ice Valley was instantly shaken by a violent explosion. A massive crater was blasted into the center of the valley, sending waves of air and ice flying into the sky. Shards of ice and shockwaves scattered like snowflakes. Many war machines and human grandmasters were forced back by the impact. You damned pests, surrender now, and I might spare your lives, a deep voice rang out. Guan Shang, Su Jin, and the others were pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave. Immediately after, a high-ranking expert of the Umbral Demon Clan, clad in blood-red black armor, descended slowly from the sky, landing in front of the war machines. Su Jin's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "A 7th-rank Grandmaster? Impossible." As soon as Su Jin spoke, the expressions of everyone behind him turned grim. The shackles of heaven and earth had only recently been broken, and yet a 7th-rank Grandmaster-level demon had already appeared? Guan Shang's face grew even darker. The Grandmasters in their group were almost all 9th rank, a full 2 levels below this 7th-rank Grandmaster. What made matters worse was that behind the 7th-rank Grandmaster stood dozens of war machines, all at the 9th-rank Grandmaster level. The gap between Grandmaster levels was like an insurmountable chasm, let alone a difference of 2 levels. I know you're from the outside. Let us and tell us about Blue Star, and I might let you live, the Umbral Demon Clan commander said coldly. Su Jin and the others felt their hearts sink. So that was his purpose. The large-scale weapons they had brought from the outside had been almost entirely depleted in the previous battles. Now, facing this 7th-rank Grandmaster-level demon commander, there was truly no solution in sight. Guan Shang's gaze was calm yet resolute as he said lightly, "Surrender is not an option. If you want our lives, even a god would have to let us take a bite out of them first." The companions behind him had eyes blazing with determination, their fighting spirit surging like a volcanic eruption. To think they would surrender was nothing short of a fool's dream. The demon commander's eyes turned icy cold, exuding a murderous aura. "It seems you're unwilling to give up, determined to meet your end. Sooner or later, you'll pay the price for this courage," he said coldly. His momentum grew stronger, and the surrounding forces of heaven and earth were seized and completely controlled by him. "However, you do deserve to know my name. Remember it well, the one who will kill you is the war general of the Demon Clan MOU." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon commander prepared to launch a ferocious attack. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a streak of sword light suddenly tore through the sky. The sword intent, as if splitting heaven and earth, carried an endless killing aura, charging straight toward the demon commander and his forces. Guan Shang, Su Jin, and the others were dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. What kind of power was this? The heaven-splitting sword intent erupted with destructive force, stunning everyone with its overwhelming presence, leaving them unable to move. The sword intent not only possessed the power to tear through everything, but also carried an unparalleled will to kill. The fusion of the killing will and sword intent caused the entire space to show faint signs of fracturing. Before the demon commander could finish his words, he felt his hair stand on end, a deep fear flashing through his eyes. The sword intent charged straight at the demon commander, leaving him with nothing but terror in his heart. At that moment, he knew he was finished. Swish, swish, swish. With a series of sharp slicing sounds, the demon commander and his war machine seemed frozen in place, unable to move. The invincible sword intent struck directly at their center, slicing the demon commander and the war machines in half on the spot. The air was filled with the sharp sound of space being torn apart. Those seemingly indestructible bodies were like blocks of tofu before the invincible sword intent, effortlessly cut apart. Immediately after, the sword intent exploded in the distance, carving a massive gap into the ice valley. A deep, resonant sword hum echoed through every corner of the extreme northern lands. Guan Shang and Su Jin, drenched in cold sweat, stared at the scene before them. What kind of divine technique was this? A single sword intent had annihilated a 7th-rank Grandmaster and dozens of 9th-rank Grandmasters. It was too powerful. The destructive force was simply invincible. If that attack had been directed at them, they would have been dead long ago. Hallmaster Guan, I'm not too late, am I? Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, a crisp voice rang out. Hallmaster Guan turned toward the voice and saw a handsome young man rushing over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was standing before him. It was none other than Wang Hao. After leaving Ziyao Mountain, he had rushed to the extreme northern lands at full speed. From afar, he noticed Guan Shang and the others in danger and immediately unleashed an invincible sword intent with the meteorite sacred sword. This sword intent, infused with Wang Hao's killing will, was immensely powerful, far beyond what the demon clan and their war machines could withstand. Without suspense, they were cleaved in two. Wang Hao. Guan Shang's mouth fell open in astonishment, unable to believe that the young man before him was really him. Although he had long known that Wang Hao's strength was extraordinary, to see him instantly annihilate so many enemies still felt like a dream. Enemies that so many of them couldn't defeat were effortlessly dealt with by Wang Hao with a single sword intent. Not only Guan Shang, but everyone else was also stunned. Was Wang Hao really this strong? In the crowd, a delicate-looking girl stared at the handsome Wang Hao in the distance, her expression somewhat dazed. So powerful? He's only in his teens, right? Xu Mengyao gazed at Wang Hao in a trance, as if truly seeing this young man for the first time. What's wrong, Hall Master Guan? Have you forgotten me? Wang Hao blinked and smiled at Guan Shang. Guan Shang snapped out of it, took a deep breath, and patted Wang Hao's shoulder. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. If I had known you were this incredible, why would I have bothered running with my men? I should have just followed you and charged straight ahead. Guan Shang's words made everyone burst into laughter. Wang Hao is too strong. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but it turns out we still underestimated him. Is this what a peerless genius looks like? So young, yet killing enemies is as easy as slaughtering chickens. I've been cultivating for so many years, and it's all been a waste. Exactly, the gap between people is truly like heaven and earth. Everyone began discussing, their eyes filled with enthusiasm and admiration. Listening to their praise, Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself that he was just average. Breaking through to Grandmaster in half a year and mastering several techniques was decent, but there was no need for such exaggeration. After some small talk, everyone calmed their excitement. Wang Hao's strength gave them unprecedented confidence and a sense of reassurance. Soon, Wang Hao released Jiang Shui and Zhou Bai from the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram. The others found places to rest and recover their energy and vitality. After fleeing for so long, they were already exhausted. With Wang Hao by their side ensuring safety, they naturally took the opportunity to rest well. Wang Hao walked to the side with Guan Shang and Su Jin. Then, he explained in detail the situation regarding the Heavenly Demon Mirror, the Necromancer clan, and the Gate of Realms. After hearing Wang Hao's words, the two looked extremely serious. Wang Hao, are you sure it's really someone from the Necromancer clan? Guan Shang asked solemnly. Su Jin also stared at Wang Hao with a grave expression, clearly understanding the importance of the Necromancer clan's news. Wang Hao nodded. Yes, he is an elder of the ancient human race. On the edge of the extreme northern region, Lin Hongyuan and the others cautiously hid. Beside them was a large group of ancient humans, all looking battered and disheveled, clearly having just experienced a brutal battle. These people had also been attacked by war weapons. Their arrogance quickly led to bitter consequences, as the war weapons inflicted massive damage on them. Many were severely injured or killed, barely managing to escape the encirclement. Those outsider humans must have suffered even worse, probably wiped out entirely. Lin Hongyuan tried to lighten the mood as he noticed the heavy atmosphere among the group. However, everyone's faces were pale, and their hearts heavy. They had originally thought that once the shackles of heaven and earth were lifted, their strength would increase significantly, allowing them to easily defeat the Demon Clan. Unexpectedly, the Demon Clan's power had grown even faster, catching them completely off guard. As the group continued forward, someone suddenly exclaimed, Alliance leader Lin, look over there. A martial artist beside Lin Hongyuan pointed into the distance. Lin Hongyuan and the others followed the direction of the gesture. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. The air was filled with the sharp sound of swords, and a powerful wave of energy swept through, making everyone feel their scalps tingle, as if the force could pierce their very souls. Although the sword intent did not directly target them, the sensation was enough to make them tense and uneasy. It seems to be sword intent from those outsider humans, a middle-aged man said slowly. The group exchanged glances. Could they possess such techniques? This terrifying power was clearly beyond what a ninth-grade grandmaster could produce. Indeed, that is perfected sword intent, already beginning to form martial true intent. Not far away, Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. When Chen Mo's words came out, everyone was shocked, but no one doubted him. As a disciple of the Celestial Phenomenon sect, Chen Mo had just condensed his spiritual embryo and broken through to grandmaster. His knowledge and insight were top-notch and absolutely reliable. Lin Hongyuan's eyes revealed a trace of complex emotion. During their last interaction, he hadn't noticed anyone among the humans possessing such formidable strength. What was going on? Where did this powerful perfected sword intent come from? Could it be that he should have set aside his pride and cooperated with them earlier? Impossible. These outsiders from the human race are on a completely different path from us. Cooperate with them? Don't make me laugh. What perfect sword intent? It's all an illusion, it can't be real. Forget it, ignore them. With their limited manpower, they'll be wiped out by the demon race sooner or later. This might just be some special trick. Perfect sword intent? What a joke. Lin Hongyuan suppressed the doubts in his heart and said indifferently, achieving perfection in martial will is a massive threshold, as recorded in their ancient texts. During the most glorious era of ancient martial arts, only top grandmasters could comprehend it. Perfect martial will is required to condense true martial intent, which is the necessary path to becoming a martial saint. Only with perfect martial will can one condense a dharma body and achieve the status of a saint in martial arts. Everyone present did not belittle themselves, but the position of martial saint was indeed the highest level they could currently aspire to. Now that the shackles of heaven and earth have just been broken, someone has supposedly comprehended perfect sword intent. It's simply impossible. If such a person truly existed, and if they had cooperated with them earlier, the current situation would certainly not be so dire. The crowd's expressions were complex, and their minds began to entertain other thoughts. Under Lin Hongyuan's leadership, not only had they made no substantial progress, but they had also been on the defensive the entire time. Chen Mo felt the presence of that perfect sword intent and pondered deeply. Could it be? A figure emerged in his mind. The necromancer realm. Who would have thought the dark moon realm hides such a massive secret? Guan Sheng's face showed surprise. Beside him, Su Jin's expression also shifted slightly. Back on Blue Star, they were both high-ranking members of the Tianwu Association and the Martial Alliance, and they had considerable knowledge about the cosmic star systems. Naturally, they were aware of the necromancer race. The necromancer race is an extremely powerful and troublesome species in the universe. We must find the heavenly demon mirror and leave as soon as possible. If this desolate land and the domain gate truly are the necromancer race's lair, the longer we stay, the harder it will be for us to escape disaster. Guan Sheng said gravely. Su Jin nodded. The necromancer race was not something they could easily contend with. Then let's first find the leader of those ancient humans. Since he's from the Holy Spirit sect, he should know about the heavenly demon mirror. Su Jin continued. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Since there's someone from the Holy Spirit sect, they should ask him. Hall. Master Guan, I've prepared something special just for you, Wang Hao said to Guan Sheng. Seeing this, Su Jin tactfully left the two to speak privately. Guan Sheng smiled and said, no need to give me any treasures. I'm struggling to break through to Grandmaster level as it is. Even good items would be wasted on me. Wang Hao curled his lips and said gloomily, I was planning to give you a St. Luo vitality flower. But if you don't want it, then forget it. As soon as Wang Hao said this, Guan Sheng's expression immediately turned excited. The St. Luo vitality flower is a sacred medicine capable of restoring the Yuan Palace and greatly aiding in the condensation of a martial saint's dharma body. Wang Hao, you're not joking, are you? Is it really a St. Luo vitality flower? Guan Sheng asked, trembling, his eyes flashing with madness. He had been stuck at the first-grade Grandmaster level for years and had long lost hope of repairing his Yuan Palace. Unexpectedly, he now heard news of the St. Luo vitality flower from Wang Hao. To say he didn't want to repair it was impossible. What martial artist wouldn't want to break through? Why do those ancient humans lurking in the Dark Moon realm risk everything to reach the domain gate? Even with slim chances of success, they still press forward without hesitation. It's all for the sake of breaking through to Grandmaster, achieving great Grandmaster status, and exploring the ultimate path of martial arts. Wang Hao extended his hand, and the St. Luo vitality flower appeared in his palm. Dense and pure heavenly energy instantly filled the space, and Guan Sheng's breathing quickened. It was indeed genuine. Could it be? Were you the one who raided the spirit medicine garden? Guan Sheng seemed to recall something and asked. This matter had caused a huge stir among the blood demon race, almost shaking the entire Dark Moon realm. Naturally, Guan Sheng and the others had heard about it. Wang Hao nodded and continued, that's right. I didn't expect the spirit medicine garden to contain the St. Luo vitality flower. Guan Sheng suppressed the excitement in his heart and said solemnly, Wang Hao, you should keep this medicine. It's too precious. Giving it to someone like me, a mere Grandmaster, would be such a waste. This is a rare treasure that can help a first-rank Grandmaster condense the martial saint dharma body. Stop rambling. Isn't it just a herb? Do you think I, Wang Hao, need something as trivial as this to condense the martial saint dharma body? Wang Hao sneered, his tone full of disdain. Guan Sheng's mouth twitched. If someone else had said this, he would have thought they were bragging. But coming from Wang Hao, he had no choice but to believe it. With Wang Hao's talent, he indeed didn't need to rely on external aids. In that case, I won't delay any further. Guan Sheng took a deep breath and said. Wang Hao smiled. That's more like it. Don't place too much importance on a mere herb. With that, he handed the sacred Luo replenishing flower to Guan Sheng. You repair your Yuan mansion here, and I'll guard you, Wang Hao said. Guan Sheng nodded heavily, staring at the sacred medicine in his hand, a flame of hope igniting in his eyes. Finally, he could repair his Yuan mansion. He hadn't expected this moment to truly come. Wang Hao stood not far away, guarding Guanshang. Back in the day, Guanshang had helped him a lot, and the Tianwu Association had also protected him during his weaker days. Giving the sacred medicine to Guanshang felt completely right to Wang Hao. Then, Wang Hao released his shadow to keep watch over the surroundings. He himself took out a large amount of 9 nether spring to cultivate the Great Nether Heavenly Demon Body. The Great Nether Heavenly Demon Body was a top-tier SSS-level martial art of the Nether Demon Clan, requiring the assistance of the 9 Nether Spring for cultivation. Wang Hao had previously cultivated the 9 Nether Heavenly Frost technique, which also required the 9 Nether Spring. With the help of the Sacred Demon Stone, his cultivation speed for the Great Nether Heavenly Demon Body was incredibly fast. Time passed slowly. In the extreme northern lands, many high-ranking members of the Demon Clan were holding a meeting. They were discussing how to quickly seize territory after entering Blue Star through the domain gate. From the humans they had captured, they had already learned some information about Blue Star and the demon battlefield. The discussion was heated, and they even began openly dividing territories. After a while, everyone was still reluctant to stop. How's the eradication of those humans going? With so many of our war machines and demon generals attacking, they should be almost wiped out by now, right? Mo Yutian said slowly. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Previously, due to the restrictions of the Heaven and Earth Shackles, their Grandmaster-level war machines couldn't leave the formation, so they could only send demon warriors at the Super Grandmaster level to fight. This had allowed the humans to be arrogant for so long. But now that the rules of Heaven and Earth had been broken, they had dispatched a large number of war machines, and many Grandmaster-level demon generals had also been deployed. Dealing with the humans had naturally become much easier. Before long, a demon warrior entered with intelligence. Reporting to the clan leader, most of the humans in the Dark Moon Realm have been eradicated, but quite a few have escaped, the warrior reported. Mo Shuiyan frowned deeply. These humans were still so audacious, and even with so many forces sent, they hadn't been completely wiped out. What about the humans outside? Are there still many of them? Have they been captured? Mo Ju Lu immediately asked. The warrior, carrying the intelligence, turned pale, lowered his head, and dared not speak. Seeing this, Mo Yutian's heart sank, and he urged, "Speak quickly. What happened to the humans outside?" The warrior gritted his teeth and trembled as he said, reporting to the clan leader, "The team we sent to capture the humans outside was completely annihilated. Even Lord Mo Yutai, a 7th-rank Grandmaster, was killed," the warrior added. As soon as the words fell, the room fell into a strange silence. The discussion stopped abruptly, and everyone stared at the warrior in disbelief. "Are you telling the truth?" Mo Yutian's face darkened. These external humans were of great intelligence value, and they had sent a 7th-rank Grandmaster, Mo Yutai, to personally capture them. The fact that the entire team was wiped out was hard to accept. Reporting to the clan leader, "The information is accurate. What's worse, the reinforcements we sent afterward have also all gone missing," the warrior said, lowering his head. "It seems we must reassess the strength of these external humans," Mo Yutian said coldly. Everyone's expressions were grim. It was clear the clan leader was very angry. A dense forest in the extreme northern lands. Wang Hao's body surged with the violent power of the 9 Nether. The power of heaven and earth intertwined with the 9 Nether force, enveloping the entire space in an intense sense of oppression. In the distance, the humans were either resting or recovering their energy. Many of them were staring intently in Wang Hao's direction. The oppressive aura emanating from Wang Hao made them feel an unprecedented pressure. The turbulent airwaves in the atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Wang Hao's strength is overwhelming. Even just his cultivation exudes immense pressure. That's right. No wonder he could slay so many demons with a single sword strike. It's terrifying. Having someone like him as a teammate is amazing. That heaven-splitting sword intent is too powerful, it makes you tremble just thinking about it. +1. The onlookers in the distance whispered among themselves, their gazes toward Wang Hao filled with fervent admiration. It was the respect for a strong, peerless genius. Boom! 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 Before long, a black energy force lit up on Wang Hao's body, accompanied by a deafening roar in the air. The black energy churned violently, and Wang Hao's aura grew even stronger, the oppressive force so intense it seemed the air might shatter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the SSS-level martial art Great Nether Demon Body. Blood energy plus 2000. The system notification sounded. Finally, he had mastered it. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. This top-tier SSS-level body refinement technique had increased his blood energy by 2000 just upon entry-level mastery. Wang Hao let out a long breath, gradually reining in his aura, and turned to look at Guanshang. Guanshang was enveloped in countless streams of energy. The St. Luo vitality flower he was absorbing was slowly dissipating, its petals already losing their vitality. After a while, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Guanshang's body. His Yuan Palace shone with dazzling light, and a white spiritual embryo began to take shape. The people in the distance all showed expressions of astonishment. Hallmaster Guan is about to break through to Grandmaster. Impossible. Wasn't his Yuan Palace damaged? How can he still break through? Look closely, that's a spiritual embryo, isn't it? Wang Hao must have helped Guanshang repair his Yuan Palace. After Wang Hao finished his cultivation, everyone's gaze turned to Guanshang. They all knew Guanshang's situation. With his Yuan Palace damaged, it was believed that, barring a miracle, he would remain stuck at the Grandmaster stage for the rest of his life. Yet now, he was about to break through. Su Jin, watching Guanshang from afar, was filled with joy. Could it be that Wang Hao had obtained the St. Luo vitality flower? As a senior member of the Martial Alliance, Su Jin was privy to certain things. He knew that repairing Guanshang's Yuan Palace required the St. Luo vitality flower, and many had long given up hope for him. If word got out that Guanshang had truly repaired his Yuan Palace, it would surely shock everyone. Some people might even lose sleep over it. Those who had once reveled in his downfall would now face dire consequences. Who would have thought that the person Guanshang had taken a liking to half a year ago would bring him such a precious sacred medicine? Guanshang was truly fortunate. Su Jin's eyes held no trace of envy, only genuine blessings for his friend. After a while, the spiritual embryo within Guanshang's body fully formed, and an even stronger aura erupted from him. Boom! 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 Under the nourishment of the sacred medicine, the spiritual embryo rapidly grew. 9th grade Grandmaster. 8th grade Grandmaster. Guanshang's strength soared directly from 1st grade Grandmaster to 8th grade Grandmaster. Moreover, the sacred medicine's energy had deeply settled within him, making his foundation exceptionally solid. In the future, even reaching the martial saint realm would not be a dream. Wang Hao looked at Guanshang, who had just broken through to 8th grade Grandmaster, his face full of joy. Guanshang had always had a deep foundation. If not for the damage to his Yuan Palace, he would have long since advanced to Grandmaster. Now, with the help of the sacred medicine, breaking through 2 realms in a row was only natural. Before long, Guanshang opened his eyes and reigned in his aura. Hall Master Guan, congratulations on breaking through to 8th grade Grandmaster, Wang Hao said with a smile. Guanshang also laughed, as an 8th grade Grandmaster, I fear I would lose to you in just one move. In the distance, Su Jin and the others also congratulated Guanshang. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, they decided to seek out Lin Hongyuan, an ancient human of the Saint Spirit sect, who might know something about the heavenly demon mirror. Thus, the group rushed toward the direction where Lin Hongyuan was located. Among the crowd, a delicate-looking girl stared at Wang Hao's back. The more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wang Hao's silhouette was strikingly similar to the masked man who had slapped her on the demon battlefield years ago. Xu Mengyao's eyes sparkled. She had seen that masked man countless times in her dreams, but every time she tried to unveil his mask, the dream would vanish. That man carried a mysterious allure, like a poison. She couldn't resist. Mengyao, stop staring at Wang Hao. No matter how handsome he is, your eyes are practically glowing like lamps. Teased another stunning woman from the Dragon God Society beside her. Xu Mengyao blushed. Is it that obvious? I was just casually looking. I was just casually glancing, not staring. Xu Mengyao said shyly. After numerous battles and experiences, Xu Mengyao no longer carried her past arrogance. Instead, she exuded a cold sharpness. She was like a cold, thorny rose. What a pity, if I were 100 years younger, I might have been tempted too. But now, I'm old, it's not possible, the beautiful woman said with a laugh. Xu Mengyao's mouth twitched slightly. You could be Wang Hao's great-grandmother. But Mengyao, some people are born to shine, and such people are beyond our reach. The beautiful woman seemed to recall something inside. Xu Mengyao's heart tightened, her face turning pale. Yes, even if he really was that person, so what? Someone so dazzling and talented, how could I ever catch up to him? Her heart felt stifled, and for the first time, she experienced an indescribable discomfort. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, causing pain she didn't even notice. It was only after a while that she realized her palms were already swollen and red. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, that person couldn't possibly be Wang Hao, Xu Mengyao silently told herself. The beautiful woman glanced at the contemplative Xu Mengyao beside her and sighed softly. Who hasn't been young and full of vigor? Yet she happened to meet someone too dazzling and unattainable during her most beautiful years. Flying ahead, Wang Hao had no idea that his silhouette had caused a woman to fall into such reverie. In the far northern region, within a hidden forest, the cold permeated the air, and the surroundings were silent except for the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional cries of animals. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, leaving dappled shadows on the ground. Lin Honyuan led the ancient humans in secret movements here. They had faced numerous pursuits and blockades, suffering heavy losses. The group was sparse and lacked any momentum. Many bore fresh wounds, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Worry and confusion were etched on every face. Originally, they had planned to escape through the boundary gate, but reality gave them a harsh slap in the face. When the rules of heaven and earth were intact, they could still rely on hidden experts to contend with. The Demon Clan. Now that the shackles of heaven and earth had been broken, their strength had indeed increased, but the demon warriors had become even more powerful, leaving them with no choice but to flee for their lives. Leader Lin, something seems to be approaching us at high speed over there. A panicked shout rang out. Everyone's faces turned pale. The pursuers were relentless. In less than half an hour, they had already been ambushed 3 times. Prepare for battle. This time, let's show them what we're made of. Lin Honyuan ordered in a deep voice, gathering his energy. The group quickly formed a battle formation, ready to face the impending attack. Leader Lin, it doesn't seem to be the Demon Clan. It's those humans from outside, reported the warrior in charge of reconnaissance. A flicker of doubt flashed in Lin Honyuan's eyes. So, it wasn't the Demon Clan. What were they here for? Could it be that they couldn't hold out any longer and were ready to accept their terms? Leader Lin, long time no see. A clear voice rang out. Guan Sheng exuded a powerful aura, his strength as an 8th-grade grandmaster unmistakable. Behind him followed a group of humans, rapidly approaching from the distance. Lin Honyuan's expression shifted slightly. An 8th-grade grandmaster, there was actually an 8th-grade grandmaster among them. The people behind Lin Honyuan also had peculiar glints in their eyes. What exactly were these people planning? So, Hallmaster Guan has now broken through to Grandmaster level. Are you here to see reason and prepare to join us? Lin Honyuan said indifferently. Although Guan Sheng's strength had improved, their numbers were far fewer than his own. Thus, Lin Honyuan wasn't worried about any ulterior motives from the other side. Just one 8th-grade grandmaster wasn't enough to make them afraid. Leader Lin, you're overthinking. We've come to inquire about the sacred artifact of your Holy Spirit sect, the Heavenly Demon Mirror. Guan Sheng's tone was calm, neither arrogant nor servile. As soon as Guan Sheng said this, Lin Honyuan's face darkened. The sacred artifact of the Holy Spirit sect, the Heavenly Demon Mirror. Lin Honyuan's brows furrowed tightly. Did this guy think that just because he had broken through to 8th-grade grandmaster, he could disregard him? Lin Honyuan sneered coldly and said, with a chilling tone, you must be insane if you think you can get information out of me. Before he finished speaking, his aura suddenly erupted. He had already made up his mind to leave none of them alive. They carried many treasures, and if he could seize them, it would greatly enhance his own strength, perhaps even solving their current predicament entirely. Chen Mo, get ready. Join me, and let's show this guy what we're capable of. Lin Honyuan's eyes were sharp, his voice icy. Just as Lin Honyuan was about to make his move, he noticed that Chen Mo behind him remained motionless. Chen Mo, what are you standing there for? Lin Honyuan shouted angrily, his gaze sweeping toward Chen Mo. Chen Mo's face was filled with shock, his eyes fixed on a handsome young man standing beside Guan Sheng. Wang Hao, that's Wang Hao. Chen Mo muttered, in a low voice, showing no intention of taking action. Even though he had broken through to Grandmaster level, Chen Mo still feared Wang Hao deeply. That time when Wang Hao had instantly defeated Lu Qing of the Sword Sect had left a massive shadow in his heart. Now, he had no confidence in dealing with Wang Hao as he was back then. With the shackles of heaven and earth broken, could Wang Hao have become even stronger? Moreover, the sacred artifact mentioned by that girl from the Sword Sect might already be in Wang Hao's possession. Chen Mo's mind was racing with chaotic thoughts. As soon as Chen Mo spoke, the people around him exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. The ruthless figure who had single-handedly taken down 200 top-tier grandmasters in front of the shackles of heaven and earth was now standing right before them. The people from Sanyun residence looked at Wang Hao with fiery eyes, their faces full of admiration. Lord Wang Hao. Chen Yuanxin and Song Yi, leading the people from Sanyun residence, quickly ran toward Wang Hao and respectfully saluted him. Wang Hao nodded slightly in response. Guan Sheng and the others did not reject them. Once the people from Sanyun residence realized that Wang Hao was on their side, they had been of great help. Many pieces of intelligence had also been provided by Chen Yuanxin and his group. As a result, Guan Sheng and his team had a favorable impression of the people from Sanyun residence. In ancient times, not all humans ostracized Guan Sheng. It was mainly because Lin Hongyuan's reputation was too prominent. You are Wang Hao? Lin Hongyuan watched as his subordinates ran over one by one, his heart burning with anger. He was already being hunted by the Demon Clan, feeling agitated, and now even his own people were defecting to Wang Hao's side. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly and said indifferently, "That's right, I am Wang Hao. You must be Lin Hongyuan, right? Where is your Holy Spirit sect's heavenly demon mirror?" We're in a hurry. Lin Hongyuan gritted his teeth, thinking that Wang Hao was far too arrogant. Trying to get information out of me? Dream on. Lin Hongyuan's face darkened. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a powerful aura suddenly surged forward, pressing down on Lin Hongyuan like a tidal wave. His body was firmly pinned by this force, unable to move. A large pit was formed in the ground, and Lin Hongyuan was pressed into the earth, his feet nailed in place. I'll give you one more chance. I'm very busy. If you don't speak, I don't mind taking another life from you, Wang Hao said coldly, his face devoid of any expression. Lin Hongyuan's face turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his back soaked. The people behind him stared in terror at the scene before them. Wang Hao was terrifying. Without even lifting a finger, his aura alone had crushed Lin Hongyuan into submission. Lin Hongyuan's body trembled, his bones emitting cracking sounds, shocking everyone. Wang Hao's indifferent and calm demeanor made him seem even more frightening. It was worth noting that Lin Hongyuan was a top-tier grandmaster of the Holy Spirit sect, having become the alliance leader. After breaking through to become a great grandmaster, he grew even stronger, easily killing multiple 8th-grade grandmasters. Yet such a powerful Lin Hongyuan was effortlessly suppressed by Wang Hao's aura. One could only imagine how terrifying Wang Hao truly was. Chen Mo's eyes were filled with apprehension. Wang Hao's strength was clearly even greater now, standing there like an invincible force. He thought to himself that he must never oppose someone like this. I don't know. Lin Hongyuan said tremblingly. The contempt in his heart was gone, replaced only by dread and fear. This was someone he could not contend with. Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hongyuan's bones emitted another cracking sound. The intense pain instantly enveloped his entire body. If you don't know, then you're worthless, Wang Hao said coldly. Guan Shang and the others had previously mentioned that Lin Hongyuan was the one targeting them the most. No. All of our Holy Spirit sect's belongings were taken by the Shadow Demon clan, they must have them. Lin Hongyuan said, trembling, enduring the fear in his heart and the pain in his body. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. Then, Wang Hao withdrew his aura. Hallmaster Guan, let's go, Wang Hao said to Guan Shang. Everyone nodded. Now that they had the information, they naturally had to retrieve their belongings. Lord Wang Hao, can we go with you? We promise to follow your orders. Suddenly, Chen Yuanxin's eyes flashed with fervor as he spoke eagerly. Wang Hao glanced at Guan Shang, who said, it's up to you. Fine, but we're heading to the Shadow Demon clan's lair. If you're not afraid of death, you can come along, Wang Hao said slowly. Chen Yuanxin and the others showed no fear. Without Wang Hao, they would have already perished in Sangyun residence. Now, following Wang Hao, even if they faced a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, they were unafraid. Not far away, Chen Mo's gaze flickered. He gritted his teeth and joined the group from Sangyun residence, following Wang Hao's team. Wang Hao did not refuse, leading them toward the depths of the extreme north. Lin Hongyuan and some ancient humans watched Wang Hao and his group leave. Their expressions varied. Alliance leader Lin, I think Wang Hao is courting death, daring to go into those depths. There are so many demons there, no matter how strong he is, he can't kill them all, someone beside him mocked. Exactly, Wang Hao will eventually pay the price for his impulsiveness. Many people voiced their ridicule, their tone full of disdain. Lin Hongyuan pursed his lips slightly, ignoring these people, his body trembling uncontrollably, his heart still shrouded in endless fear. No one truly understood how terrifying Wang Hao was. Lin Hongyuan failed to notice that under the suppression of the violent aura earlier, his spiritual embryo had developed subtle cracks, imperceptible to the naked eye. After Wang Hao and the others departed, they swiftly flew toward the extreme northern region. The Nether Demon clan was currently gathering there. Not only the Nether Demon clan, but the other two major demon clans were also assembling deep in the northern region. More importantly, the Gate of Realms was located there. Dark Moon Realm. Land of Desolation. At this moment, the scope of the Land of Desolation had expanded to a shocking extent. The entire area had more than doubled in size and was still growing at an astonishing rate. The Land of Desolation was filled with a dense aura of deathly silence. White bones were scattered in every dark corner. These bones, tainted by the aura of deathly silence, had turned black, emitting an eerie black glow. As the black glow appeared, the bones seemed to gain life, moving on their own and transforming into undead warriors. At the center of the Land of Desolation, a young man enveloped in the aura of deathly silence stood, his eyes flashing with lightning. Surrounding him were countless undead warriors. The young man had a slender figure, and violent elemental energy erupted from within him. Under the impact of lightning and elemental energy, many undead warriors were blasted into fragments. Their aura of deathly silence was rapidly absorbed by the young man. Boom! 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 After a moment, a powerful aura erupted from the young man. He had finally broken through to the level of a third-grade grandmaster. Exhausted, the young man collapsed to the ground. The prolonged battle and absorption of the aura of deathly silence had propelled Lin Chang's cultivation to the third-grade Grandmaster level. Magic Seed, I think I can now hunt first-grade Grandmaster level undead warriors, Lin Chang said softly. Over the past few days, he had been hunting second-grade Grandmaster undead warriors, and his cultivation level had risen rapidly. But now, having broken through to the third grade, he felt that second-grade Grandmaster undead warriors were no longer sufficient to help him continue growing quickly. The surrounding cold winds howled, making the already chilling environment even more terrifying. Yet Lin Chang felt no discomfort. Instead, he found it somewhat exhilarating. Indeed, absorbing the aura of second-grade Grandmaster undead warriors can no longer satisfy your progress. The voice of the magic seed echoed in Lin Chang's mind. Lin Chang looked up at the misty sky, feeling that the future was as unpredictable as the fog above. From being a talented youth in the imperial capital of Blue Star to becoming parasitized by the magic seed, he had embarked on a different path. Now, he was dealing with the undead clan, something Lin Chang himself found unbelievable. This path was not the one he originally intended to take, but since he was already on it, he decided to go with the flow. Deep within Lin Chang's elemental core, a dazzling golden light continued to shine. Quick, hide. Something terrifying is coming. Just as Lin Chang was lost in thought, the urgent voice of the magic seed rang out. Lin Chang's heart tightened. This was the first time since arriving in the land of desolation that he had heard the magic seed sound so nervous. Release the aura of deathly silence, cover your entire body, and hide immediately, the magic seed urged. Lin Chang dared not hesitate and quickly followed its instructions to conceal himself. Boom! 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 Shortly after, a violent shockwave erupted at the center of the land of desolation. The air was filled with an intense aura. Dust and the aura of deathly silence enveloped the entire center. After tens of thousands of years, I can finally stretch my legs, a hoarse voice echoed. Immediately, a powerful aura swept across the area. The undead warriors at the center trembled, kneeling in unison with their heads pressed close to the ground, not daring to look up. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Chang's hair stood on end, his body almost paralyzed, and he dared not even breathe audibly. What kind of existence was this? Just the sound of its voice exerted immense pressure on him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At the center of the land of desolation, the ground began to collapse. A massive figure, shrouded in the aura of deathly silence, emerged. Following closely behind was a group of skeleton soldiers clad in tattered black armor, their eyes glowing red. Master, it seems our undead realm has encountered quite a few troubles, one of the skeletons said in a deep voice. As he spoke, his bones emitted cracking sounds, clearly unused to movement. For a long time, the other skeletons also began to move, their bones creaking in succession. The dense sound of bones made the land of silence even more eerie. Go, reclaim our territory, annihilate those insects, let the aura of silence once again envelop the entire realm of the undead, and await my return, the massive figure roared deeply. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as the words fell, the skeletons immediately surged outward. In droves, as if summoned. Their urgent and powerful footsteps thundered like war drums. The entire land of silence trembled like thunder under their march. The other undead in the area began to follow the skeleton warriors, rushing outward. The boundaries of the land of silence rapidly expanded as they departed. Thunder echoed continuously in the sky, and dark clouds tightly covered the entire land of silence. Hiding in the shadows, Lin Chang's body stiffened, his mouth tightly shut, his breathing nearly stopped. The magic seed within him dimmed its glow, falling silent as if it had lost consciousness. I think I smell the scent of insects nearby. The massive figure slowly opened its eyes, its gaze locking onto the direction where Lin Chang was hiding. On the other side, Lin Chang's heart raced. Had he been discovered? Impossible, his disguise was flawless, there wasn't a trace of a living person's aura on him. The magic seed inside Lin Chang flickered wildly, releasing a black aura to envelop him, attempting to use its mysterious power to help him hide. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, another rustling sound came from the other side of the land of silence. Another massive figure emerged from underground. The ground began to collapse, and the original massive figure was also drawn by the sound, turning its head away from Lin Chang. Xian Yang Ling Saint, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The massive figure's eyes turned icy cold, staring at the figure crawling out from underground, speaking in a low voice. Huff, huff, huff. The other figure exhaled heavily, stirring up a whirlwind as the air roared around them. Heh, if you Luo Yuan Ling Saint are still alive, how could I possibly leave before you? Xian Yang Ling Saint moved slightly, his voice steady and powerful. If you still want to compete with me for the position of Overlord of the Undead Realm, I can give you a chance. Luo Yuan Ling Saint erupted with a strong aura of silence. Under the shroud of Luo Yuan Ling Saint's aura, the entire Dark Moon Realm seemed to freeze in time. Xian Yang Ling Saint remained unmoved, continuing to stretch his body at his own pace. If only you had seen further back then, I wouldn't have been trapped here with you for tens of thousands of years. Xian Yang Ling Saint said indifferently. Luo Yuanling's saint's face darkened. This guy always managed to hit his sore spots. Humph, I was so close back then, just a little more, if it weren't for. Luo Yuanling Saint gritted his teeth, full of resentment. Heh, losers shouldn't make excuses. The fact that you managed to become a martial saint is the most incomprehensible thing to me in my life. What was once a promising situation was completely ruined by you alone. Xian Yang Saint sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Luo Yuanling Saint clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Xian Yang Saint. I don't want to deal with the affairs of the undead realm anymore. This place is too small, the boundless, starry sky is the stage I truly desire. If you want to play, play by yourself. Xian Yang Saint said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, an endless aura of silence erupted from his body. He leaped into the sky and disappeared from the land of silence. Luo Yuanling Saint watched Xian Yang Saint's departing figure, a trace of loneliness rising in his heart, making everything seem meaningless. No, I wasn't wrong. I will prove sooner or later that only I am right. Luo Yuanling Saint muttered to himself. The extreme north. The wind howled, and the air was filled with the scent of blood and tension. At the center of this icy wasteland, many demon warriors and war machines were rapidly charging outward. Outside, a powerful human force had already slaughtered many of their kin and was approaching the gate to their territory. Following the clan leader's orders, they had to eliminate all invaders, leaving no survivors. Unexpectedly, there are still humans so reckless as to dare attack our base camp. In the demon army, the black-armored general of the Shadow Demon Clan, Mo Yuchi, sneered coldly. Mo Yuchi was a prodigy of the Shadow Demon Clan from years ago, with extraordinary talent. He had long since broken through to the Grandmaster realm in the extreme northern lands. With abundant resources, he had even advanced to the 6th grade Grandmaster level, just one step away from the 5th grade. Several other demon generals nearby nodded in agreement, their faces showing cruel smiles. Let them witness the true strength of our demon warriors. Probably some fool who thinks they're invincible just because they've broken through to the Grandmaster level. Heh, we have plenty of Grandmasters in the Demon Clan. I've already thought of ways to torment those humans. With General Mo Yuchi here, no one can escape our punishment. The other demon generals discussed among themselves, not taking this invasion seriously at all. The shackles of heaven and earth had only recently been broken, how strong could their opponents possibly be? Mo Yuchi smiled, enjoying the praise of his comrades, as he sped forward. But why is it that the large team we sent out earlier hasn't sent back any news? One of the demon generals beside him asked in a low voice. Mo Yuchi frowned. Indeed, they had sent people out, but none had returned. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as Mo Yuchi was puzzled, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly echoed through the air ahead. A massive explosion shook the earth. The flying Mo Yuchi and his companions felt a powerful shockwave, forcing their bodies to halt involuntarily. Immediately, an invincible sword aura, brimming with killing intent, swept toward them. This sword aura seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth, freezing their entire team in an instant. Mo Yuchi's heart jolted violently, his scalp tingling as he felt a raging force pierce through his body. His armor shattered with a loud crash, and a massive bloody hole appeared in his chest, blood gushing out uncontrollably. His companions fared even worse, instantly slain by the invincible sword aura, their blood and flesh splattering onto Mo Yuchi. The sound of tearing echoed in his ears. Thick blood splattered all over him, the scorching sensation bringing in unprecedented fear. The demon warriors and war machines that had come to support them were annihilated in a single strike of the invincible sword o' blood, dripped onto the cold ground, staining the entire area red, and the scent of blood filled the air. Wang Hao's words weighed on Mo Yuchi's heart like a mountain. They have all been transformed into war machines. Mo Yuchi trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. War machines? That must refer to those warriors with runes on their bodies, forged into powerful fighters. Through countless battles, he actually knew quite a bit about the Demon Clan's warriors and generals. But he hadn't expected that the people of the Holy Spirit sect had all been turned into war machines. Where is the Holy Spirit sect's sacred artifact, the Heavenly Demon Mirror? Wang Hao continued to ask. Mo Yuchi's entire body trembled uncontrollably, fear and pain pushing him to the brink of collapse. It's near the Gate of Realms. He stammered through gritted teeth, his voice shaking. Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected this guy to actually know. What had started as a casual question had yielded genuine intelligence. Mo Yuchi then added that the Heavenly Demon Mirror contained spatial coordinates leading to Blue Star, which could be used to alter the Gate of Realms' teleportation direction, directly reaching Blue Star. Upon obtaining the information, Wang Hao killed Mo Yuchi without hesitation. Flesh and blood scattered, and the scent of blood filled the space. Next, it was time to head to the Heavenly Demons, or the most powerful elite force among the Dark Moon Realm's demon clans, top-tier grandmasters. Since they set up formations in the extreme northern lands to resist the laws of heaven and earth, they have been cultivating in seclusion for many years, consuming vast resources. Armed with the most advanced equipment and abundant resources, they are specifically tasked with guarding the gate of the realm. After all, this gate is now the most critical thing. Seeing both clan leaders opposing him, Mo Shuiyan's gaze turned icy cold. With us guarding the gate of the realm, how could there be any problems? But if Wang Hao isn't dealt with quickly, I can't rest. Easy, Mo Shuiyan said coldly. Mo Yutian and Mo Jula's eyes flickered, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Old Ju, your 9 nether spring was most likely stolen by Wang Hao. Don't you want revenge? Mo Shuiyan continued. Mo Yutian narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, he wanted revenge, but compared to the 9 nether spring, he was more concerned about the safety of the gate of the realm. That was their foundation and could not be compromised. Old Yen, you know how important the gate of the realm is. It absolutely cannot go wrong. Mo Julu spoke slowly. Although he also wanted to kill all the humans, mobilizing the heavenly demons was too risky. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of violent explosions suddenly erupted. The entire building shook violently. A powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings. Everyone inside the white building felt the ground tremble and the mountains sway. What happened? Mo Yutian asked. The people inside the building found the situation very strange. This was supposed to be the safest place in the entire Dark Moon realm, and nothing had ever happened here before. Bad news. Bad news. Wang Hao has already reached the edge of the gate of the realm and is fighting to station heavenly demons. An urgent shout came from outside. The people inside the building turned pale, their minds buzzing. Wang Hao had already reached the gate of the realm? How was that possible? There were so many demon warriors here, formations everywhere, and numerous demon commanders. What kind of joke was this? Quick, quick, don't just stand there. Deploy all forces immediately and take Wang Hao down. Mo Yutian roared. The gate of the realm. At the edge of the gate of the realm, the area was filled with bone-chilling winds. Violent forces of heaven and earth surged everywhere, and the air was thick with a murderous aura. Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, a handsome young man, wielding a holy sword, was ferociously attacking the surrounding demons. Demonic energy and various powerful elemental forces churned and swept through the area. Screams and wails echoed across the icy plains. Wang Hao gripped the holy sword, accompanied by over a dozen heavenly demons clad in blood-red battle armor. These heavenly demons hailed from the Giant Demon Clan, the Nether Demon Clan, and the Blood Demon Clan, all of them exceptionally gifted warriors. There were 18 of them in total, each a 7th grade Grandmaster level demon. Their armor resembled the Blood Demon's sacred armor previously worn by Blood Shura, but with even stronger defensive capabilities. The weapons in their hands were specially forged, imbued with immense power. Human, surrender. No one can walk out alive under the siege of us heavenly demons, a tall heavenly demon said coldly. The other heavenly demons also stared intently at Wang Hao, their expressions tense. Wang Hao's strength was terrifying. Although he was only at the 9th grade Grandmaster level, he could fight this group of 7th grade Grandmaster heavenly demons to a standstill. Enough, stop wasting words. Let me see just how strong you so-called heavenly demons really are. Wang Hao responded calmly. Along the way, he had grown fully confident in his abilities. At the Grandmaster level, top-tier martial arts and a powerful martial will truly begin to show their might. With his talent and mastery of various martial arts, Wang Hao estimated that, despite being a 9th grade Grandmaster, his strength was equivalent to that of a 6th grade Grandmaster. With the holy sword in hand, he believed he was among the top even within the 6th grade Grandmaster level. It was important to note that Grandmasters were the strongest level below martial saints. The difficulty of fighting across levels far exceeded that of the Master Realm. The higher the Grandmaster level, the greater the control over the forces of heaven and earth, and the power of elemental energy grew exponentially. These 7th-ranked Grandmasters heavenly demon generals actually wanted him to surrender. What a daydream. The combined power of the 18 heavenly demon generals was incredibly strong. The surrounding forces of heaven and earth were under their control. But Wang Hao was fearless. His ferocious killing intent and invincible sword intent ignored the suppression of the forces of heaven and earth. Wang Hao unleashed the Star Sword Cannon, launching a fierce offensive. Killing will and unparalleled sword intent rampaged through the skies. Over the extreme northern lands, the heavenly demon generals grew increasingly tense. This was the first time they had encountered an enemy they couldn't defeat even when working together. As the battle continued, cracks began to appear in their blood demon's sacred armor. Worse still, there was a force emanating from Wang Hao that suppressed them, making their bodies heavy, their attacks slower, and leaving them unable to harm Wang Hao at all. Wang Hao's entire body radiated violent thunderous power and endless killing intent. The thunder and killing will converged into a hurricane-like offensive, sweeping in all directions. Moments later, under Wang Hao's full-force assault, the heavenly demon generals began to retreat step by step. Soon, one of the heavenly demon generals was slain by Wang Hao. The slain heavenly demon general was immediately shattered. into pieces by the killing intent and thunder, leaving not even a corpse behind. Wang Hao led his. Although the land of deathly silence continued to expand, someone still needed to guard it. What is that? Something is coming out of the land of deathly silence. How terrifying. What on earth is it? Skeleton monsters. They're skeleton monsters. The demon warriors at the edge murmured among themselves, overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the undead warriors. That aura surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing all the demon warriors. These demon warriors were destroyed in an instant by the overwhelming power. Boom! 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 With wave after wave of fierce attacks, the undead warriors swept through the edge of the land of deathly silence like a swarm of locusts, annihilating all the demons. They tore and devoured the flesh of the demon warriors, leaving blood and shredded meat scattered everywhere. The demon warriors, stripped of their flesh, turned into skeletal frames just like the undead. Their bodies were enveloped by the aura of deathly silence, completely transforming into undead beings, spreading outward continuously. In the extreme north, at the edge of the Gate of Realms, this place was filled with surging elemental energy and the forces of heaven and earth. The sounds of battle and shouts echoed endlessly, and the stench of blood permeated every corner. Wang Hao, wielding the holy sword of falling stars, had already slain 10 heavenly demon generals. At this moment, only 8 heavenly demon generals remained, struggling to hold on the verge of being slain by Wang Hao's holy sword in violent sword intent. Lightning flickered around Wang Hao, continuously releasing sword intent and killing intent capable of tearing through space. The air was thick with an intense aura of slaughter. Endless sword energy and killing intent formed a storm, sweeping across the surroundings. Under Wang Hao's fierce assault, the heavenly demon generals were retreating step by step. The blood demon sacred armor on their bodies was already in tatters, and their bodies were on the brink of collapse. Is this all the heavenly demon generals are capable of? Wang Hao sneered coldly as he fought. In truth, these heavenly demon generals were incredibly powerful, their martial skills reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Any one of them alone could guard an entire region. The previous Blood Shura would likely have been crushed within a few moves in front of them. Human, don't get too cocky. Just you wait, one of the heavenly demon generals roared, his body surging with demonic energy, his battle blade gleaming with a chilling light. The blade, carrying the power to tear through space, charged directly at Wang Hao. However, the powerful gravitational field around them greatly restricted his speed. The blade's light had barely appeared before it was captured by Wang Hao's immense spiritual power, and he easily dodged it. Wang Hao evaded the blade's light and suddenly slashed at the heavenly demon general with the holy sword of falling stars in his hand. The sword surged with thunder and killing intent, instantly piercing through the damaged blood demon sacred armor of the heavenly demon general. Countless sword lights tore through the heavenly demon general's body. With a scream, another heavenly demon general was slain by Wang Hao. In less than half a moment, only 7 of the 18 heavenly demon generals remained. Not far away, the faces of several demon clan leaders were dark, their eyes filled with hatred. Wang Hao was too detestable, he had killed 11 of their heavenly demon generals in succession. These heavenly demon generals were elite warriors cultivated by the demon clan with immense resources. Now, they had been slaughtered effortlessly by Wang Hao, leaving the clan leaders feeling as if their hearts were being torn apart. Is the heavenly demon formation ready? Mo Shuayan asked through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Mo Yutian and Mo Julu were equally furious, their gazes brimming with killing intent. Clan leader. The heavenly demon formation is ready and can be activated at any time, a demon warrior reported, kneeling before them. Activate the heavenly demon formation immediately. I want Wang Hao dead. Mo Yutian ordered in a deep voice. The demon warrior quickly rushed behind the clan leaders. Soon, a series of explosions echoed through the air. A strange light enveloped the edge of the Gate of Realms. Behind the clan leaders, numerous demon warriors inscribed with special runes charged toward Wang Hao. At the same time, the towering pillars in the distance near the Gate of Realms emitted intense waves. The peculiar runes carved on the pillars radiated dazzling brilliance. The runes on the pillars and those on the demon warriors behind the clan leaders seemed to originate from the same source. These glowing runes resonated with each other, forming a powerful connection. ZZZZZ. As the sound of the air being torn apart echoed, the runes on the sky pillar connected with the runes on the warriors' bodies. A violent aura began to spread through the air. Not far away, Wang Hao, who was engaged in battle, sensed the sudden change in the atmosphere. His brows furrowed, and the holy sword in his hand erupted with an even stronger sword intent. A dazzling light radiated outward. The demon generals fighting Wang Hao seemed to be inspired by this power as well, with runes appearing on their bodies. Under the blessing of these brilliant runes, the remaining 7 demon generals exuded an even more overwhelming momentum. Human, you've killed so many of our kin. Today will be your death day. One of the demon generals glared angrily and snarled viciously. The other demon generals also stared at Wang Hao with hatred. Having lost so many comrades to him, they had long wished to tear him to pieces. Slash. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wang Hao's holy sword suddenly slashed upward, accompanied by the sound of the air being ripped apart. That demon general fell to the ground, completely slain. Go on, keep shouting, Wang Hao said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The other demon generals dared not make another sound. Fighting Wang Hao was too dangerous, like dancing on a tightrope. A single misstep, and his overwhelming attacks would instantly kill them. Their fallen comrade had already proven this with his life. Wang Hao continued to fight, the violent power within him erupting continuously. What was that? In the midst of battle, Wang Hao suddenly felt a surge of violent energy in the air. In the distance, the warriors marked with strange runes and the towering sky pillar made Wang Hao uneasy. The connection between the runes seemed to conceal an incredible secret. This aura felt like some kind of law, permeating the heavens and earth. The aura of the runes suddenly spread, and the icy plains fell into an eerie silence. The power of the heavens and earth across the entire icy plain began to be firmly controlled by these runes. A highly dangerous force was quietly forming. Wang Hao's brows knitted tightly. He felt that even the surrounding power of the heavens and earth was difficult to harness, leaving him to rely solely on gravity to create a force field to suppress the surroundings. Before long, the power of the heavens and earth and the icy plains seemed to be completely drained. Immediately after, endless demonic energy surged out from the towering sky pillars. The color of the sky and earth changed abruptly, and the air was filled with an oppressive aura that sent chills down the spine. Before long, the demonic energy enveloped the entire icy plain, turning the sky a murky gray. The oppressive force was so intense it was almost suffocating. The once sunlit icy plain now seemed to have plunged into night. Wang Hao's heart sank as he thought, what on earth is happening? What sinister scheme are these demons plotting now? Moments later, the sky and earth dimmed completely, and all the elemental energy of the world dissipated. Wang Hao felt a certain power filling the air, making his movements sluggish. At the same time, the demon generals fighting Wang Hao began to emit a strange glow, exuding a faint oppressive aura. Wang Hao's attacks were no longer as effective against these demon generals as they had been at the start. Around him, countless demon warriors, glowing with a strange light, surged toward Wang Hao like a tide. They charged at him relentlessly, wave after wave. Not far away, the clan leader battling the demons revealed a satisfied smile. Now that the demon formation is complete, Wang Hao will die, no matter what, Mo Yutian said coldly. Behind them, a large number of demon warriors continued to pour in. What a pity. The 18 demon generals we painstakingly cultivated have all been sacrificed. Mo Ju Lu sighed. Beside him, Mo Shuiyan let out a cold laugh. As long as the demon formation can subdue Wang Hao and refine him into a weapon of war, our losses will be worth it. Mo Shuiyan's words ignited the passion of the two. Indeed, with Wang Hao's terrifying strength, if he were refined into a weapon, he would undoubtedly become the strongest trump card in the hands of the demon race. A human like Wang Hao, gifted and extraordinary, had never been seen by the demon race in the tens of thousands of years of history in the Dark Moon Realm. That's right. As long as we can refine Wang Hao into a war tool, all losses will be worth it, Mo Yutian said slowly. At the edge of the ice field, Guan Shang and others were still fiercely battling the demon race. Wang Hao hadn't brought them all into the ice field, as it was far too dangerous. Though they were strong, facing so many demons still posed risks. Hall Master Guan, look! The ice field is undergoing a strange change, someone exclaimed on the battlefield. Everyone turned their gaze toward the ice field. The sky above the ice field was shrouded in dense black clouds, a dark oppressive mass. Endless demonic energy enveloped the entire ice field, obscuring vision. From within came constant rumbling sounds, mixed with howling winds and sharp wails. Strange lights flickered amidst the demonic energy, as if a storm was brewing. At the same time, the demons fighting Guan Shang and his group all rushed toward the ice field, leaving it gradually empty, with only the humans remaining. Hallmaster Guan, should we go in and take a look? Wang Hao is still inside, Su Jin said nervously beside him. The demonic energy in the ice field churned, and eerie lights swirled continuously. No need. If we go in, we'll only cause trouble for Wang Hao. Don't worry, Wang Hao will be fine, Jiang Shui said firmly, her eyes flashing with determination. At this moment, Jiang Shui was dressed in a white gown, exuding a faint aura of killing intent. After experiencing numerous bloody battles, she was no longer the fragile girl she once was. Jiang Shui's words made everyone nod in agreement. Wang Hao's strength far surpassed theirs, he would surely be able to handle the demons inside the ice field. If they entered, they would only become burdens. At the edge of the domain gate, a dark oppressive mass loomed. Boundless demonic energy surged toward Wang Hao. Several frenzied demon generals around him attacked Wang Hao with wild ferocity. Wang Hao wielded the meteorite holy sword, performing the Star Sword Codex, engaging in fierce combat with the surrounding demons. But the suppression around him grew increasingly intense. You think you can deal with me using these tactics? Wang Hao sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with killing intent. If that's the case, then let me destroy everything, he resolved inwardly, showing no hesitation. Sword opens the heavenly gate. Wang Hao muttered under his breath. Immediately, an incomparably violent and devastating force began to rapidly condense from his meteorite holy sword. The power of the stars, thunder, extreme cold, the netherworld, the intent to kill, and the unparalleled, domineering sword intent all converged into a single strike. Space began to crack, emitting crack sounds of rupture. Wang Hao's body erupted with an ultimate explosive aura. Then, invincible sword intent burst forth from the meteorite holy sword. This sword intent combined all of Wang Hao's powers, representing the strongest attack he could unleash at this moment. As the unparalleled sword intent was released, Wang Hao's internal energy rapidly depleted, and his face gradually turned pale. The air seemed frozen by this invincible sword intent, becoming heavy and icy. Sharp explosions echoed through the atmosphere. The chaotic energy generated by the shattered space continuously tore apart the bodies of the surrounding demons. Painful wails filled the entire ice field. The ice field seemed to transform into a hellish realm of carnage. The demon generals dodging around Wang Hao were filled with extreme terror in their eyes. That unparalleled sword intent instantly tore through their armor, blasting their bodies into pieces. Blood and flesh scattered. Like a torrential storm, the area around the domain gate descended into endless destruction. The icy ground began to collapse, and the cracks at the edge of the domain gate in the distance gradually widened. Several demon clan leaders in the distance were filled with boundless fear. How can Wang Hao unleash such a powerful attack? This is impossible. Imo Shuayan couldn't help but exclaim. Under the suppression of Wang Hao's unparalleled sword intent, the surrounding demon warriors began to collapse, their flesh torn apart like thin paper. Many demons didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were shredded into frag. Is Wang Hao really a 9th rank grandmaster? Mo Julo stood frozen like a wooden statue, the unparalleled sword intent filling him with an innate fear. It had been a long time since they had experienced such a feeling. The powerful beings they found themselves terrified by Wang Hao's overwhelming sword intent. Mo Yutian watched as his companions were mercilessly slaughtered by Wang Hao's invincible sword intent, his eyes bloodshot. The terrifying killing intent and sword aura made all the demons tremble uncontrollably. The immense pressure weighed on them like a mountain, leaving them no choice but to endure passively. They were torn to shreds by this ruthless sword intent. Near the boundary gate in the extreme northern lands, demons were continuously shattered into pieces by Wang Hao's sword intent. Blood and flesh scattered across the ground, staining the icy plains red. The air was thick with the stench of blood. No one noticed that the crack in the boundary gate was growing larger and larger. Outside the icy plains, Guan Shang and the others stared in shock at the endless killing intent emanating from the plains. The unparalleled sword intent filled them with extreme fear, as if they could be torn apart at any moment. Is this Wang Hao's sword intent? It's terrifying. Su Jin's face turned pale. In the face of this sword intent, he felt as though he could be devoured at any moment. Not only Su Jin, but everyone nearby was equally horrified. This world-destroying sword intent was beyond their imagination. Near the boundary gate, as Wang Hao's sword intent erupted, the surrounding demonic energy was forcibly torn apart. The dark clouds in the sky were split open by the sword intent, and dazzling sunlight shone down on Wang Hao, making him appear incomparably divine. All the demons around were annihilated, and the area near the boundary gate was left in ruins. Blood and mangled flesh covered the icy plains, turning it into a battlefield of carnage. Deathly silence and the aura of death enveloped the area. Not far from the icy plains, several demon clan leaders, covered in blood and pale-faced, stood in disbelief. They had never imagined that one day they would be reduced to such a state by a single human and his sword intent. Behind them, a number of surviving demons stared at Wang Hao with faces full of terror, the shadow of his sword intent forever etched into their minds. Finally, everything quieted down. Wang Hao took a deep breath, savoring the realm of the undead. I have returned. A cruel voice emanated from the shadows, spreading like a shockwave. The entire ice field was instantly enveloped by the sound waves. The demons who failed to escape in time trembled uncontrollably, unable to move. Even those who fled too slowly were paralyzed with fear, completely immobilized. Immediately afterward, a wave of death energy engulfed them. The terrified demons' flesh rotted away in an instant, their eyes losing their luster, transforming them into members of the undead. The death energy surged outward with unstoppable force. Elsewhere, Wang Hao had already left and soon reached the edge of the extreme northern region. Guan Shang and the others also sensed the death energy emanating from the domain gate. Hallmaster Guan, let's go. Enter my sacred artifact space. Wang Hao shouted loudly as he rushed over from afar. Then, the crimson flame demon suppression diagram unfolded like a vast painting that blotted out the sky and sun, enveloping the terrified Guan Shang and the others within it. When Guan Shang and the others regained their senses, they found themselves inside Wang Hao's crimson flame demon suppression diagram. The death energy in the extreme northern region began to spread rapidly, racing outward in all directions. Many creatures it encountered were assimilated, turning into members of the undead. This wave of death energy spread for a full half hour, until the entire extreme northern region became a desolate wasteland. The atmosphere of slaughter and the aura of death filled the entire area. Dubai, what exactly is that thing? Wang Hao felt a slight sense of relief as the spread of the desolate wasteland stopped. When the domain gate opened, Wang Hao sensed a massive shadow within. It was the aura emanating from this shadow that filled him with immense fear. It should be a saint of the undead, Dubai's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. A saint of the undead. Wang Hao's heart tightened. A saint had actually appeared in the dark moon realm. No wonder the aura was so terrifying, the mere presence of it sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, the shadow did not harbor any intent to kill him, otherwise, he would have been doomed this time. No! This dark moon realm is too dangerous, he must leave as soon as possible. The appearance of a saint of the undead